The man with narrow eyes opened his mouth. A weak, crumbling voice spilled out like a faint whisper. Asterisk, it was a grand dream. Asterisk. Asterisk, I wanted to break it. Asterisk. Asterisk, I wanted to devour it. Asterisk. Asterisk, I wanted to burn it. Asterisk. The words were laced with self-mockery, incomprehensible to anyone but him. Hamel furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of the man's cryptic mutterings. In the suffocating silence, the man let out a hollow laugh. Asterisk, what a pity. Asterisk. His regretful gaze lingered on Hamel. Blood seeped from his many wounds, his breaths grew shallow, yet he forced himself to continue speaking, knowing full well it would cost him his life. Asterisk, if only it hadn't turned out this way. Asterisk. As his trembling voice faded, the light in his crescent-shaped eyes dimmed. His faint smile faltered and then stilled. Hamel closed his eyes and muttered solemnly. Asterisk, he's dead. Asterisk. The flame of life was extinguished. Only ashes remained. And so, the villain who terrorized the Empire met his end. Hamel turned and walked away, thinking it was a death befitting the world's most despicable villain. Epilogue, the villain's end. Rustling noises snapped me from my drowsy haze. On the monitor in front of me, the words marking the end of my serialized novel flickered. Asterisk, the villain's end. Asterisk. It was finally over. A story I had twisted and rewritten to cater to readers who clamored for a charismatic protagonist rising to power, a tale stripped of the complex settings I once cherished. I sighed deeply. Asterisk, disgusting. Asterisk. What once was a passion project had turned into a chore. The villain I meticulously crafted had become a disposable prop, his intricate backstory discarded for simplicity. Still, I consoled myself. Asterisk, it's done. Just one more upload tomorrow, and I'm free. Asterisk. Stretching, I yawned, feeling both emptiness and relief. Thud, thud. I froze at the sudden sound of knocking. At this hour? Impossible. I wasn't expecting anyone. Thud, thud. The knocking persisted, sharp and rhythmic. Irritation flared as I trudged to the door, ready to confront whoever dared disturb me. But when I reached the entrance, the knocking stopped. I frowned. Was it a drunk at the wrong door? Stress-induced hallucinations? Before I could retreat, a white piece of paper drifted down from above. A gift. Ask for it when you need it. The cryptic note raised more questions than answers. As I tucked it into my pocket, a chill ran down my spine. Behind me stood a figure, a man with narrow eyes, crimson hair, and a black aura radiating malice. His voice, cold and detached, sent shivers through me. Asterisk, so, this is how I die. Asterisk. Fear paralyzed me as he stepped closer, the overwhelming aura forcing me back until my heels hit the wall. Asterisk, I sacrificed everything: family, friends, love for revenge. And yet, I failed. Evil can never triumph over good. Asterisk. A sinister smile twisted his lips as his narrow eyes pierced mine. Asterisk, that's why, please. Asterisk. Before he could finish, a black haze erupted, swallowing us both. I awoke in an old, dusty room. My reflection in a tarnished mirror revealed crimson hair, crescent-shaped eyes, and a tattoo on my neck. Arsene Adel. I had become the villain from my own novel, the man scheduled to be assassinated in just a few days. Is the young master still asleep? I hope he stays that way. A servant's cold voice echoed through the hallway. It wasn't hard to figure out who the young master was: Arsene Adel, head of the Arsene Viscounty, and now, me. Yet, there wasn't a shred of respect in their tone, nor in their gazes. Locked in his room for days without eating? The parasite's finally struggling. Not bad. If he keeps this up. The man sneered, his twisted smile radiating malice. Shhh. Quiet? What if he hears? Another servant whispered, hastily pressing a finger to his lips. What does it matter if he does? They burst into laughter, their mockery echoing as they departed. Beyond the door, a young boy pressed his ear against the wood, listening intently. 3 days since possession. Tomorrow, I die, I muttered, replaying the servant's words in my mind. Knights from the 6 families were coming to kill me, Arsene Adel. It was poetic irony. The cruel backstory I had written for Adele now loomed over my own life. This is insane, I whispered, exhaling shakily. Adele, the last scion of a ruined house, had inherited his family's sins. His bloodline tainted by demonic heritage was both his curse and his strength. The 6 families had used the Arsene name as a scapegoat, casting them into ruin. And now, they were sending knights to finish the job. The absurdity of the situation clawed at my sanity. My breathing quickened, and an unsettling excitement coursed through me. A trait of Adel's interest was stirring. I turned to the mirror, drawn by morbid curiosity. A crimson-haired young man stared back, his narrow eyes cold and unreadable. The tattoo on the back of my neck, it was unmistakable. Half-demon bloodline. That mark was the symbol of my cursed heritage. If discovered, it would guarantee my execution, even if I survived tomorrow's ordeal. I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. This won't be easy to hide. Adel's original method had been to conceal it using the darkness attribute, but I couldn't wield it yet. I wasn't truly Arsene Adel, I was still me, a modern-day author thrust into a deadly story. Arsene Adel's status window. Race, half-demon. Alignment, chaos. Talents, position exchange. Traits, interest, absorption, killing intent, darkness, mana manipulation. Mana, 341. Adel's talent was formidable, crafted by me to endure a cruel world and become its strongest villain. But against the 6 family's champions, it wasn't enough. Why did I make it so hard for him? I muttered bitterly. Adell's fate had always been to lose. I'd given him brilliance, but never enough to surpass the protagonists. If I fought now, I'd be crushed. It's time to hide, I decided. Preparing for survival. To survive, I needed to grow stronger fast. But this body wasn't attuned to mana yet. I could feel its heavy presence, dormant and untapped, like a coiled serpent. I clenched my fists. I have to awaken it by tomorrow. The 6 family's knights would arrive soon, and if I didn't unlock my powers, I'd die. I cursed under my breath, tugging at my crimson hair. In the original story, Adell had slaughtered the knights with his unmatched talents, but I wasn't that Adell. Frustration consumed me until something on the desk caught my eye. The gift. A faint glow emanated from a piece of paper, the one I had dismissed as useless. This is a gift. Ask for it when you need it. I'd thrown it aside days ago, but now, it had changed. I approached cautiously, picking up the glowing parchment. This time, its surface was blank, save for a faint shimmer. What the hell is this supposed to mean? I muttered. Despite my skepticism, a sliver of hope stirred within me. Perhaps, just perhaps, this was the key to surviving the deadly fate that awaited Arsene Adel and now, me.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character, Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Blank paper. It simply meant plain white paper. What is this again? I grabbed the paper and shook it. Is this really the end? After a long time, letters suddenly began to be carved on the paper. Did you receive the gift well? A gift? This is a gift. I laughed in vain at the absurdity. After not showing any reaction for 3 days, he is now calling himself a gift. What is the gift? The moment I narrowed my brows, the paper began to write in a regretful tone. Creator, do you not know how to use it? Please answer with Y/N. Creator, N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. It was a familiar word. The only person who would say such a thing is the one who dropped me here. It's Adell. When I spoke in a deliberately angry tone, words that I guessed were Adell's were written as if to ignore me. Please write one letter out of Y/N on the paper. Even after I spent a long time cursing and ranting, no more words were written. Only then did I calm down my anger and write the letter Y on the paper as he had asked. Let's just see what happens. Since you have accepted, I will tell you how to use information purchase. If you write your question on this paper, I will answer anything. Some questions do not require payment, but others do. The payment increases depending on the importance of the question. Information purchase. That means I can buy the information I want if I pay a certain fee. So I thought about it and wrote something down with a fountain pen. How to return to reality. I wrote that and smiled with satisfaction. It said that it would answer anything, so it wouldn't be able to pass. However, the letters that were written right away snapped the string of my reason. None. It's not available. A phrase that refused to answer. The will to never answer was conveyed. Then, I narrowed my eyebrows slightly and wrote down another question. I didn't expect it anyway. The detailed method of operating mana and the method of using it to handle Adell's traits. This should be enough. I put down my fountain pen and looked at the fading letters. Soon after, the letters began to be written again. This is a question that does not require a price. It's difficult to provide information with a simple sentence. I will engrave the method of using mana and the method of handling Adell's traits into your body. Do you accept? Y/N. Engraving dash. It was certainly a question that was difficult to understand with an explanation. No matter how much I, a modern person, learned magic spells or swordsmanship in writing, there would be a limit. Maybe I wouldn't even try. Swoosh dash. I finished my thoughts and wrote Y. Then the letters gradually faded away, and something began to fill my head. I couldn't help but tremble slightly as I knew it was engraving. A long time passed like that dash. This was it. A smile came to my lips. Adell's traits and the way to handle mana. It was the moment when the problem that I had been struggling with for 3 days was solved at once. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character, Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Information engraving complete. The paper that began to blur soon became blank. Only then did I tear my gaze away from the paper. Then I recalled Adell's talents and traits that were engraved in my mind. I closed my eyes and organized the information. So these are Adell's traits and talents. Adell's traits were clearly fraudulent, but there was something sinister about them. Traits and talents that were specialized in assassination alone. After all, he was a character that was set to fit the code of an assassin from the very beginning. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation. Mana, 341. I stared at Adell's status window. I seemed to know how to use the traits and talents that I had vaguely felt. First, the most basic mana manipulation. I slowly drew up the mana that was crouching in my lower abdomen as if exhaling it. An unknown aura that spread out around me and flowed through my blood vessels. With this, I succeeded in mana manipulation. I felt a surge of energy throughout my body and twirled my arm around. As expected, a small amount of uncontrolled aura was trying to burst out. Swoosh. I moved my index finger to add color to the mana that was flowing out. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The black color that was applied to the mana. The manifestation of darkness, one of Adell's traits. Success. My eyebrows twitched with a strange sense of excitement. The manifestation of a trait that was so difficult to sense, no matter how hard I tried to handle it. But with just one engraving from the paper, I succeeded. Is it too vague to call it a success? Originally, the darkness trait is one of the strongest traits for assassination. Normally, it would be able to deprive the opponent of their 5 senses just by spreading it out, but I could only paint a darkness the size of my hand, let alone spread it out. Even so, it's not bad. One thing was for sure, it was not a bad situation. It was enough to cover the tattoo that proved my succession to Arsene. The moment I fused mana and the darkness trait, a black water drop formed on my index finger. I lightly spread it over the tattoo on the back of my neck, covering it perfectly. A tattoo that was perfectly hidden by being painted over with black mana. This should do it. I turned my head away with a satisfied smile. With this, I had acquired the usage method for the darkness attribute. All that remained was how to apply the darkness attribute. But I didn't have enough time to practice that right now. The 6 families nights would reach me in just a day. For now, I should practice using the other attributes first. Let's start with killing intent. Killing intent is a natural aura that emanates from the body. It's something that those who have killed numerous lives and mastered killing intent possess. However, Adell was able to use killing intent as a trait. I looked in the mirror and glared. Ha! A snicker escaped my lips. A young child who hadn't even reached adulthood yet, glaring. If it were anyone else, they would have been laughed at, but this was my face. Thud, thud. For some reason, I felt a sense of self-loathing as I slapped my cheeks and opened my eyes sullenly. Let's try again. Like scattering mana. I split the mana that was gushing out into a powder form using mana manipulation. Soon, the mana that had been transformed into powder spread out in all directions. Cringe. A creepy aura that made my flesh crawl. My eyes, which had been gentle, transformed into those of a wolf hiding its fangs. Of course, it wouldn't be useful in an actual battle with a strong opponent. But against ordinary people who hadn't mastered mana and swordsmanship, it's worth a try. If I polished my killing intent trait, I would definitely reach a level where I could subdue a knight with just my aura someday. I remembered it because it was something I had written myself to show off Adell's strength. Of course, right now, I couldn't even defeat a single trained soldier, let alone a knight. Now there are only 2 left. I stared at the status window while suppressing my killing intent. There were many attributes in the status window that I hadn't tested yet. 2 attributes that I didn't necessarily need to use. And one very important talent. Interest and absorption. Attributes like these were like a personality, so I didn't need to test them separately. Then, the one I should practice first is position exchange. The talent that put Adell in the position of the strongest villain. An ability that was not inferior to the main characters of the novel. Even I think this is ridiculously fraudulent. Adell's talent, position exchange. When used, it can exchange the location of a designated object with its own. The explanation ends here. It was a very simple ability. Simple, yet an ability that one could immediately notice was fraudulent. No matter how one imagined it, it was ridiculously overpowered in actual combat. A power that an opponent with no prior information about the ability could not even react to. It was clear that it was an unparalleled assassination technique. Seeing is believing. I got up from my seat and used position exchange. Designation. As I muttered the incantation, dozens of arrows shot out. Whoosh. I stared at my feet and saw the arrows starting to shoot out. It's about 5 Pyong in range, I guess. T/N, Pyong is equivalent to approximately 3.31 square meters. A slightly disappointing performance. Compared to the range of several thousand steps that the original Adell had displayed, it was a very short distance. It must be because the position exchange's proficiency was still at level. As I grow, the range of the arrows will expand even further. Then I will be able to apply this talent in more diverse ways. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. For now, I need to adapt to Adell's talents. Since traits are a supplementary concept, there is no need to put in the effort to train them right now. However, Adell's talents needed to be used right away. Is there anything I can use it on? While I was searching for an object to use the ability on, the armor placed next to the door came into my sight. Move. As soon as I uttered the word, the arrows disappeared. As if teleporting, my body blurred and the world began to reverse. Thud. My legs, unable to withstand the ability, lost their center and collapsed. All the arrows that had been created disappeared. Damn it. I got up with a sigh and a curse. My whole body ached. The sound of my joints cracking rang in my ears. As expected, I can't do it all at once. I had hoped to succeed once, like with the traits, but it seemed I was being too greedy. It seems like I'll have to spend the whole day adapting. The time until the Knights of the 6 families arrive was pressing. Even so, it was worth the investment. Let's try again. I once again devoted myself to using position exchange and the traits. From evening until dawn. Dozens, hundreds of times. And a day later, uninvited guests came. *****. Before I knew it, the sun had set and the moon had risen. The residents of the estate stopped what they were doing and went home, so only silence and tranquility settled in Arsene's territory. What broke the silence was the sound of noisy horseshoes and various metals colliding. Creak. Uninvited guests with iron armor that faintly reflected the moonlight and a sword each at their waists. Carrying a deep murderous intent, they headed for Arsene's mansion. Stop. The man who was running in the lead raised his hand to stop the horses and waited for a while. Then the front door of the mansion slowly began to open. Creak dash. The man and the knights entered the front door and stared at a servant approaching them. Are you Sir Peltz? The servant who had met the knights asked, but the man called Peltz did not answer the question. He simply took out a necklace with a lion pattern drawn on his chest and showed it to him. Yes, that's enough. But why are the knights behind you? The servant looked somewhat bewildered. They must have come to kill Adell, the head of the Arsene family. That's why the servant couldn't understand. 5 knights were dispatched to kill a child. Do you have a complaint? No, but they do not tolerate failure. Of course, it is excessive manpower, but isn't it better if the work is easier? I see. The servant listened to Peltz's answer and obediently agreed. Those people must have been the high-ranking members of the 6 families. How could a mere servant like him know their intentions? This way, the servant, who had collected his thoughts, guided them to where Adell was. The eerie interior of the mansion. All the other servants had been bribed by the 6 families a long time ago, so they had already escaped. So as they walked through the corridor, the bastard is in here. The servant stopped and pointed to a tightly closed door. Peltz frowned at the servant's words. The inside of the room was quiet. There could be nothing there, or Adell could be asleep, but after decades of experiencing fierce battlefields, Peltz's intuition was ringing alarm bells. Something felt off. Peltz nodded and said, "Go in first." "Me, sir? Well, who else is there besides you? I understand." The servant clicked his tongue inwardly but followed the order without complaint. He didn't dare to talk back to Peltz, one of the 6 family knights. Creak. The servant carefully opened the door in case Adell woke up. "Young master." The servant called Adell quietly and approached the bed slowly, keeping the door closed so as not to arouse suspicion. As he got closer to the bed, he peeked his head out to check on Adell's condition. Well, he's still asleep. Adell was fast asleep under the covers. The servant didn't suspect anything unusual. There was no way that Adell could have known that the knights would come in advance. Even if he had known, it wouldn't have mattered. How could Adell possibly handle the knights behind him? Well, I should check to be sure. The servant had to do what he was told without complaint, especially because he was terrified of Peltz.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The servant who remained in the Arsene family was a low-ranking member at the time of the Arsene family's purge, which is why he survived. Since then, he had been secretly bribed by the 6 families and had been selling information, so he had heard about Peltz's terror. He didn't want to provoke him unnecessarily and add to his reputation. I bear no grudge. This child is innocent. No, is he? He's been a nuisance to me, so this is like a punishment for him. Why on earth are the 6 families so concerned about young master? Swish. The servant rationalized his actions as he approached Adell, to confirm that he was asleep. But then, Adell's closed eyes opened. His eyes, glowing an ominous blood red, scanned the servant's body through the slits. What the? The servant froze, unable to even scream at the sight of his eerie eyes. He had sensed something strange. But the servant, overwhelmed by Adell's killing intent, couldn't utter a single word. Thud. So easily. Adell's dagger pierced his neck. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The lukewarm blood flowed down my cheek. I watched the servant's body collapse powerlessly and calmed my rapid breathing. It wasn't difficult. Using the killing intent trait, I momentarily paralyzed the servant's movements before swiftly driving the dagger into his throat, ending his life. Then I quickly stabbed him in the throat with a dagger and killed him. That's how I committed my first murder. However, I don't even feel a shred of agitation. It's strange. Instead, my interest trait showed interest in the murder. Like a wild wolf craving blood and flesh. I shook my head to stop the negative thoughts and got up. I don't have time for this. I had to move before the knights outside the door barged in. I wish I had prepared in advance or escaped. But there were eyes watching me day and night. It was safe to assume that everyone in Arsene's mansion were spies from the 6 families. If I had shown any suspicious behavior, even more knights would have been dispatched immediately. That's why now, when all the territory's people and servants were away, was the best time. Paper and a fountain pen. I hurriedly packed the items on the desk. As I finished preparing, the door swung open with a sound that almost broke it. Bang! The knights, who realized that the servant wasn't coming out, kicked the door open and rushed into the room. Clang dash. As soon as the knights entered the room, they drew their swords and pointed them at me. My expression involuntarily contorted as their killing intent seemed to choke me. Among them was a man who exuded the thickest killing intent. As expected, Peltz came himself. The knight with navy blue hair swept his hair back and looked down at me with sunken eyes. He was the strongest among the knights dispatched to kill Adell, and the only man who survived Adell's counterattack in the original story. That's why he was someone to be wary of. Are you here? I spoke to them, licking my lips. My cheerful voice felt eerie because it didn't match the situation. But I didn't mean to do that. It was just Adell's original personality coming out. Of course we're not going to let you live. What are you waiting for? Attack him now. One of the knights noticed that I was preparing something and charged at me with his sword drawn. My plan worked. I gripped the dagger in my hand and spread the arrows toward the knight. Following that, I spread the arrows straight toward the knight's sword. Designation. Move. I switched the locations of the sword and me. The knight's sword fell powerlessly to the spot where I had been, and before I knew it, my body was right before the knight's neck. Stab. The knight didn't even realize what had happened to him before his neck was pierced by the dagger. With that, I had instantly taken care of one of the 5 knights. A ripple spread across the knights' faces. It was an unexpected situation for them. The moment the sound of their pounding hearts began to ring in my ears. Thud. The knight with the most ferocious aura took a step closer and opened his mouth. Knight Commander Peltz of the Leon Duke's Knights, I will execute the criminal's sentence. As soon as Peltz finished speaking, 3 knights began to emit an immense murderous aura. I could feel the aura of their will to absolutely cut me down. Suddenly, the knights charged at me. However, I was a little faster than them. The dagger I threw was already headed toward the glass window. Crash dash. The glass window shattered like a spiderweb as I threw the dagger. At the same time, I threw my body out the window toward the ground. N/O/vel/B/n.C//om. Designation. The dagger was caught at the end of the countless arrows that were extending outward. Move. I used the location swap as soon as I confirmed that the dagger was falling to the ground. In an instant, my location and the dagger's location were reversed. Thanks to the location swap, my head didn't hit the ground first. It ended with me just rolling on the ground a few times. However, ugh, it's not exactly ignorable pain. I held back tears as I picked up the dagger that was falling from the sky. Then I looked back. He moved that distance in an instant. This is no time to be surprised. Chase him before he escapes. Hurry down. The knights who had grasped the situation were trying to chase after me. However, thanks to the fact that I had escaped by jumping out the window, they wouldn't be able to chase after me right away. But, it wasn't enough time for me to relax. Let's go. I hurriedly moved my feet. If I relaxed even a little bit, the knights would quickly catch up to me. Compared to their physical abilities, I was just a child. I have no choice but to run as fast as I can. How long have I been running for? I'm out of breath. My knees are starting to give out. Anxiety and large beads of sweat run down my jawline. Even though I'm running so hard I could die, the knights who left the mansion are rapidly closing the distance between us. I complained to myself. This is so unfair to me. It wasn't just the difference in our physical abilities. Unlike me, who has no means of transportation, the knights have excellent means of transportation called horses. The gap between us was huge. He's getting closer. Increase the horse's speed and overtake him. At Peltz's skilled command, 3 knights immediately began to charge. The gap is getting narrower and narrower. I touched the dagger in my hand and became lost in thought. Should I fight the worst and strongest villain? I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. I shook my head. I haven't reached my destination yet. I needed to conserve my strength until I got close. As I said before, I won't be going outside the territory. Where my footsteps are headed, it's none other than the deepest part of the territory, the Arsene Forest. By now, the pursuers must have realized that the Arsene Forest is my destination, because the entrance to the forest has appeared. Arsene Forest. A place where trees are densely packed and the sound of strange insects' wings, which I've never heard before, vibrates. As soon as I entered, the eerie atmosphere convinced me that I had reached my destination. I will use the geographical advantage of the Arsene Forest to subdue the knights. Running on a dark forest path where even moonlight doesn't reach was extremely dangerous. Like right now, the horse's leg is caught in the tree roots. Everyone watch your step. Arg. The horse's legs got caught on the tree roots protruding all over the Arsene Forest, and the knights fell off their horses. I couldn't confirm it, but they must have been injured. At the very least, I could guarantee that they wouldn't be able to chase me any further. However, the knight who had been riding at the back steered his horse around the obstacles and started chasing me. He had made a quick judgment after seeing his comrades fall victim to the tree roots. That's unfortunate. As expected of experienced knights, I only had to be careful of Peltz. That's what I thought. But if this was the case, I would have to deal with him myself. I slowed down my pace, pretending to be exhausted. N/O/vel/B/n.C//om. The moment I showed a gap. Gotcha. The knight swung his gleaming sword. My mind raced, searching for a way to overcome this crisis. Using position exchange. My action was faster than my thought. Designation. I designated the knight's helmet as the target. Move. The knight cut the helmet that had exchanged positions with me, and my body fell in the air. I accelerated and stabbed the knight's throat with my dagger. Thud dash. Ugh. As the dagger pierced the knight's neck, the knight died instantly and fell off his horse. I couldn't even check on him and just rolled my head in the air. I'm in danger too. My posture was disturbed while stabbing him. If I fell like this, it was obvious that I would break something. Designation. A leaf that happened to come into my sight. Move. I changed my position with it. Thud dash. That's how I supported my body on the branch and secured my position. Now there was only one left. Tisk. The man who clicked his tongue and approached me after getting off his horse. Peltz, the captain of the Knights of the Leon Dux family. I swallowed dry saliva. He's not an opponent I can deal with the same way I did just now. The sudden, dreadful murderous intent made me freeze in place, unable to even move a step. I opened my mouth with difficulty and uttered the spell. Designation. I immediately activated the position exchange and designated the leaf that was the farthest away as the target and moved. The moment I moved to the branch on the other side, boom, a huge roar rang out, tearing my eardrums apart. Was that really the sound of a sword being swung? I looked down at the ground while hanging on the branch. A long, large sword mark was carved on the spot where I had been. If I had been hit by that attack, I would have been minced meat. The mere thought of it sent shivers down my spine. As I swallowed, my gaze fixed on the ground in terror, Peltz flew towards me at an incredible speed. He literally leaped through the air, swinging his sword at me. Designate. I hurriedly activated position exchange and escaped. He wasn't the type to give up just because his allies had fallen. Hew. My heart was pounding like it was about to burst. First, I needed to catch my breath. As I clung to the branch, trying to calm my ragged breathing, Peltz's mocking laughter reached my ears. I must admit, you're quite impressive. Not only did you take down 4 knights, but you're also dodging my attacks. Peltz continued. But it was a foolish decision to corner yourself in this forest where escape is impossible. He wasn't wrong. It wouldn't be easy to shake him off in the Arsene forest with my young body. My mana was also nearly depleted, so I wouldn't be able to use position exchange more than a few more times. Even so, there was a reason why I stubbornly insisted on staying in the Arsene forest. Is there any other way? I'll die if I go outside the territory anyway. That's true. Outside Arsene, it wasn't safe at all. The empire was ruled by 6 families, so their influence would surely reach me no matter where I went. After our brief conversation, Peltz raised his sword once more. Then, die. With those words, Peltz lunged at the spot where I had been standing. I quickly spread out the position exchange arrows and fled. However, I wasn't able to dodge it perfectly this time. Ugh. The sword grazed my arm just before I could activate position exchange. The wound wasn't deep. However, a sharp pain shot through me, forcing me to grit my teeth. You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. You even killed those poor knights. Isn't that a bit premature? At least, I don't think I'm going to die here. Peltz snorted in response to my question. Ha, do you think you can escape from me? Well, you seem to have some confidence. I didn't answer his question. I simply used position exchange to put some distance between us. Then, I took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen from my pocket and smiled quietly. A place to escape to. I had one. That was the reason why I had insisted on staying in the Arsene forest in the first place. What was that reason? I was going to go to the demon realm. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. If I used position exchange and the other traits effectively, and with a bit of luck, I might be able to shake off Peltz's pursuit. However, the problem was what came next. Would everything be resolved if I managed to evade the knights and escape the territory? No way. I shook my head inwardly. The original Adell was the same. Didn't he end up dying at the hands of the 6 descendants after wandering outside the territory? Moreover, how can I, who was a modern person until recently, survive in the enemy's base and build up my strength? I had no confidence. Confidence that I would survive. On the other hand, the demon world is much safer than the human world. The war between the demon world and the 6 families took place over a decade ago. Since the 6 families were the victors, the demon world suffered great damage. That's why the demon world was even more dedicated to training their successors. I remembered writing in the novel that their motive was either defense or revenge and that they were enthusiastic about securing their strength and personnel. That's no less than humans. It meant that if I showed enough talent, they would protect and guard me, regardless of whether I was half demon or not. Because the demon world is short of personnel that can be used in battle right now. Of course, that's only if I hide the tattoo engraved on the back of my neck well.n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. If the mark of the Arsene family is discovered, it will be my end that day. After all, there was no family that was as active as the Arsene family in the human-demon war. The Arsene family, who killed countless demons, is a public enemy in the demon world, a fact that even a 3-year-old child knows. However, I don't think I have to worry about being discovered. I shrugged my shoulders and shook my head. Anyway, the situation in the demon world is better than here. That's the first reason I'm going to the demon world. Another reason is the geographical features of the Arsene forest. In order to go from the human world to the demon world, you have to open a gate. However, in order to meet the conditions for opening the gate, astronomical amounts of magic stones and mana were required. Even if they consumed that much mana to open it, the 6 families did not have the power to manage the demon world, which was similar in size to the human world. Even most of the humans who could open the gate to the demon world were dead. As the novel progresses, the gate will open, but that will be later. There were hardly any existing gates. Most of the ones that do exist are mostly one-time gates. That's why humans failed to conquer the demon realm. In other words, it's a kind of ceasefire. The war is still not over. If I use this, I might be able to make the assassination group that Adell founded even stronger. Most demons are hostile towards humans. Some of the young demons I remember had very high potential. Of course, they were no match for the descendants of the 6 families, but they would still be stronger than those Adell had recruited. If I show outstanding talent, there will be many who will help me, so I thought that I had to go to the demon realm in order to live the rest of my life and fulfill my dream. Thump. While I was organizing my thoughts, the intense aura that Peltz shot out hit my back, and I tensed up, my shoulders hunched. I don't know what you're up to, but you won't be able to escape from me. Peltz infused his sword with mana. A bluish sword aura, imbued with a sharp energy, shot towards me. Designation. It's too late to see and dodge. Without even giving a glance to Peltz's sword that was coming at me, I used position exchange to run away. Move. The sword that was shot out cut through the air. My new body moved to another tree, and I could see Peltz clicking his tongue below. I exhaled deeply. Whew. Not much mana left. If I use position exchange 3 more times, I'll hit rock bottom. I have to find the gate to the demon realm before that. Arsene Forest. The gate to the demon realm is there. I hurriedly moved my steps and recalled the contents of the original work. From what I can tell, this seems to be the center. The gate was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell is it? I racked my brain. I had to find the gate quickly. 1. No matter how much I turned my head to look around, the gate did not come into my sight. I'm going to die like this. Frustration and despair crept onto my face. I was still in the middle of finding the gate, but the distance between me and Peltz was closing. If I can't distance myself with my own power, I have no choice but to rely on my trait. I looked back and shot killing intent at him. Flinch. Thanks to my killing intent, Peltz hesitated for a moment. A very small gap was created. I didn't miss that gap. The tree with the most abundant leaves. I activated position exchange and the arrows, teleporting there. And I took out the paper and fountain pen from my arms and wrote. Damn it. I thought I would find the gate right away. The fact that the original didn't describe it in detail worked against me. I could roughly guess the location of the gate, but I couldn't know the exact location. As I mentioned before, I had written that the path to the demon world was in the Arsene Forest. I did write that. But what author would provide a meticulous explanation of the location? They would just end it with something like, the gate to the demon world is located here. Am I cornered? While scratching my head with the paper and fountain pen in my hand. Danger. Alarm bells rang in my head. You little rat. Designate, move. I climbed up the tree that was at the end of the arrow. The tree I was standing on until just now was cut into pieces by Peltz's sword. Is he really a monster? How did the original Adell deal with that? Even though I created the character, he's terrifying. The momentum of Peltz, who pulled out his sword from the cut tree, was like that of a beast and was directed at me. Should I use that method? As I was lost in thought and didn't take any action, Peltz slowly began to move his steps. Damn it. Right away. I moved the fountain pen on the paper. I couldn't delay even for a second, so I quickly wrote what I wanted. I hadn't used it because it was difficult, but since the situation was like this, I felt like I was grasping at straws. The exact location of the gate to the demon world within the Arsene Forest. Then the words I wrote were erased and letters began to be written. Soon, a single sentence was completed. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. This is information that requires a price. Please pay the price of an artifact of relic grade or higher, or 100 gold coins or more. As expected. I gripped the fountain pen tightly. That's why I didn't want to use paper. In the case of engraving Adell's traits and talent, it was essentially my own body, so he gave it to me for free. But the gate from Arsene Forest was something that could potentially shake the entire world, so it was inevitable that it would require payment. That was the problem. Where am I supposed to get an expensive artifact or money? The only things I had on me were paper, a fountain pen, and a dagger. The dagger was just an ordinary weapon, so it wasn't worth much, and although the fountain pen was quite expensive, it was nowhere near enough to cover the price that the paper had mentioned. Clench. I clenched my lower lip in frustration. Just then, as the pungent smell of blood filled my mouth, my head suddenly cleared and I was able to come up with a solution. One thing. There's only one way. It was a bit of a gamble, but since there were no other good options, it was worth a try. I would exploit the loophole in the paper guy's conditions. Let's give it a shot. I stared intently at the leaping Peltz and made up my mind. Clang! Peltz's sword and my dagger clashed. Excruciating pain shot through my hand as if it was going to be torn apart. As expected, there was an overwhelming difference in strength that I couldn't make up for. To think you would block my sword. You're quite impressive for your age. It was a good decision to come here yourself. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You're not bad yourself. Your swordsmanship is decent, but your mouth is even better. How about changing your profession? You're quite the talker. Perhaps because I had provoked him. Peltz's aura, twice as ferocious as before, sent shivers down my spine. Unlike me, who was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, his swordsmanship was becoming sharper as he adapted to the Arsene Forest. He had monstrous stamina. Just as I was inwardly marveling at him. Are you not going to use that strange technique anymore? A vein popped up on my forehead. The bastard was mocking me. Peltz knew that I was out of mana and could no longer freely use position exchange, so he was saying such things. In fact, I could use it one last time. However, that was my last resort, so I had to save it until the very end. Shall we finish this? Seeing that I wasn't moving, Peltz swung his sword lightly. Clang. I hurriedly raised my dagger to block his attack, but I was ultimately overwhelmed by his strength and sent flying backward. How boring. Peltz brushed off the blood on his sword and slowly approached me. The composure of strong. I took advantage of that tiny gap to observe the sword Peltz was holding. Was it made of white iron? The pure white blade contrasted with the gold ornaments. It looked valuable even at a glance. Even to the naked eye, it looked valuable. In fact, Peltz's sword was a famous sword given to him by Duke Leon himself. What's the end of this? I slowly got up, coldly staring at Peltz's sword. Why should I die? Even if it's a long shot. At least not in this place. No, you will die. Peltz jumped high as he cut me off. His will to kill me before I could do anything was clear. As soon as I saw that, ting. I threw the dagger on the ground and unfolded the paper. And Peltz's sword pierced my paper. Literally, the sword entered. What? I smiled as I heard Peltz's shocked voice. Peltz's sword did not pierce the paper, but entered the paper. The sword completely vanished. Rustle. Finally, letters began to appear on the paper. Sufficient payment has been received. The payment is judged to be slightly more than requested. I will guide you to the Demon Realm gate in the Arsene Forest. A red line was drawn. It was the path that would guide me to the Demon Realm. I immediately picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and squeezed out my remaining mana to perform a position exchange. I got out of Peltz's range and ran, kicking off the ground. Move. A path that unfolded concisely. The red line became thicker as I accelerated. Stop right there. Peltz forgot that his sword had disappeared and chased me fiercely. All that a bare-handed guy can do to me is punch me, but even that attack would be fatal to me. TCH. I clicked my tongue and manifested the darkness attribute. I shot a black drop of water that formed on my finger at Peltz. Ugh. Peltz flinched at the black mana that got in his eye. Originally, he could have dodged it just by shaking his head. But since he was panicking, I was able to hit him by luck. It was literally good luck, so I had to use this gap to distance myself. Let's run. Just a little more. There's not much left now. Before I knew it, the destination of the unfolding red line came into view. That's it. The red lines were entwined around a huge tree, drawing an oval. I realized that it was some kind of magical device. This is the gate to the Demon Realm. I opened my mouth as I moved along the line, which was less than 5 steps away. 1 step. 2 steps. And the last step. You bastard. I smiled at Peltz, who noticed something unusual and ran towards me. Before I knew it, my new body passed through the red gate, and an unknown force pulled me in. Well, see you later. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Peltz. The man who mocked his own name with a sarcastic tone disappeared. As if he never existed dash. Peltz muttered in vain, staring at the place where only a huge tree remained. That bastard. He went to the Demon Realm. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. How much time had passed since I'd gone through the red gate? My vision, which had been plunged into darkness, gradually began to recover. Where is this? I frowned at the damp atmosphere and looked around. A colorless world. That was my first impression. The green that had colored the forest had completely disappeared. Only gray stone walls filled my entire vision. I survived after all. I had survived by evading pursuit. That fact brought me a sense of relief. I never thought I'd succeed. I had only just taken my first step. But it was certainly not a bad start. The plan had been a gamble from the start. The reckless idea of using the information purchase to make the weapon disappear had luckily worked. If I had failed, I wouldn't be here right now. As I was letting out a sigh of relief. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Woo woo. Suddenly, the paper I was holding in my hand emitted a bright light. As if it wanted me to look at it dash. What the heck? Does it have something to tell me? I tilted my head and unfolded the paper. Then I could see something written on it as if in anger. This is the one time. I will impose a penalty. When paying for information, you cannot offer something that is not your possession as payment. When exchanging payment with the paper, it will verify whether it is your possession. If you do not follow this, the information exchange will not take place. Oh, come on. I couldn't help but frown at the seemingly angry tone. It was true that using Peltz's weapon as payment was essentially a forced exchange, so it was understandable that he was angry. So you're letting this one slide. That was enough to make me feel grateful. If the paper hadn't accepted Peltz's sword as the price, I would have died on the spot. I looked away from the paper. It was more urgent to figure out where this place was. Demon Realm. It's a bit strange to call it that. I recalled the description of the Demon Realm that I had written myself. Numerous intelligent monsters form groups, and when evening comes, 2 moons rise high in the sky. I remember writing something like that about the Demon Realm. This place doesn't seem like the everyday scenery of the demon world, but rather like some kind of ruins. I thought about using the information paper, but then folded it back up. Because I didn't have anything to hand over in exchange. I had no choice but to figure it out myself. I got up and wandered around the area, lost in thought. Perhaps this place really might be ruins. I slowly looked around. Gray stone pillars were embedded in several places, and something like a transparent film was blocking my path. A barrier. Some kind of magical device set up to prevent anyone from getting past this point. Beyond the barrier, I could see a place similar to where I was now. Inside, a giant boulder was moving. Its appearance felt quite bizarre and strange. So that's what it was. I seemed to have a rough idea of the true nature of this place. I looked again at the area where I was standing, and I could see a bed made of stone and some unidentified jerky that could serve as a meal. This is an artificial secret realm. To be precise, it would be more accurate to call it a demonic secret realm. In other words, it's easy to understand if you think of it as a dungeon. Something that the demons created to store treasures and monsters, or to prepare for intruders. And it was something that a high-ranking demon had created for some purpose. I didn't know which demon had created it. Just because it was a world that they had created themselves, it didn't mean that all of its members would know about it. First of all, I need to get out of here. I stopped my rambling thoughts and approached the barrier that was blocking my path. It looked like it would collapse if I just touched it, like a tidal wave. Should I give it a try? Plunge. I took out the dagger from my waistband and extended it towards the barrier. Clang. Then the barrier repelled the dagger, returning the force that had been put into it. This will be difficult. As soon as I confirmed that, I gave up on the idea of breaking through the barrier with force. Maybe later, but I didn't think that I would be able to break through that barrier with my current abilities. So what should I do? This is truly one challenge after another. I'll think about it after I've filled my stomach a bit. My stomach was aching with hunger as I racked my brains. It felt like my stomach lining was stuck to my back. Come to think of it, I hadn't eaten anything all day in order to conceal my presence. I don't know why there's meat here, but I'd better eat it. My gaze naturally drifted downward, jerky glistening with oil. I sank into thought as I chewed on it. The food and bed can't be for intruders, so it's highly likely that they belong to the one guarding the treasure. But that doesn't make sense either. The most plausible hypothesis. The moving boulder within the barrier added weight to this hypothesis. It was highly likely that it was the guardian of this secret realm. It would be infinitely lenient towards the owner of the secret realm, but it wouldn't show any mercy to intruders. Then I'll have to use force. However, that seemed a bit difficult. I was already quite exhausted from the fierce battle with my pursuers. If I fought that boulder in this state, I would definitely end up severely injured. At the very least, half dead. Moreover, I couldn't even get out of this barrier, so a fight itself was out of the question. Even my mana is completely depleted. Now was the time to rest. Munch munch. Only after I had eaten all the jerky that had been piled up in handfuls did I feel like I was alive. My mana had also recovered to some extent. About half of its maximum, perhaps. Now that my stomach is full, let's make a plan to get out of this barrier. For now, this place is also a secret realm. If I defeat the guardians and reach the end, there's a high probability that there will be a passage leading outside. That was just speculation, though. Since I couldn't see any way out of this room, there was no other way than to barge through. So let's think. A way to get out. I pondered deeply for dozens of minutes. I looked around for any devices. And a moment later, while I was carefully examining the stone chamber, my gaze stopped at a certain brick. I felt an inexplicable sense of incongruity. If it were the old me, I wouldn't have noticed. Adell's senses reacted to that brick, which looked no different from the other bricks. That was very suspicious. I pressed on that brick. Swoosh. The brick sank deeply, and a voice faintly rang in my ears. You are not qualified. What the? I frowned and pulled my hand away. Even in the demon world, the language was the same as human language. It must be because of the setting that creating a new language for demons was difficult, so both humans and demons used a common language. Thanks to that, I realized something. I couldn't go outside the barrier if I wasn't the owner of the secret realm. This room, which I had made into a resting place, felt like a prison. I have to find another way. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. What can I do if I don't have the qualifications? I felt regret, but there was nothing I could do. I had to find another answer. I found a way. After a few minutes of contemplation, I stood up. I succeeded in coming up with a method. At least it was enough of a method to escape this room. I think the saying goes, you have to lose to win. I approached the barrier and stared at the moving boulder. Rumble rumble. Crumble. Every time it moved its massive body, stone fragments fell down. The guardian must be a living creature, so it can't be helped, but what about those stone fragments that are inanimate objects? Designation. I cast a spell to exchange locations with the fallen stone fragment. An arrow stretched out towards the stone fragment. It barely hooked onto the edge of the stone fragment. As soon as I confirmed that move, I switched locations with the stone fragment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The mansion of the high-ranking demon race family Bears was very busy. In 3 days, it was the day that Bear's youngest daughter would enter the secret realm. This is difficult. Bear's lord, Crete, let out a soft sigh as he watched the busy servants. This was a test. It was a test for Crete's daughter to verify her qualifications to enter the Demon Realm Academy, Siden. First of all, even if she successfully conquered the secret realm and entered Siden, there was a problem. How can that weak girl deal with those demon-like creatures? Crete was full of worry. These were troubled times. The Demon King was killed by monstrous humans. Countless demons lost their lives to their swords. His daughter had to go to a place created to deal with such humans. After the human-demon war, the demons hated and feared humans more than ever. Crete had also seen his parents and family members being brutally murdered. Even his daughter had seen her own mother being killed. I know this is wrong n/o/vel/b/c/om. He wanted his daughter to fail the secret realm conquest. In fact, Crete had ordered his daughter to fail the secret realm conquest. However, there was a problem. It's not good to just pursue revenge. Crete's daughter wanted to enter Siden because she hated humans after losing her mother. She's skilled and talented. Conquering the intermediate trial would be a piece of cake for her. But the heroes my daughter will face in the future. Crete was deeply worried and anxious when a woman rushed into his office and opened the door. She was a maid of the bear's family. Crete opened his eyes wide in surprise at the sudden visit. How dare she visit the Lord without permission? Still, he had to hear the reason. Crete asked the maid with a stern expression. What's the matter? We just got word that an unidentified person has entered the secret realm. Secret realm? Yes. There's no trace of the secret realm's door being opened, so everyone is in chaos right now. Crete muttered in a low voice after hearing the whole story. Someone entered the secret realm. Crete suddenly calmed down and asked the maid, who was taking deep breaths. Have you identified the person? Well, the person touched a device that only the Lord can use, so we know they're there, but there's no way to see inside the secret realm, so we don't know who it is. An unidentified person. I don't know how they got there. No, I think I do. I've heard that the gates that were created all over the demon realm during the human-demon war still exist and can be used to warp someone by force. That guy must be one of those cases. He'll probably die. Yes. It's nothing. Crete shook his head at the maid, who was surprised, and asked back. Don't worry about it and focus on preparing for my daughter's test that will start soon. But, I said it's fine. I understand. Crete dash. The maid bowed and left Crete's room. Crete watched her leave with a faint gleam in his eyes. It's the intermediate secret realm, so he'll definitely die. But what if he survives? Maybe I can use him as my pawn. The possibility is slim, though. I should focus on my work. Crete stopped thinking and turned his gaze to the piles of documents stacked up like a mountain. After all, he didn't want to think about someone who was going to die anyway. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character, Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. There we go. I looked back with a satisfied smile. I had successfully escaped the cramped barrier. I felt an inexplicable sense of liberation even though I had only left the room. However, that feeling did not last long. Killing intent. I quickly looked back. Something much larger than I had expected was lurking right before my eyes. Asterisk rumble. Rumble, asterisk. A wolf statue made of rock. I did not notice it when I was inside the room, but its outline became clear when I saw it up close. It seemed to be dozens of times larger than my body. I could also tell who would win or lose. This is definitely a win. Not for me, but for that thing. I swallowed dry saliva and moved the dagger repeatedly. Intruder. The stone wolf bared its teeth, dropping stones from its mouth. Is that saliva? It was made of stone, yet it was trying to act like a real wolf for no reason. Its appearance was rather creepy. Should I say that it was similar to the uncanny valley? I will kill you. The stone wolf made a murderous sound and opened its mouth wide. I was terrified and distanced myself from it. It seemed like it was about to tear me apart with its fangs and chew me to death with its molars. My prediction was correct. Thud dash. Thud dash. Nov. L. B / JNN. As soon as I stepped back, the stone wolf tore the ground where I had been standing and chewed it up. It was the first time I realized that something made of stone could be so ferocious. Can I win? I had a brief moment of doubt. I have to try. I cannot cower in fear. Shouldn't I try everything I can? Designation. The stones that fell every time it moved. I targeted the stone that was closest to it. When the arrow shot out and finally made contact. Move. In an instant dash. The world was turned upside down. Whew. I took a short breath. I could see the stone wolf's abdomen. I flinched for a moment at its size, but I quickly came to my senses and grabbed the dagger. Die. I thrust the dagger towards the wolf's stomach, which had not yet dodged. Clang. However, the dagger bounced off without piercing the wolf's skin. I had guessed as much, but I did not expect it to not even leave a scratch. I give up on attacking it with force. Whew. There was no time to hesitate. The rock wolf that started to move its body glared at me and exuded a ferocious aura. I quickly turned my thoughts. Designate dash dot. I designated the rock inside the barrier as the target and initiated the position exchange. Move. The positions of the rock and my body were reversed. Thud dash. And the wolf's huge front paw slammed down on that spot. Crash. The rock turned into dust and scattered. If I had been hit by that attack, I would have been turned into human jerky. Asterisk rumble dash. Rumble dash asterisk. The rock wolf became enraged when I disappeared from its sight. It slammed its huge paws on the ground and let out a roar. I carefully observed the rock wolf from inside the barrier. As expected, I can't even slightly wound that guy with a dagger. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. My attacks don't deal any significant damage to it. I can't even inflict minor damage with the killing intent or darkness trait. Those attributes were only supplementary roles after all. Interest and absorption also reflect personality, and they have nothing to do with attack skills. A rock is such a pain. It would have been better to face a human instead. Humans have weaknesses, but what weakness does a statue have? Wait. Human? It might work. A good plan flashed through my mind. I immediately summoned the status window. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Disposition, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Attribute, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation. Mana, 341. Position exchange is an ability that swaps the positions of objects that the arrow touches. In other words, it can't be used on living beings, but it can swap the positions of any inanimate object. And that guardian, there's a high probability that it's inanimate. The guardians of the secret realm include monsters like orcs and goblins, as well as guardians that move with magical devices. The rock wolf was more likely to be the latter. My intuition as a writer is telling me that. Let's do an experiment just in case. Designate. I spread out an arrow towards the rock wolf. If the arrow doesn't connect to him, the rock wolf is a living creature. If it connects, it proves that the rock wolf is an inanimate object. Time passed like that and the result appeared. Done. A faint smile was drawn on my lips. A huge arrow clearly existed between the rock wolf and me. It was confirmed that the rock wolf was an inanimate object. As soon as I confirmed the fact move, I used the position exchange. Did it work? Before I knew it, my body had escaped outside the barrier. On the other hand, the rock wolf, whose position was reversed with mine, was struggling inside the barrier. Asterisk rumble dash? Rumble dash asterisk. The rock wolf pounded the barrier without rest. However, the barrier absorbed the shock and returned it as it was. Rumble. The rock wolf didn't stop even though it knew that its body was breaking apart every time it slammed the barrier. Its appearance looked pathetic, but it reminded me of the berserker and gave me goosebumps. Let's hurry. I hurriedly moved my steps. It was definitely not because I was scared of the stone wolf or anything. About 10 minutes passed. Is it a barrier this time too? The blue barrier was blocking me again. Surely, I didn't come back the way I came like a maze, did I? I looked back just in case, and I saw the rock wolf pounding the barrier. Over there, very far away. It seemed I had guessed wrong. Then, it was likely the barrier that divided the current room and the next room. This barrier would have disappeared if the rock wolf had died, but since I didn't kill it and only neutralized it, it still remained. A structure where the next stage is connected after clearing the stage. However, I have the ability to skip stages. I should just break through. To me, the barrier is not an obstacle, but a solid defense. If I drag out more time, the rock wolf might end up dying after throwing its body at the barrier. Then the barrier in front of me will disappear. I had to move before that happened. I turned my gaze and looked inside the barrier. Another monster was lurking inside the barrier. Click click. At first glance, a stone statue that looked like a mantis clicking its two legs together. As the second guardian, it would be stronger than the rock wolf, but I don't need to face it directly, do I? That mantis is also likely to be inanimate like the rock wolf. Designate. I stretched an arrow towards the mantis, and the result appeared. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. As I expected. Good n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The arrow I displayed was connected in a straight line with the mantis. The mantis was also inanimate like the rock wolf. I used the position exchange as it was. Move. Chook dash. The mantis and I changed positions. When I looked back from that state, I saw the mantis trapped in the barrier without knowing what was going on. Click dash. The mantis looked around in confusion. Then, when it made eye contact with me, it began to rage violently. Like the rock wolf, the guy was hitting the barrier with his sharp forelegs and screaming. If I get caught in those forelegs, my body will be torn like a piece of paper. However, that's when the guy comes out of the barrier. I don't know how strong the barrier is, but it should be enough to buy me some time. In the meantime, let's get away from the guy. I watched the mantis for a while and then ran away. How many minutes passed? There's nothing this time. I hardened my expression as another barrier appeared. Unlike before, a space where no monsters existed. For the time being, I exchanged the position with the pebble in that space. However, something felt off as I took a step forward. Sick. I grabbed a rock that was lying around. Then I threw it far away towards the front of the long stone chamber. After a while, the moment the rock that was flying in a parabola fell to the floor. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard and two rocks protruded from the wall. The rock caught between them turned into a handful of dust. Crazy. A trap all of a sudden. My head was dizzy from the unexpected change. Fortunately, the activation condition of the trap was not difficult to grasp. Contact with the floor. That seemed to be the only activation condition for the trap. The problem is the distance from here to the next barrier. It's impossible to move hundreds of meters at once without any means. Should I try? After contemplating for a moment, I picked up the surrounding rocks and held them in my arms. And then, thud dash. I threw the rocks again. Just before the rocks hit the ground, I used position exchange to move. Move. My body floated in the air. Before my body fell to the ground, I threw the rocks that I had gathered with all my might once again. And then I exchanged positions with the rock again. I only have 6 rocks. I couldn't gather any more because they were too heavy. It might not seem like enough, but this is enough. So far, the distance between the barriers has been the same. It was nothing to calculate that distance and throw the rocks. That's when Adell's extensive knowledge comes in handy. By the time I had used up all 6 rocks, a huge barrier appeared before my eyes. It was a thicker barrier than usual, and there were even letters engraved on it. For now, I used position exchange to enter the barrier. Then the letters appeared even larger. Welcome to the end. What the heck is this? I was momentarily dumbfounded. Welcome to the end? It was an incomprehensible phrase. Wasn't this dimension created to protect the treasure? Then it should have been a spell to curse intruders, so why does it say welcome? Is it because this is the demon realm? It seems like there are quite a few crazy guys here. Well, whatever. Is this the last one? Since it's the last one, I'll move carefully. Let's see. A single black figure could be seen inside the barrier. I opened my eyes wide and focused my vision. And then I looked closely. The last presumed guardian wasn't an ordinary monster. Death Knight. A skeleton sitting on a huge rock with red eyes. Judging from the Death Knight, it seemed certain that this was the demon realm. It felt like it was on the same level as Peltz. But the Death Knight is just an undead. It means it's inanimate. Welcome to this place. Designation. I looked at the Death Knight, who hadn't even finished speaking yet, and drew an arrow on the ground with a sinister smile like a villain. No matter how strong it was, what good would it be if I didn't fight it? Move. /. Death Knight and I switched places. What a truly exhilarating victory. Still, how is it? I won, right? Good. Intoxicated by victory, I strolled through the square where Death Knight had been. It was certainly the square where the boss monster had been, so it was very wide. Plus, behind it, a chest. It was a treasure box for storing rare items. A large black dragon carved out of an unidentified ore. I frowned as I looked at it. If it's a black dragon decoration, I felt like I vaguely knew it. Clearly, I have a memory of seeing it somewhere. Where did I see it? It can't be a pattern used by humans. Humans regard black dragons as ominous, so it must be something from the demon race. Let's organize my thoughts. This place is presumed to be a rare site created by a high-ranking demon family. In that case, the black dragon pattern will be related to it. Then, was there a family among the high-ranking demonic families that used the black dragon pattern? Before I wrote the novel, I had woven all sorts of settings for demonic families, saying that I would write a charming villain. However, after writing the novel, I ended up scrapping all of them. That's why I couldn't remember them well. There were so many high-ranking demons, and they didn't play an important role in my novel. So if that's what I remember, the 7 highest-ranking demonic families who were the next best villains after Adell, called the 7 sins: sloth, pride, greed, envy, lust, gluttony, wrath. The 7 deadly sins. Each of the 7 families selected a characteristic of their disposition. I don't know everything about the 7 families. However, even so, it's not like I forgot all the settings I once made with sincerity. For example, this pattern is similar to the pattern used by the family of pride. Evil and arrogant like a black dragon. In that sense, the bear's family of pride uses the black dragon pattern. Wait a minute. Crazy. An artificial secret realm created by a high-ranking demon. And the black dragon symbol of pride. My face hardened at the ominous thought that crossed my mind. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Bear's family. Among the 7 deadly sins, the high-ranking family of the demon world that symbolizes pride. If my guess is correct, this must be the secret realm owned by the bear's family. This situation is. There is no answer. It wouldn't be strange to die as soon as I leave this secret realm. If I were to weigh the probability of survival and death, the latter would overwhelmingly prevail. What should I do? My head was filled with worries. Although the demons are weaker compared to the original Adell or the main characters, that's a story that will happen far into the future. Escaping must be the only way to survive. There was no chance of winning. Not only is the remaining amount of mana ridiculously low, but there's no way I can defeat the bear's family in my current state. The only way to survive is to run away as fast as I can. That's why it was clear what I had to do now. Let's loot the treasure chest. The black dragon chest right in front of me. I had to loot this chest no matter what. Since it's the secret realm of the family, there must be the secret treasure of the bear's family inside this box, and there might be an artifact that I can use to escape this place. I'm sure I'll be chased because I entered the secret territory of the bear's family anyway, so I have no choice but to take advantage of it. Should I open it? I put my hand on the box. Fortunately, there was no security device on the box. As if someone was telling me to take it. Well, it must be my imagination. Creak dash. I shook off my thoughts and opened the chest. An unpleasant friction sound rang in my ears, and the contents of the box were revealed. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Why is this here? And I froze on the spot. There was something in the box that I could not have imagined. A puddle made of black liquid. Water. No, not quite. Squish. It was elastic like silicone and very sticky like glue. For some reason, it's a texture that gives me goosebumps. This is a treasure. I was more surprised by the fact that the treasure that this secret territory was trying to protect was something like the body of this slime. Is there any special power in this liquid? I was thinking that. Wiggle dash. The black liquid in the box moved. The liquid that popped out of the box in an instant rushed towards my face. The moment I opened my mouth in surprise. The black liquid. Ugh. It invaded my mouth, squeezed through my throat, and began to tear at my esophagus. I gagged repeatedly due to the foreign sensation in my throat. Ugh. I vomited, and yellow stomach acid poured out. but the black liquid did not come out. I was groaning in pain in my throat and stomach when suddenly, ugh dash, a splitting headache made me shudder. I didn't even have time to figure out what was going on before the pain consumed me. Throb dash. The headache gradually worsened, and black veins began to bulge on my forehead. My vision began to darken, and my consciousness faded. The crossroads of life and death. I could tell that I was standing at that crossroad, even though no one had told me. Whew. I exhaled. I needed to cool my head. If the pain continued any longer, I wouldn't be surprised if I fainted or went into shock. How much time passed like that? Swoosh. The veins that had bulged on my forehead subsided. Even the pain that had been pounding in my head. I could finally breathe. What the hell is going on? I thought, catching my breath. I really thought I was going to die. What the hell was in that box? Maybe the box itself was a trap. My headache was definitely gone. My head started to hurt again. No, it actually hurts like hell. What the? Pain in my eye. I thought my left eyeball was being pulled out. But this time, it wasn't just a feeling. Flapdash. My left eye burst. My vision went black, and an incomparable pain washed over me. And finally, I lost consciousness. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. How many days had passed since I lost consciousness? A day? 2 days? Maybe even more. My left eye, as expected. I opened my eyes and looked down. The first thing I saw was flesh stained with blood. My eyeball, which had been my eye before I lost consciousness, was lying on the floor. As soon as I confirmed it, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I need to figure it out. In order to survive, I had to figure out what had happened. It seemed like only my left eye had burst so far, but what if I lost my right eye as well? It was terrifying just to imagine. A mirror. I need a mirror. I tried to find a mirror to figure out the changes that had occurred in my left eye. As I looked around, I finally realized. This is a secret realm. There was no way there would be anything like a mirror here. In the end, I guess I'll have to use the next best thing. Slice dash. I took out the dagger from my arms and turned it sideways. The side of the dagger was big enough to reflect my face. The moment I opened my right eye with difficulty and looked at the side of the sword dash, I gasped at the unexpected sight. A new eye had appeared in place of my completely shattered left eye, a pitch-black pupil that twitched like a worm along with black veins. That eye was very similar to the one in my memory. No way. A sense of bewilderment spread across my face. One of the traits that I had personally written down in my notes. Something very similar to that was replacing my left eye. However, that trait was a setting where one of the main characters had robbed from a certain demon. On the other hand, I had not robbed this eye from anyone. The black liquid that popped out of the box just parasitized my eye, didn't it? So the probability of it being exactly the same is low, but, even so, I felt a sense of unease somewhere and brought up my status window in front of me. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance. Mana, 341. A status window that seemed no different from before. If you looked closely, there was one newly added trait. Eye of arrogance. I knew what this trait was. The eyes of one of the main characters who had killed a high-ranking demon and embedded them in their own eyes. I guess that demon was someone from the Bear's family. It was a scene that I had written myself, but I hadn't gone into much depth about the settings for the demons after the early parts, so how was I supposed to know? The plausibility of the scenes I wrote without properly considering the settings seemed to be gradually filling in. From the Arsene family's gate to the Eye of Arrogance. These kinds of situations will continue to unfold in the future. I guess it's the retribution for all the crap I've written in my work so far. Even so, the current situation isn't bad. No, it's actually good. Since it was such a fraudulent ability, it was worth suffering the pain. The authority the Eye of Arrogance possesses. It was the enhancement of dynamic vision. If that was all, it wouldn't have been given the alias of an authority. When the Eye of Arrogance is activated, the opponent's movements momentarily stop. The activation condition was this. Kill the enemy. If you kill the enemy, all objects' actions momentarily stop. In reality, they don't actually stop, but the dynamic vision rises so drastically that it appears as if they've stopped. It's difficult to use because you can't activate the power against an enemy that is faster and stronger than you. But if you're fighting against a large number of weak enemies, it will be an unprecedented weapon. When the Eye of Arrogance is activated, the enemy's movements will look like worms wriggling. Literally dash. A trait that flaunts arrogance, like crushing an ant with your finger. An unexpected gain. A big smile naturally formed on my lips. To think I got my hands on such a trait right after escaping from the Arsene family. Coming to the demon realm was definitely the right choice. SK dash. I glanced at the Eye of Arrogance reflected in the status window and turned my head. It seems like I've gotten everything I can get. Now it's time to leave the secret realm. However, there's something bothering me. Is it okay to leave? I looked behind the chest. A door with the black dragon emblem of the Bear's family was firmly in place. And as if to say I could open it at any time, there were no obstacles around it. If I open the door, the scenery outside the secret realm will probably come into view. I was worried about that. I might die if I go out. Since I caused such a commotion in the secret realm, the Bear's family must have heard about it. There are probably numerous troops waiting outside the door to find out who the intruder is. There's something to think about here. Would the owner of the secret realm want to keep the thief who stole the Eye of Arrogance alive? I shut my mouth because even I thought it was a ridiculous assumption. Killing me painlessly would be the greatest mercy they could offer. This is crazy. I looked at the exit and cursed myself. If I didn't leave, I would eventually starve to death here. If I left, I would be killed by the bear's family. Adell's talent was outstanding, but it was impossible to defeat them. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I can't even use the information paper. It was the first thing that came to mind to solve this situation, but I soon realized that it wouldn't help. The information paper could only provide information, not a direct solution to the situation. Then there is only one way. I quickly knelt down towards the bear's family outside the trial. Isn't there a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? I, who had to get revenge on the 6 families, might surprisingly get along well with them. Come to think of it, if they heard that I was a descendant of the Arsene family, they would try to kill me right away. I just kept sighing repeatedly because there was no answer. You bastard, open the door right now, a hoarse and cracked voice was heard. I turned my head towards the direction of the voice and saw the Death Knight, trembling with fear, pounding on the barrier. Wait, Death Knight? He should have self-destructed while knocking on the barrier because I had used position exchange. Why is he alive? Suddenly, an ominous thought came to mind. What if this wasn't an ordinary intermediate secret realm, but a secret realm where guardians regenerate? What if it's not just a secret realm of the bear's family, but a secret realm for a test created directly by the head of the family? That would explain everything. Then the one taking the test right now is the intruder who made even the Death Knight, the last guardian of the secret realm, tremble in fear. They must be the protagonist of this test. And right now, they are coming to where I am. Damn it. I felt my mind getting dizzy and cursed. The Death Knight was the enemy I had to defeat before I lost consciousness. An indescribable sense of camaraderie welled up as I realized why he was whimpering. But I couldn't just stand there dumbfounded because I was facing a powerful enemy. I took out the information paper from my pocket. The paper wouldn't give me a specific answer on how to survive, but I could get the information I wanted. The identity of the person who was the closest to me. Death Knight wasn't a living being, so it wouldn't be specified as a person. So the paper had no choice but to obediently spit out the information I wanted. This is information that requires a price. Please pay the price of an artifact at the relic level or more, or 100 gold coins or more. But before that, I had to pay the price. It was unfortunate. My pockets were empty, but that didn't mean there was no way. I just had to give something equivalent to the price the paper suggested. I will pay the price of 100 of my mana limits. As I scribbled with the fountain pen, the paper seemed to be weighing the price it had suggested. And after a few seconds passed, I judged the price to be sufficient. I will take 100 of the creator's mana limits. After the words were written on the paper, I shook my shoulders slightly with a strong sense of emptiness. I had to permanently give up as much as 100 mana, but it was necessary. It wasn't easy to increase my mana limits, but it wasn't too difficult either, so it wasn't a big problem. Anyway, if I just survived here, I would be able to recover enough. What I desperately needed now was information that could help me escape this situation. I blinked once and focused on the contents of the paper again. And the following words. I unconsciously swallowed the vain wind. The person closest to the creator is Renee, the youngest daughter of Crete, the head of the bear's family, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. As I realized the gravity of the situation, my expression hardened. It was because I finally understood the nature of this place. I finally get it. I figured out why there was jerky out of nowhere in the secret realm and why the partitions were made using a barrier. This secret realm was made by the bear's family for the training of their youngest daughter. The Eye of Arrogance must have been a reward prepared for their youngest daughter after she finished her training. Well, it's not that unusual. The high-ranking families of the demon world owned several secret realms like this. It was to efficiently train those who inherited the family bloodline or their family members. Fighting monsters recklessly was too dangerous, and there was a limit to improving one's skills by training alone, so they resorted to this method. To put it simply, I unintentionally stole the Eye of Arrogance that might have belonged to the successor of the bear's family. I muttered in vain. My life is screwed. This isn't a situation that can be resolved with just an apology. At the very least, I'll have to give up one of my arms. Should I cut off my little finger like a yakuza? As I muttered in a suddenly empty voice, I heard Death Knight's tearful voice. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Please open the door. Death Knight was desperately appealing to me. At the same time, I heard a sound like tofu being sliced from the front. And then, a dull and heavy sound of something hitting the ground. From what I could guess, it was clear that the regenerated guardian had been cut down and collapsed. Probably next. Please. It'll be that guy who's begging me. He's an inanimate object and will be regenerated anyway, so I didn't have the slightest intention of saving him, even though he was an enemy. And it was already too late. Please? The merciless roar stopped, but Death Knight begged even more desperately. The reason was simple. Save? Thud dash. The culprit who shook the secret realm approached and cut Death Knight in half. Death Knight's neck and body separated and rolled on the floor. She had subdued Death Knight with a single blow, and the eyes of the one who was looking at Death Knight moved. She began to stare at me intently, blue eyes that seemed to contain the universe, along with short black hair and black horns on either side of her head. The youngest daughter of the bear's family. It was Renee. Renee was sweeping me with a gaze that sent shivers down my spine. After a while, Renee, who had been searching me, aimed her sword at my neck and asked, "Who are you?" I did not answer Renee's question right away and lowered my gaze. My gaze was directed at the nape of Renee's neck. As expected, there was a tattoo. The black dragon tattoo proved to be a blood relative of the bear's family. I realized that Renee was the original owner of the Eye of Arrogance and the youngest daughter of the bear's family. A character I didn't describe in detail when I was writing the novel. I had to use such Renee as a tool for surviving here. Okay, I'll do it. After finishing my thoughts, I opened my mouth. Congratulations on conquering the secret realm, Miss Renee. It was a sudden but natural remark. An honorific that didn't sound like my voice came out of my mouth. Adell's personality was assimilated with me, and a natural honorific came out. Adell was cruel and brutal when he had to face an enemy. However, when he had to bend over, he knew how to bend over to the point of being mean. A setting based on the personality of Sima Yi, who appears in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Thanks to this personality, Adell was able to save his life until the latter half of the work. Perhaps it was because the situation itself was awkward, even though it was natural. Renee's expression was tinged with vigilance. What are you talking about? Haven't you finally proven your qualification to the Lord? Renee closed her mouth as if those words hit the nail on the head. The black sword that was pointed at my neck was not removed, but it was a satisfactory result. The fact that Renee closed her mouth was proof that my guess was correct. After all, Renee didn't come to this secret realm to get the Eye of Arrogance. If Renee's purpose was to obtain the Eye of Arrogance, she would have reacted as soon as she saw me. The Eye of Arrogance were clearly in my left eye. However, Renee did not. She just looked at me with vigilant eyes. That means Renee doesn't know about the Eye of Arrogance. Then there are two remaining reasons. First, it's about the position of successor. But that's unlikely. I can say for sure that this secret realm has nothing to do with the successor position. I had no choice. I wrote the setting myself. So it's natural that I know. The successor of the bear's family wasn't Renee but another man, so it could be said that conquering this secret realm had no connection to the position of the successor. If the condition for becoming the successor had been based on strength, then Renee, who had conquered the secret realm single-handedly with overwhelming power, would have been the rightful successor. However, in the original story I wrote, the successor wasn't Renee but someone else. So what kind of qualification is it? If it was for the purpose of training, the bear's family wouldn't have given the Eye of Arrogance as a reward. The reason Renee challenged the secret realm must be to prove some kind of qualification by obtaining the Eye of Arrogance. After finishing my thoughts, I opened my mouth and asked in a calm voice, "You don't seem happy even though you have proven your qualification. Is there a reason?" "Yeah." Renee, who had been silent, answered right away. "You." When I pointed to my face with my finger, Renee nodded slightly. "Yeah." The moment Renee's blue eyes, which seemed to contain the ocean, met my gaze, I froze for a moment. Because Renee kept giving short answers, I had to guess the beginning of the sentence in my head. In short, she was dissatisfied and at the same time curious about my presence in this secret realm. However, I already had an excuse prepared. "Since you've proven your qualifications enough, the Lord has ordered me to escort Miss Renee from now on." I mentioned the Lord and hinted that I was not an enemy but an ally. Renee's face hardened. "Oh no, did I make a mistake?" My palms were sweating profusely. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Renee opened her mouth with an unpleasant expression. "You." Judging by the fact that she was putting her sword down, it seemed that she had judged that I was not an enemy. Or maybe she judged that I wasn't even a slight threat. My mana was several times less than hers, so she must have thought I was weak. As expected, the bear's family is arrogant. It's a bit bitter. However, I can't show my true feelings on the outside. I tried to keep the smile on my face and said, "I'm quite skilled, you know." Pfft. This woman just laughed. It's good that my acting as a servant of the bear's family worked perfectly, but I don't feel good being ignored like this. And it doesn't seem like Renee has completely erased her suspicions yet. Perhaps because she can sense that the amount of mana in my body is small, she doesn't think of me as an escort knight. Then I have no choice but to show her my skills. In order to add credibility to my role as an escort. Designate. Renee tilted her head as I stretched out my finger. Even so, the fact that she didn't show any reaction seemed to indicate that she was confident that she could handle anything that happened. She continued to ignore me. I forced a faint smile and initiated the position exchange. The moment the arrow that appeared touched the sword Renee was holding. Move N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. My body and the sword's positions were swapped. Clang. Renee's sword fell to the floor with a loud noise, and my body arrived right in front of Renee. And her left hand, which had been holding the sword, ended up holding my right hand. Renee's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden teleportation. I stared at Renee and said in a sad voice, "What do you think?" Renee didn't answer for a while. Instead, she stared at her own sword that had fallen behind me and bit her lower lip. Her expression looked like she was angry, so I gulped. I hope I didn't go too far. Just in case, I grabbed her right hand to prevent Renee from attacking me, and I felt strongly that it was the right decision. While I was trembling in fear, Renee let go of the hand she was holding. Only then was I able to breathe a sigh of relief. This is why I was assigned as your escort, Lady Renee. It's useful for protecting you. That was quite a decent excuse. Since I showed her the position exchange, Renee must have realized that my talent is related to movement. Renee seemed to understand, but she didn't relax her expression or ask me any more questions. Well, I guess that's enough to convince her. Let's get going now, I said to Renee in a low voice. I wanted to get out of this secret place as soon as possible. I had to run away as fast as I could before my lies were exposed. Renee didn't answer me. She didn't talk much and her expression rarely changed, so it was hard to figure out what she was thinking. I felt very uncomfortable in this situation. I continued speaking to break the awkward silence and get her away from me. Once you get out, go straight to the Lord. He's waiting for you. Renee's body trembled at the word Lord. It was as if I had touched a nerve. I wondered if she had some kind of bad relationship with the Lord, but then I shook my head. Anyway, once we got out of this secret place, we would go our separate ways. It would be better for both of us if we never saw each other again. I have other tasks that the Lord has given me, so I should go somewhere else right away. Do you understand? Yes. A smile flickered across Renee's face as she answered me. Was she the emotional type? I moved away from Renee and approached the door that seemed to be the exit of the secret place. And as I grabbed the doorknob, I thought to myself, I'll run away as soon as Renee goes to Crete. I had to get out of here quickly. That was the only way I could survive. I couldn't die in vain in this place after I managed to escape from Peltz and come all the way to the demon realm. I turned my head back to Renee to make sure, and opened my mouth. Do you understand? Once you get out of the secret place, go straight to Lord Crete. Just as I was about to finish speaking, Renee, who had been following me, froze. At that moment, I felt that something was wrong. I followed her gaze. As I slowly turned my head. Oh, crap. A crazy situation unfolded before my eyes. The residents of the demon realm, with their black hair and black dragon horns, were holding weapons and glaring at me with eyes as cold as ice. They looked down at me with icy gazes. And in front of them, a man wearing a robe with the black dragon crest and exuding an overwhelming aura was observing me. Father. A single word escaped Renee's lips as her eyes met his. If he's Renee's father, the Lord of the Bear's family. I know that name. The 7 families of the demon world were an early setting that I had worked hard to create, so it's impossible not to know. The arrogant head of the Bear's family and Renee's father's name. Crete. He was waiting for me, who had come out of the secret realm. The moment Crete and I made eye contact. Who? A laugh that sounded like admiration escaped Crete's lips. At this, I trembled, feeling an indescribable fear. I think I really messed up. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Is this how a rabbit surrounded by a pack of tigers feels? I watched the demons looking me up and down with eyes full of various emotions and my shoulders trembled slightly. Why is a human coming out of the secret realm? No, I can sense a small amount of magic power from him. Maybe he's a half-demon. He looks incredibly weak, so did Lady Renee deliberately spare him? The demons gossiped about me and guessed my identity. Watching them, I was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I avoided being killed right away. I had also concealed the Arsene mark on my nape using the darkness trait, so it hadn't been discovered. So what am I going to do now? It's all futile now. Crete. I swallowed dry saliva as I met Crete's gaze filled with interest. I thought he would try to kill me right away, but for some reason, he didn't seem to care much. His arrogant eyes were fixed on me, but he didn't seem angry or even slightly agitated. I thought it might be because he wanted to capture me alive, but judging by Crete's attitude, that didn't seem to be the reason. What could it be? I was speculating on my own while looking at Crete's appearance, which was clearly different from what I had expected. Did you successfully conquer the secret realm? Crete opened his mouth and spoke to his daughter, Renee, in a monotonous voice. Renee's body trembled at the question. Then she met Crete's gaze and answered, biting her lower lip. Yes, I see. That was the end of it. Crete turned his back on Renee without giving her any more attention. He added one more word. It was clearly directed at me. Follow me? Oh no. My head hurts as I stare at Crete, who has started walking forward. What the hell is he up to? But what bothered me more was Renee, who was staring at me with cold, hard eyes. My father called me, so why you? Renee seemed to be asking that. I turned my head away without answering her silent question. Don't ask me. I don't know either. I guess the fortunate thing is that Renee didn't find out that I was pretending to be an escort. Since Crete has been completely silent, it seems like the other demons have lost interest in me as well. The problem is that even I don't know why Crete has kept his mouth shut. I guess I'll find out once I go. I followed Crete and looked around. The demons of the Bear's family were surrounding Renee and me with their weapons drawn. With my current abilities, I couldn't fend them all off and escape. That's because each and every one of them was exuding an aura that rivaled Peltz. I barely managed to escape after a difficult battle with just one Peltz. There's no way I could escape from them. I can't use Arsene's gate either. The Arsene family's gate can be used to travel to the demon realm, but it can't be used to travel from the demon realm to the human realm. I would have to borrow the power of the information paper to find a gate that leads to the human realm, but the price will be far too high. I could also offer my final mana as payment, but If I reduce my final mana any further, it'll be a significant loss for me. Even if you enter a tiger's den, if you keep your wits about you, you can survive. I recalled that proverb and dragged my heavy steps forward. Crete doesn't seem like he's going to kill me right away, so maybe there's a way to survive. As I followed Crete, I gradually opened my eyes wide as I saw the unfolding landscape of the demon realm. Is this the demon realm? I momentarily forgot that this might be the lair and looked around. Unidentifiable trees were planted everywhere. Grotesque birds were perched on them and crying out in flocks. It was a world that I had created, but it felt different when I saw it in person. The fact that I had come to the demon realm was only just starting to feel real. Thud, thud, thud. I moved my feet as if I were possessed by something, and before I knew it, Crete had stopped walking and was looking back. Disperse. Crete ordered. The demons began to scatter, leaving only 4 of them, including me and Renee.nov, L.B//JNN. The remaining 2 seemed to be Crete's escorts. I couldn't dare to guess their level, but the aura they exuded was extraordinary. However, it seemed that Crete's words included them as well. You 2 should go too. Yes, sir. At Crete's command, they quickly left their seats. That left only Crete, me, and Renee. Crete looked at me and Renee and gestured for us to follow. He's not going to torture me alone, is he? I shook my head, lost in a horrible imagination as I looked at Crete's back. I finally realized it. Crete had no intention of killing me. Rather, he wanted something from me. The problem was that I didn't know what it was. I was racking my brain trying to figure out Crete's intentions when it happened. That mansion. A Western-style mansion with the black dragon crest appeared before my eyes. I recognized it at once as the Bear's family mansion. You wait here. I'll call you later. Crete opened the door to the mansion and ordered me to wait, and my eyes lit up. This is my chance. The demons had all left this place, and with Renee and Crete going into the mansion, there was no one to stop me. But something's bothering me. Shouldn't Crete have considered the fact that I might run away? I have a bad feeling about this. I had no choice but to use my mana once. Whew. I took a deep breath and divided the mana mass into small pieces. Then, I infused it with the killing intent trait and spread it out in all directions for a moment. At that moment, flinch. A slight movement was detected in the grass. It meant that someone was hiding in the grass. It was obvious that the reason was to keep an eye on me. It's a good thing I didn't move. I don't know who the person hiding in the grass is, but at least they're not an easy opponent. I was exhausted and running low on mana, so I might have been in danger. What should I do? I looked at the mansion where Renee and Crete had entered. In the end, I couldn't do anything and just sat down. Somehow, it felt like my life was miserable. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Bear's family's office. Crete stared at Renee with frozen eyes while sitting on a chair. Renee lowered her head as if she was intimidated and waited for Crete to speak. You've finished the last task your father gave you, Crete uttered indifferently. Renee nodded her head slightly. Yes. That means you're trying to claim your qualification to enter the academy from me. Academy. An institution established in the demon world to nurture talents who would invade the human world. Renee had attacked the secret passage in order to gain the qualification to enter there. Normally, she would have been able to proceed with the admission process right away, but Crete had ordered her to conquer the secret realm under the pretext of testing her qualifications. Renee nodded her head. Yes. It would have been considered rude for Renee to continue to answer in short sentences, but Crete didn't think much of it. Renee, who had developed mutism after her mother left. The fact that she was even able to speak in short sentences was a welcome development. Can't you give up? Renee didn't answer Crete's words that urged him to give up and closed his mouth. Crete inwardly smiled at Renee's resolute attitude. It was like the feelings of a parent watching a child they had put by the water. Crete's appearance was not reflected well in Renee's eyes, because it seemed like he would never acknowledge her. Renee, who was aiming the blade of revenge at the humans who killed her mother and friends. Crete, who was trying to take away the knife Renee was holding. The conflict between father and daughter continued endlessly like parallel lines, as a subtle silence flowed between them. What do you think? Is he useful? Crete suddenly asked. Renee didn't answer rashly and thought for a moment before finally recalling the face of one person. Crete was asking about the boy who seemed to be his peer that she had encountered in the secret realm. Renee closed her eyes for a moment and recalled the appearance of the boy. At first glance, he was weak. The amount of mana he possessed was also insignificant. It was difficult to sense the atmosphere unique to the strong. Decisively, the way he smiled with his eyes floating sickeningly looked very sinister. However, the one move he showed ruthlessly shattered the first impression that Renee felt. As if using teleportation, he charged at Renee and snatched away her sword. Renee couldn't read any of that series of actions. The boy even handed his arm over to Renee. His intention to show the difference in their abilities while trying to reassure Renee was obvious. Disgraceful. It was a very disgraceful memory for Renee, who was called a genius in battle. In addition, the fact that Crete didn't seem to have much faith in her bothered Renee. Does father think of me as a greenhouse flower? Why would he attach a strong person who can't even read his presence as her escort? Renee nodded her head as several questions came to mind. N/O/vel/B//jn.C//om. That person is strong. I see. Crete nodded his head with a satisfied smile and said, in 2 months, you will be able to achieve what you desire. Renee's eyes widened as if what was to come had finally arrived. You may leave now. Yes. Renee left the office with a much more relaxed expression than before. Now, only Crete remained in the silent office. Creak. Crete leaned back in his chair and became deeply absorbed in thought. The subject was the boy who had suddenly invaded the secret realm a few days ago. The boy had entered the secret realm and had been inactive for several days after that. That's why he thought he was just a wimp who couldn't even conquer the secret realm and ignored him. Anyway, he was sure to die. But he showed his daughter amazing skills and conquered the secret realm. I didn't think he would succeed in the selection. He made the Eye of Arrogance, which was originally supposed to go to his daughter, his own. If he were an ordinary person, his head would have exploded and he would have died the moment the Eye of Arrogance touched his body, unable to withstand the intense magic. However, the boy was acknowledged by the Eye of Arrogance. Crete neither got angry nor questioned him about it. Rather, he thought it was better for that child to possess the Eye of Arrogance. If her daughter had possessed the Eye of Arrogance, she wouldn't have been able to use even half of her power. Perhaps she might have been devoured by the Eye of Arrogance and lost her power. Among the successors of the Bear's family, only about 5 people received the approval of the Eye of Arrogance and became its owner. Even among them, there were very few who could properly handle the Eye of Arrogance. But that guy, how interesting. He's worth using. Crete smirked and defined Adell in that way. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Finally, what was bound to come has come, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Crete had sent a servant to tell me to come to his office. I moved my steps with a very nervous expression. Creak, the door to the office opened with a sound. As I entered the door, I saw Crete sitting in a chair with a cold expression. What the hell is he thinking? I couldn't figure out Crete's intentions at all, so I couldn't relax my tense expression. In the end, I had no choice but to ask my question out loud. Why did you spare me? No matter how much I thought about it, there was no reason for Crete to spare me. Not only did I rob the Eye of Arrogance of the Bear's family, but I also deceived his daughter, Renee. Crete opened his mouth as if it were natural for me not to know what was going on. I spared you because you're useful. I was furious inside. So, what the hell is that use? I had already noticed that Crete wanted something from me, but I couldn't figure out what he wanted. Should I say it felt creepy? The moment I glanced at Crete with my gaze. You did a good job deceiving my daughter. Along with the bloody laughter that Crete let out, a tremendous amount of magic power squeezed my body. My shoulders trembled and my breath became shallow as I received the full force of his aura. I barely managed to gather my mana and release the killing intent trait. Woo dash. Perhaps he didn't really intend to pressure me with his full power, but despite the vast difference in our abilities, our killing intents collided and cancelled each other out. Crete looked at me with a slightly impressed expression and withdrew his aura. You're quite capable. Please don't play such tricks. Why should I? You don't intend to kill me anyway, do you? You're quite perceptive. Crete said with a smile. Your name is worth knowing, tell me your name. Adell. Adell, Adell. Crete looked at me, repeating my name without the Arsene family name. The gaze was very burdensome. But there was no need to continue feeling intimidated. I straightened my back and asked Crete back. Then, please tell me what you want from me. It's a simple story. Continue what you said to my daughter. What do you mean? I won't say it twice. I realized Crete's intention. Crete was urging me to be Renee's escort. Why? For Crete, I must be an outsider and a very suspicious figure. Doesn't he think that I could be a threat to Renee? While staring at Crete to figure out his intention, I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The reason why Crete made such an absurd suggestion. I guess why. Crete's emotionless eyes. Crete was confident. Confident that he could tear me to death if I betrayed him. What an arrogant man. He judged my level within a few hours of meeting me and was trying to crush me under him. He was truly a man befitting the title of the Bear's family lord. It was when I was inwardly impressed. Clack. As soon as Crete gestured, my body floated up in the air. I had to swallow my saliva at the irresistible floating sensation. Open your mouth. As soon as Crete spoke, my intuition sent me a strong signal not to open my mouth. However, Crete forcefully opened my tightly shut mouth. Then, a venomous snake resembling a dragon crawled up my neck from Crete's palm. The venomous snake invaded my esophagus and rampaged, and at one point, I realized that it had settled in the middle of my chest. Throb. The process was so painful that I coughed, and Crete continued to speak indifferently. It's a type of goo poison. If you have any other thoughts, the goo will destroy your body. I couldn't help but tremble greatly. Goo poison. It was the name of a poison made of mana that parasitizes the human body and leads the host to ruin. If I were to betray Renee or try to escape the Bear's territory, goo would mercilessly tear my heart out. There was no way I could do anything about it, since trying to remove goo would send a signal to Crete. In short, if I were to go against Crete's will in the slightest, it meant that I would be in a situation where my heart could burst and I could die. I will call for you again later. Get plenty of rest in the meantime. Crete gave me an order, his face pale and trembling. Damn it. I suppressed my anger and cursed inwardly. He wasn't even going to give me medicine or anything, and yet he was giving me such a nonchalant order in this situation. But it was clear that I was the weaker one in the current situation, so I had to swallow the curses that had risen to the tip of my tongue. Withdraw. I bowed my head deeply and dragged my feet at Crete's repeated order. However, there was not a trace of frustration on my face, which was bowed down, because a way to remove goo poison had just crossed my mind. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Outside the office, a servant in a neat uniform was waiting for me. The servant also had black hair and 2 horns. I will show you to your room. Yes. The servant led the way respectfully. I hardened my face in response. It was because I realized that I had no right to refuse. He's really going to make me stay here. The servant's words. In them, I could see Crete's intention to take me in as a guest. He must have recognized the potential of the talent that Adell possessed and wanted to invest in it. Furthermore, my ability, position exchange, would be useful for rescue operations, so it seemed like he intended to have me protect Renee as her escort. I feel like a sucker. I was not used to this kind of treatment, and it left a bitter taste in my mouth. But in truth, I should have been grateful that he had spared my life. And above all else, for some reason, I felt like I was riding the wind. I had a feeling that this situation would work out very well for me. Perhaps it was my imagination. However, my intuition as an author, which had served me well so far, was telling me that this was by no means a bad situation. While I was lost in thought and following the servant around the Bear's family's mansion. Thud. The servant stopped walking and looked back. You will be staying here from now on. We will provide you with 3 meals a day. I understand. I replied curtly. More important than food was the room that I had been assigned by Crete. Contrary to my expectations, Crete's office was not that different from a human's and was rather old-fashioned. So even in the demon realm, my room would probably be normal. Then please get some rest. As the servant left after saying his last words, I opened the door. Creak. The sound of wood and metal rubbing against each other echoed in my ears, and soon the interior of the room was revealed. Not bad. The furniture made of wood gave off a rather luxurious vibe. As I looked at the bed in the corner of the room, I felt like lying down and closing my eyes right away. However, it was still too early to go to sleep. I should get rid of that guy first. The goo poison that settled near my heart. If I don't get rid of it, the range of my activities will be extremely limited in the future. Getting rid of goo poison was essential for me. I really hope it works. In fact, I was still half-hearted. I wondered if I could really get rid of goo poison this way. If I failed, I couldn't even imagine what Crete would do to me. But I had no choice but to try. Designation. I designated the goo poison that was dormant in my body as the target of the position exchange. I could see an arrow as thin as a thread stretching out from my fingertips and piercing my chest. The position exchange skill judged the goo poison that was made of mana as a non-living thing. So I rolled up my lips and spat out the incantation. Move. Then my vision reversed. Thud dash. Goo poison that had popped out of my chest landed safely in my palm. If I had dropped it, the signal would have gone straight to Crete, but the goo poison was still asleep with its eyelids closed. For now, I've put out the urgent fire. Now, all that's left is to do something before goo poison opens his eyes. The thought of killing goo poison crossed my mind, but I immediately dismissed it. The moment I threaten him, a signal will be sent to Crete. Then, the only method left is, I guess I have no choice but to coax him. However, I didn't have a proper way to coax him. What goo poison likes is mana imbued with pure magic power. But there's no way that the guy who was eating Crete's mana would enjoy the low-quality mana of a half-demon. As I was urgently racking my brain. Slice dash. Goo's closed eyes began to slowly open. Goo was about to wake up from his sleep, having noticed that the supply of mana from my chest had been cut off. What should I do? What should I give him to satisfy Goo's picky taste? I tightly shut my eyes as I was worrying. Let it be as it may. Try eating this. I extended a drop of mana condensed on my index finger, adding the trait of darkness to it, and offered it to goopoison.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Goo, who was about to send a signal to Crete, stopped and began to sniff. Goo's eyes widened as he smelled the black droplet. Then, he extended his tongue and began to lick the droplet. Before I knew it, goo poison had eaten the entire droplet and let out a satisfied purr. And then, he fell back asleep. I succeeded. I satisfied Goo using a small amount of mana and the trait of darkness. With this, I could say that I had somewhat removed the noose around my neck. From now on, whenever Goo wakes up, I'll just feed him a droplet imbued with the trait of darkness and put him back to sleep. Whew. I felt like all the strength had left my body. Not much time had passed since I possessed Adell's body. But how many times had I faced the crisis of death? Thud. I collapsed on the bed as if I had been thrown. And I brought up my status window to check my condition. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance. Mana, 341,241. Even though my maximum mana had decreased by a whole 100, my proficiency in position exchange had actually increased. I did use position exchange a lot. That was probably why my level had increased so quickly. However, position exchange's growth will become slower from now on. That was because the proficiency required increased as the level got higher. For now, I should focus on increasing my maximum mana. Even compared to ordinary people, my mana was still quite low, but now that I had become Renee's escort, I needed to increase it. After all, the main characters in my novel had an unfathomable amount of mana. What should I do? There were many ways to increase maximum mana, such as finding a hidden artifact. However, I was too weak to obtain them at the moment. Ugh, what am I going to do? Maybe I shouldn't have used my maximum mana as collateral. I tossed and turned in frustration before finally falling asleep. And a few days later, I unexpectedly found a certain way to increase my maximum mana. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. 3 days had passed since I was officially appointed as Renee's escort by Crete. During this time, which felt both long and short, I was able to explore the mansion freely. Crete didn't restrict my movements. He must be overconfident in the goo poison. I glanced at the viper sleeping on my hand. It was none other than the goo poison that Crete had implanted in my chest. It showed no signs of waking up yet, but occasionally, it would stir. Every lunchtime, it would open its eyelids slightly and stare at me. Whenever that happened, I would give it mana infused with the darkness trait. Just like now. Lick. Yawn. After consuming the mana, the goo yawned contentedly and fell back asleep. Feeding it had become a routine, so it wasn't inconvenient. I wasn't sure how long I could keep this up, but for now, since it wasn't showing any adverse reactions, I could breathe a sigh of relief. And there was a bigger problem than the goo. The black-haired girl with whom I made eye contact tensed up. Renee, the youngest daughter of the bear's family and the one I was supposed to protect. However, she's too fierce. The problem was Renee's attitude. She didn't seem to doubt my identity as an escort, but it was clear that she didn't like me. I wish I knew why. No, I think I might know. During my 3 days at the bear's mansion, I had overheard conversations among the servants. There was a common theme in their discussions. She used to be so bright when she was young. If only that incident hadn't happened. Lady Renee. Renee's mother. It was a topic that came up whenever the servants talked about Renee. Renee's mother was killed by humans during the Human-Demon War. I still had my parents alive, so I couldn't fully understand her grief. However, I had seen my close friend go through his parents' funeral. That friend lived like a recluse for years after that. He skipped more meals than he ate and cut off most of his relationships, avoiding interaction with the world.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Seeing him unresponsive to any comfort, I realized that the feeling of loss when losing a loved one couldn't be filled by anything else. That's why I felt so guilty. It was none other than me, the author, who had killed Renee's mother. To be exact, it was the humans at the time of the Great War. No matter how hard I tried to comfort myself, the guilt did not diminish. I looked at Renee with compassionate eyes. Tears welled up. Soon, Renee's tightly pursed lips parted. I feel sick, she uttered in a terrible voice. Swoosh. As I watched Renee distance herself from me, I swallowed my tears. Sir Adell, Lady Renee. The servant I had seen before spoke to Renee and me. The Lord is calling for you. ******. Crete was sitting in a chair, staring at Renee and me. As Renee and I approached, Crete spoke. Renee, you must have guessed what I'm going to say. At Crete's words, Renee's eyes lit up with anticipation. I wondered why Renee was reacting that way, knowing what Crete was going to say. I was very curious, but I waited for Crete to speak, as I didn't want to arouse any suspicion. Soon, Crete uttered a single sentence. The entrance exam date for Siden has been set. Wow, Renee exclaimed in admiration as if she were genuinely happy. But I couldn't bring myself to listen to Crete's words. There was an uncomfortable word in it. If it's Siden, the Imperial Academy, a place where promising commoners or children of high-ranking nobles gather to hone their talents like precious stones or build connections. It was also the setting for the novel I had written. And the counterpart of the Imperial Academy was the Demon Training Institute, Siden. In fact, it was embarrassing to even call it an antithesis. Siden also wields tremendous power within the demon realm, but among them, those who could defeat the main characters of the Imperial Academy, the main characters of the novel, were extremely rare. I looked at Renee blankly. Is that why Renee died? As the story progressed, Siden and the Imperial Academy were constantly at odds. Siden inflicted great damage on the students of the Imperial Academy every time. Renee must have been one of the demons who was killed by the students of the Imperial Academy. That's why I hated Siden. Siden is a place that holds a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. It's hard to understand why Renee would be so eager to enroll in such a place. If I were her, I'd rather be prepared to die. Judging by the atmosphere, it seems that her conquest of the secret realm was also an attempt to claim the right to enroll in Siden. Is there any reason to go to such lengths? I had no intention of dissuading Renee, so I just stared at her with a look of mixed emotions. However, it's difficult to grant permission, Crete said, raising one hand. Renee's expression hardened at this. Bonus chapters on reaching milestone. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Crete continued speaking, ignoring Renee's cold gaze. Siden is by no means an easy place. With your skills, you'll surely die before long. Renee must have heard about Siden as well, as she remained silent, her lips pressed together. Crete's gaze left the silent Renee and turned elsewhere. This time, I followed her gaze to see where she was looking. Crete's gaze was fixed directly on me. However, I must keep my promise. Ignoring my clueless expression, Crete turned her gaze back to Renee and spoke. I will grant you the right to enroll in Siden, but in return, you must take Adell as your escort. No. Renee shook her head. Eventually, tears welled up in her eyes. It was very similar to how a girl who had been assigned to sit next to me in elementary school would burst into tears. It made me feel very uncomfortable. But there was something even more uncomfortable. May I say something? Speak. I never said I would go. I had never expressed any intention of enrolling in Siden. Why would I, who am a dropout, accept Crete's offer to go to Siden? Crete snorted at my words and replied in a curt voice. Members of the Bear's family must obey the Lord's words absolutely. That is the principle, but it seems you have forgotten. Remember it well from now on. Crete turned his head away. His confident demeanor was shamelessly convincing. I was about to say something when. That's why, please, do it. Was it my imagination, or did the guy's last words just flash through my mind? This time, my intuition is telling me the same thing. That it would be a good idea to enroll in Siden according to Crete's words. Weo. I let out a deep sigh. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Yay, let's give it a try. Has there ever been a time when things went wrong when I followed my intuition? And come to think of it, enrolling in Siden wasn't such a bad choice. It's clear that it would be a great advantage to me as a writer. The things that will happen at the Imperial Academy, and the things that will happen at Siden. In particular, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I know everything about the Imperial Academy. As for Siden, I don't know the little things that happened within the demon realm, but I do know most of the major events. In addition, it would be the most suitable place to achieve my goal. The goal I first set when I came to the demon realm. Like the assassination group that Adell created in the human world, I will gather stronger people in the demon realm and build my own power. I was at a loss for how to start, but if I enroll in Siden, the story will be different. Siden may be inferior to the Imperial Academy, but it is certainly a place where promising children of the demon realm are gathered. If only I could win them over, I might really be able to kill the protagonist. However, it seems a little difficult. I shook my head resolutely as I continued to think deeply. Anyway, Crete plans to enroll me in Siden even if I refuse. So I have to get what I can get. It is clear that I will die if I enroll in Siden now. If it was Ama, with Adell's talent, even the Imperial Academy would try to take him in. What was on my mind was the peak value of mana. What good is it if I have great talent, but not enough mana? It was certainly a good thing to have reached stage 2 of position exchange. However, I don't have enough mana to use position exchange proficiently, so it's no different from a shiny apricot. That's why I need to get an item related to mana from Crete. I would like to ask for one thing in return. In return Crete, who had been considering my request for a moment, opened his mouth and asked, "What is it that you desire?" "I want something related to mana." "Who? I thought you would ask me to remove it." Crete's voice that swept through the area near my heart made me shut my mouth tightly. I thought he would ask me to remove the goo poison, but since unexpected words came out, he was showing interest. I earnestly hoped that he didn't notice. As I wished, Crete quickly changed the subject. "It's not difficult. May I take it that you mean you will grant my request?" "Yes. Yes." I cheered inwardly. The gamble I had thrown to get a solution for mana had succeeded. While I was gauging what Crete would give me in return, I let my imagination run wild. A potion that increases the maximum value of mana would be good, and an artifact that allows me to use mana efficiently wouldn't be bad either. No matter what I received, it was clear that it would be a great power in the future. As the name suggests, it is a family of one of the 7 deadly sins, so they will not give me something trivial. Even more so if it was something that the head of the family was giving me directly. Naturally, I had high expectations for what Crete would give me. "Renee, go outside." Before offering the price, Crete gave Renee an order to leave. Renee seemed somewhat dissatisfied, but she nodded and went out the door. Creak. Thud. After the door closed and only Crete and I were left in the office, silence fell. Crete was the first to break the silence. "It's a treasure that the people of the family can react sensitively to, so I sent my daughter away." A treasure that even the people of the family can react sensitively to? I couldn't help but be bewildered. The Eye of Arrogance was also a great treasure, but it might be a treasure that lightly surpasses the Eye of Arrogance. I wondered if it was okay for me to receive such a thing, but I shook my head and dismissed it. It was not the time for me to be picky about my situation. And the moment I heard Crete's next proposal, I could not help but express my shock. "I will pass on the mana method of the Bear's family to you, the worst and strongest villain." I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Mana Technique. A breathing technique that is essential for increasing the maximum value of mana and using it more efficiently. Since each family in the demon realm passes it down as a secret technique, it was extremely difficult to obtain such a breathing technique. Crete was now offering me such a mana technique as a reward for my enrollment. Furthermore, it was the technique of the Bear's family, a member of the 7 deadly sins. That's why I looked at Crete with a bewildered expression and asked, "Are you serious? Do you think I, the head of the family, would speak empty words?" "That's not it, but..." I trailed off, feeling uneasy. I knew that Crete had no reason to deceive me. I had a vague sense that, to Crete, I was nothing more than an interesting plaything. Even so, I couldn't easily believe what Crete was saying. Perhaps because the mana technique was a treasure more valuable than the Eye of Arrogance. Crete spoke to me, who was looking suspicious. "I know that you have a small amount of mana. It doesn't seem like you're hiding it. I nodded at Crete's words. He was so powerful that he could not even fathom the gap between us, so he had instantly grasped the extent of my mana. A cultivation technique is the best way to efficiently develop your mana. Relying on the power of magic tools or elixirs will only hinder your growth rate in the long run. In short, he was offering to give me a more efficient and useful mana cultivation technique. It seemed excessive as a reward, but then I thought of Siden, and it felt insufficient. 9 out of 10 Siden students would likely lose their lives within a few years. It's better to think positively. N/O/vel/B//jn.C//OM. I finally decided to accept Crete's offer. Then I'll gratefully accept it. Haha, good. Crete started to laugh. Then, stopping his laughter, he beckoned me with his finger. Come closer. Yes. I stopped in front of Crete. He reached out his hand towards my head. The moment his palm touched the top of my head, an immense pain surged through me like a storm. My eyes widened in shock. I had long forgotten about my headache. I focused on deciphering the numerous phrases flowing through my mind. Crete was transmitting the verses of the mana cultivation technique through some kind of telepathy. O demon god, grant your servant the understanding of the flow of chaos. Bestow upon us righteous trials, and let not the demons starve. But lead us not into temptation. For if you do, we shall glorify your name. After reciting all the verses Crete had imparted, a sigh escaped my lips. Even though I had only read a few sentences, my mental strength was severely depleted. It was Crete's cold voice that roused me from my thoughts. Have you memorized all the verses? I think I can recite them with my eyes closed. A smile crept back onto Crete's face as I replied curtly. What is it? I hope I didn't make another slip of the tongue. While I was worrying about that, a voice filled with amusement reached my ears. As expected, you're an interesting one. What do you mean? Normally, people would go mad as soon as they heard the verses. It's because they are directly receiving mana from the demon god. Demon god, a term referring to the 7 gods who embraced and observed the demon realm. I never imagined that the Bear's family's mana cultivation technique would be connected to the demon god. The demon families symbolizing the 7 deadly sins each worshipped a different demon god. That's all I knew. The demon realm was destined to be destroyed by the protagonist's group, so I had discarded the detailed settings. Damn it. I narrowed my eyes slightly. The gaps in the settings, either omitted or not fully developed, tormented me. Regret continued to fill my emotions. Crete spoke to me, radiating a sharp aura. Your family seems to be connected to the 7 deadly sins. As long as the goo poison resides within you, even if you're a spy, it doesn't matter. Did I unintentionally catch a big fish? I should express my gratitude to your family. Misinterpreting my silence, a smile quickly spread across Crete's face. I couldn't help but feel awkward. What connection did Adell's family have with the 7 deadly sins? I have no recollection of creating such a setting. While I was pondering, then, you may leave now. Yes. As Crete's dismissal fell, I bowed my head and had to leave. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. After leaving Crete's office, I came to the Bear's family garden. If I practiced the cultivation technique that directly channeled the demon god's mana in my room, the surging mana would destroy everything. Alright, let's begin. I sat cross-legged and started reciting the verses of the mana cultivation technique that Crete had taught me. O demon god, grant your servant the understanding of the flow of chaos. As I repeated the first verse, I tried to circulate my mana. That's when it happened. Demon god, chaos. Demon god, chaos. Whenever I repeated the words demon god and chaos abruptly, a strange sensation washed over me, making one side of my chest tingle. Why is this happening? For some reason, the flow of mana began to accelerate, and my breathing became rapid. It took a while for me to realize the reason. The trait interest was showing interest in the words demon god and chaos. I rode that momentum and recited the rest of the passage. But lead us not into temptation. For if you do, we shall glorify your name. The moment I finished the last part, tremble dash. The mana that had been dormant somewhere in my chest began to stir, and I opened my mouth slightly at the refreshing and cool energy that washed over me. Magic is moving. It was not the human mana that I usually used, but magic, the energy used by the demon race, that was reacting. Only then did I realize the true nature of the mana technique that Crete had given me. Bear's mana technique makes magic move and grow. If I were to master Bear's mana technique, I would never be able to use human mana again. I have to choose. Will I choose human mana? Or will I choose the magic of the demon race? Isn't the answer already set? Of course dash. I have to learn Bear's mana technique. There was no human mana technique that I could use anyway. A long time ago, the bloodline of the Eisen family used their own unique mana technique. However, as they were all purged, Eisen's mana technique was not passed down to Adell's generation and was lost. The original Adell created his own technique with his outstanding senses and talents, but I'm not a genius. Since I've come to the demon realm, it's impossible to live in the human realm again. The option of becoming a demon race member was not bad either. My appearance would not change even if I learned magic. There is no reason for me to give up Bear's mana technique. Whew. I let out a soft sigh. Let's recite the incantation again. Even if I am consumed by magic, if I can become stronger, I am not in a position to be picky about what I eat. I continued to read the incantations until something changed. O demon god, grant your servant the understanding of the flow of, glorify your name. When I finished reading all the incantations while operating mana, whoosh dash, whoosh dash. For some reason, an unpleasant wind passed down my spine. I looked back in surprise and my eyes widened. A mongrel, a grayish fog of indiscernible appearance was staring at me. My skin crawled as the fog swept over my body. My mouth, which refused to open due to fear, finally parted. Who are you? Ho, you dare speak first to me. A black fog using archaic vocabulary. It was the first time I had ever seen such a peculiar sight, but I could tell the fog's identity at once. Demon god. The 7 beings who formed and established the demon realm in the distant past. One of them had responded to the bear's mana cultivation technique and spoken to me. You don't seem to be of that child's bloodline. Ah, you carry the blood of that filthy traitor. I could only remain silent. I realized what the term filthy traitor referred to. It must be referring to Arsene, who betrayed and massacred the demons. Since it seemed to have confirmed my identity, it was my turn to confirm its identity. Are you a demon god? Indeed, the world calls me the god of pride. A completely unexpected being had suddenly appeared. What was a demon god? An ancient deity? Such a being had appeared simply because I recited a mana cultivation technique. I knew the bear's technique was related to the demon god, but I never imagined that the demon god itself would show up. Flick, flick. I shook my head to dispel my fear and hesitation. Just because a transcendental being had appeared, it didn't mean I could just stand there with my mouth shut. Are you going to kill me? You seem to be mistaken about something. About what? If I had wanted to kill you, you would have died the moment you spoke to me. That's true, but... He was definitely right. The Black Mist was a demon god, after all. A supreme being who observed everything in the demon realm could have easily crushed me like an ant if it wanted to kill me. However, for some reason, I don't feel like killing you. You seem to carry a similar karma to mine, so I feel a sense of kinship with you. Swoosh dash. The Black Mist drew closer to me. The oppressive pressure that had been weighing down on me subsided, and a gentle aura began to surround me. To you, the arrogant one who wishes to walk the same path as me, I shall bestow a mark. This signifies that you can borrow my power. As the Black Mist muttered something, 3 black lines were drawn on my right wrist. As I stared in bewilderment, the mist left me with its final words. Arrogant traitor burdened with karma, do not lose your composure in the intoxication of pride. That was the end. The Black Mist left a mark on my wrist and vanished without a trace. What is this? I looked at my right wrist with a face full of confusion. The strokes that formed the character fortune, I had a vague idea of how to use them. Since it was left as proof, it didn't seem to be useless. More importantly, the proof was a tattoo. Was it similar to the tattoo of Adell on the nape of my neck? I felt like my body was gradually becoming covered in tattoos like a gangster. Since this wasn't something I wanted to show others, I should hide it with the darkness attribute. As I sighed while looking at the mark that the Demon King had left me, Russell. I hurriedly turned my head as I heard the sound of someone behind me. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Then, I was able to discover a girl with wide open eyes, Renee. I didn't know why Renee, who should be training in the martial arts hall at this time, was here, but one thing was for sure. If Renee had heard the Demon King's words about a filthy traitor, things would become difficult. Please don't have heard it. I anxiously shifted my gaze towards Renee, and I was able to see Renee, who seemed to be greatly misunderstanding something. Priest. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. A month had passed since I received the token from the Demon God of Pride. During that time, I had trained in the mana method every day without fail in the garden. As a result, Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance. Mana, 341,972. My mana had increased threefold compared to my previous maximum. This was an incredible amount. It was all thanks to the trait interest showing interest and absorption allowing me to focus on my training. Even though I had only trained for a month, I had shown this much growth. If I were to continue for a few more years, I can't sense it. If I were to compare just the amount of mana, I might even surpass the children of the 6 houses. I couldn't be sure since I was still in the early stages of my training, but it wasn't impossible. If it's this much. Suddenly, a plan for the future came to mind. If I combined the amount of mana I had now with Adell's talent, I would be able to conquer that secret realm. There was only a month left before I entered Siden, so I had to gain enough strength, and this was the perfect opportunity. By conquering that secret realm, I would be able to obtain useful artifacts. And at the same time, I can gather offerings for the demon god. A month was enough. It would be difficult to expect the same rate of mana increase as now, but even so, I would gain at least 500 more in the near future. In addition to that, there was also the token that the demon god had given me. I looked down at my wrist and stared at the 3 lines drawn on it. I don't know why the demon god gave me this token, but it would give me the same effect as having 3 extra lives. Then there was only one problem. Swish. I stopped thinking for a moment and turned my body around, and I put on a friendly smile. Good morning. Renee flinched and straightened her posture. She had been like this ever since I received the token from the demon god. I guess I should be satisfied that she wasn't avoiding me like before. I think I know what she's misunderstanding. It was clear that Renee had overheard my conversation with the demon god and uttered the word priest. I knew the meaning behind that word, so I couldn't help but chuckle. Priest. In human terms, it was similar to a saintess. Each of the 7 deadly sins clans had a temple where they worshipped the demon god. In the temple, there was a figure who could communicate directly with the deity, and in the demon realm, they were called priests. Naturally, each clan had their own deity, so there were several priests. However, that didn't mean that priests were common. Since it's the 7 deadly sins, there would be exactly 7, right? 1 for each temple. There were a total of 7 priests. Even the clan leaders who represented the 7 deadly sins couldn't communicate directly with the demon god, so their treatment was understandable. Crete, who could kill me with just a flick of his finger, couldn't talk to the demon god either. That's why I had realized long ago that the fact that I had spoken to the demon god was a huge deal. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. After all, I was the one who had created the setting where beings who could communicate with the deity were extremely rare. But I didn't think I'd be mistaken for a priest. In the demon realm, the status of a priest was similar to that of the clan leaders of the 7 deadly sins. It was almost on par with Crete, so it was no wonder that Renee was taken aback when he mistook me for a priest. I decided not to correct Renee's misunderstanding and let it be. It would be troublesome if it got out that I wasn't a priest despite having spoken to the demon god. Also, priests never showed their faces unless they were clan leaders. They were truly veiled beings. Since Renee wouldn't become a clan leader, she would never meet a real priest in her life. There might be exceptions, but that was a problem for later. Still, there was one thing that bothered me. What if Renee told Crete about the situation? However, it turned out to be a needless worry. Renee hadn't said anything about the possibility of me being a priest for a month. In the first place, she doesn't know what I talked about with the demon god, like the blood of the traitor that the demon god had brought up, or what kind of karma I had. Renee didn't know a single thing about the conversation between me and the demon god. That's why she was reacting as if I was definitely a priest. It doesn't feel good. I stared at Renee, who seemed to be nervous. If Renee treated me like a superior when I was just an escort like now, it was obvious that bad rumors would spread within the clan. And that rumor will surely reach Crete. It seems that I'm already being misunderstood as a spy for the 7 deadly sins, so I don't know what other misunderstandings might arise. I have to prevent that. Miss. I spoke in a gentle voice. Renee turned her head and looked at me. Yes. Renee answered my call respectfully in a small voice. I stared at Renee's behavior and pondered. And I became certain. Renee thinks I'm a priest. I had no way of knowing all of Renee's thoughts, but it was evident in her gestures. I will use that to my advantage in the future, but it's still impossible as long as Crete's surveillance is in place. That's why I have to resolve this situation in a natural way. I think I know what you're thinking. Vague words. And dash. I brought my index finger to my lips. Treat me the same way you did before. Renee's eyes widened. An expression that contained the conviction that her hypothesis was correct and an attempt to grasp the meaning of my words. I said no more and closed my mouth. It didn't matter what Renee imagined. If only I could get through the current situation. All of these actions were for the plan that would unfold in the future. Renee hesitated for a moment. But, relax, relax. I told Renee to relax and gave her a slight smile. Then Renee continued as if she understood. Then, bring me some water. I'm tired from training. I froze for a moment as I watched Renee brush her short hair back. Renee looked at me and said in a resentful tone, "You told me to relax." I was speechless at her shameless and confident attitude. But what can I do? I have to do it. I wondered if I was getting too good at acting and took a step forward dejectedly. To get water for Renee, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. 2 more days passed. I stopped using the mana method and slowly opened my eyes. Good. I could feel that the amount of mana had increased significantly compared to 2 days ago. Mana, 972 1035. When I checked the status window, I could see that the amount of mana had finally exceeded 1000. I'd better end my mana training here for today. I have something to do. It was time to put the plan I had devised 2 days ago into action. To conquer a secret realm that no one had yet discovered. It's the right time, about 10 years after the Human-Demon War. If I delayed any longer, the secret realm would be plundered by the protagonist's party, who would soon arrive in the demon realm. I needed the treasure of that secret realm to adapt safely to Siden. And now I had enough power to conquer the secret realm. The only concern was, what are you looking at? Nothing. I looked forward again and let out a short sigh. The problem was Renee, who was practicing swordsmanship behind me. I didn't know why she was training in the garden where I was, instead of in the training hall. Renee had been acting like this ever since she became fully convinced that I was a priest. Does she think I'm a member of the Bear's family? My status had simply been elevated from a suspicious escort to a priest of the Bear's family. On the contrary, my treatment didn't seem to have improved, which gave me a strange feeling. I roughly tousled my red hair with an irritated hand. Somehow, I have to get rid of Renee. If Renee followed me outside the Bear's territory, I would be under surveillance. That would make it difficult for me to conquer the secret realm. Was there a way to avoid suspicion and get rid of Renee? I thought for a moment and then called out to Renee. "Miss, are you well prepared to enter Siden? Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Isn't it almost time for you to enter Siden? I'm a little nervous. Why? Because it's a place where you'll be dealing with those vile humans directly. I was just asking because I was worried. Most of the preparations are done. Renee nodded in agreement with my words. Can you really say that you have finished all the preparations? Well, really? Renee closed her mouth. She seemed to be reviewing whether there was anything she had missed and not packed. After a while, Renee opened her mouth. I have everything. Are you sure there isn't anything you haven't packed? If there is, wouldn't it be better to pack it first? I have everything. Even so, it's a good habit to double-check. What are you trying to say? Renee cut off my trailing words in an instant. In the end, I had no choice but to answer with a wry smile. I'm only saying this because I'm worried about you, miss. I'm your escort, after all. Liar. As expected, she didn't believe me. My confidence died as I watched Renee's expression turn into one of amusement. Am I bad at acting? Come to think of it, it's probably because of my face. Adell's face looked sinister at first glance, but it gave off a light feeling rather than a heavy one. That's only natural since the character was originally created with a sinister personality. In conclusion, it's my fault. Get to the point. The point is, You're trying to ditch me and go somewhere. Your intentions are obvious. It seemed that I had been caught. Renee pouted when I didn't answer and remained silent. Am I a bother to you? Renee's face as she asked that question looked somewhat sad. For some reason, I felt uncomfortable, so I opened my mouth and spoke. I received information that there is a scenic spot nearby, and I was planning to explore it. In the end, I told her a partial truth. Renee wasn't convinced by that alone, so I added. It could be dangerous, so please don't misunderstand. I smiled and said, I'm only thinking of you. Renee seemed to be deep in thought after hearing my words. And after a while, Renee opened her mouth. I just realized that I'm not prepared enough. I rejoiced inwardly and quickly continued speaking. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Then you should finish preparing. Warm up. For a moment. My face froze with a forced smile. I looked at Renee with trembling eyes. I haven't warmed up enough yet. What do you mean? I want to warm up. Renee continued. My mind went blank, and I couldn't help but close my eyes tightly. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. What are you looking at? Nothing. I glanced at Renee, who was following me, and looked forward again. I had no good reason to refuse Renee's company, so I decided to go with her for the time being. Let's just think positively. Although it was mentioned in the description where the beautiful scenery was located in the demon realm, I didn't know how to get there, so it wasn't a bad idea to get help from Renee, a resident of the demon realm. The problem was, I have to get out of this mansion without being noticed by Crete. If I went out through the main gate, Crete would be informed right away. The back door would be guarded by the bear's family soldiers as well. I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to get out of the mansion when, Renee stopped following me and halted her steps. I also stopped moving and looked back. I can't. I'll get scolded if I go out. To add to the previous sentence, it meant that Renee could be scolded by Crete if she went outside the mansion. For some reason, Crete hated it when Renee went outside. I tried to use that as an excuse to get rid of Renee. Then how about not going? It's okay, but if you get caught, I know a secret passage. Renee ignored my worried voice and nodded. I sighed inwardly and had no choice but to follow Renee. How many minutes had passed since I started following Renee? The servants who had been all over the mansion started to disappear. We had reached a place where the servants' feet did not reach. Here. Renee pointed her index finger at a wall. There was a small hole in the wall that a grown man could barely fit through. However, Renee and I were only 17 years old, so we should be able to fit in it. I narrowed my eyes and looked at the hole and Renee alternately. You seem to be quite familiar with this place. Renee kept her mouth shut and exercised her right to remain silent. That silence implied that she had already been out through the hole countless times. At first glance, I thought she was just cold and stiff, but she had a surprisingly bold side to her. I turned my gaze away from Renee and pointed to the hole, saying, let's go for now. If we delay any longer, we'll definitely get caught. Yeah. Renee and I hurriedly passed through the hole and emerged outside. We had successfully escaped the bear's family's territory without much difficulty. Where are we going now? It's not far from here. We should be able to get there by today. Where is it? When Renee asked, I thought for a moment before answering. The territory of the undead. That place. You know about it. I do. Renee nodded with a face that had grown heavy. The territory of the undead. During the human-demon war over a decade ago, there was a family that was annihilated by the human side. They were originally a clan of necromancers who wielded death, and when they died, they were returned to their family's territory. The ghosts that remained in the territory became soldiers for the family. The strength of those soldiers is far weaker than when they were alive, but their numbers are too great. They weren't just one or two. The entire family had been wiped out. Without a sorcerer to control them, their power would have been halved, but their numbers would have increased. It was probably a mid-level dungeon, just short of being a high-level dungeon. In that sense, it was right to have Renee accompany me. A dungeon dangerous enough to make Renee, who easily conquers mid-level dungeons, nervous. However, if I made good use of my traits and Renee, I would be able to conquer it sufficiently. The traits and talents I possessed were well suited to that dungeon. I'll take the lead. Yes, please do. Renee, with her movements sluggish from thinking, stepped forward, leaving me behind. JNN. I started walking behind her. We had been walking like that for about 10 minutes. However, our destination was nowhere to be seen. All that stretched out before us were still bizarre trees and grasses. I sighed in frustration and asked Renee, "How long will it take to get there from here?" Renee looked at me with a puzzled expression. Her gaze seemed to say, "You're the one who suggested going there, so why don't you know?" I wondered what to say, then came up with a good excuse. Due to my circumstances, I have never left the bear's family's territory, so I lack knowledge of the surrounding area. I am only doing this on the orders of Lord Crete. Ah. Renee nodded as if she understood. The priests never showed their faces outside. That also meant that their words did not spread outside. That was why it was easy to deceive Renee. Swish. Renee scanned the mountain we were climbing. We're almost there. Really? Yeah, we just have to get over there. Renee said, pointing her finger. My gaze followed Renee's finger and stopped at a certain point. Didn't she just say almost? The place Renee was pointing at was quite a distance away from here. It was at least twice as far as the distance we had climbed. We'll be there soon, right? Yeah. Renee nodded. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. It wasn't a lie. For Renee herself, it really was a short distance. Climbing mountains was nothing for Renee, who spent more than half of her day training her physical strength. Surprisingly, it's not that hard for me either. When I was being chased by the knights in the human world, I would get out of breath after running for just a few minutes. But now, I didn't feel tired anywhere except for the mental fatigue. I could even increase my speed if I wanted to. Let's move at high speed now. Okay. As I said that, Renee kicked off the ground and started running. In an instant, she was moving at a speed that was too fast for even my enhanced dynamic vision to catch. I couldn't keep up with Renee with just my physical abilities, but I had a talent that was specialized in movement. Designation. I activated position exchange. Then, I could see an arrow twice as long as before extending. This was thanks to position exchange having grown to stage 2. It's a pretty satisfactory result. In addition to that, there was also an additional ability that had been added as a side effect. That is not an ability that is suitable for moving, so I'll postpone using it for later. Move. The moment I uttered the activation word for position exchange, my body had moved next to Renee. Renee had a surprised expression on her face when I, who had started moving later than her, closed the distance. I laughed and pointed an arrow at a boulder in front of me. Designation. Move. Designation. Move. After using position exchange 5 times. Thud. Renee and I stopped jumping and looked down at the ground. The green grass turned gray as if a line had been drawn. I think we've arrived. The territory of the undead. We had finally reached it. As I slowly stepped forward, an eerie atmosphere enveloped me. The feeling was distinctly different from that outside the boundary, and I narrowed my brows. I don't want to stay here a moment longer. I hurriedly quickened my pace. From here on, Renee would not be able to guide me. Only I knew the way to the hidden realm, the realm of the dead. Beneath the largest rock statue, rotting soldiers guard the realm. Recalling the description from the original work, I continued walking. As I left the entrance of the Grey Forest and went deeper, a village came into view. In fact, it was questionable whether it could be called a village. The village looked as if it had been ravaged by a storm, with houses collapsed. There was no sign of human presence, and not even the sound of animals could be heard. Those Cerberus bastards. Renee bit his lower lip at the gruesome sight. Cerberus bastards, was that an expression similar to sons of bitches? Seeing Renee's face contorted like a demon, I swallowed those words back down my throat. I definitely couldn't let her find out that I was a descendant of the Asen family. I was not yet confident that I could handle Renee's anger if it were directed at me. Let's go over there for now. I gestured to the growling Renee. The place I was pointing to was a hill made of large and small stones. On top of the hill was a cross that seemed to have been carved out of grey rock. A statue. Renee and I approached the cross together, and we looked around the cross, but all we could see were stones, and there was no entrance to the hidden realm. Is it as described in the novel? I looked away from the cross and at Renee. I think we have to dig under this. Yeah. Renee agreed to my suggestion to dig the ground and immediately put it into action. Thud. Thud. We focused on digging the ground. As we removed the stones, a huge circular disc came into view. Renee grabbed the disc and lifted it up, revealing a large hole. That's it. This was the entrance to the territory of the undead. I looked at Renee with a strange look in my eyes and opened my mouth. Let's go in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Contrary to my worries, the interior of the secret realm was relatively bright. It was no comparison to the sunlit exterior, but the torches sparsely installed on the stone walls provided some light. Renee followed me as I walked past the stone walls adorned with unidentified murals. We had been walking through the interior of the secret realm for dozens of minutes when we've found it. The sight before my eyes. I swallowed dryly and scanned the area ahead. A vast cavity lay beyond the visible passage. Within that cavity were countless tombstones and graves. Is this the territory of the undead? JNN. This was the first proper secret realm I had ever challenged. I glanced back and saw that Renee was also visibly tense. Let's go. Yes. Renee nodded and stepped forward. I followed Renee towards the cavity, and then, rustle dash, clang dash, clang dash, clang dash. The countless graves in the cavity began to ripple like waves. Soon, the graves shattered, and skeletons emerged. Skeletons with fierce gazes glared at us. They were the inhabitants of the undead territory, and now they had become its guardians. Fortunately, not all the territory's inhabitants are buried here. Only the necromancer clan who ruled this territory were buried in the chamber within the secret realm. Even so, their numbers were certainly not to be underestimated. There were at least 100 of them, so it might be difficult for the two of us to handle them. But we had to do it. The greater the difficulty, the sweeter the reward would be. Milady, I ask for your assistance. Yes. Renee nodded and charged towards the skeletal soldiers. I cautiously followed behind her. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Renee swung her sword horizontally. Swish. Thud. The skeletal soldiers collapsed, their necks severed. However, Renee couldn't advance any further. She froze in her tracks due to the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before her eyes. They're reviving. Renee muttered, her eyes wide open as she stopped moving. Just as she said, the skeletal soldiers were reassembling themselves with a creaking sound, despite having collapsed once. Renee looked flustered. In contrast, I was calmer than usual. It's just as I described in the original. The skeletal soldiers could not be killed unless their bones were completely crushed. That's why the territory of the undead was considered to be among the most dangerous. However, it wasn't difficult if one knew the method of destruction. Miss, please go ahead. What? Renee glared at me sharply at my sudden request. However, I didn't have time to answer her question. Swish. I swung my dagger and disabled one of the skeletal soldiers. I watched as the bones twitched and then looked at Renee. If you listen to me, you can easily conquer them. All right. Renee reluctantly began to swing her sword and advance forward. I followed behind her and kicked the bones that were starting to reassemble. If I couldn't kill them, it was better to prevent them from assembling. As I did so, I looked around, searching for him. He's most likely at the end. He wouldn't want to die a dog's death either. It was as I had expected. A moment later, at the end of my gaze, was a skeletal necromancer with glowing red eyes, holding a crystal orb. Kill the intruders. I smiled in conviction after hearing the necromancer's mutterings. Since I had identified the necromancer's location, the strategy became very simple. But it's quite a difficult situation to use the position exchange. The necromancer was able to control the skeletal soldiers thanks to the crystal orb. Therefore, the problem would be solved if I could just destroy the crystal orb, but it wasn't easy to approach him. The strongest of the skeletal soldiers would be stationed around the necromancer. It would be the same even if I used the position exchange. If I exchange my position with the crystal orb, I won't be able to withstand the attacks of the surrounding guys. I could have used position exchange to escape right away, but it was a bit risky. That's why. The time has finally come to use my newly acquired ability. After finishing my thoughts, I shouted at Renee, just get me in front of that guy. Okay. Renee nodded and began to focus solely on clearing a path. I slowly followed Renee while gathering my mana. At one point, Renee stopped walking because she couldn't go any further. The creatures guarding the necromancer were blocking her. However, .nov, L, B / JNN. It's not close, but I can reach it. I pointed the dagger in my hand. Okay. Then, arrows began to shoot out in all directions from the dagger, not my body. This was what I gained when position exchange's ability reached stage 2, exchanging the positions of objects. However, the distance was very short. It was probably about 3 to 4 meters. It's not an ability for assassination, but an ability for thievery, so I gave it to Adell. If I increased the distance any further, the balance would be completely destroyed, so I put a kind of restriction on it. If I had known I would possess someone, I would have given a more overpowered ability, but I never dreamed this would happen. Designation. I shook my head to clear my thoughts and designated the necromancer's hand. Since I was right in front of him, I was able to move the arrow without difficulty. Exchange. And I switched the positions of the crystal orb he was holding and the dagger. The crystal orb was now in my hand. My eyes narrowed with joy. It was a pity that the distance was short, but it was still a fraudulent ability. As the stage of position exchange increased, the distance would also increase, so the weakness could be somewhat compensated for. With that, I gripped the crystal orb in my hand. Ah, no, you can't. The necromancer reached out, crying out in pain. However, Renee was blocking his way, so he couldn't stop me. I smiled as I stared into the necromancer's wavering red eyes. Crack. The crystal orb shattered into pieces, and the necromancer's form crumbled. The other skeleton soldiers also collapsed one by one, and soon they all crumbled to the ground. The battle ended with our victory. As I was looking at the fallen skeletons, suddenly, a faint, hoarse voice rang in my ears. Thank you. A voice filled with complex and countless regrets. I still closed the eyes of the necromancer, which were filled with a crimson glare. Because everyone here was a character that died because of the setting I created. It's over. Renee let out a tired breath as she kicked the skeletal soldiers with her feet. However, I shook my head at Renee's voice. Not yet? Is there more? Yes, that's right. There was one more thing I hadn't finished yet. Since I had conquered the secret realm, it was time for me to get my reward. Follow me? And so, Renee and I began to walk through the secret realm. We passed the excavated graves and arrived in front of a huge pillar. It was the base of the cross that had been on the ground. And in front of the pillar, it looks like a treasure chest. I pointed to the treasure chest with a serious expression. I already knew that the treasure chest was here, and I even knew what was inside. It's better to avoid unnecessary suspicion. I looked at Renee and nodded my head slightly before opening my mouth. I wonder what's inside. Let's open it and see. Yeah, let's do it. Renee looked very curious about what was inside the chest. I was a little curious too. It was a treasure that I had written about, but I didn't know what it actually looked like. I'll open it. I bent down and opened the treasure chest. A click was heard, and the treasure chest revealed its contents. Oh, I let out a gasp of admiration. There were piles of gold coins and 2 magnificent pieces of equipment that caught my eye. I grabbed one of them and laughed. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Fang of Darkness. That was the name of the artifact I was holding. A dagger made of black iron that could only be found in the demon realm. The dagger's handle was made of real bone. It was the bone of a legendary hero from the human world that had been killed and then blackened by magic. The most notable thing about this artifact was its unique ability. Cutting power and speed increase in the dark. Not only that, but it also allows one to maximize the property of darkness. The ability of the Fang of Darkness was to convert darkness into mana. Ripple. When I added the mana imbued with the darkness attribute to the Fang of Darkness, I could see a rippling black wave. And I looked down and picked up the other remaining treasure. A ring-shaped artifact. Full Moon Spirit. A ring with the ability to sense mana and absorb moonlight. However, it wasn't an artifact that I particularly needed. In fact, it would be nice to have, but if I tried to eat it all by myself, I would end up in trouble. It's a wonderful ring. How about Lady Renee takes this? I'll take the dagger over there. Okay. Renee pondered my suggestion for a moment before agreeing. After all, since her main weapon is a long sword and not a dagger, she probably isn't that interested in daggers. I attached the dark fang to my waist and picked up the ring. Then I approached Renee and put the ring on her second finger. Renee's shoulders shook violently. I wondered why, but then I realized the significance of putting a ring on her second finger. It was clearly a proposal or a gesture of affection. Well, I guess it's okay. Just as the laws of the demon realm and the human realm are different, this must be different too. As I had expected, Renee, who had looked a little surprised, focused on the ring's abilities. This is amazing, Renee exclaimed in admiration. As soon as she put on the full moon spirit, Renee's mana began to ripple gently. The full moon spirit had begun to assist Renee's mana sensing. I see you like it. Yes, I do. Then I'll take this too. I stealthily reached out towards the pile of gold coins. However, Renee's cold gaze forced me to retract my hand. In the end, we decided to split the gold coins exactly in half. What a shame. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We returned to the mansion after leaving the territory of the undead. I spent my time helping Renee with her chores and errands, or practicing my mana technique. About a month passed like that. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance. Mana, 1297. Somehow, my total mana had exceeded 1000 and was now approaching 1300. Now, in terms of mana quantity alone, I was at the level of a mid-ranking demon in the demon realm. A satisfactory result. In addition to that, I also have the Fang of Darkness and the Eye of Arrogance, so if I do well, I might be able to grow as much as Adell from the original. As I was making such a satisfying smile. The Lord is calling for you. Crete called out to me. I followed the servant, and as I entered the office, I could see Renee and Crete. It seemed like Renee had just arrived as well. As Renee and I stood still, Crete suddenly opened his mouth. The day has finally come for you to enter Siden. Those were the first words Crete uttered after calling Renee and me out. My expression hardened enough to be noticeable. The time has finally come for me to enter Siden. I never thought this day would come. No, maybe I knew it all along. Crete spoke with a laugh that contained many emotions. I didn't know why he was making such a laugh, so I just listened quietly. As of today, you will go to the capital to enter Siden. You must have already finished your preparations. Yes, yes. Renee nodded with a very excited expression. I nodded as well. There wasn't much to prepare for anyway. All I had to do was take the Fang of Darkness and the information papers I got from raiding the territory of the undead. Then go, I won't bother to see you off. Even now, Crete didn't seem to like the fact that Renee was entering Siden. Come to think of it, Crete had tried to prevent Renee from entering Siden. He had purposely made her raid the intermediate secret realm, and that kind of intention was still seeping into his words and actions. Is that why? Renee bowed her head deeply and left the office. Renee's eyes, which passed by me, were slightly moist. Adell. As I was watching Renee leave, I heard Crete's voice. I turned my head and looked at Crete. I hope you do well. What does he mean by do well? I don't understand the meaning. In the past, I would have cursed Crete inwardly, but for some reason, I didn't feel like doing that. Yes. I bowed my head and replied, then left Crete's office. Nov, L, B / JNN. I went outside the mansion and glanced back. Crete, who said he wouldn't see her off. He was looking at the carriage that Renee was riding in through the glass window with the curtains drawn back. I couldn't see Crete's expression clearly because the distance was far. The only thing that was certain was that concern as a father was seen on Crete's face. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Inside the carriage, Renee was gazing out the window with her chin propped up. Not long after, the carriage door opened and Adell entered, taking a seat beside her. Renee discreetly turned her gaze and stole a glance at Adell. Is he really a priest? Having observed Adell for 2 months, Renee's mind was in turmoil. It had been about a month ago. That incident had overturned Renee's perception of Adell as merely a sinister escort. The black fog enshrouding Adell, taking the form of a black dragon. It was undoubtedly the demon god of pride, known only through legends. She couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation due to some magical device. However, it was clear that Adell was conversing with the demon god. The only beings capable of communicating with demon god were priests or legendary heroes who had reached the same level as demon god. That was why Renee suspected that Adell might be a priest. If he were the latter, he should have been stronger than her father, Crete, but he didn't seem that powerful. Still, he doesn't seem like a bad person. Renee stole a glance at Adell's face. Crimson hair and eyes that were elongated and slanted. At first, she had been wary due to his sinister aura, but upon closer inspection, his face wasn't as bad as she had thought. Perhaps it was even a charming face. It wasn't just his appearance that made her favorable towards him. Among the people in the Bear's mansion, there was no one who liked Renee. They were only afraid of her because of her drastically changed personality compared to her childhood. However, Adell was different from them. Despite his position as an escort, he treated Renee without hesitation. Would you like some water? The young lady should do that herself. Haha, of course, I'll do it. I found the location of the secret realm, but I'll take a little more of the gold. I misspoke. It's only fair to split it evenly. In truth, it was more like being treated casually, bordering on impertinent, but even that aspect of him felt refreshing to her. Furthermore, she had recently begun to feel a sense of familiarity with him. The mana of a half-demon had a strong human scent, which was normally repulsive to demons. However, after Adell had conversed with the demon god, the mana unique to the Bear's family had grown stronger. If she had a younger brother, wouldn't he feel like Adell? With that thought, Renee quietly closed her eyelids. In the midst of it, a scene suddenly came to Renee's mind. As she recalled that incident, both of Renee's cheeks flushed red. The ring that Adell had put on her index finger in the realm of the undead. Renee glanced down and looked at the ring on her index finger. The meaning of a being giving a ring to another being in the demon realm. Eternal oath. Adell had not said what he was vowing, and Renee was very curious about it, but she did not say it out loud. Seeing Adell's relaxed expression made her feel foolish for even entertaining such concerns. And so Renee turned her attention away from Adell, and before she knew it, the carriage was slowly heading towards the capital. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. An awkward silence passed between me and Renee. I didn't know why Renee was staring at me, but I tried my best to ignore it. It was clear that she was making a troublesome misunderstanding. However, there was no one in the world who was not uncomfortable with this kind of silence. Especially me, who had lived in Korea, could not bear this silence and said something to the coachman. When will we arrive? We'll probably arrive within an hour. The Bear's family and the capital are close. I see. That was the end of my conversation with the coachman. I wonder if my friendliness is the problem. I suddenly felt doubtful, but I ignored it and pondered the coachman's words. And the coachman said, we'll arrive in an hour. That means we are in the vicinity of the capital. Unless they were suicidal, no one would dare to commit robbery so close to the capital's soldiers. Then there's nothing to do for an hour. What should I do? For now, it seemed like a good idea to break the awkward silence. I looked out the window of the carriage and opened my mouth. The weather is quite nice today. It's similar to other days. Oh, I see that now. Hearing Renee's reply, I had to wonder if she was indirectly expressing her dislike for talking to me. But when I looked at Renee's face, it didn't seem like she was trying to avoid conversation.n/o/bel/b/in.c//om. As her escort for 2 months, I had learned a few things. Renee had a habit of lightly brushing her hair back when she felt bored. Perhaps it's because she doesn't talk much. I thought long and hard before opening my mouth. What are your plans for the future, miss? Plans? Yes, similar to the reason you want to enroll in Siden. Would you mind telling me? Renee closed her eyes, deep in thought. It seemed like she was contemplating whether or not to tell me her reason. As if she had organized her thoughts, Renee slowly began to speak. I'm going to kill a human. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Renee's voice was laced with a cold, seething anger. The word human meant that the target of her revenge wasn't the Arsene family. After all, the Arsene clan was a half-demon race that belonged to neither side. Fortunately, it's not my business. If the Bear's family had become my enemy, I would have been in a difficult position. I had avoided the worst possible future with a single question. That alone made me think that I had done well to approach her. Should I try to get more information? Who is that human? The one who killed my mother. I see. As I had expected, Renee planned to enter the human world through Siden to get her revenge. I had heard from the Bear's family's servants that Renee's mother had been killed by a human. However, Renee was a character that I hadn't described in detail, so I didn't know exactly what her past was like. There was one thing I could guess. Since they had killed the wife of the Bear's family's lord, Crete, it was likely that the human belonged to one of the 6 families. I also asked about that human. Do you know anything about that human? Which family they belong to, for example? At my question, Renee's expression hardened like a brick wall. Renee was furious that I had even brought up the subject. Had I stepped on a landmine? I realized that Renee was deliberately feigning anger and shut my mouth. Since the target wasn't me, there was no need to push her for more information. Besides, once I entered Siden, I would see plenty of humans and members of the 6 families. I could figure out who that human was then. More importantly, the atmosphere has gotten even worse. I closed my eyes as the surroundings seemed to grow colder. Renee didn't say anything more either, and only the sound of the carriage wheels filled my ears. An hour passed like that. Well, we've arrived n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I opened my eyes only when the carriage carrying us finally reached the capital. *****. What are the differences between the demon realm and the human realm? In fact, it's safe to say that there are no major differences. If I had to nitpick, I would say that the demon race has a different species called the heteromorphs, unlike humans. T/N, heteromorphic means differing from the usual form, or exhibiting diversity of form or forms. For example, the bear's family has the horns of a black dragon. Other than that, there is not much difference in appearance from humans. However, there is a clear difference between ordinary demons and the higher-ranking demons. The higher-ranking demons have tattoos engraved on their bodies. It meant that they were loved by the demon god. I'm also a half-demon, so I have a tattoo. I don't know which god's tattoo it is. Before I could create specific settings for the tattoos, the detailed background of Adell was excluded because readers weren't interested. I guess it doesn't matter if I don't know. Adell never believed in God all his life, but he became the strongest villain. So it doesn't matter if I don't know. Above all, I am no different from a god in this world, so what would I do if I knew that? Anyway, there is little difference in appearance between demons and humans. The only obvious difference is the feeling of mana. I didn't know when I first fell into this world, but after living in the demon realm for a long time, I gradually became able to distinguish it. If humans had a mana with a refined atmosphere, the mana of the demons had a slightly sticky feeling. Other than that, there is no difference, so I guess that's why I feel the same way I do now, getting out of the carriage and looking at the scenery of the capital. I should say it's obvious. It's medieval. It's nothing. Renee looked at me when she heard my murmur and shook her head. I felt a little disappointed. There were no modern artifacts, and medieval stone walls and building styles filled my vision. Still, since it was the capital of the demon realm, there were many unusual things to see. From food that I had never seen before to Western-style buildings that were quite stylish. Numerous demons were walking around the streets, creating a market-like atmosphere. The demon realm, which had devoted all its efforts to restoring the capital after the human-demon war. That's why I can feel such a lively atmosphere. So, where should we go now? As the coachman left, we briefly looked around and discussed our plans for the future. Renee, who had been thinking for a moment, opened her mouth. The entrance exam is in 2 days at noon. We need to register before that. I see. Renee knew the exact time, probably because Crete had told her in advance. Since I don't know anything about the capital, I'll just have to follow Renee silently. 2 days. What should I do until then? I thought for a moment and came up with a good idea. How about we explore the capital during the remaining time after we register? Not really. Renee rejected my suggestion outright. I couldn't help but be shocked. Renee, who is usually quite curious, would refuse to explore the capital. Wait a minute, miss. When I called out to her with a frown, Renee turned her head away. It seemed like something had stung her. This isn't your first time in the capital, is it? Renee remained silent. After all, Renee had even gone to the realm of the dead without permission. It was absurd to think that Renee had never been to the capital. Wasn't the setting that she didn't go outside because of her mother's death? I even began to think that she had now made a suitable excuse to go outside. Renee, who seemed offended by my sharp gaze, replied curtly, "Let's register for the entrance exam first." I suppose so. It wasn't a bad suggestion, so I accepted it obediently. If I had pressed her further, Renee might have gotten genuinely angry. "Do you know where the registration office is?" "Yes," Renee replied immediately. I followed Renee, who now seemed to have no intention of hiding it. The first day in the capital. As I stared at Renee's back, I couldn't help but worry about her future. The same goes for me, who will be with Renee. Maybe I should close my eyes for a moment. It's dark. This would be my future. Damn it. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. We began our search for the admissions office as we strolled through the capital. At every corner, we could see armored demon soldiers wielding spears. Their discipline is impeccable. Perhaps it was due to the aftermath of the war. The soldiers were lined up in formation, exuding a sharp aura. In contrast, the townspeople seemed very peaceful. It was hard to believe that they were preparing for another war with the human realm. This was a testament to the fact that the current demon king of the demon realm was a wise king. The current demon king had succeeded the throne after the previous demon king had fallen in the great demon-human war. In the original story, Demon King was none other than the final boss of the demon realm. I'll probably see her once I enroll in Siden. After all, she had attacked the Imperial Academy alongside the demons of Siden. If the opportunity arose, I might even be able to see her face. Let's go. Renee urged me on as I looked around the demon realm's capital. I nodded and followed her. How long had we been walking? Before long, I could see a magnificent fortress in the distance. This is it. My jaw dropped. Before me stood a colossal building in a Western architectural style. Recalling the contents of the original story, I realized what this building was. The demon realm's only training ground, created for the invasion of the Imperial Academy. Siden. It was even more massive than I had imagined. Its grandeur rivaled that of any castle. Was it 3 times the size of a typical university? Well, they would need a massive training ground to teach demons. In addition, they would need servants to cater to the students' every need, instructors to teach them, and a place to store weapons that could kill with a single touch. Siden was essentially a weapon disguised as a building, posing a threat to the human realm. I had to enroll in this place and spend 3 years here, with monsters known as demons. To them, humans would seem like monsters, but to me, they were both monsters. No matter where I went, if my true identity as a descendant of Arsene was discovered, I would be killed. Thud dash. Renee and I stopped in front of Siden. Several tents had been set up near the entrance to Siden. Under each tent, a middle-aged demon was holding a pen and paper, interviewing young demons. No family name, and your name is? Registration is complete, so come back in 2 days. Yes. I listened to their conversation in silence, and it was clear that this was the registration office. We waited for the young demon's registration to finish before moving on. We're here to register. The receptionist looked up when I spoke. He was a middle-aged demon who looked no different from a human in appearance. Those horns are. The receptionist adjusted his glasses and looked between Renee and me. Soon, his gaze was fixed on Renee, not me. He must have realized that Renee was a descendant of bears through her horns. The receptionist spoke in a rather surprised tone. This year's riders are amazing. All the descendants of the 7 deadly sins are participating. So that's how it is. The 7 deadly sins must have noticed that the flow of the demon realm's energy was turning towards war. The reason they sent their descendants to Siden was to get a piece of that war. Descendants of the 7 deadly sins don't need to take the entrance exam, but we still need to go through the formalities. State your name and family. The receptionist, who had quickly changed his attitude, asked Renee. Renee replied in a disinterested and cold voice. Bears, Renee. Bears Renee. That's a name I've heard before. You're Bear's battle genius, aren't you? May I see your ID? Here you go. At the receptionist's words, Renee took out a rectangular card from her pocket. The receptionist nodded repeatedly as he looked at the ID and wrote down Renee's name on the document. It doesn't seem to be a forgery. How many people would dare to impersonate the 7 deadly sins? You may take it back. Swish. The receptionist's gaze turned to me as he handed back her ID. He looked at me with a hint of amusement and asked, "Who are you?" I hesitated. What should I say? Unlike Renee, I had no way to prove my identity. Since I came from the human world, I naturally didn't have a demon realm ID. I racked my brain and came up with the best option. I'm the lady's escort. A half-demon as an escort. It was a mocking tone. He was looking down on me because he sensed that the mana in my body was mixed with that of a human.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It was a natural reaction since I was in the demon realm, so I couldn't say anything. During the human-demon war, the half-demons observed the strengths of both humans and demons, carefully weighing their options. And in the end, they sided with the one who held the upper hand. That's why the demons harbored deep resentment towards the half-demons. A half-demon as an escort? The 7 deadly sins must think very little of us. And to think they'd even try to enroll in Siden. That's enough. Renee cut off the receptionist's venomous tirade. Insulting bears. I can't tolerate that. Renee's eyes were as cold as ice. The receptionist seemed to realize his mistake and swallowed his words, his mouth snapping shut. There's a rule against discrimination based on origin, so let it go. Show me your ID. The receptionist snapped his fingers, demanding that I show him my identification. I felt a wave of frustration and swallowed hard. I had hoped that I could get by without an ID, using the excuse of being Renee's escort. But my half-demon origin had come back to haunt me. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Was there no way around this? Here. As I was pondering whether there was anything I could use in place of an ID, Renee pulled out another ID from her pocket. It had my picture and fake information on it. Father gave me your ID. I see. I couldn't help but be amazed by Crete's preparedness. But then, if he was going to do that, why didn't he give it to me directly? Why did he have to give it to Renee? It didn't seem like it mattered much, so I shook my head and took the ID from Renee before handing it to the receptionist. Here you go. House of Pixies, name is Adell, is it? It was the first time I had heard of that house. Judging by the receptionist's reaction, it seemed like it was the first time he had heard of it as well. It didn't matter to me. After all, it would be easier to operate in a house with less notoriety than a famous one. Yes, that's correct. I nodded vaguely in response to the receptionist's questions. Crete must have done a good job forging it. He had tricked me more than once, so it would have been disappointing if he couldn't even do this right. Thud. Before I knew it, the receptionist had finished recording my information and handed me back my ID. I'd rather have it on me. I took the ID and slipped it into my pocket. Renee didn't make any attempt to take the ID back. Surely, an ID would be essential for operating in the demon realm. Considering what lay ahead, it made sense for me to keep it. Your registration is complete. Come back on the day of the entrance exam, the receptionist announced curtly. His voice was laced with genuine disgust for the half-bloods. What did I do? Curses rose to my throat, but I swallowed them down and turned to leave, opening my mouth with a smirk. Miss, let's be on our way. Renee glared at the receptionist until the end before finally moving. It seems she's quite heated since her family was insulted. But when the receptionist didn't react, Renee quickly looked away. To lighten the mood, I spoke to the still angry Renee in a somewhat cheerful voice. Let's go find an inn now. *****. What currency is used in the demon realm, and what is its approximate value? This was something I learned from Crete when I was assigned the role of an escort. It was so that I could take good care of Renee, who rarely left the territory. Looking back now, I think Renee deserves a doctorate in demon sociology. Anyway, the demon realm's currency is as follows. Copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Copper coins are the lowest in value, followed by silver coins, and finally gold coins. 10 copper coins make 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins make 1 gold coin. It is said that 20 gold coins is the monthly income of a low-ranking demon realm official, which would be about 2 million won in human terms. Crete gave us 10 gold coins for expenses. Converted, that's about 1 million won. This amount would barely cover 2 people's lodging and food for a month. Crete said he would give us more if we needed it, but the bear's family is practically half destroyed, so they wouldn't be financially well off. In the end, it meant that we had to be frugal. It's a waste to use the gold coins I got from the territory of the undead. The additional 100 gold coins. I had to save those, as they were payment for the information paper. Therefore, that inn is no good. You can tell it's expensive just by looking at it. I grabbed Renee by the shoulder as she was about to enter an inn with a luxurious appearance. Renee had been living in a huge mansion, so she had been rejecting every inn I suggested. The inns you suggest are too shabby. We can't help it. We don't have any money. Renee continued to express her disapproval until the very end. Letting out a sigh that could have shattered the earth, I had to find a compromise. We came to an agreement to stay at an inn that wasn't too expensive but offered a reasonable price range. We entered an inn nearby. It was a small inn made of wooden materials. However, it didn't feel run down. Are you here to rent a room? A woman who seemed to be an employee of the inn approached us and asked. Yes, we would like to stay for 2 nights. Will you be sharing a room with the person next to you? Renee's shoulders flinched at the employee's question. It seemed like a situation that could be easily misunderstood. I hurriedly added, pushing the surprised Renee behind me, no, please assign us separate rooms. Then the cost for 2 nights, including meals for 2 rooms, will be 2 gold. 200,000 won. It was neither expensive nor cheap. I didn't have the energy to haggle over the price, so I obediently paid the fee. Your rooms are on the 2nd floor, the employee said as she handed us 2 keys. Renee and I each took a key and went up to the 2nd floor. Have a comfortable stay. You too. Renee replied and turned to enter her room. Renee's figure, which I briefly glanced at, looked visibly exhausted. Creak dash. I also opened the door and entered my room, then looked around. It seemed quite clean, at least there didn't seem to be any cockroaches. I was the type to turn pale at the sight of bugs, so I was quite sensitive to them. Well then, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Should I sleep? I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. Before I knew it, I surrendered my body to the drowsiness that began to creep in. And just like that, my consciousness faded away. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. 2 days later, Renee and I were making our way through the throngs of people heading towards Siden. The entrance to Siden was a scene of pandemonium as aspiring demons prepared to take the entrance exam. They had come from all corners of the demon realm, united by their animosity towards humans. There must have been over 500 of them, a truly formidable crowd. We squeezed our way through them and came to a halt before the entrance to a train. Applicants, please present your identification and board the train. An announcement blared out from somewhere. I followed the instructions and retrieved the identification card that Renee had given me. I never would have guessed that I'd need to take a train to get into that building I saw earlier. As far as I could tell, the entrance to Siden was protected by a labyrinthine dimensional gate to prevent intruders from entering without taking the train. I rather liked that. Even if it was eventually breached, it would still serve as a fortress to protect me until then. Whoosh dash. While I was lost in thought, a train pulled into the station. It was a steam engine, quite different from the subways of my time, but it was just as large. Renee and I showed our identification to the attendant as the train doors opened and stepped inside. The train is now departing. The doors closed once all the applicants had boarded, and the train lurched into motion. The peaceful scenery outside the window vanished, replaced by a dreamlike space filled with a mesmerizing purple hue. The train picked up speed, and the scenery outside began to change. The train will soon be passing through the entrance. Passengers, please brace yourselves for the impact. Clang dash. The interior of the train shook as the announcement ended. Then, a building even more colossal than the one I had seen at the entrance appeared. I gasped as I realized that this was Siden. So that enormous structure I saw at the entrance was just a part of it. Perhaps this was the scale required to be called the Demon Realm's ultimate fortress. I was still admiring the exterior of Siden when the train came to a halt. Renee and I disembarked the train as instructed by the announcement and looked up. We're finally here. Indeed. Siden stood before us in all its majestic glory. A moment later, the place we arrived at, guided by the attendant, was the auditorium of Siden, where the entrance exam would take place. I opened my mouth slightly and looked around the auditorium. This is overwhelming. Numerous young demons had gathered to take the entrance exam. Strangely enough, there were demons emitting a powerful aura around them. Judging by their attire and appearance, they didn't seem to be students. They were most likely instructors. That meant that some of them would be teaching us, which is why the entrance exam was important. The better impression we made on the instructors, the better treatment we would receive in the future. However, it was uncertain whether I would be able to make a good impression. While I was lost in thought. Time's up, Renee muttered, looking at the wall clock in the auditorium. That moment. Thud. Suddenly, the door of the auditorium slammed shut. Fortunately, it seemed that no demons were left outside the auditorium. Siden had given them plenty of time, and the auditorium was spacious enough to accommodate all the demons. Is the exam about to start? How are we going to do it? The demons began to stir as Siden showed no reaction even after the door was closed. I was also nervous, so I felt like my throat was burning. The chattering of the demons only made me more nervous, so I decided to spend this time as meaningfully as possible. Should I take a look at the 7 deadly sins while I wait? I turned my head and looked around. However, no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find the 7 deadly sins among the large crowd. That's a bit disappointing. I wanted to see them if I had the chance, because there might be people I remember. I was savoring the disappointment when suddenly, snapdash, the lights that had been brightly illuminating the auditorium suddenly disappeared. All that filled my vision was pitch-black darkness. The demons also began to stir even more at this phenomenon. I quickly turned my brain to figure out the situation. Is it a blackout? I shook my head. It was the middle of the day. Even if there was a blackout, it was strange that the sunlight that had been pouring in through the windows until just now had disappeared. This was definitely caused by something magical. Woo dash. And then, a light began to shine down in the center of the auditorium. The surroundings were still shrouded in darkness, but that one spot was bathed in light, reminiscent of a spotlight. I blinked once more, and suddenly, a girl with pink hair and a body covered in tattoos was standing beneath the halo of light. JNN. The girl who had appeared out of nowhere scanned the crowd with an expressionless face. The examines began to stir at the sight. A child? SHH, look at those tattoos. She's a high-ranking demon. The countless tattoos etched into the girl's body were a sign that she was favored by the demon god. The commotion among the demons grew even louder. The girl, who had been silently observing the commotion, parted her lips. Silence. A voice laden with thick mana reverberated throughout the building. The examines fell silent, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from her words. They simply listened to her voice as if they were possessed. Welcome, you incredibly stupid fools who will either enter Siden or fail. It was a provocative tone, but no one present dared to refute her words. Merely listening to her voice made it difficult to maintain composure, let alone challenge her. The voice continued to speak, paying no attention to the examines who were breathing heavily. Let's see. About 500. Are there really this many who want to die this year? In an instant, the flow of the air changed. A pressure like that of a great mountain began to weigh down on the surroundings, and a chill like that of midwinter descended. Well, enough idle chatter. And with those words, let the entrance exam begin. A viscous killing intent descended, making it difficult to even breathe. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Siden's entrance exam was divided into 2 stages. The first was a practical exam, similar to the one held at the Imperial Academy. However, there was no written exam. This was because Siden's students were to be deployed to the battlefield immediately. Siden only conducted exams that tested mental strength and talent. The first stage of the exam was the mental strength exam. No matter how prestigious their family or exceptional their talent, those with weak mental fortitude could not enter Siden. The reason for this was simple. If one were to be captured by humans, one could not risk leaking confidential information about the demon realm under torture. That was why most demons who were captured by humans either resisted to the end or chose to commit suicide. The mental fortitude test is harder than the talent verification test. Siden's instructor, Ares, muttered as he watched the situation from the stands. The candidates were trembling under the pressure exuded by a young girl. Several candidates collapsed, and in the end, less than half of the candidates remained standing. Half of the candidates had been eliminated in less than a minute. It's quite cruel, isn't it? Well, it's better than being tortured and killed by humans. That's true. Ares replied indifferently as another instructor, Idea, spoke from the side. As Ares had said, it might be better to be eliminated here. The cruelty of humans was enough to make even the demons who had fought on the battlefield for decades tremble. Even so, it was a bit too harsh. I think it's about time. Ares muttered as he looked at the girl standing in the center of the candidates. The girl's identity was Siden's headmaster and the highest-ranking demon, Lysian. She was a monster in the truest sense of the word, whose strength could not be easily measured, even by Siden's instructors. If Lysian were to release her aura with all her heart, even the instructors would not be able to stand still. However, Lysian was being as lenient as possible with the students. In a word, this was just a basic test. If they couldn't even pass this, they were not qualified to enter Siden. However, for the candidates who were like chicks that had just hatched from their eggs, even this seemed burdensome. 10 minutes passed like that. They're all wiped out. Instructor Idea muttered with a sigh. As Idea had said, there were only 8 candidates left standing. Still, about 40% of them lasted more than 5 minutes. That's a lot compared to the last batch. That's a relief. The candidates who had endured the headmaster's aura for more than 5 minutes had passed. The children who remained until now had endured for more than 5 minutes and up to 10 minutes. I heard that there are many descendants of the 7 deadly sins in this batch, and it seems to be true. Now that I look at it, it's definitely true. 7 of the 8 candidates had taken on the form of a hybrid. It was clear evidence of the bloodline of the 7 deadly sins. However, that child doesn't seem to be a descendant of the 7 deadly sins, but he's still maintaining his sanity. Oh, that's true. Both instructors' gazes turned to a male applicant. He had red hair and narrow eyes, and he didn't seem particularly strong. As proof, the disciples of the 7 deadly sins were maintaining their postures despite their staggering, but the man was kneeling on one knee as if he was about to collapse at any moment. He's about to pass out, Idea said, looking at the applicant with a stern gaze. At those words, Ares shook his head from side to side. No, he's getting up. Yes. The applicant, who seemed about to collapse at any moment, suddenly raised his body. Was it a last-ditch effort, or was he trying to show something? The 2 instructors did not know. Thud. The applicant raised his body. That moment. Whoosh. The applicant's atmosphere changed. And the 2 instructors' eyes widened at the tremendous killing intent released from the applicant's body. Ares was surprised that his body had instinctively taken a defensive stance. Idea and Ares were reaching for the swords hanging from their waists with their hands on the killing intent emitted by the applicant. What? Ares felt an incomprehensible emotion choking his throat. It was different from the primitive murderous intent possessed by beasts or demons. It was also different from the murderous intent possessed by knights or soldiers who had fought on the battlefield. Like picking a flower in a garden. Like stepping on a small bug and killing it. Killing intent without emotion. It was the kind that only the worst murderers could emit. The instructors' gazes were all directed at the applicant. This kind of momentum was so unfamiliar that the applicants did not shift their gazes to the staggering child. However, the instructors, who had experienced numerous battles, had the same thought. That child is dangerous. It would be a great blessing for Siden if a strong applicant were to enter, but would they be able to control that child who seemed to have been born with the qualities of a murderer? If necessary, we must kill him, Ares muttered as he rose from his seat. Perhaps because an internal enemy was more dangerous than an external one. Amidst the mixed reactions of the applicants and instructors, the boy smiled. A smile that did not suit the situation, which was giving him goosebumps. Ares, who had seen it in passing, only then noticed that his hands were wet with sweat. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Last chapter of the mass release. The regular release will be every alternate day. Thud. Thud. The demons around me began to collapse one by one. They had fainted, unable to withstand the killing intent emitted by the little girl. I, too, was not unscathed by the pressure. At this rate, I'm going to pass out. I had no time to care about the demons around me or Renee. I was barely able to stand, clutching my legs with both hands. Groaning inwardly, I was now convinced that this situation was part of the entrance exam for Siden. It was a test to weed out the weak-minded by emitting killing intent that they could not withstand. However, I wondered if there were any demons who could maintain their sanity under this pressure. In fact, after about 10 minutes, there were only a handful of candidates left standing. Even if I collapsed now, I would still pass, but it would be impossible to catch the attention of the instructors. What should I do? During that short time, I pondered and pondered. My mental strength was already mostly depleted, and if I allowed myself to relax even a little, I would lose consciousness. But the answer was not forthcoming. And then, the little girl's voice echoed in my ears again. So you've made it this far? Shall I increase the intensity a little? More from here? My mind was gradually becoming hazy. It was not a metaphor. My vision was blurring, unable to withstand the little girl's killing intent. Just before I collapsed, a faint possibility crossed my mind. Wait, if it's the same killing intent, maybe. Killing intent that could not be blocked because it had no form. But what if it was the same killing intent? It was the same logic as a counterfire. If I filled my surroundings with killing intent, I might be able to repel the other killing intent. It was not certain. If I failed, I would not be able to hold on any longer, but it was worth a try. Swish. I squeezed out all my strength and barely managed to get to my feet. Then, using mana manipulation, I circulated the mana in my body. Before I knew it, my heart was pounding and my mana was beginning to activate. Whew. I took a deep breath and glared at the pink-haired little girl. The next moment. Then, I released the killing intent that had been building up into my surroundings. Swoosh. Dozens of killing intents shot out like blades, pushing back the girl's pressure.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Soon, my killing intent completely neutralized her aura. A sense of freedom washed over me. I gazed at the girl with a satisfied smile. The girl glared at me with a look of dissatisfaction. Perhaps I had gone a bit too far. Well, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, the situation we had just experienced was only a part of the entrance exam. The girl herself had said it, so it must be true. That meant there was no chance of the girl attacking me out of spite. I wonder how the situation has changed. With my body feeling lighter, I surveyed my surroundings. As expected, Renee seemed to have passed the test. Renee was staggering, but unlike the other candidates, she hadn't collapsed. And then there were the other unscathed individuals. 6 of them. That was the number excluding Renee and me. So, were these the only ones who had passed the test? That couldn't be the case. What could they possibly accomplish with only 6 new students? In the story I had written, the number of students at Siden Academy exceeded several hundred. My guess was that the test was designed in such a way that anyone who could endure for a certain amount of time would pass. The individuals who had managed to stay on their feet until now were probably descendants of the 7 deadly sins. No one else could have maintained their sanity in this situation. It was certain. The 6 candidates who were glaring at the girl. Some of them were unfamiliar to me, but others had faces that seemed oddly familiar. These were the individuals who would later be counted among the strongest in the demon realm. First, there was a girl standing tall with an air of composure. And then there was the boy who burned with passion, his eyes filled with excitement and determination. There were a few others whose faces I vaguely remembered, but the 2 characters I had created with such affection stood out. However, the fate of those children was not a happy one. They were destined to be mercilessly killed by the human protagonist and his companions. But why was there a figure in my field of vision who I had never imagined would be at Siden Academy? Why is that girl at Siden Academy? The unexpected appearance of this figure sent alarm bells ringing in my head. I rubbed my eyes again and looked at the girl. She seemed completely unconcerned, her demeanor radiating an aura of indifference. White hair, crimson eyes, and a distinctive black circlet adorning her head. I knew her. She was a figure I could never forget, so I could only blink in disbelief. The Demon King. Diana, the Demon King who would later become the greatest villain in the demon realm. Among the 7 deadly sins, the Wrath family was in charge, and it was also the family that produced the Demon King. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Some time passed since then. I failed? That's ridiculous. What kind of test is this? Don't touch me. Do you know who my father is? Immediately after the first test ended, Siden's auditorium descended into chaos. Candidates who could not accept the results of the exam were rioting. However, Siden's instructors silently began to throw the dropouts out of the auditorium despite their threats. Bang dash! As all the dropouts were pushed outside, the instructors closed the door to the auditorium. I glanced outside the door and saw a train prepared to take the dropouts outside Siden. As expected, they are merciless. Did I pass? It was a natural thought as I watched the dropouts being kicked out. I wasn't kicked out like them, so that must mean I passed. I endured the girl's killing intent until the end, so it would be strange if I failed. I knew I had seen her somewhere. She was the headmaster of Siden. The identity of the woman who had unleashed her killing intent on us was Lucian, the headmaster of Siden. Lucian was one of the most powerful beings in the demon realm. So, it must have been possible for her to subdue the formidable candidates with just her aura. Swish. I took my eyes off Lucian and looked around. Before I knew it, less than half of the candidates who had filled the auditorium remained. As expected, it seemed that those who endured for a while passed. More people will be filtered out through the second test here. I was lucky this time, but I need to be careful as I could be eliminated at any time. The area around Renee is quite noisy. I stopped in my tracks as I was about to approach Renee. Renee's surroundings were filled with murmuring candidates. Not only her, but the descendants of the other 7 deadly sins as well. All of them had endured the headmaster's killing intent until the end. The candidates were showing them emotions such as envy, jealousy, admiration, and resentment. But why is no one looking at me like that? I also stood until the end like them, but they didn't pay much attention to me. Many of them glanced at me before turning their attention back to the 7 deadly sins disciples. Apparently, I was the only one among them who had managed to endure the ordeal. As if enduring that was easy, I grimaced and hobbled towards Renee. Renee seemed uncomfortable with the reactions of those around him, and she gave me a faint smile when she saw me. You passed too. Yes, I managed to get through. After a brief exchange with Renee, I looked around. Still, it seems like I've managed to make an impression on the applicants and the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. From the beginning, it was impossible to pass the mental strength test overwhelmingly, and I had no intention of doing so. I just needed to make an impression that I, Adell, was different from the other ordinary applicants. And that plan had worked out splendidly. The descendants of the 7 deadly sins are giving me sidelong glances. None of them were openly showing interest, but they were showing a little curiosity towards me. Diana's gaze was among them. I felt a little uncomfortable knowing her true identity, but I decided to let it go. I wondered why she was here at this point, but there was nothing I could do about it. I hadn't properly established the setting of the demon realm, so it was inevitable that there would be things I didn't know. And so, in the midst of the chaotic atmosphere, "Now, focus," the instructor who had walked out from the stands said as he stood on the stage. At the instructor's voice, the applicants stopped chattering and stared at the instructor. His wild, purple hair and the huge tattoo etched near his neck. He had the appearance of a gangster. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a switchblade in his pocket. I need to be careful. I listened to the instructor's explanation, inwardly terrified. Congratulations. With this, you have passed the mental strength test. In effect, you are now students of Siden. If you passed the first test, most of you will pass the second test, so I will simply refer to you as students. At the instructor's words that they were now effectively students of Siden, some of the applicants could not hide their joy. The instructor waited for the atmosphere to settle down before continuing. The mental strength test was, as the name suggests, a test of mental strength. It was a test to determine whether you could maintain your sanity when you are tortured or subjected to horrible things by humans in the future. Several children sighed after hearing the instructor's explanation. It must have been difficult for them to understand such a strange test that required them to endure the desire to live. However, that question was resolved by the instructor's explanation, and all that remained was the 8 of us, including me, who had endured to the end. The 8 of you who made it to the end will receive additional points. If you also perform well in the second test, I will allow you to enter the armory. Only then did the students who had not paid me any attention before give me a piercing look. It was a look that said, "How dare you receive extra points," and it made me feel very uncomfortable. Of course, I couldn't talk about it outside. More importantly, the armory. As the largest academy in the demon realm, it must have some pretty good weapons. I don't know if they'll lend it to me or give it to me, but either way, it's not bad. While I was getting excited, the instructor introduced himself. First, let me introduce myself. I am Aries, the instructor who will be teaching you new students from now on. Clap, clap. A few students clapped their hands softly. I will explain the second test, so please be quiet for a moment. Aries raised his hand and stopped them. A brief silence passed, and Aries spoke slowly. The second test is a test of your abilities. You will show the instructors here what talents and weapons you have to fight humans with. Depending on this, the classes and groups you will be assigned to may vary, so be aware. To paraphrase Aries, he meant to show them how they would fight. For example, a student who uses a sword will take swordsmanship classes, and a student who uses magic will take magic classes. This seemed no different from the Imperial Academy. However, the fact that they had to fight humans was a problem. As a demon, it was natural for humans to be their enemies, but it was important to know what kind of humans they were fighting. And this question of mine was soon answered. The human you will be fighting, and the subject of the second test, is this. Clack. As Aries snapped his fingers, a mass of mana began to take shape. The mana, which was gradually transforming into a human form, soon took the form of a human knight. White armor. A pattern modeled after the white tiger on the armor, and a sharp sword blade like a tiger's claw. Upon laying eyes on that human, I froze in place. Why is that human here of all places? No, it's not impossible for him to be here. But isn't this too sudden? The Demon King participating as a candidate was already surprising enough, but it was nothing compared to the appearance of that human. Do you know who that is? Seeing me break out in a cold sweat, Renee asked, her head peeking out in concern. I couldn't easily answer that question. Of course I do. However, it didn't matter whether I knew or not. What mattered was that the figure who had appeared before my eyes was a character who frequently appeared in the original work. And not just any character, but one who was extremely close to the protagonist who would destroy the demon realm. Close didn't just refer to their level of intimacy. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. It referred to something that was determined at the moment of birth, blood relations. That figure was none other than the protagonist's father, the head of one of the 6 great houses and the strongest of the 6 heroes, that man. Nina Cell. Facing him was Siden's second trial, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character, Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The demon realm was defeated by humans and will continue to be defeated. If so, how were the humans able to achieve victory against the demon realm, which is teeming with powerful beings? To explain this, we need some common knowledge about the human world. The bloodlines of the 6 families each develop abilities limited to their family's unique talents. For example, since Adell has abilities related to assassination, Arsene's ancestors would have also possessed talents related to assassination. On the other hand, the Nina family, known as the strongest of the 6 families, possessed a talent that was not particularly distinctive. Sword. That single word is the Nina family's talent. Not magic, brute strength, or even spiritualism, but simply sword. That alone. Because of that modest talent, they were often considered the weakest of the 6 families before the Great Human-Demon War. However, after the war, that evaluation completely changed. The martial arts that the Nina family's lord demonstrated during the Great Human-Demon War. It was incredible. Every time the lord's sword flashed, the necks of the demons would fall with a thud. Watching that swordsmanship was like witnessing a masterpiece, leaving even some demons in awe. With just that one talent, the protagonist's father was called Sword Saint. Sword Saint's skill was among the top 5 of those who fought in the Great Human-Demon War. In the novel, I set Sword Saint as the second strongest after the Demon King. To help readers understand the protagonist's strength and build anticipation, In short, the protagonist's father, Newfound, is one of the strongest on the human side, and from now on, we have to face such a figure. That human is Sword Saint. Is he planning to humiliate us? I wasn't the only one who recognized Cell's face. The complexions of several students hardened. The students who recognized Cell were showing fear. Some clenched their fists as if they were resentful and trembled. Are they the children of the demon families that Cell defeated? The war that took place 10 years ago, when the students were just little kids, but it would not be easy to forget Cell. Cell's martial arts and cruelty, which were limited to the demon race, were enough to make even humans gasp. Of course, those with weak mentalities had already been filtered out during the mental strength test, so none of the cadets showed any strong signs of resistance. However, the weight of the word Sword Saint was immense. I might as well take the mental strength test again. If I were to take the mental strength test again now, I might actually die, but the chances of survival would be higher than facing the Sword Saint before me. Ares opened his mouth, his eyes fixed on the cadets' reactions. Naturally, I don't think any of you will be able to withstand the full power of the Sword Saint. He will only exert 10% of its power. Ares paused and muttered softly, if we could replicate the Sword Saint's skill, we wouldn't have lost. However, Ares quickly returned to his original expression. After hearing the explanation, Renee tilted her head and asked, wouldn't 10% be too easy? No way. Why? Well, even if a monster is weakened, it's still a monster, isn't it? I shrugged and replied, 10%. It's only a tenth of the total, so you might think it would be easy. However, that was only true for ordinary powerhouses. It was as if a human capable of destroying a nation had only been given enough power to destroy a single city. Was it possible that all of the current cadets had passed a test of such ridiculous difficulty? That's impossible. As Ares had said earlier, it was likely that the majority of them would pass the second test. There was no reason for the instructors to deceive the cadets. However, they would never have been able to defeat Newfound. That meant that there must be a condition for passing this test. I had to focus on figuring out that condition. I'd like to use the information paper, but the number of remaining gold coins was pitifully low. I needed to save them for questions that were truly necessary in the future. In addition, there might be a limit to the number of questions I could ask. The identity of the information paper seemed to be Adell himself, so it wasn't an entirely unreliable hypothesis. I need to consider all the possibilities and act carefully. So I had to try to overcome this without relying on the help of others as much as possible. I stared at Cell, who was standing there lifelessly like a doll, and repeated the thought in my mind. After a short while, Ares opened his mouth. Then, I will now form groups. With your current skills, you won't be able to handle even a fraction of the Sword Saint's power. The cadets frowned at Ares's words, but no one objected. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. His words were all too true. I will form teams of 4. For fairness, the top 8 performers in the first exam will be assigned to different positions, and the rest will be placed randomly. As soon as he finished speaking, the cadets' eyes sparkled as they turned to the 7 deadly sins descendants. Their gazes were like those of people looking at walking lotteries. Naturally, I received a few glances as well. However, the meaning behind those gazes was completely different from the ones directed at the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. It was as if they were looking at a dud they wanted to avoid, and I smiled wryly. I guess I can't expect to get on the bus, since the top 8 will be assigned to different teams. In the end, it all comes down to luck. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange tier, $10. For every $15 collected on KO5, I will release an extra chapter. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. And so, the team assignments began, filled with both excitement and anticipation. I will call out the names. First, Team 1. Renee, who was listening, poked my shoulder with her finger. When I turned around, Renee whispered in a small voice, "Good luck." I smiled and replied, "I'll be counting on it." *****. Team 33. Captain Adell. Members Kina, Chris, Shancy. After the team assignments were complete, I recalled what Ares had said in my head. The names of the cadets assigned to my team. I don't recognize any of these names. They must be the ones who acted as an extra to make the human heroes stand out. I felt a strange sense of compassion, but I quickly shook it off. It was more important to figure out how to use them than to feel sorry for them. "My name is Adell. It's a pleasure to meet you." I approached them, who were already gathered, and greeted them politely. My original plan was to act friendly and use informal speech, but my body instinctively told me that this was a time to be humble and respectful. It was a similar feeling to when I first met Renee. It was a bit awkward since it wasn't my natural way of speaking, but it wasn't unbearable. Besides, there was no harm in being seen as polite. There was no need to force myself to change. "Hello. The one next to me is Kina and Shancy, and I'm Chris." As the boy named Chris greeted us, the girl introduced as Kina nodded her head. Chris had an innocent-looking impression with sky-blue hair. The girl named Kina had ruby-colored eyes that contrasted with her blonde hair. On the other hand, Shancy, TCH. As soon as our eyes met, she turned her head away as if she was feeling sick. And then, she uttered words filled with discontent. "How can a half-breed like you be our leader? You're a disgrace to our family." I thought she was from a family of 7 deadly sins since she used the term disgrace to the family. However, it didn't seem to be the case, so I simply ignored her. I turned my head and spoke to Chris and Kina. Let's give it a try. Let's do it. Yeah, let's work hard. Although she might not like me deep down, she seemed to be paying attention to me in her own way. I guess Shansi is the only one who openly shows hostility. Even so, she doesn't seem to be planning to attack me right away, so I don't have to worry about it. First, let's decide on our positions. Please tell us about the weapons or talents you use. From now on, we were a team, so we needed to share our information with each other. Since the students of Siden were a community of shared destiny, there was no need to hide anything about our fighting styles. Perhaps we could even be called comrades who would face death together. After a moment of contemplation, Chris used his mana to extract a triangular shape from his palm. This is my ability, mana transformation. Then, he began to transform the triangle into various shapes. He attached it to his body to create a form of armor, and he also made it into the shape of a sword. Finally, he spread it out thinly to create a defensive barrier. It's not very lethal, but it's versatile and can be used for a variety of purposes. That's true. It didn't seem like a bad ability. Rather, it was quite useful. It's just that the human characters I created, as well as Crete, are too strong, so this level is passable. It was good enough to pass. Is it my turn now? As Chris finished his introduction, it was naturally Kina's turn next. My ability isn't a combat ability, but a support ability. A support ability. A support ability, you say? Yeah, I can ask the spirits to bless our allies. Kina closed her eyes and began to chant a spell. Then, I felt a faint flow of mana enveloping me. Kina's mana was absorbed into my body in small amounts, and only then did she stop chanting. Huff, huff. How is it? Do you feel lighter? Yes, I do. I nodded at Kina, who was gasping for breath. In truth, it was difficult to sense any major difference. But I did feel a subtle lightness in my body. My spell can increase the speed of our allies. Of course, you shouldn't expect a huge change. I can see that. You're being mean. Just kidding. I chuckled at Kina, who was pouting. However, on the contrary, my insides were burning. It's better than nothing. On the battlefield, even a slight physical advantage can determine life and death. That's why a buff ability that enhances physical abilities is definitely a good ability. However, Kina's spell was so minimal that it was difficult to sense unless it was in a non-routine situation. In fact, I even wondered how she passed the first test. Wasn't it Shansi? It's your turn now. While I was feeling discouraged inside, Chris spoke to Shansi. Shansi tried to ignore him, but only opened her mouth when she received our sharp gazes. This is my ability. At that moment, Shansi's body began to be covered in black rock. Shansi's ability was hardening. Judging from its appearance and hardness, it seemed like it could be used effectively as a tanker. Now, it's your turn. As Shansi retracted her ability, the attention turned to me this time. Their gazes were filled with curiosity. They must be curious to see how strong I am, who passed as one of the final 8. I don't mind meeting their expectations a little. Designate dash. I designated the earring hanging from Shansi's ear as the target. Move. I exchanged positions. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Shansi's earring fell to the floor, and her trembling pupils came into view. She seemed very flustered as the distance between us suddenly narrowed. I whispered softly in Shansi's ear. Teleportation, that's my ability. Adding a little bit of a lie. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. There was a reason why I didn't fully explain my abilities. I needed to be aware of the stigma that came with being a descendant of the Arsene family. It's been fine so far, but I don't know what will happen in the future. For some reason, the Bear's family didn't show much interest in my abilities. That's why I was able to hide the fact that I was a descendant of the Arsene family. However, I had to assume that I would be found out as a descendant of Arsene. If someone who knows about my abilities turns into an enemy, I would definitely be in a very difficult situation. So I shouldn't reveal as much about myself as possible. Chris's eyes sparkled as he accepted my lie as the truth. Teleportation? That's a pretty good ability. Thank you for the compliment. I thanked him briefly and opened my mouth again. Now that I had figured out the abilities of my teammates, it was time to decide on our positions. The positions were so simple that I didn't even have to think about it. Shansi and Chris, who have abilities that specialize in defense, will be in front, I'll be in the middle, and Kina will support us from behind. Okay. Chris and Kina accepted my words immediately, but Shansi looked a little displeased. It didn't seem like she was dissatisfied with the position, but rather that she didn't like the fact that I, a half-demon, was giving her orders. I don't remember her, so I guess she's from a noble family in the middle of the demon realm. After all, Chris and Kina's clothes didn't look that expensive. On the other hand, Shansi's clothes looked different from the start. I could tell that they were expensive at a glance. But in Siden, there's no such thing as a hierarchy of families. In the Human Imperial Academy, the story revolves around nobility. That's why nobles have more say than commoners. However, Siden literally trains soldiers, so the moment you take the entrance exam, you lose the label of your family. Of course, if you're a child of the 7 deadly sins, that's a different story. But the family I don't even remember isn't included in that exception. Shansi must know that too. So, even if I show my displeasure, she won't refute my words. There won't be any risk of her ignoring my opinion and acting rashly during the battle. I stopped the brief power struggle with Shanxi and turned my gaze away. Let's watch for a bit. I was also curious about the Sword Saint's fighting style. I've read descriptions of it, but I've never actually seen it in person. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Before I knew it, the first group was about to start the second test. The group was made up of ordinary demons who didn't include any of the 7 deadly sins descendants. However, as they had all passed the first test, their fighting spirit seemed to be quite high. If all of them attacked me at once, even I would be in danger. It's not like they could compare to Crete, but they could easily handle a knight below Peltz's level. I looked at the first group with a little anticipation. I wonder how they'll fight. Could there be a hidden gem among them who hasn't shown their true potential yet? How would the Sword Saint fight? It was my first time seeing a battle between demons and humans, so my anticipation was even greater. There was still plenty of time before it was our group's turn. In the meantime, let's watch the first group's fight leisurely. However, contrary to my expectations, the fight ended abruptly. Swish dash. The moment the Sword Saint swung his sword, the bodies of 2 students turned red. The 2 students who turned red seemed to have lost consciousness and collapsed on the spot. The students didn't seem to be injured. They just seemed to have lost consciousness, probably thanks to a magical device prepared by Siden's side. From the beginning, the Sword Saint was a fake created by magic, so he didn't seem to have any killing power. However, it seemed that if one was hit by an attack that could render him unable to fight, his body would turn red and he would collapse. I didn't even see it. Get up quickly. The remaining students of Group 1 shouted at the fallen students, but it was useless. The Sword Saint swung his sword again and finished off the remaining students. Thud, thud. A cold silence filled the hall. With just 2 swings of his sword, the Sword Saint had wiped out all of Group 1's members. I didn't even have time to figure out the Sword Saint's attack pattern. I stared at the scene with a hardened expression. I couldn't even grasp a sense of how to attack that monster. It seemed that I wasn't the only one who thought that way. The other students just stared blankly at the Sword Saint. Next, it's the second group's turn. Ares calmly called out the second group amidst the chaotic atmosphere. The second group was also a group that consisted of students I didn't recognize. Perhaps the descendants of the 7 deadly sins, who had a high ranking, were placed in the lower ranks. If they were descendants of the 7 deadly sins, they would be able to figure out the method to defeat the Sword Saint, even if it's not accurate. Through their battles, the students might easily discover something about the Sword Saint. And that was something Siden wouldn't want. Wait. Then, excluding the descendants of the 7 deadly sins, I would be the student with the highest rank. The group I belonged to would also be taking the test quite late. Somehow, my group is the 33rd group. The group that the descendants of the 7 deadly sins belonged to would be next after me. I would be able to figure out quite a lot about the Sword Saint by the time our group's turn came. In addition to that, I had to figure out the real criteria for passing this test. If defeating the Sword Saint was the only criteria, there wouldn't be any students who would pass, excluding the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. If that happened, the hundreds of Siden demons who invaded the human world in the story wouldn't make sense. There must be some kind of plot device to fill in the gaps in the flawed setting I had created. Let's put that thought aside for now. I decided that the top priority was to figure out the Sword Saint's fighting style. However, just like Group 1, Group 2 couldn't escape the predetermined outcome and was mercilessly crushed. All the students in the second group were writhing on the ground with their bodies turned red. Next, the third group. Ares glanced briefly at the fallen and called out the next group. The third group was also fearful, but in the end, they all charged at the Sword Saint and the same result came out. The third group was also annihilated. A heavy atmosphere descended upon the auditorium due to the disastrous outcome. The members of our group also seemed quite fearful. Will we be able to win? Are you scared of humans? Shanxi replied shortly to Chris's feeble question. Even Shanxi, who had said that, was trembling with both legs. There was no need to intentionally demoralize her, so I pretended not to notice this time. Group 4, come forth. As the instructors on Siden's side dragged away the fallen students from Group 3, Ares announced that it was Group 4's turn. And then, an unexpected situation occurred. No, isn't it obvious that we'll lose? Some of the students in Group 4 began to protest instead of fighting the Sword Saint. Ares closed his eyes as if he had expected this and opened his mouth. Very well. 2 students are exempt from the exam. Only those who will take the exam should come forward. Ares dismissed the unexpected situation with ease. The 2 protesting students were excluded, and only the other students in Group 4 took the second exam. It was a shame that they lost to the Sword Saint without being able to fight back due to the sudden exclusion of 2 of their teammates. Chris, who had been watching the scene with a look of disbelief, muttered, "What the heck? Can you just skip the exam if you want?" "No way." I dismissed Chris's question. It was nearly impossible for the 2 excluded students to pass the second exam. N/O/vel/B//n.C//om. Common sense dictated that they should be forced to take the exam, even if it meant losing. Something's up. There must be a reason why they were excluded without any punishment. And it was certain that it was related to the passing condition of the second exam. And so, the next turn came. Group 5, Group 6, Group 9. The students took turns facing the Sword Saint and were defeated. Among them were students who refused to fight the Sword Saint and were excluded. As before, Ares excluded them without a word. And then came the next turn. Group 10. Group 20. Finally, it was Group 30's turn. This is crazy. From Group 1 to Group 30, not a single group had dealt any significant damage to the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint was a magical construct, so it didn't get tired. Needless to say, no group had defeated the Sword Saint. It's our turn soon. Ugh, I'm shaking. Chris and Kina looked visibly nervous. I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous too, but there were some gains. I realized as I watched the battles leading up to Group 30's turn. The battle time increased slightly each time the next group took their turn. It was not enough to figure out the exact abilities of the Sword Saint, but it was at least a sign that there was a significant difference in skill level between the later groups and the students who had taken the exam first. On top of that, I also seemed to have figured out the true criteria for passing the second test. Next. Finally, even the 30th group was completely defeated by Sword Saint, and it was the 31st group's turn. As expected, the 31st group also held out well, but they were annihilated before long. The same was true for the 32nd group. Next, 33rd group. Finally, it was our turn. I walked out in front of Sword Saint with my teammates. And I turned my gaze towards my teammates and said, I found out about the passing criteria for the second test. What are you talking about? Shanxi frowned and asked me. I shrugged and replied, the passing criteria for the second test is to charge forward even when you sense defeat in the face of overwhelming force. Shanxi's eyebrows twitched. The word defeat seemed to be unpleasant, but perhaps my words were true, so she nodded in agreement. In addition to the fact that most students passed the second test, the expressions of the instructors looking at the excluded students were not very good. That doesn't mean they don't see talent at all. I guess they just want to see what kind of abilities the students have through their battles with Sword Saint. It doesn't matter if they don't have outstanding talent. From Siden's point of view, it's enough to use them as shields. In a word, whether you win or lose against Sword Saint, if you just fight, you pass. But even if you don't have to risk your life to fight, you still pass. Let's catch Sword Saint once, I said with a sly smile. Shanxi made a ridiculous expression at my words. Is she saying that it's ridiculous for a mere half-demon, not even a 7 deadly sins, to say such a thing? Well, whatever. I can win. It's possible with the talent of Adell, the greatest villain I possess. I took out a dagger from my pocket and shouted to my teammates. Now, let's begin. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Guys, we now have a Discord server? Join us for latest updates and discussions. The information regarding Nina Cell is tightly wrapped in a veil. In the original work, Cell is a character from the previous generation of the main characters. That is why there is no proper description of him. That's why it might have been easier if the theme of the second test was to deal with the current protagonist. My head is overflowing with information about the protagonist. However, the protagonist at this point in time would have just entered the Imperial Academy. It was not yet the time for the protagonist to gain great fame. 3 years later, he will gain enough fame to surpass his father, Cell, but for now, the protagonist is just a rookie, not much different from me. Even though we are both rookies, our skills are not the same. As I thought about the protagonist, a sigh escaped my lips without me realizing it. This is difficult. Nov, L, B //JNN. The protagonist at this point in time is definitely stronger than the weakened Nina Cell in front of us, but we are terrified of Cell despite our numbers. I need to change the atmosphere. I glanced back. Don't get cold feet and remember your positions. Got it. Humph, I know that much. Fortunately, my teammates seemed willing to follow my orders. Did I naturally become the leader thanks to the performance I showed Shanxi? Shanxi also seemed to acknowledge my abilities. There was no need to be shy anymore. When the battle starts, Mr. Chris, you need to immediately deploy your barrier, and Ms. Shanx, you need to stay behind it. The only one among us who can act as a shield is Shanxi, who has the hardening talent. This was a measure in case Chris's defensive barrier was destroyed by the Sword Saint's attack. Of course, it is nearly impossible for the two of them to block the Sword Saint's attack. However, my aim is to draw the Sword Saint's attention away from me. The two of them should be able to fulfill that role sufficiently. Clench dash. I gripped my dagger tightly. Before I knew it, the Sword Saint had drawn his sword. At this, I opened my mouth. Operation. Commence dash. As soon as I finished speaking, my whole body began to surge with energy. As we had agreed beforehand, Kina cast a speed buff on me and my teammates. At the same time, a rectangular defensive barrier unfolded from Chris's hand. And in front of the defensive barrier, the Sword Saint's sword flashed. Here it comes. The Sword Saint's attacks were not only swift but also accompanied by a tremendous shockwave. After observing 30 battles, I realized that the Sword Saint does not use sword energy. I don't know if it's out of arrogance or if he can't use it because it's only 10% of his true strength. One thing is for sure. Shanxi, who is a demon realm noble, can easily block it. Bang dash. As expected, Chris's defensive barrier was shattered by the Sword Saint's attack. However, Shanxi crossed her arms to defend, preventing their annihilation. Just before the Sword Saint, who had his attack blocked by both of them, could swing his sword again. Flinch. My shoulder twitched. Is this my chance? The gap that the Sword Saint revealed. But I didn't attack. I had to pass on this opportunity. For some reason, an uneasy feeling held me back. The gap that the Sword Saint revealed was so obvious that I hesitated to attack. Even if it was only 10% of the Sword Saint's strength, it felt strange for him to reveal such a blatant opening. Even more so considering that this is a practical exam. As I thought. In that brief moment that I hesitated, the gap that the Sword Saint had revealed was completely filled. A trap. The Sword Saint had intentionally revealed an opening to lure me in. I let out a sigh of relief inwardly at the sight. If it weren't for my gut feeling, I would have fallen for it. And so, we faced the Sword Saint's second attack. Damn it. Chris cursed and deployed his defensive barrier once more. Just like before, Chris's defensive barrier was smashed to pieces. The shockwave that followed engulfed Shanxi's body. The situation isn't good. Chris's defensive barrier, which was less complete than the first time, was broken through too easily. As a result, Shanxi suffered a serious injury from this attack. Of course, the wound inflicted by the Sword Saint was not a physical wound but a type of illusion, but judging from the cracks in Shanxi's rocky arm, it seemed difficult for her to endure any longer. Another gap appeared in the Sword Saint's defenses as a result of Shanxi's sacrifice. But this time again, I couldn't attack rashly and stopped moving. Again, the Sword Saint revealed an opening. A gap appeared between his abdomen and chest, wide enough to stab a dagger into. However, a sense of unease kept ringing alarm bells in my head. I had no evidence, but I felt like the Sword Saint was baiting an attack. As I remained motionless, Chris shouted, "Why aren't you attacking? We're all going to die if you keep spacing out. Please wait a moment. I'm still figuring things out. You idiot." Chris hurriedly put up a defensive barrier against the Sword Saint's relentless attacks. The situation seemed dire, but I couldn't bring myself to intervene. I could understand Chris's desperation, but how could I attack when it was clear that this was a trap? Unable to find an answer, I glanced down at my wrist. Should I use it? The token given to me by the demon god. If I used these 3 strokes, I would be able to subdue the Sword Saint easily. But I quickly shook my head. It was not yet time. It would be excessive to use the token in a test that I was certain to pass, even if I had to suffer a little. So I had to defeat the Sword Saint with my current abilities alone. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. I changed my strategy. I spoke, facing forward. "Mr. Chris, please put a defensive barrier around me." "What? What about the Sword Saint's attacks?" "I have a way." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Fine, but I'll be angry if you fail." Chris withdrew his defensive barrier and placed it around my abdomen. Shanch, who was watching, exclaimed in surprise. "Then what am I supposed to do?" "Please endure it just once." "What the? Ugh." In an instant, an attack flew in and left a red line across Shanch's body. The defensive barrier had disappeared, leaving Shanch to take the full force of the Sword Saint's attack. Thud. Shanch collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the blow any longer. Fortunately, it didn't seem like she had been eliminated. Twitch. She was convulsing on the floor, which meant she wasn't completely unconscious. "I'm sorry." I silently offered a brief apology and focused on the Sword Saint's next attack. Swish. The Sword Saint swung his sword again after dealing with Shanch. Now, the sense of unease that had been holding me back finally disappeared. It was a momentary lapse of concentration, but I didn't miss it. Just before the Sword Saint's sword created a shockwave, I observed the Sword Saint's movements and designation. I pointed an arrow at the sword. Move. I instantly swapped the positions of the Sword Saint's sword and myself. The sword that had been sent into the air fell and rolled on the ground. And I was floating right in front of the Sword Saint's face. Whoosh dash. Sword Saint swung his fist without showing even a hint of panic. In that brief moment, he realized that the sword had disappeared and decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat. If I can just endure it once. I hoped that Chris's barrier, which was floating in the air, would hold. And then Sword Saint's fist struck directly. Bang dash. A tremendous roar pierced my eardrums, but I glared at the fist. Fortunately, Sword Saint's fist did not penetrate the barrier. A terrible pain surged through me, but it was not unbearable. Gulp. Blood gushed out of my mouth as I simultaneously deployed my darkness attribute. The moment the darkness spread, suddenly, I had an intuition. This might work. It was an application I had acquired while training in Bear's mana technique. As the amount of mana I possessed increased exponentially, it was to create a space filled with darkness, and to trap me and my opponent within that space. A space created with the darkness attribute that did not allow even a speck of light to enter. Therefore, I also would not be able to see in front of me, but I had an artifact that I had obtained from the land of the undead. The Fang of Darkness. This artifact, which took the form of a dagger, was strengthened by dividing darkness into 2. In addition, it had the effect of assisting the wearer's movements in the darkness. Of course, it did not allow one to see. Should I say that it gave me a sense like that of an animal in the darkness? In short, it was said to boast performance that was not inferior to that of a legendary weapon in pitch-black darkness. That was why the newly acquired application of the Darkness trait and the Fang of Darkness were a good match. Within the space of the Darkness trait, the Fang of Darkness transformed into a weapon more powerful than any other. Let's spread it out freely. There was no set pattern or form. I simply created with darkness. I had also considered simply increasing the size of the dagger, but since my physical abilities were not overwhelmingly high, there was a high chance that it would be destroyed. So I came up with a different method. If it was impossible to launch an attack that could break through Sword Saint's defenses, let's make it an attack that will succeed. When Sword Saint's vision was blocked, he hesitated and did not move rashly. However, I immediately noticed Sword Saint's movement to regain his composure and respond through the sense I shared with the Fang of Darkness. As expected, a monster. Even with my current enhanced strength, I couldn't be certain of victory. That's why, I'll kill you with all my might. I'll face him with the best technique I can unleash without holding back. The moment I made up my mind. Bam dash. The Sword Saint kicked off the ground and charged towards me. A terrifying aura accompanied his movement. In response, I lifted the left corner of my mouth into a long grin. I had already prepared a means to block Sword Saint's movements and attack him. A technique I had been preparing ever since I learned that I could manipulate the darkness attribute. Its name is Black Blade Rain. I recited it succinctly. The incantation for a technique created by fusing the darkness attribute with the Fang of Darkness. As I finished the incantation, the Fang of Darkness began to absorb the surrounding darkness and ripple. The rippling darkness soon transformed into dozens of blades. The blades floated in the air, completely surrounding Sword Saint's body. Clench. I clenched my fist. I looked at Sword Saint, who was swimming through the darkness, and opened my mouth. Die. That moment, dozens of blades surged towards Sword Saint. Stab, 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 stab. The blades began to tear Sword Saint's body apart indiscriminately. Soon, the dull sound of Sword Saint collapsing reached my ears. Only then did I release the darkness attribute. Then, Sword Saint, whose entire body had been riddled with holes, came into view. Swish. I looked around and saw the students, their mouths agape in disbelief, Chris and Kina frozen in each other's arms, and Shanxi lying on the floor. In that silence, I felt a sense of exhilaration. The hundreds of students who had previously rushed at Sword Saint and been defeated. This was the moment when I, for the first time, accomplished what they could not. Adell, you're amazing. Chris, who had broken the silence of the examination hall, patted my shoulder with a grin. What? How did you do it? I never thought it would actually work. I did well. As you can see. Amazing. Yes, but more importantly, my arm is getting numb. Oh, sorry. Only then did Chris remove his arm as if he was sorry. I told Chris that I was okay and started walking again. Although I quite liked this silence mixed with surprise, there was still something I had to finish. Swish.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I quietly pulled out a dagger from my bosom. Stab. And in front of Chris, I stabbed the dagger into Sword Saint's chest. Seeing no reaction, I stabbed him again. Thud. Thud. What are you doing? Chris, who had been approaching me, stopped in his tracks. Well, I smiled at him and answered calmly. Shouldn't I make sure he's dead? How do I know if Sword Saint is just pretending to be dead and will attack again? As I answered Chris, I continued to stab Sword Saint's chest in the silence. Until the instructor announced the end of the test. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin bonus chapter for reaching 25 rating on new. Another bonus chapter on 50 ratings. Not bad for a half-breed. The blue-haired girl who was sitting with her legs crossed muttered arrogantly. Her hairstyle revealed her forehead and she had two long, slender horns growing from her head. The girl's eyes were fixed on Adell, who was relentlessly stabbing the Sword Saint. After hearing her comment, one of the students flattered her. But he's still weaker than Ms. Fran. It's ridiculous to even compare a half-demon to Ms. Fran. Haha, that's obvious. The girl dismissed the student's flattery as if it wasn't worth her time. At first glance, her words and actions seemed arrogant. However, no one dared to criticize her because she had the qualifications to say such things. She was Fran, the only daughter of the Laurel family, one of the 7 deadly sins, who was in charge of lust. Well, even so, the nature of a half-breed doesn't change. Fran said as she watched Adell mercilessly killing the Sword Saint. In any case, such a low-level being. Adell was splattering blood everywhere. It was certainly a gruesome sight. At least, it was unpleasant enough for Fran, a member of the 7 deadly sins, to watch. Half-breeds are all like that. They're inherently inferior beings. Suddenly, Fran stopped speaking. For some reason, she felt a very sharp gaze coming from afar. Who dared to look at her with such impure eyes? With that thought in mind, Fran turned her head, and her gaze stopped at a woman with a black dragon crest carved on her face, filled with killing intent. Fran's face hardened as she recalled. If it's a black dragon, it must be a child of the bear's family, but why is she looking at me like that? Renee's gaze was so intense that it made Fran uncomfortable. Fran swallowed nervously as she faced Renee. What's with that look? Fran was terrified by Renee's intense gaze. She wondered if there were any students who would intervene, but the students were all backing away and watching the two of them. Even though they're both from the 7 deadly sins, they're different. Are they already fighting? I wonder who will win. Nov.L.B/JNN. Fran was frustrated by this. The two of them didn't look away from each other for long. After all, it was the first time that a member of the 7 deadly sins had appeared in the exam. Group 33, you pass. All right. Instructor Aries spoke, looking at me with disapproval. On the other hand, Chris and Kina hugged each other and rejoiced. Shanxi seemed to be trying to manage her expression. but the slight twitch of her lips betrayed her joy. Well, it was only natural, considering we had defeated the Sword Saint, even if it was just a tenth of his power. I was about to join in the celebratory mood when Pixie Adell, Instructor Ares called my name in a serious tone. I turned around, thinking he might be about to offer some praise, but Ares's face was contorted in a grimace. There couldn't be two people using this alias, so he must be calling me. Feeling puzzled, I asked Ares, "What's the matter? Are you really asking because you don't know?" "Yes, I am. I'll be watching you." Ares turned his back and walked away as if he had said everything he needed to say. Why did he even call me? It was baffling, but I decided not to dwell on it too much. Swish. I raised my head. The descendants of the 7 deadly sins in the audience. I observed their reactions. Not a bad reaction. They were looking at me with curiosity. Since I hadn't shown them how I defeated the Sword Saint while trapped in the darkness, they might be trying to figure it out. But why is she angry? I flinched involuntarily at the sight of Renee, killing intent emanating from her eyes. Fortunately, it didn't seem like her gaze was directed at me. Following her line of sight, I unexpectedly saw a familiar face. A girl with blue hair and distinctive Japanese-style oni horns. Fran Laurel. She was one of the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. I remembered her because she was a character I had written about and featured in the story. But why was she having a power struggle with Renee? Renee wasn't the type to pick fights with people for no reason. As I pondered for a moment, my head throbbed, and I pressed my forehead. The information I have about the demon realm is full of holes. This is a headache. The settings I remembered about the demon realm. Let's start with the settings related to the demon realm. I knew the names of famous demons, information about items and hidden treasures that could be found in the demon realm, and even the settings of powerful demons representing the demon realm. However, even that knowledge was fragmented and incomplete. That's why I knew about Diana, the student who would become the Demon King, and Fran, one of the descendants of the 7 deadly sins, but I had no information about Renee. It's true that my head is full of information about the human world. But what good is that? However, most of the information I have now is useless. What good would it do me to know about the protagonist's party? All I can do is prepare for that time. At least that information won't be useful until the middle of the story. Whew. I sighed with worry about the future. And I took a step towards Renee and Fran. I think it would be better to stop the fight between the two of them for now. As someone who needs to recruit more powerful people, it's not a good sign for future comrades to be at odds. Miss. Renee turned her head at my call. Then her fierce expression gradually softened and returned to her usual blankness. You worked hard. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Renee approached me, greeting me gently, and took a handkerchief out of her pocket. What the heck is a handkerchief? Before I could even wonder about it, Renee's hand was headed for my forehead. Swish, swish. And then she wiped my face, which was soaked with sweat. It seemed a little awkward, as if it was the first time she had done something like this for someone else, but it didn't feel bad because I could sense her sincerity. It's touching to receive such treatment from Renee, who has always been cold. Renee stared at me as I smiled again. I realized what she meant and quickly lowered my head. Thank you for wiping me down. Yeah. Only then did Renee put the handkerchief back in her pocket as I expressed my gratitude. Fran, who had been watching the whole scene, said in disbelief. She must be a woman who has hit her head hard. Fran's sudden insult. I was startled and looked at Renee and Fran's reactions to see if they would fight again. Fortunately, Renee ignored the insult and looked at me. What did Fran say to make Renee angry? Maybe she touched Renee's sore spot. As I was speculating about what had happened between the two of them. You, tell me your name. Fran suddenly pointed at me and demanded. Are you referring to me? Yes. I responded to her politely, as I was accustomed to .nov.l.b//jnn. Fran was a member of the 7 deadly sins, so it was natural to show her respect. However, something felt awkward. It was as if my body itself was against the idea of showing Fran respect. As if a human were showing respect to a monkey. Surely, it must be my imagination. My name is Adell. Adell, Adell. Fran rolled the word Adell around in her mouth a few times. And then, a playful smile spread across her face. Not a bad name. Thank you. I briefly thanked her and asked out of curiosity. But why are you asking me? What was her reason? Was she deeply impressed by my defeat of the Sword Saint? Judging by Fran's demeanor and tone, it didn't seem like it. When I asked for the reason, Fran spoke confidently. Adell, become my slave. I froze with a smile still plastered on my face at the absurd proposal. Become her slave? What was she talking about? How dare she mention slavery to me, the creator of this world? Anger flared up for a moment, but then my head quickly cooled down. But isn't my current situation no different from being a slave? Realizing that my current situation wasn't much different, I quickly became dejected. Why aren't you saying anything? That. You must be speechless with joy. I understand. No. I shook my head. Although Crete, who had treated me like a servant, was infuriating, I couldn't escape this bondage. The goo poison slumbering within me. I had managed to remove it from my heart using the position exchange, but I couldn't completely eliminate it. If I did something like that, Crete would be alerted. Can I really escape Crete's clutches in the demon realm? The answer to that question was simple. I would never be able to escape Crete's control. Not until I gained more power. Therefore, Fran's proposal was naturally rejected. More than anything, I was gradually adapting to my life as René's escort these days. To be honest, I didn't want to become someone else's slave because I felt it would be a waste of the time and effort I had invested. But, clang, René suddenly drew her sword from her waist and pointed it at Fran. A look of bewilderment crossed Fran's face. What are you doing? Have you truly gone mad? Fran raised her mana in response to René's actions. As expected of a descendant of the 7 deadly sins, her mana was pure and abundant. The student's attention was once again drawn to the commotion caused by the two of them. Amidst this noisy atmosphere, my mind became even more confused. How did things end up like this? Compared to René's sharp features, Fran had a relatively gentle appearance. However, she wasn't the type to just laugh it off if someone suddenly picked a fight with her. As a descendant of the 7 deadly sins, Fran would naturally want to engage in battle. But Fran's reaction was somehow strange. It seems like the atmosphere is being suppressed by René. It was as if she was afraid of René. Although she was a character from the original story, I didn't know what kind of personality she had, so it was difficult to judge. One thing was for sure, she didn't seem to welcome the current situation of confrontation with René. Therefore, I was about to step in and mediate their fight when, next, Group 34. Ares spoke, looking at us with a stern gaze. René then lowered the sword she had pointed at Fran. I'll be going. Is it your group's turn, miss? Yes. It seemed like the fight had been interrupted because it was René's group's turn. The students clicked their tongues in disappointment, regretting that they couldn't see the fight between the two. These guys dare. I was about to say something but held myself back. Please come back victorious. Sure, but... René suddenly approached me and leaned in close. Then, she whispered in a nonchalant voice. You're hiding your strength, aren't you? I'll keep it a secret. I couldn't easily answer her last statement. What exactly did René think of me? I had given my all during the test, but to René's eyes, I must have seemed weak enough to think I was hiding my strength. It was disheartening, but there was nothing I could do. René knew me as the family's priest and escort. I'll be back. With those words, René and her teammates headed down from the spectator seats. I pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the upcoming battle. Only the groups with members of the 7 deadly sins remained. Can I finally see the abilities of the descendants of the 7 deadly sins? My heart pounded with a strange excitement as my curiosity was piqued. I've fought with René before and trained together, but I've never seen her true abilities. To be precise, René has never needed to use her true abilities until now. In cases like the territory of the undead, she was able to conquer it without using her full power. More than anything, René wasn't showy enough to use her full power in training. That's why I've never seen René's full power. I wonder what René's true abilities are. I'm also curious about the abilities of the children who will be next. Let's watch it once. I decided to witness the moment when the descendants of the 7 deadly sins clashed with the sword Sane, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Please do rate and review on novel updates. Bonus chapter on 50 ratings and on 5 reviews. The first turn was René's, as instructor Ares had mentioned earlier. Thud. René ignored her teammates and stepped forward. Her movements were as graceful as if she were strolling through a garden. I swallowed hard. Her actions seemed devoid of fear. Was it confidence in her abilities? I couldn't help but feel bewildered as I watched her, seemingly devoid of any tension. All I did was close the distance with the position exchange. René had already reached the Sword Saint. The fact that René had moved to the Sword Saint's side without any hindrance meant one thing. The Sword Saint had judged that he couldn't launch any meaningful attacks against René as she approached. There was no other way to explain this scene. René silently drew her sword from her waist. At the same time, an ominous black mana swirled from René's sword. It was fundamentally similar to the mana I used, but its power was different. The Sword Saint frowned. As if provoked by René's aura, he swung his sword, releasing a shockwave. René swung her sword in response. Bang! The shockwave emitted by the Sword Saint was instantly nullified. No, it was more than nullified, it was shattered.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The black mana imbued in René's sword severed the Sword Saint's neck from his body. Thud. The Sword Saint's head fell limply to the ground. The students in the stands who had witnessed it began to cheer. As expected of the 7 deadly sins? Damn, I knew we could count on them. Unlike their reactions, my mind was in chaos. I couldn't believe it. I wondered if I had really seen it correctly. It was a truly incomprehensible situation. Even if the Sword Saint was only at 1/10 of his power, was it possible to win so overwhelmingly? I suppose I had underestimated René's abilities. But, even considering that, this level of power was ridiculous. If a mere freshman possessed this level of power, there was no way that Siden would be defeated by the human realm. And at this point in time, René and the other 7 deadly sins hadn't even enrolled in Siden. Meanwhile, Fran snorted as she crossed her arms beside me. If she's going to defy me, she should at least be able to do that much. It's a shame I didn't get to see her being humiliated by the Sword Saint, but oh well. What in the world is she talking about? I furrowed my brows, expressing my confusion. Does that mean that if all the 7 deadly sins descendants gather, they can face the Sword Saint? In other words, if the 7 of them show up, they can defeat the real Sword Saint. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, is that really true? What are you talking about? What you just said. Just now, what? That it's normal to be able to defeat the Sword Saint. I spoke with a face full of tension. What if I had misjudged Siden's power? What if Siden had become weaker than the human side without my knowledge? I might have to completely revise my plans for the future. What are you talking about? There's no one in the demon realm who can defeat the Sword Saint. Maybe the previous demon king could have done it if he were still alive, but he's already dead. Franz simply replied as if she couldn't believe it. But if all the descendants of the 7 deadly sins possess strength that surpasses a tenth of the Sword Saint's power, wouldn't they be able to defeat him? Ha, are you making fun of me? That's not what I meant. That pathetic fake doesn't even have 10% of the Sword Saint's power. Anyone with eyes can see that. If you're not making fun of me, then what is it? Franz's face turned red as if she thought I was making fun of her, indicating that her words were true. In that case, does that mean I was struggling against a fake that didn't even have 10% of the Sword Saint's power? I needed to reorganize the information. First of all, judging from the mana that Renee emitted, it was clear that she had a greater total amount of mana than me. Right now, the amount of mana I have is similar to that of students from high-ranking noble families in the human world. Due to the settings in the story, I had assumed that my mana capacity would be similar to that of high-ranking demon students. However, that was a big mistake. It's probably a similar amount to the mana of ordinary high-ranking demons. That's because I didn't feel any sense of being inferior to Shanxi, who seemed to be from a high-ranking demon family. However, there was a clear difference when compared to the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. And it was an overwhelming difference. Why? The mana Renee had just released was roughly 2 to 3 times greater than mine. It was an unbelievable number that could be compared to the successors of the 6 houses. It was difficult to consider the amount of mana as the premise of strength. However, it was not easy to fill the gap in the amount of mana. Then why did the children of the 7 deadly sins were defeated so miserably by the descendants of the 6 houses, the main characters? I need to figure this out. It would be better to use the information paper when I have spare capital. Then for now, let's keep an eye on it. I got interested. Not the interest that comes from traits, but the curiosity that naturally arises as a creator. I watched the battle of the children of the 7 deadly sins, who were next in line after Renee, with shining eyes. Can't you hear me? Bow down and apologize right now. Lightly ignoring Franz's words as her face turned red with anger. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. All of the 7 deadly sins defeated the Sword Saint. As expected, they are on a different level from us. The second test was over. As Franz said, the students of the 7 deadly sins each showed their outstanding talents and produced overwhelming results. Since they had finished the test so overwhelmingly in an instant, it was not easy to determine the ranking among the children of the 7 deadly sins. Still, I know who the 2 strongest are, so I don't need to worry about the ranking. Anyway, with this, the entrance exam was over. Instructor Ares instructed the students in the audience to come down. As expected, the students who had given up on the fight out of fear of the Sword Saint were eliminated. On the other hand, the students who had participated in the battle but failed to even touch the Sword Saint's hair seemed to have passed. Ares opened his mouth to the students who were barely over 100 and remained until the end. You all worked hard. The students burst into tears at his words. I couldn't tell if it was out of frustration for not being able to defeat the Sword Saint or joy that this hellish test was finally over. But one thing is for sure. With this, you are all members of Siden and official students. Everyone smiled at Ares's next words. Don't be happy. Ares poured cold water on the atmosphere. A path of hell will unfold before you. Once you enter Siden, it will be useless to try to give up then. Do the students understand the meaning behind those words? That from now on, Siden will drive them to their limits. Of course they do. There's no way they don't know why Siden is teaching and developing them. And yet, the students enter this place carrying their own pasts and circumstances. It felt as if a terrible karma was weighing down on their shoulders like a rock. Do I deserve to be here? I have to do it anyway. Even if I don't deserve to be here, there was no other choice. I decided to be a little shameless. Anyway, Ares delivered a stern warning, then relaxed his expression and opened his mouth. Welcome to Siden, you fearless bastards. ******. 10 minutes later, Ares dismissed the students, telling them to meet again at the entrance ceremony in 2 days. Except for 8 of them. Why did he leave us behind? Renee, who had approached me, asked with a curious expression. I seemed to know the reason, so I told her my guess. Probably to give us a reward. He said that those who passed with excellent grades would be allowed to enter the armory. I see. Renee nodded and looked around intently. I knew what she was going to ask without her saying anything. They are the children of the other 7 deadly sins families. I know. Renee turned her head away. She definitely looked like she didn't know until just now. As I stared at Renee with cold eyes, she deliberately avoided my gaze. As we were chatting, Ares approached us. Ares scanned us and spoke with a serious expression. You all passed the entrance exam with excellent grades. Therefore, according to school policy, you will be given the opportunity to choose a weapon from the armory. Any questions? Me. A boy raised his hand high. He was a student I remembered. He was also a demon who played a major role in my work. Balton, what's your question? Can I bring a lot of weapons? It seems like Siden's weapons would be really useful. That was a greedy question. I could sense the excitement in his voice. Well, I guess that's inevitable. Leakin Bolton. He was a member of the Leakin family, which symbolized envy. His greed and curiosity were strong, so he had a rather demanding and annoying personality. Denied. Each of you can only take one weapon from the armory. Ares answered right away to Bolton's question since he was very curious and greedy. Why? Having more weapons isn't necessarily better. It just increases the number of things you need to train with, making it difficult to focus on one. Aha. Fortunately, Bolton quickly agreed. The work proceeded quickly after that question. Ares didn't fawn over the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. He treated them as harshly and decisively as he did other students. I have finished explaining everything, so follow me. I will guide you to the armory. So we quietly followed Ares. Ares moved to the wall in the corner of the auditorium and cast a spell. Kugu. Then, with a loud noise, the wall split open and revealed its appearance. There was a staircase leading to the basement inside the wall, and even though there was no sunlight, the bottom was clearly visible. Ares pointed to the hole and said, "Enter one by one. When you come out, I will give you a simple physical examination just in case." The children nodded and Ares set the order. Let's choose weapons in the reverse order of the second test. The order was set as Ares liked. I thought about complaining, but I shook my head and dismissed it. Anyway, there won't be anyone choosing the weapon I'm going to take. Okay, I'm first. Hurry up and get in. Bolton, who took the test last, cheered and went down to the armory. As I watched him, Renee approached me. Have you decided on a weapon? I haven't decided yet because I don't know what's inside. Well, I think I'll choose artifacts n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I'm going to choose artifacts too. You too. Yay, I have a weapon. Renee said that as she shook her sword. After all, there's no way Crete would have given her a cheap sword. It would be better to get an artifact instead. Wait a minute. Then the other guys will try to get the artifact too. I won't let them take it. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to at Avarko for subscription to a position exchange. I tier on KO-Fi. This is awesome, isn't it? Bolton came out showing off the green leaf he was wearing on his head. An artifact that looked like it was woven from leaves. I was inwardly impressed by its luxurious appearance at first glance. Next. After Bolton's turn was over, the other children entered the basement one by one. I looked at the appearances of the 7 deadly sins children who came out one by one and laughed inwardly. Because my prediction was correct. Everyone did not choose weapons or armor. If 7 of them came out with artifacts, there would be nothing left to pick up. I need to modify the plan. It seems better to get armor instead of artifacts. Armor. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the second most important equipment after weapons. I said I would get the artifact, but it wasn't the most important thing. Rather, in terms of priority, it was at the bottom of the equipment. The most important thing was the weapon, and I already had the Fang of Darkness. So I was planning to weigh the armor and the artifact and choose the artifact that was more comfortable to wear. Now there was no need for that. There's no need to choose a crude artifact over good armor. The guys must have taken all the artifacts with fraudulent abilities or that looked extraordinary. Judging from the fact that Renee was wearing the bracelet she had brought from the basement on her wrist, she wouldn't give it up easily. I suddenly became curious and asked, "What kind of performance does the bracelet that Lady Renee chose have?" Renee didn't answer. She just pointed to the basement. "You'll find out when you go down to the basement." "What do you mean?" "Because there's a manual." According to Renee, it seemed that the artifacts were lined up like in an exhibition hall. It seems that there were also descriptions about them. Renee added to that. "There are also some that don't have descriptions." "Is that so?" "Yeah, there are no descriptions." "Does that mean that they are items that are not even worth writing a detailed description for?" I shook my head. There was no reason to keep worthless items in the basement. There must be something. If you have something to say it. Ares, who felt my gaze, said with a frown. At that, I asked as if I had been waiting. What do the items without descriptions signify? Those are artifacts that we haven't been able to properly identify yet. That's why we couldn't write any descriptions for them. So you mean you haven't figured out what abilities they have or who their previous owners were? That's correct. Ares nodded. In short, the items without descriptions could be good items since we don't know what abilities they have, or they could be worthless as decorations. It's purely a matter of luck, then. However, there might be artifacts that I know of. The Siden students who invaded the human realm. Some of them had fraudulent weapons, armor, and artifacts. Those things might be in this basement. Adell, go down now. Understood. I was quietly contemplating when I heard Ares's voice. Since I had just finished organizing my thoughts, I immediately started walking, thinking that maybe it was fortunate that I was assigned to the last turn. *****. Inside the basement. I walked deeply down the seemingly endless stairs while lost in thought. Was this the reason why I could see below even though there was no sunlight? Torches were placed all over the basement walls. It wasn't bright enough to say that it was brighter than outside, but the darkness didn't obstruct my vision. After walking for about 10 minutes, thud, I stopped at a certain point. A huge iron door was blocking the way ahead. Since there didn't seem to be any more stairs to go down, this was probably the end of the basement. Surely it's not locked. The iron door seemed to be tightly shut. Did he mean for me to open this giant door myself? Then I noticed that the lock and chain next to it were unlocked and hanging loose. It seemed that it was usually locked but had been specially opened for this occasion. Let's go. After taking a short deep breath, I grabbed the iron door's handle and applied strength. The friction of the metal rang out. Creak. Groan. It's ridiculously heavy. I pulled on the door while grunting. Soon, the iron door slowly began to open, and the interior that was revealed. Amazing. I opened my mouth wide at the spectacular sight that made me exclaim in admiration. Weapons were neatly arranged inside a cube-shaped glass case. Under the glass case, there were descriptions of the weapons, just like Renee had said. I headed toward the glass case that was closest to me. Inside the glass case was a single spear with 2 snakes coiled around the shaft, forming an ornate design. I observed the spear for a moment before lowering my gaze to read the description below it. Twin Serpent Spear. This spear was used by an unknown demon tribe to hunt serpents in their lairs. The souls of 2 snakes, filled with resentment and tears of death, now reside within the spear, making it a special weapon. By infusing a certain amount of mana into the spear, the user can manifest the forms of the 2 serpents. I glanced over the ambiguous description. The description was quite grand, but the weapon itself was not very useful. My main weapon was a dagger, and even if it weren't, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain a weapon with similar capabilities. Let's move on to the next one. Starlight Crystal. This crystal orb, imbued with countless starlight, was once used by a divine astrologer. By infusing a small amount of mana into the crystal, the user can borrow the light of the stars to gently illuminate their surroundings. The crystal was spherical in shape. It seemed like a useful artifact to use instead of a torch, but it was completely incompatible with my darkness attribute. The darkness attribute allowed me to harness the power of darkness, while the starlight crystal emitted light. It was the worst possible combination. I turned my head away in disgust. This glass case is empty. The glass case was completely empty. Perhaps one of the people above me had taken it. Just how fraudulent must this artifact have been for even the descendants of the 7 deadly sins to covet it? A sudden curiosity prompted me to read the description. And then I shivered violently. That was because this place had once housed a truly fraudulent artifact. Laurel of the Victor. In ancient times, this laurel wreath was bestowed upon the sole victor who emerged from a gladiatorial arena after defeating 77 gladiators. The wearer of the laurel gains exceptional resilience and vitality. This laurel chooses its own master. Once chosen, the owner of the laurel will never lose possession of it until their dying day, and they will gain an unyielding dignity that even kings cannot defy. So it's an artifact with a unique equip requirement. I let out a hollow laugh at the absurdity of it all. Unique equip requirement. That was one of the settings that I had discarded during the writing process. The reason was that it would have hindered the main character's progress as they killed the demons of Siden and looted their artifacts to grow stronger. I never thought the setting I discarded would appear here like this. Moreover, the unique ability this relic possessed was also excellent. In terms of upper, middle, and lower, it would be around middle level. Considering the dignity trait granted to the chosen one and the fact that it was unique equipment, it seemed like the rank could go up to upper level. Then what should I do? It's not mine anymore. I remember Balthan returning here wearing Laurel of the Victor. He's considered to be the strongest among the 7 deadly sins, but he's also very greedy. I looked around, feeling old. The weapons that didn't exist inside the glass case. Orokai Knot. Demon Commander's Flag. Fallen Noble's Proof. Every single description written below them was fraudulent. However, there was no fraudulent artifact for me. Even the armor and weapons were just so-so. What am I supposed to do? The guys above took all the useful artifacts. Come to think of it, the armor and weapons must have been destroyed or lost during the human-demon war. That's why there was nothing worth picking. I felt ashamed for even thinking about taking the armor since there were no artifacts. What should I do? For now, I should unconditionally take one weapon. I didn't have the slightest intention of letting this opportunity pass. However, it was also a shame to take an artifact that was only so-so. Then there was only one choice. I should take one of the weapons that doesn't have a description. There might be something useful. I had no choice but to try. I looked at the 7 weapons that didn't have descriptions. I don't know at all. Just because I keep looking at them doesn't mean I'll be able to figure out the performance of the weapons. In the end, I have to go back to this method. Swish. I took out paper and a fountain pen from my arms. I had to save gold, so I couldn't waste gold coins. But there was no other way. I wrote a description of the broken sword on the information paper. Information about the broken sword that exists in this basement and doesn't have a description. Not long after, the answer to this question appeared. This information requires a price. Please pay a price of an artifact of relic grade or higher, or 100 gold coins. As I thought. I smirked and looked away from the paper. From the beginning, I had no intention of paying for the information paper. What I wanted was the value of the artifact without any explanation. I can gradually figure out how to use it, so I should choose the information paper that quotes the highest price as much as possible. The higher the price, the more valuable it must be. For now, the first one seems to be worth 100 gold coins. Let's just keep it in mind for now. I turned my gaze to the second one. It seemed to have some kind of writing on it, but it was so badly damaged that I couldn't tell what it meant. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Information about the damaged robe that exists in this basement and has no description. Information that requires payment. Please pay 50 gold coins or more. This time, the answer was information that was not even worth the value of the artifact. Let's move on to the third one. This one looks quite valuable. A small statue made of black stone shaped like an eagle. It seemed like it would be quite expensive. Please pay 1 gold coin or more. Only 1 gold coin. Rather, the price was so cheap that I became curious. If it was only 1 gold coin, I could afford it, so I paid it obediently. It is a stone resembling an eagle. Is that the end of the explanation? I thought it was cheap, but it was an absurdly expensive price. I've been tricked. I frowned and moved on to the fourth artifact. 100 gold coins or more. Fifth. 50 gold coins or more. And at the sixth. An artifact of legendary grade or higher, or please pay 300 gold coins or more. I hit the jackpot. An artifact with its own unique story. It was worth so much that I couldn't buy it no matter how much money I spent. An artifact with a story in it. This might be better than the artifact the children took. I hurriedly reached out. I didn't want anyone to take it away. But then I flinched. I felt a tremendous sense of foreboding. I slowly turned my gaze following the feeling, and the necklace in the seventh glass case seemed to be looking at me. No, it was certain. The necklace was staring at me. Small circles clung to the large circle like raindrops. Compared to the other relics, the necklace seemed relatively ordinary, even if it did appear to have something within it. However, I had a strong feeling that I couldn't just hand it over. That's why I tried writing about the necklace on the information sheet. And then, offer a god. An unimaginable response came back. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Offer a god. I couldn't understand. They wanted me to offer a god, not gold, or an artifact, in exchange for information. The possibility of such a thing was questionable. Logically, it was impossible. Offer a god? That's ridiculous. With my current abilities, I wouldn't even be able to reach the demon gods of the demon realm, let alone the toes of a minor god. And yet, they wanted me to offer a god. It was such an absurd request that my eyes narrowed in irritation, but on the other hand, I was intrigued. Just what is this necklace? The fact that they asked for a god meant that it was at least an artifact with a mythical story behind it. I was already curious about what kind of abilities it had. Just in case, I tried infusing the necklace with mana. However, the necklace didn't react even after I infused it with mana. Normally, artifacts would show some kind of reaction when mana was poured into them. However, the necklace was as still as a windless lake. My curiosity grew with each passing moment. I'll have to try something else. I'll exploit the loophole in the paper. That way, I could at least find out some information about this necklace. The god associated with the necklace that is in the basement and has no description written on it. Surely they would answer that much. I smiled in satisfaction and put down my pen, watching the paper's reaction. However, the information paper did not spit out the answer I wanted. Offer a god. It just repeated the same thing as before, asking for a god. I tried to come up with several other ways to ask the question, but the information paper still only repeated the same answer, offer a god. It seemed I had no choice but to give up. Still, it's certain. The necklace within the glass case. This was something that held even greater value than any artifact. It was a major flaw that I didn't know how to use it, but I would figure it out eventually. N/O/vel/b/slash/n.c//om. My contemplation was brief. I decided to take this mysterious necklace with me. Swish. I opened the lid of the glass case. I carefully took out the necklace and hung it around my neck. With this, I became the owner of a necklace that might be connected to the demon god. Let me check one more time. Maybe it would appear in the status window like the Eye of Arrogance. Status window. However, contrary to my expectations, there was no description in the status window either. Only 3 question marks floated there, without any text written on them. I must have been a fool to expect anything in the first place. I sighed in disappointment. I closed the status window and put on the necklace. The necklace remained silent, showing no reaction whatsoever. Let's just go. My strength drained away, and I dragged my feet. *****. What is that necklace? Ares asked. He seemed very curious about the identity of the necklace I was wearing. The children's gazes followed his and turned to the back of my neck. Their gazes made me uncomfortable, so I answered indifferently. It's a necklace that had no description written on it. Are you saying that you brought an artifact without knowing its performance or identity? Yes. It seems you know something about that necklace. No, I don't know anything about it. That was the truth. All I knew about this necklace was my hunch that it might be related to a god. However, it seemed that Ares did not take my words at face value. Are you trying to tell me that you chose an unidentified artifact for no reason? That would be correct. Ares continued to look at me with suspicion, so I answered curtly. I had never liked that old man, not since the exam. Only when I continued to remain tight-lipped, did Ares sigh. I will believe you. As an instructor of Siden, I must trust my students. Even so, the way he continued to glare at me showed his dissatisfaction. Still, I had no intention of answering him. I didn't really know anything about it, and I didn't see any need to tell the Siden side that it was related to a god. Anyway, when I maintained my resolute attitude, Ares turned his gaze away and called the children together. The artifacts you have chosen are now your property, so treat them with care. They could save your life in an unfortunate situation. He wasn't wrong. Each of the artifacts the children had chosen was a top-quality item. They would definitely be worth more than a spare life. I should think of it as a kind of investment concept. Everyone here except me was a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. They were the ones who would lead the demon realm in the future, so it was a hint that they would not spare any support. I wish I could receive that kind of support too. I was in an ambiguous position. I had more talent than the average student and showed remarkable performance, but that was it. I couldn't show the potential or overwhelming force like the children of the 7 deadly sins. Even Ares, who might become my future instructor, was wary of me, so my path forward was blocked. Will I be able to do well? I let out a secret sigh and listened to Ares' explanation. After a while, the explanation ended, and the entrance exam was over without erasing my vague anxiety. As I was about to return to the inn where I had been staying with Renee for several days. Hello. Someone reached out to me. A male student with a smile full of joy on his lips. His hair boasted a passionate orange hue like the sun, and he had a sturdy body as balanced as a sculpture. In the demon realm, he was set up as the guy who was strongest in terms of force alone. It was Balton. Nice to meet you too, Balton. Yeah, nice to meet you. We greeted each other and shook hands. Balton was smiling gently. I was also smiling on the outside, but my insides were incredibly complicated. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Why is he greeting me first? I recalled everything that had been written about Balton in the work. Balton was this kind of character. A personality that showed no interest in the weak. It didn't mean he despised or looked down on them. He simply treated them with indifference. But he's a guy who shows great interest in the strong. His desire to compete with the strong was beyond imagination. It stemmed from the Envy family's greed for strength. However, it didn't mean he didn't respect his opponents. He was a character who was clearly lenient, limited to the strong. But he'll be merciless to the weak. If a weak guy drew his sword and swung it at Balton, he would surely kill him without hesitation. However, his treatment of the strong was clearly different. In the case of strong people or talented people who aroused his competitive spirit, he even waited until they developed their talents and gained enough strength. He's crazy. Balton was the owner of such an elusive personality. He drove the human protagonist to the brink of death, but after learning of the protagonist's talent, he spared his life. Even though he was a villain when I was writing, he was a character I was attached to. Currently, he was just a very difficult guy to deal with. I feel like throwing up. I took my eyes off Balton. When I looked around, there were 2 students in sight. Renee, who was staring blankly at me, and Fran, who was glancing at me with indifference. Including me and Balton, there were only 4 people present. Is this a blessing in disguise? Diana, who was more difficult to deal with than Balton, was not present. Ares and the rest of the 7 deadly sins children were also gone. Even so, there were 2 people stronger than me. But why were they so interested in me? As I was thinking that, clench. A tremendous amount of pain struck me. Balton had tightened his grip on my hand. I narrowed my brows in pain, and Balton tilted his head. What's wrong? It's nothing. I was speechless at Balton's brazen attitude. Was he trying to pick a fight with me? To me, the writer who had given him that power. As I thought about it, I felt annoyed and activated my ability. Designation dash. Move dash. I immediately pulled my hand away and moved behind Balton. The thing that changed my position was the laurel wreath on Balton's head. It wasn't because I was annoyed that he had taken the best artifact first, but because it seemed like the easiest thing to do. Huh? What the? Balton blinked his eyes in confusion and looked around. Thud. I watched him quietly and then tapped his shoulder. Balton's eyes widened as he turned around. And then he blinked again. As if he didn't even understand what was going on. Did I surprise him too much? I was just trying to pull my hand away, but it seemed like I had overdone it. Depending on the situation, it could be seen as a threatening action. To apologize, I picked up the fallen laurel wreath and gently placed it on Balton's head. Until then, Balton had only blinked his eyes. Ignoring him, I approached Renee, who was staring blankly at us. Miss, shall we go now? Renee did not nod and shifted her gaze behind her. Hey. I turned my head and saw Balton with his eyes sparkling. Let's fight. Balton shouted. I hardened my face as I became bewildered. Fight. Not Renee, but me? An unknown creepiness washed over me. I refuse. I cut him off firmly. However, Balton didn't seem to have any intention of listening to me. He tilted his head and asked with an innocent face. Why? I'm a little tired. Why? I already told you. I'm tired. Why? For a moment, my fist clenched. Does he want to fight? Ah, he really is looking for a fight. Just go away. Okay. I turned my back on him, feeling like I might really fight him if I kept talking to him. Renee also lost interest and turned around. However, I narrowed my brows at the sensation I felt on my shoulder. Where are you going? Balton with eerie face asked with a smile. I found Balton's excessive interest annoying and frightening, so I decided to get rid of him, even if I had to use some harsh methods. I narrowed my eyes and activated my killing intent trait. I imbued it with a tiny amount of mana. Gua. Killing intent radiated from my body.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At the sudden burst of stinging aura, Balton's hand, which had been holding my shoulder, trembled slightly. I didn't miss that small opening. Designation. Transfer. I used the surrounding objects to teleport away, creating distance between us. I looked back and saw Bolton standing there, staring blankly at me. Did he give up on fighting? Well, my ability is practically cheating when it comes to escaping, so it's only natural. Bolton seemed to have given up on chasing me, so I headed to the train station with Renee to get out of Siden. Until then, Bolton just sat there, silently staring at me. Was it because I felt relieved? Unfortunately, I didn't see it. The light in Bolton's eyes, which had simply been born of curiosity, was now filled with a kind of ecstasy. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Please rate and review on novel updates. Another bonus chapter on 50 ratings. A new day had begun. I roughly tidied up my bedding and took Goo Poison, who was still asleep, out of my arms and gave him a small drop of mana made from the darkness. Goo Poison then fell back asleep. This had become the first thing I did every morning lately. After confirming that Goo Poison was sleeping peacefully, I stretched. I feel refreshed today. Was it because of yesterday's hard work? I washed my face roughly with the water the innkeeper had brought me and looked in the mirror. My appearance had also changed a little from before. I'm growing steadily. My body, which had been no different from a child's, was gradually taking shape. Small, bumpy muscles were densely packed together. I was so satisfied with the sight that I let out a chuckle. I guess I'll just wear the uniform for now. Yesterday, we had passed the entrance exam for Siden. In the morning, 2 uniforms and a paper envelope arrived at the inn. The paper envelope had the word Siden written on it in 3 letters. Click. I tore open the top of the attached paper envelope. There was a single letter inside the envelope. Congratulations on your admission to Siden. For the next 3 years, the students will receive training and will eventually lead the demon realm. Omitted. Prior to your admission, we will provide you with the clothing you will need to wear at siden.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Students are prohibited from wearing plain clothes within Siden except in unavoidable circumstances, and must only wear the designated clothing. Once again, we sincerely congratulate you on your admission to Siden. In short, they had given us the uniforms we were supposed to wear. It was a long-winded way of saying something that wasn't even that important. Let's take a look at the uniform. For now, I unpacked only my own and observed the appearance of the clothing. It looked similar to a modern school uniform, but there were some slight differences. It's simple, but it looks easy to move around in. It seemed that they had put a lot of thought into the fabric itself, considering its practical aspects. A thin blazer, a neat white shirt, and black pants. It looked like it wouldn't be much different from modern fashion. In that respect, it's not too awkward. Satisfied with my observation, I hurriedly put it on. When I tried it on, I felt even more alive. It was as if I had gone back to my student days. I should hurry and tell Renee in the next room. Creak. I left my room and stood in front of the door to the next room to wake Renee up. May I come in? As I asked cautiously, a reply quickly came from inside the room. Yeah. With permission granted, I opened the door right away and handed Renee the uniform of Scythen. Renee tilted her head and opened the wrapping of the uniform. What is this? It will be faster for you to understand if you read the letter than if I explain it. Okay. Renee began to read the letter, and when she had finished reading the entire letter, her gaze turned to the uniform in my hand, as if asking if she should wear it. Try it on. Renee, who had received the clothes, narrowed her eyes as she was about to take off her clothes. It was a clear sign of rejection. Oops, I thought to myself, feeling embarrassed for no reason, so I left the room for a while. About 5 minutes passed like that. It seemed like she would have changed her clothes by now. May I come in? Yeah. Renee's permission was granted. I opened the door and went in to see Renee wearing the uniform. My uniform was black, but Renee's uniform had a navy tone. The black skirt and black stockings went well together. You look beautiful. As I expressed my feelings as they were, Renee's body trembled, and she turned her head to the side. It seemed like she was trying not to show her expression, but since her hair was short, her reddened ears were occasionally revealed. Is she embarrassed? I opened my eyes wide at the unexpected sight. At first, she was just an object of fear, but now she had become cute to me. How long? Yes. How long are you going to look? Ahem. At Renee's remark, I coughed in vain and turned my gaze to the side. Then I hurriedly bowed to Renee and greeted her. I'll be going now, so please rest comfortably today. A rare holiday. Tomorrow I have to attend Siden's entrance ceremony, so I wanted to have some personal time today. What should I do to make the most of my day off? For now, let's narrow it down to one thing I'd like to do. After all, sightseeing in the capital is what I like best. Because I haven't really seen the scenery of the demon realm yet. I should take this opportunity to have a look around. All I've seen in this world is the bear's family and the territory of the undead. Even that, I couldn't see it properly because I was trembling in fear of Crete's surveillance. In the novel, there is indeed a description of the demon realm, but it's only a description of the demon realm after it was destroyed by humans. The demon realm before the war has yet to be described. Especially since it's the capital, I'm looking forward to it even more. Since I'll be staying here for 3 years anyway, the day will come when I can visit it. But I don't know when that time will come. It should be fine if I don't practice mana control for a day or so. I'll be going out now. After thinking it over, I left a short greeting and turned to go. No, to be exact, I was about to do so when René's question stopped me in my tracks. Where to? Since it's my day off, I was thinking of sightseeing in the capital. René looked displeased with my answer. She pursed her lips and uttered a single word. You have work. Pardon? What work are you referring to? Escorting me? I was struck with a sense of shock. I couldn't speak for a while, then let out a groan that was close to a sigh. I had forgotten for a moment. About whose bloodline René belonged to. The bloodline of Crete, the Lord of Bears who had used me for months without pay. So it was inevitable that René would also behave like a member of a black company. Was my precious holiday going to end up being spent running errands for René? I felt a sense of emptiness and made a sullen expression. René, who had been staring at me, opened her mouth. Let's go together. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. We walked around the capital, looking around. Contrary to my expectations, the capital was pristine. The war that had taken place 10 years ago, in its aftermath, hadn't the demon realm been preoccupied with restoring its buildings? But the capital that I saw now was unusually clean. The tall, Western-style houses and the lively voices that could be heard. It was hard to believe that there had been a war here 10 years ago. As I pondered this discrepancy, I came up with a plausible reason. It is possible. The reason why the capital was so clean was simple. During the war, the humans had been victorious in their battle against the demon realm, but they had failed to capture the capital. For the demons, the capital was their last stronghold, and they had succeeded in defending it. Since it was a good thing, I decided to let it slide. Tug. René grabbed my sleeve as I was lost in thought. Only then did I turn my head to look at René. Let's eat that. That. You mean the street vendor. The place René was pointing at was a street vendor grilling meat on skewers. The colorful combination of vegetables and meat looked quite appetizing. I approached the street vendor and asked the owner, what dish is this skewer? It's called buck skewer, made with buck and vegetables. It's our signature dish. Buck? It was the first time I had heard of that animal. It must be an ingredient that only exists in the demon realm. Since I had only eaten the meals provided by Crete, I was hesitant because it was unfamiliar, but, looking at René, who was smacking her lips next to me, it seemed to be quite a delicious ingredient. I'll take 2. Thank you. When I paid, the street vendor gave me 2 skewers. I gave one of the 2 buck skewers to René. Drool. René immediately began eating the buck skewer. I also followed René and took a bite of the buck skewer. Delicious. A light flavor like chicken spread in my mouth. It was a taste that even I, a modern person, could enjoy. Among the meals Crete provided, there were some that I wondered if I could eat them. This is as good as it gets. Does it suit your taste? Yay, it's delicious. We walked through the streets of the capital, chatting. René still had a stoic expression, but I could now tell that she was smiling slightly. As we were walking like that, I stopped in my tracks when I saw a huge statue in the middle of the street. It seemed to be a statue modeled after some figure. Who is it? Somehow, it looked familiar. I tilted my head and tried to guess who the statue resembled. And soon, the answer came to me. It looked exactly like Diana, the woman who would soon ascend to the throne of the Demon King. However, I did not know its identity, so I asked René, who is the subject of that statue? The first Demon King n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. René glanced at the statue and replied as if she couldn't believe I didn't know. Her words piqued my curiosity. Wasn't that the figure who had founded the demon realm with the 7 demon gods? In other words, an ancestor to Diana. I wanted to take a closer look, so I approached the statue. The necklace I had brought from Siden began to react. A ghostly object that required a god to be offered to discover its identity. However, why is it reacting now? That was when I wondered. Swoosh. This time, the statue of the first Demon King reacted. Countless particles erupted from the statue and formed a single line. The particles began to gather and settled on the necklace. I was so taken aback that I couldn't react. What did the others see? I hurriedly looked back at René. René just tilted her head as if to ask what was wrong. That meant that I was the only one who had seen the phenomenon just now. Then, did I see something that wasn't there? No, I definitely saw it. I shook my head. Because there was evidence. Clear proof that what had just happened was not an illusion. Because the color changed. The original necklace was white. But now, one of the circles on the necklace had turned grayish. It wasn't the color of the largest circle that had changed, but only a small circle, but that alone was a great harvest. Perhaps this necklace is highly likely to be related to the first Demon King. If so, that meant that in order to uncover the true nature of the necklace, I had to investigate things related to the first Demon King. It was an artifact that even Adell had avoided answering about. There was definitely something there. However, all I had figured out was that this necklace might be related to the first Demon King in some way. The necklace still didn't show any reaction even when I poured mana into it. What are you doing? René asked me as I quietly fiddled with the necklace. I quickly put the necklace in my pocket. René, who had been watching me with a curious expression, gestured for me to follow her. Yes, I'm coming. Hurry up. I sighed as I watched René urging me to hurry, but obediently followed after her. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. The next day, After spending a holiday, the day of the entrance ceremony had arrived before we realized it. We left the inn early in the morning and headed towards Siden. The auditorium where the entrance exam was held was now being used for a different purpose. Students who were officially enrolling in Siden and instructors standing around them. And on the stage stood a pink-haired girl from Siden. The girl on the stage began her speech with a familiar tone for a moment, and everyone's gaze was drawn to her. That little girl is the headmaster. Little girl? She's a monster who subdued us with just her aura. Even so, she's cute. I overheard the students' conversation and clicked my tongue inwardly. What's cute about her? She has the appearance of a child, but how can anyone describe that appearance, covered in tattoos, as cute? To me, who possessed the morality and law-abiding consciousness of a modern person, it was nothing but creepy. However, since it was a story that I couldn't share with others, I decided to organize my thoughts. In the end, has this day come without any results? After finishing my day out with Renee and returning to the inn, I pondered all night long, but I still couldn't figure out the identity of the necklace. The necklace still showed no response even after I infused it with mana. The information paper still only repeated the words to offer a god. That's why I decided to postpone finding out the identity of the necklace. For now, it would be better to listen to the headmaster's speech. It's a bit noisy. However, I couldn't hear the headmaster's voice well because of the students' clamor. It wasn't that I didn't understand the students. Each of them had their own reasons for entering Siden, so they couldn't control their excitement and expressed it. Nov.L.B//JNN. The noise was getting louder and louder. Woo-wong dash. A ringing sound came from the stage. It wasn't a loud sound, but it was clear even in the midst of the commotion. Like a stone thrown into a lake, the waves grew stronger and stronger. The clamoring voices of the students grew smaller. Soon, only silence remained in the auditorium, and even the buzzing sound disappeared. A heavy silence descended. Satisfied with this, the headmaster smiled and opened her mouth. Let's begin the entrance ceremony. The entrance ceremony was not much different from the modern one. The reasons why Siden was created, the rules to keep at Siden, what future students should have in mind and so on. Since I didn't feel the urgency to care particularly, it passed by my ears. Just as the atmosphere of the entrance ceremony was building up, we will have the oath of the valedictorian and the salutatorian. The valedictorian and the salutatorian. At any rate, it wasn't me or Renee. I did not show overwhelming skills in the entrance exam. The other 7 children all had similar skills. I'm curious about what criteria they used to select. Before that, I was worried if Renee's feelings were hurt. Isn't that it? Renee, as always, was stoic, controlling her emotions and simply observing the situation. After all, Renee didn't care about how strong she was compared to other children. Wasn't her purpose of entering school to get revenge on the human who killed her mother? Therefore, she seemed to not care about trivial matters. If so, who could it be? The top and second-ranked students selected by Siden. If my guess is correct, one of them is probably Balton. Thud dash. As I expected, the first one to climb onto the stage was Balton, his crimson hair fluttering. He walked forward confidently, receiving the attention of the other Siden students. He's cool. Even though there was an unpleasant incident a few days ago, his appearance was admirable. I awkwardly clapped my hands along with the applauding students. Was it my imagination? It seemed like Balton's gaze briefly passed over me. I turned my head slightly to the side and glared at his sharp gaze. Balton was the second-ranked student, so it was the top-ranked student's turn next. I had a hunch about this as well. Top-ranked student, please come up to the stage. As the headmaster called for the top-ranked student, a path opened up among the students. Literally, the moment the top-ranked student was called, the students parted to the left and right, creating a distance. There was a reason why the students made way. The top-ranked student's reputation was not undeserved, but the biggest reason was probably because of her identity. Who would dare block that woman's path? The Demon King's daughter, Diana. That's why the woman who took first place in this entrance exam is her. Oh, the female students looked at Diana with eyes of admiration, and the male students blushed or gasped. Her pure white appearance was enough to make the male students admire her. There was even a face that seemed to be filled with pity. That's the appearance that God has given. Extraordinary appearance and aura. Even her skills were perfect. It was understandable that the students admired her. It was a great thing considering that Renee, who would definitely be stronger than me right now, didn't even get second place. So I clapped my hands with a little respect. And so, a few moments passed. I swear. Balton and Diana's voices rang softly in my ears. Balton's serious voice was devoid of any playfulness. I listened to the oath they began to read. We, the freshmen who have been admitted to Siden, will abide by the school rules and uphold honor and glory during our studies. As members of Siden, we will wash away our shame and devote ourselves to rebuilding the demon realm. We solemnly swear this. Their voices, filled with determination, filled my ears. The atmosphere, which had been chaotic until just now, began to fill with anger and hatred, growling low and coldly. The anger of those who had lost their homes and families to the humans spread uncontrollably. My throat tightened. If they find out I'm of the Arsene lineage, they won't just kill me. The name Arsene had a special meaning to the demons. A name perhaps even more despised and hated than the Sword Saint. If it were revealed that I was of the Arsene lineage, being killed outright would be the greatest kindness they could show me. In the worst case, I would be tortured for an eternity. That was something I hated even more than death. As I touched the nape of my neck where the tattoo was. This concludes the Siden entrance ceremony. The entrance ceremony was over. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. After the entrance ceremony, we were assigned to our classes. The classes were divided into 5, A, B, C, D, and E. They weren't divided based on ability. They were simply divided randomly. Of course, the Imperial Academy divided its classes based on the students' abilities, but that was impossible at Siden. The students of Siden were forces that would be immediately deployed to the front lines of the human world, so their compatibility with each other was important. So what would be the point of dividing them into classes based on ability? Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Strong students and weak students. If students were to be classified based on these two criteria, then right now, even if a weak student with latent talent were unable to blossom due to not receiving proper lessons, they might not be able to shine until the very end. Furthermore, Siden was a group comprised of the elite of the demon realm. Among them, the descendants of the 7 deadly sins, who were the most outstanding, would assume the role of commanders. With the exception of the leaders, the subordinates should be equal, which was why the classes weren't divided based on ability. Which class am I in? I approached the bulletin board with the class assignments and checked my name. 1, A. Class 1, Grade A. That was my class. I turned my gaze to check which class Renee was in. Let's see. Renee is. She's in a different class from me. Renee was in Class 1, Grade C. Even though it was the class next door, I felt a little better since I had been placed in a different class from her. Lucky me. That's too bad. I didn't think we'd be separated like this. When I let out a regretful sigh, Renee frowned. Wipe that smirk off your face. Gasp. I hurriedly composed my expression. The fact that I was slightly happy had inadvertently shown on my face. Renee, who had been about to say something, let out a deep sigh. Thankfully, she didn't seem angry. Anyway, I'll be able to relax for the time being. Now, I wouldn't have to act as Renee's servant while taking classes. I would still have to follow her around during free time or when our schedules overlapped, but at least I would be treated better than I am now. A slight sense of liberation. That was enough for me. Renee and I followed the other students who had begun to move and headed to our respective classes. Renee stared blankly at me, her expression still not relaxed, as if she didn't approve of me laughing just now. I'll ignore her. Pretending not to notice her gaze, I entered the classroom with the nameplate for Class 1, Grade A. I looked around the classroom. I could see students who still seemed awkward. It was a new semester, and most of the students were meeting each other for the first time, so it was inevitable that they would be a little shy. But that didn't matter. What mattered was whether or not the descendants of the 7 deadly sins were in this class. Thankfully, those two aren't here. Those two are referred to Balton and Diana. I had already clashed with Balton before, so things were awkward between us, and Diana was awkward for no reason at all. I guess you could say that there was an untouchable aura about her. Undoubtedly, she's someone I'll have to win over to my side someday, but approaching her right now was risky. As the final boss of the demon realm, there was a sense of distance from her. Still, we'll meet again someday. I need to build up my strength to be on her side then, but that's not important right now. So, there are no descendants of the 7 deadly sins. It was a bit troubling. Assuming my prediction is correct, we'll be dispatched to the human world in groups in the future. It goes without saying that the group with the most powerful students will have the advantage. That's when my expression hardened. Move. A cold voice pierced my ears. I turned my head and saw a small child looking up at me with cold eyes. The dark eyeshadow around his eyes and his thick navy hair made the boy's face look sinister. His tone was arrogant enough to make me feel slightly offended, but I quietly moved out of the way. Go ahead. The boy passed me without even replying. If a normal student had shown such an attitude, I would have been upset, but I didn't show any dissatisfaction. To be precise, there was no one to show my dissatisfaction to. The boy was a member of the 7 deadly sins. So that kid was here. My eyes widened in surprise. I thought there weren't any descendants of the 7 deadly sins in my class, but I was wrong. The descendant of the Barus family, who is in charge of gluttony among the 7 deadly sins. Samuel.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. In the original story, he appears with Fran. Of course, the fact that he is killed in the human world is no different from the other children of the 7 deadly sins, but he was definitely strong. The risk of dying has decreased a little. Since there is one descendant of the 7 deadly sins, I won't die suddenly in the human world. His personality seems a bit dirty, but I'm sure he'll be fine once we get to know each other. He'll be fine, right? The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Frozen Diagon for subscription to Position Exchange. I tier on KO-Fi. Faculty Meeting Room. The atmosphere was tense in the room where the faculty members who would be in charge of the first years and the headmaster were gathered. Aries, who was in charge of Class C of the first years, opened his mouth. I will go to Class A. At that remark, the faculty members next to him looked at Aries as if they were bewildered. The faculty members had already been assigned to their respective classes. Aries had also been assigned as the faculty member in charge of Class C. However, it was natural for the faculty members to be in an uproar when he suddenly said that he would change the class he was in charge of. The headmaster, who had been listening to Aries in silence, asked, "Is there a reason why you suddenly want to change the class you're in charge of?" "Yes, there is," Aries said, meeting the headmaster's gaze. The headmaster nodded as if to say that he would listen to the reason. "Adell, I have confirmed that the student has been assigned to Class A, so I want to control him directly. There is a high probability that he will grow up to be a person who will harm the demon realm in the future." "Why do you think so?" "Because he's dangerous. When I was rolling around on the battlefield, I saw countless people with an aura similar to Adell's." Aries paused for a moment. Everyone listened attentively because he had a brilliant track record of preventing humans from capturing the capital in the war. And then Aries's mouth dropped. "That child is born with the nature of killing." Nature of killing. It meant the talent and destiny of those who had no choice but to live by taking and trampling on life. If that nature is handled well, it will not be a big problem. But if he turns the blade against his own allies, there will be great damage. There was one good thing. Adell, when judged solely on power, didn't stand out as much as the children of the 7 deadly sins. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. He was still young. It would be better to tame him while he can still be controlled. So leave it to me. As Aries finished speaking, an opposing opinion emerged. "Aren't you paying too much attention to a half-breed?" "That's right. Compared to the children of the 7 deadly sins, he was ridiculously weak. There's no need to go as far as being the faculty member in charge of him." Clatter. Aries shook his head at the opposing opinions. "Strength is not solely determined by force," Aries added. The teamwork Adell had shown when subduing the Sword Saint, the boldness and composure he had displayed when making his decisive move. Considering all of this, there was no way he was inferior to the children of the 7 deadly sins. The instructors also knew this, so even those who had opposed him had no choice but to remain silent. "That is why I wish to go. Adell needs to be watched over." "Wait a moment." Before Aries could finish speaking, Idea, Aries's junior and the appointed instructor of Class A, slammed her desk and shot to her feet. "Senior, do you not trust me? I'm also a worthy instructor of Siden." "That's not it, but that child is a natural-born killer." Aries denied it with his words, but his expression clearly showed that he did not trust Idea. There was no way Idea would not notice Aries's subtle feelings. "Is that to say, you do not trust me enough to entrust him to me?" Aries could not find any more words to say and hung his head. "I apologize if I have made you uncomfortable. Really, when will you stop treating me like a child?" Just as Idea was about to flare up her mana in frustration, the headmaster personally stepped forward to mediate between the two. "That is enough." "But that is enough." The headmaster's voice carried an overwhelming pressure. At this, a chilly atmosphere hung in the conference room as if frost had settled. "You're always picking on me." Only then did Idea slump down and sit back in her chair. After confirming that Idea had calmed down, the headmaster sighed and opened her mouth. "I have heard the instructor's opinions. However, the classes have already been assigned. I do not think it would be beneficial to change the classes now." "I understand." Aries accepted the headmaster's words as if he had no other choice. Even Aries, who had fought countless battles on the battlefield, did not dare to refute the headmaster's words. Everyone knew that despite the headmaster's childlike appearance and gentle speech, she was no different from a monster in reality. That was why Aries decided to put aside his own opinions and listen to the headmaster's words, believing that the headmaster must have thought everything through. One thing, the instructor's words are not without merit. "Instructor Idea, I would like to ask you to pay special attention to the child named Adell." "Yes." Idea, who was satisfied with the fact that she would be in charge of Class A as planned, replied in a much better voice than before. The headmaster, who confirmed this, tapped the desk and concluded. "Then, this concludes the meeting. Everyone, please go to your respective classes and greet the children." With this, the entrance exam and class assignments were all finalized. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The awkward atmosphere was short-lived, and the children, who were around the same age, quickly became noisy. Among the excited and awkward students, there were a few noticeable children. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. They are not the characters I remember. Some seemed a bit stronger. Although they were not ranked amongst the strong ones, but they seemed to have the eyes to recognize the strong. I wondered what they thought of me. A sudden curiosity arose. I was not stupid enough to ask this directly. The two most noticeable ones for now. As expected, they are the 7 deadly sins. The first is Samuel. The atmosphere was unusual from the start. Samuel exuded a heavy atmosphere all around him, as if telling people not to approach him. It seemed difficult to get close to him, but since we were in the same class, it was not impossible. And the second is Ho-Ho, the strong always arrived the last. The kid who was babbling something similar. She exuded a presence among the students who were praising her, and her identity was Fran. I wondered why she appeared in the original work with Samuel, but it seemed that the setting of being in the same class had established the plausibility. She is clearly a descendant of a family that represents lust. She is showing more arrogant behavior than lustful. It is true that her appearance is outstanding, but I am not interested because of her personality. Tisk, tisk. When I was clicking my tongue inwardly, suddenly, my eyes met Fran's. Then Fran's eyes sparkled at me. I felt like I was going to get annoyed, so I quickly avoided her gaze. But Why is it? No student talks to me. Even Samuel, who has a fierce atmosphere, has students talking to him. Why me? For a moment, I felt something swell up. But I repeated deep breathing and calmed my boiling emotions. What am I doing to the children? I should talk to them first. It would have been fine if I was the first one to strike up a conversation. Thinking this, I started to get up from my seat. Startled. The students who had been chatting stopped moving and began to glance at me. Flustered, I pretended to adjust my posture and sat back down. Only then did the students start talking again. What the heck? What did I do wrong? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out, so my confusion grew. I thought about it for a moment. In the end, I gave up. I guess I'll just sleep. The nightmare of my school days had returned. I slowly closed my eyes, hoping this moment would pass. How much time had passed? Bang dash. I opened my eyes again at the loud noise. I looked up and saw a woman with a bright smile in my field of vision. Judging by her uniform, she didn't seem to be a student, but she seemed to be the instructor who had been next to Aries. She stood in front of the platform and suddenly shouted to the students. Nice to meet you. I'm Idea, the homeroom teacher for Class A, who will be with you from now on. Everyone, remember my name. Homeroom teacher. The students' eyes changed. The instructors at Siden were all veterans who had made significant contributions to the Demon War. For the students, the instructors were like objects of admiration and respect. Of course, not for me. Clap, clap. Idea clapped her hands and continued her explanation. Some of you may already know me, but to introduce myself further, I am also your senior. I was also known by the alias, Legion of Calamity. Legion of Calamity? It was an alias I knew, but judging by the students' reactions, she seemed to be quite a famous woman in the demon realm. If she's the Legion of Calamity, then she's the woman who killed 1,000 humans by herself at the river of Phlegathos. Wasn't it 30,000, not 1,000? She was more famous than I thought. Such a strong person is our homeroom teacher. Does that mean my chances of survival have increased a little? The students looked at Idea with even more admiration as she introduced herself. Idea basked in their gazes before getting to the main point. Now that my introduction is over, I'll tell you about the teaching style from now on. With that, Idea began to scribble something on the blackboard. The word written on the blackboard. Hunting method. Idea tapped the blackboard twice. This is what I will be teaching you. Hunting method? The students stirred. Idea smiled faintly, as if she had expected this reaction, and opened her mouth. The hunting method I will teach you is not the hunting of demons or beasts that you are familiar with. Then who are we hunting? When a student couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Idea spoke as if it were obvious. Humans. The single word, human. The students showed interest at this. From now on, you will be hunting humans. Naturally, you must also know the methods for hunting humans, correct? I also became interested at this. Methods for hunting humans. Aren't those grandiose words? It's not just killing, but methods for hunting. It seemed worth listening to. As Idea said, we will be facing many humans from now on, so it wouldn't be bad to listen. However, there must have been students who were dissatisfied, because a voice like this was heard. If we only learn hunting methods, will we not be able to learn magic or swordsmanship? You do not need to worry about that. I will only be teaching the hunting methods, and other instructors will teach those subjects. Only then did the student show a relieved expression. Idea continued speaking. That said, I will not only be teaching you hunting methods. I will also be in charge of Class A's practical training and basic physical training. I couldn't help but groan inwardly. My weakest subjects. Basic physical training must mean physical strength. I had been avoiding Renee because I hated training my physical strength. In the end, what was meant to happen, happened. I had been feeling the need to train lately, so I decided not to complain. Then, shall we begin the first lesson? The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin bonus chapter for reaching 50 rating on novel updates. Another bonus chapter on reaching 5 reviews. First lesson begins. Idea called the students to the training ground. Technically, it's called a training ground, but it's questionable whether it can be defined as such given its size. The training ground was vast. It seemed to be at least 4 times the size of a normal school training ground. It was likely built this large to accommodate the use of magic and weapons. It seemed safe to assume that there would be no risk of being hit by stray attacks. While I was curiously looking around. Clap, clap. Idea clapped her hands, focusing the students' attention. Watch carefully. Idea closed her eyelids. Oh. As Idea stretched out both arms forward, black mana began to gather. The black mana gradually took shape, transforming into a tray shape. It didn't end there. Something emerged from the black mana. Not one, but countless numbers. Humans. What Idea had summoned were soldiers clad in iron armor, gripping swords. Now, let me explain today's lesson. Idea said, patting the shoulder of a human soldier. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The human soldier stood there blankly, unresponsive like a doll. They're not real humans. They're just illusions I created with magic. A rare illusionist capable of this level. Boasting to herself, Idea struck her palm with her fist. Thwack. By the way, I was also the one who forged the sword saint during the entrance exam. I was a little surprised. A counterfeit close to 10% of the original. If it had been a replica of an ordinary person, I wouldn't have felt this way, but it was a replica of 10% of the Sword Saint. It's true that his replica couldn't directly cause harm in reality. However, based on the performance it showed during the exam, it was clear that she had the ability to turn the tide of battle. It's full of monsters. Siden with its formidable power, and the Imperial Academy that overwhelmingly surpasses it. It was enough to give me goosebumps. Shall we start here? Idea smiled brightly and pointed at a student. The student who was pointed at, pointed himself with a bewildered look. Me? Yes. What am I supposed to do? You can attack me. Huh. The student tilted his head. Idea continued her explanation. You just need to get past the group of human soldiers and successfully attack me. You're not dueling me directly. Yes, because. Idea didn't finish her sentence. Because I opened my mouth first. You're going to act as the commander. A sharp gaze. Idea's piercing gaze shot towards me. I quickly shut my mouth. I was about to say more. Was there something she didn't like? As if confirming my thoughts, Idea asked for my name. What's your name? It's Adell. Well, you were right. But from now on, don't open your mouth while the instructor is explaining. She kept staring at me. I nodded. What exactly was she dissatisfied with? Didn't Ares also treat me like this? She listened when other students interrupted her and said what they wanted to ask. It seemed like I had been marked by the instructors without even knowing it. Idea soon turned her gaze away from me and continued her explanation. I will play the role of the commander of the human soldiers. Humans are weak, so they have a habit of moving in groups. Idea stepped into the midst of the human soldiers and pointed to herself. And there is a commander within the human group. They're spiritual supporters, or leaders. Then what happens to the remaining humans after they die? Idea paused and drew her hand across her neck, and the human soldiers collapsed in a heap. It was like dominoes. They lose a significant amount of combat power. The stronger their leader, the greater the impact. Strike the head and the body will follow. It was a proverb from Sun Tzu's Art of War that meant to eliminate the enemy leader first, but there was a big flaw in this saying. It was easier said than done. Human commanders not only had outstanding individual strength but were also heavily guarded by their surroundings. And even if they were successfully subdued, humans could immediately elect another leader. This was the difference between the human world and the demon world. Compared to the human world, which was overflowing with talent, the demon world had a scarcity of it. That aside, it's not fundamentally wrong. There was nothing as weak as an army that had lost its leader and its will. The problem was that it was incredibly difficult. But then again, if it was just about subduing the leader, it shouldn't be too difficult for me. It was when I was smiling with my eyes. Of course, it's impossible for you to break through the human soldiers and subdue me, so I'll consider it a pass if you touch me with your hand or weapon. Those who fail will be subject to supplementary lessons. The students seemed to despair at the mention of supplementary lessons. However, since their level had dropped significantly, it was a welcome development for me. I've changed my mind. Let's rearrange the first order. The beginning of a full-fledged class. At the same time, Idea scanned the students with a gaze that seemed to be searching for prey. For some reason, I got a creepy feeling. My intuition was right. Chuck dash. Idea's outstretched fingertips. The one who was targeted was none other than me. I guess I was marked after all. Since I had already expected it, I stepped forward without much complaint. Idea narrowed her eyes. It seemed like she wanted to see how I would do it. Then I should respond accordingly. Let's begin. I nodded my head in response and became lost in thought. The situation during the entrance exam. I was able to exchange positions with the Sword Saint. That wasn't all. When I was in the bear's family, I was also able to exchange positions with the goo poison that Creed had put inside me. Goo poison was made of mana. That means that the position exchange also recognizes things made of mana as non-living beings. However, there was something that was impossible. I had tried to use position exchange on organs like the heart or lungs of my opponent. The result was a complete failure. I tried it just in case, but the result was as expected. Of course, not now. I smiled sinisterly. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Designation. An arrow shoots out. 1, 2, 3. It passes over the human soldiers one by one. Soon, the arrow reached the human soldier who was directly in front of Idea. Even I was surprised at the growth of my ability. Because the distance between me and Idea was at least 100 meters. Has it already grown to this extent? A frightening growth rate. Even if it was impossible to control the battlefield, it was enough to annihilate one of the enemy's units. No more distractions. When I didn't move, Idea looked at me with pity in her eyes. At this, I chanted the incantation again. Move. In that instant, space warped. I bypassed the soldiers and arrived before Idea. I didn't even feel the need to unleash my other abilities. I simply pointed my dagger at Idea's throat, and a heavy silence flowed. Idea blinked blankly. Did that mean she didn't even realize what was happening? Or was she relying on the mana shield that was faintly shimmering at the tip of my dagger? One thing was for sure. I had succeeded in subduing Idea. For a mage to show an opening to an assassin meant death. Will this pass? Ha! A chuckle escaped Idea's lips as I asked mockingly. There was definitely a smile on her lips, but for some reason, an inexplicable fear crept over me. Was it just my imagination? Idea, who had been looking at me with a strange glint in her eyes, muttered. I think I understand why Senior asked me to keep an eye on you. Pardon. You pass. Return to your seat. Yes, yes, I understand. I felt a sense of trepidation. I hadn't expected it to go this smoothly. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The emotion idea had shown me was clear hostility, but it had suddenly changed to a look of interest. It was difficult to guess what had changed her mind, but I thought I knew one thing for sure. It must be the special nature of the Siden working. If one possessed outstanding abilities, Siden guaranteed them appropriate treatment. That meant they would be heavily involved in combat, but they would also be given some leeway during peacetime. I didn't know what action of mine had caused Ares and Idea to be wary of me, but since my talent seemed to be extraordinary, they had changed their attitude. I didn't know why Ares kept watching me. It can't be that he's figured out that I'm a descendant of Arsene. If that were the case, he would have tried to kill me immediately. But since he hadn't, it seemed that he hadn't yet discovered my bloodline. Well, it doesn't matter. I would highlight my talent without revealing the full extent of my abilities. I just had to keep acting the way I had been. With that thought in mind, I returned to my seat, and it was the other students' turn. Die, you human bastards! Die! The students were stronger than I expected. Although they were students who had not passed the entrance exam with excellent grades, the fact that they were demons remained unchanged. It wasn't difficult for them to subdue a few human soldiers without any special abilities. Cough. These humans are strong. Of course, there were some students who seemed to be struggling. Still, the majority of the students possessed the ability to subdue the human soldiers. But that was it. Stab dash. Idea, who had been watching the situation from behind, began to command the human soldiers. The soldiers surrounded the students who had been running wild and stabbed them from a distance with their spears. In the end, the students failed due to their accumulated wounds. One student suddenly jumped high and charged towards Idea, but would the human soldiers only use spears and swords? Pew dash. The soldiers shot arrows. The student who had jumped up was pierced by dozens of arrows and became like a hedgehog. It was quite clever, but it failed. Quite some time had passed, yet I was still the only one who had passed the class. It was here that I once again felt the deceitfulness of the position exchange. They can't even be compared to ordinary students. If only my skills were sufficient, I would have easily surpassed even the children of the 7 deadly sins. Moreover, if I could increase my proficiency in position exchange and grasp the exact activation criteria, it would be amazing. The Imperial Academy offered huge rewards to students who showed excellent results. In Siden, where a single talent is precious, the probability of receiving a better reward was higher. They even gave me an artifact just because I passed the entrance exam with excellent grades. Therefore, it was necessary to maintain high grades. If I was going to do it, I might as well aim for the best. Now that I think about it, being ranked first in my class might be more doable than I thought. There was a time when I had such thoughts. Until a student came out. Everyone held their breath. It felt as if their breathing had stopped. The moment that student stepped out, the air around him seemed to distort. I shall begin. As his turn came, the student who walked out spread his arms and clasped his hands together. Then, purple mana surged around the student, and a cool wind began to envelop the surroundings. Soon, Samuel, his magic swept over the human soldiers and Idea. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. A swirling violet storm raged. Only Idea, at the center of the typhoon, seemed unaffected. But the human soldiers, annihilated. They had all vanished. Unable to withstand Samuel's magic, they had returned to nothingness. I guess I should take back what I said earlier. Hadn't I said that being first in my class seemed easy? I felt like crawling into a mouse hole out of shame. The power that could sweep away an entire front. I obediently admired the sight of genuine magic, worthy of its name. If I had to nitpick, my ability could also be classified as magic. However, what Samuel had just displayed was real magic, the kind you would only see in games. It was on a completely different level from what I had seen from the audience seats during the entrance exam. Furthermore, it seemed that he had mixed his own unique ability into this magic. Gluttony. Samuel's unique talent. The very embodiment of appetite, gluttony was a fearsome ability that could devour anything. Ugh. Idea gritted her teeth and feigned an expression of anger. From the very first class, 2 students had overwhelmingly surpassed her class. So, from Idea's point of view, it was impossible not to be angry. Even if she respected talented students, as an instructor, her pride was being wounded. If I had been one of the 7 deadly sins, she might have been able to understand. However, I wasn't one of the 7 deadly sins, so that would have made her even angrier. Idea, who had been on the verge of tears, let out a sigh. Why is this batch of students like this? Idea seemed to have given up and gestured to Samuel. Without a word, Samuel returned to his seat. It was then. As he passed by me, Samuel shot me a piercing glare. Then, he quickly looked away and continued on his way. What the? I couldn't understand his behavior, but I let it slide. I was too engrossed in my thoughts. The descendants of the 7 deadly sins really do stand out, even among the best students. In other words, there wasn't a single student who was as talented as the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. And I hadn't even seen the full extent of the descendants' abilities yet. Wasn't there still one more descendant of the 7 deadly sins who hadn't appeared yet? Laurel Fran. Her turn hadn't come yet. Only 3 students might pass the first assignment. I'm envious. When will I ever become that strong? It seemed that the students already recognized the 3 of us as being stronger than themselves. They seemed to see us as objects of envy, jealousy, and resentment. I don't know how long those feelings will last. The gap will only continue to widen. But that half-demon in that class seems weaker than Samuel. If the instructor hadn't let her guard down, he would have been easily subdued. Subdued? He would have fainted after just 1 hit. I can hear every word. I gritted my teeth and memorized the 2 bastards who had just spoken. Just you wait. As I was grinding my teeth, the storm that had been raging around Idea gradually subsided. Idea, boasting her perfectly unruffled clothes, opened her mouth. It was an amazing ability that took me by surprise for a moment. Samuel didn't react to Idea's compliment. He just stood there quietly, as if he was annoyed by the situation. It was an attitude that came from the confidence that he would pass. But Idea's one word turned the situation upside down. But unfortunately, you failed. Only then did Samuel react. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. Samuel's deeply sunken eyes twitched slightly. Idea pointed to her body as if to explain. It was good that you subdued the human soldiers. But you failed to kill me, the commander of the humans. Idea was right. It was true that Samuel had wiped out all the human soldiers, but he had not been able to deal a direct blow to Idea. Looking at Idea, whose hair was not a single strand out of place and whose clothes were not a single wrinkle out of place, I couldn't even tell if Samuel had used magic. Clack. Samuel gritted his teeth. He wouldn't be able to accept it. I was acknowledged even though I couldn't subdue the human soldiers, let alone damage Idea. Samuel had shown his strength, which was greater than mine, but he couldn't accept Idea's harsh evaluation. Idea continued to explain to Samuel, who was biting his lower lip. No matter how many human soldiers you kill, there are more than enough soldiers to take their place. That's what I mean. A strand of black mana rose from the tip of Idea's finger. It formed a thin oval shape again, and soon began to spew out countless human soldiers. More than before, a number reaching 100. Samuel's eyes wavered at this. Clack. Idea, who had confirmed Samuel's reaction, flicked her finger and made the human soldiers disappear. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Idea let out a sigh and explained. Like this, no matter how many human soldiers you kill, you won't be able to deal any significant damage. That's why you have to kill the commander. At the very least, high-ranking personnel like the commander are difficult to replace. Even after Idea had explained everything, Samuel glanced at me with an unpleasant expression. I gave a small smile. What can I do? Samuel seemed as if he wanted to say something, but he quickly turned his head away. Samuel must have noticed it too. What my strengths are. What I excel at compared to him. I have lived more lives than the other students, so my ability to see the essential nature of a problem is more developed. That's why my objective reasoning ability is superior to that of students who are only 17 years old. Therefore, I focused on attacking only Idea. If I used my traits, subduing the human soldiers would be a piece of cake. However, I knew that killing the human soldiers was not the essence of this lesson. What Idea was trying to teach us in this first lesson. The condition of victory. Demons and humans are fundamentally different. Undying and undefeated. Idea was trying to explain to us the things she had learned about humans through her experience in war. But Samuel probably thought that he just had to kill all the enemies. That was his downfall. Arrogance. Overconfidence in his own abilities. For these 2 reasons, Samuel failed even though he could have easily passed. TCH. In the end, Samuel accepted the result. He didn't seem to be completely satisfied, but he didn't raise any complaints, so the final turn began right away. The last turn of the first lesson. The protagonist of this turn was Fran. Hihi, it's finally my turn. Fran stepped forward, her blue hair swaying. The students were interested in Fran's confident appearance. It's another child of the 7 deadly sins. Samuel could have easily passed, but he failed because he was careless. As long as Fran isn't careless, she'll pass, right? Hihi. Fran, who had been listening to the students' reactions in silence, snorted. At first glance, it seemed like a display of confidence, but it was slightly different. Fran was trembling. Why isn't she moving? What is she doing? The students wondered as they watched Fran, who didn't show any movement. I watched Fran quietly because I roughly knew the reason. Fran was still trembling. It can't be helped. Fran's ability wasn't specialized in combat. Since she was in charge of lust among the 7 deadly sins, Fran didn't fight directly. She only commanded her subordinates like a queen bee in a beehive. To put it simply, it meant that she had an ability specialized in buffs. Even during the entrance exam, Fran had passed by granting overwhelming power to her teammates. The problem was that she couldn't cast buffs on herself. But that can't be it. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. She can't cast buffs on herself? It didn't make sense. There seemed to be another reason, but I couldn't think of anything. Well, it's unfortunate. In individual classes, Fran's ability didn't shine. That was why Fran hadn't been able to use her ability at all. A horrible sight unfolded that I couldn't bear to explain. She had collapsed after being beaten up by the human soldiers. I watched that sight and quietly closed my eyes. It was a truly unfortunate sight. That was when it happened. There was a female student who made my pupils tremble strangely. Say a dash. The wounds of the students who had been rolling on the floor, torn and bleeding, began to heal. Healing magic. I couldn't hide my surprise. A healing type talent. This was a huge discovery. Healing magic was one of the talents that only humans could use. It was a type of divine power that the gods of the human world gave to their apostles. It doesn't seem like something a human did. There was no way a human would be here, and even if there was no reason for them to stand out like this. So it was definitely a half-dark elf student. It would be possible if it was a half-dark elf with half-human and half-dark elf blood. Swish dash. I turned my head, following the lingering mana from the healing magic. My extremely developed senses could sense the traces of mana unless the other person intentionally tried to hide it. That was how I saw a student. The pink-haired girl was a half-dark elf, as expected. She had pink hair and was as charming as expected, but she was half-demon, just as I had guessed. Her appearance was no different from a human's, but there was a star tattoo on her wrist. What was her name again? She wasn't a particularly noticeable student. She hadn't stood out during the entrance exam, so she must have been one of the students who had fainted. Should I try to find out more about her? I'll need to find a way to connect with her. For now, I decided to memorize her appearance. Since she was the owner of a rare healing ability, she was worth my time. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. After ideas class, the lessons continued in order. The second class was a theory class. We could learn about the history of the demon realm and the weaknesses of humans. In the process, I realized that both the demons and humans have vital areas as their weaknesses. Other than that, since it was the first class, there was nothing memorable. I guess this is normal for the first class. It seems that idea was a special case. Or perhaps, it's a reflection of the demon realm's circumstances, where revenge is prepared so hastily. Anyway, that wasn't important. Soon, the break time came. Fran, her face flushed red, was looking at me. You bastard, did you see that? Moisture filled her eyes. When I saw her shoulders trembling faintly, a feeling of compassion suddenly surged up. Perhaps it would be better to tell a white lie than to tell the truth. Shakily, I shook my head. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. But Fran got angry instead. Don't lie. I had nothing to say. What the hell do you want me to do? I also tried to say something, but I pressed my forehead tightly. I'm an adult, so I'll put up with it. Not only that, but I didn't want to pick a fight with her. It's true that Fran was badly beaten by Idea's human soldiers. However, Idea's class was designed to be impossible to pass from the beginning. It must have been a class that was deliberately set up to make them taste the bitterness of defeat once. Since it was such a class in the first place, it wasn't something to be so concerned about. Of course, it must have been quite horrible to fail after having all your expectations on you. Above all else, it must have been like their first defeat. Would the precious children of a high-ranking family have ever fought before? That's why these spoiled brats are no good. Well, I'm talking about when I was their age. As soon as I possessed Adell, I had to show off my incredible skills by overpowering the knights and escaping to the demon realm. The result is the me you see now. As expected, you grow as much as you roll around. Compared to that, these kids these days, their basics aren't there. Tisk, tisk. I clicked my tongue inwardly and asked, is that all you wanted to say? Class is about to start, so please move out of the way. What? Fran's face flushed even redder with shame. She seemed bewildered by my words and actions, as if I was saying that she was annoying. It was true that I found her annoying, so I didn't bother to correct her misunderstanding. Actually, there was nothing to misunderstand. Unable to bear my pitiful gaze, Fran clenched her fists and said, on the subject of slaves, a weakling who's even lower than a slave dares to wag her tongue. I retorted lightly. Zap. At the same time, a sharp gaze turned towards me, but I ignored it. I averted my gaze from Fran and turned my head to look out the window. The sunlight is unusually warm today. I was lost in thought when I suddenly felt a murderous aura and shivered. Who is it this time? I assessed the situation. Fran had already returned to her seat and was basking in the flattery of the other students. Then the owner of this murderous aura is. I sharpened my senses. The source of the gaze was in the seat behind me. I slowly turned around to see Samuel glaring at me with his dark, sunken eyes. What's his problem again? I was already at my wit's end with just Fran and Balton. And now, even Samuel was showing hostility towards me. What on earth did I do wrong? Was it because I was the only one who passed the first class? If you think about it for a moment, you'll realize it's a difference in ability. I didn't mean a difference in skill. I simply meant a difference in talent. I have a talent for assassination. On the other hand, Samuel uses magic that can deal widespread damage. So it's only natural that I would have the advantage in the first class due to our compatibility. Anyway, there are more things to worry about. But is this okay? I felt like something had gone wrong from the beginning. I recalled my initial purpose. My main purpose in entering Siden was to recruit promising candidates and make them my allies. But one of them kept picking fights with me, and the other was trying to enslave me. And now, a guy who looked like he wanted to kill me had been added to the mix. Is this really the right way to go about it? For now, I felt the need to create a sense of camaraderie with them. A way to get close to them. Is there anything good? After a moment of contemplation, I came up with a method. After all, impressions are important. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. There's an old saying. You can't spit in a smiling face. That's how important a smile is. Smirk. I turned my lips up into a smile for Samuel, who was glaring at me. Samuel flinched and twisted his head away as if he had seen a disgusting bug. Is this not it? The first attempt ended in failure. Then the second attempt. What a nauseating face. Just as I was about to do that, Samuel uttered icy words. I froze, unable to react. I could clearly feel the hostility. Samuel and I faced off for a while. A short moment that felt like an eternity. It was Samuel who broke the silence. Can't you understand? I mean, get your nauseating face out of my sight. Lowly bastard. Lowly bastard. That word meant half-blood. It seemed that Samuel clearly disliked me, a half-blood. But what could I do about it? What an incredibly rude way to speak. Weren't you the one who stared at me first? Flinch. Samuel's eyebrows twitched fiercely. My eyes narrowed, and a cold atmosphere began to circulate. At this, Samuel growled lowly. Are you trying to fight me? I wouldn't mind. I answered with a shrug. I don't know how great your family is, but judging from the fact that they produced trash like you, they must not be much of a family. You crazy bastard. I snorted at Samuel's furious appearance. This time, it was different from the case with Bolton. That guy just wanted to fight me out of pure curiosity. It was always within the realm of sparring, since the principle of Siden was that students could not harm other students. However, Samuel showed me genuine hostility. I could never overlook that. It would be nice if I could win Samuel over as an ally, but if he had that much hostility towards me, it would be difficult to win him over as an ally, and it could become an obstacle to my future plans. So, it would be better to make a judgment now. If the relationship was going to get worse, it would be better to cut it off now. I'll do as you wish. Clench dash. Gritting his teeth, Samuel frowned and released his power. Kuooo dash. Dozens of teeth began to sprout on Samuel's right arm. I manifested my killing intent against him. An eerie aura like a well-honed sword blade enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, I felt the gazes of the students focusing on us. Are they fighting? What's going on? What's the situation? But soon, the students' murmurs began to fade away. Samuel and we began to prepare to tear at each other's throats. I was drawing arrows so that we could switch places at any moment. Ding dong. The bell rang, signaling the start of the third class. The students returned to their seats. Suddenly, only Samuel and I were left standing. Samuel grimaced and sat back down. The situation was tense. In the end, I also sat down. It felt like it had ended without a clear resolution, which was annoying. Still, it was better than one of us getting hurt. As I was thinking about what to do next, the door to the classroom opened. The teacher for the third class had entered. Now that class has started, I would like everyone to be quiet. First, let me introduce myself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The teacher for the third class finished his brief self-introduction. To summarize, the teacher's name was Robold, and he was in charge of teaching magic. In that case, it's time for magic class. Thump dash. I had forgotten about what had just happened with Samuel, and my heart pounded with anticipation. Magic class. It was the moment I had been waiting for the most. When you think of a fantasy world, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Swordsmanship or spearmanship isn't bad, but what really gets my heart racing is magic, isn't it? Magic also appears in my novel. In my work, magic belongs to a completely different category than talent or traits. You could say that it's closer to a skill. Unlike traits and talents, which you can use as long as you have enough mana, magic could also be considered a form of knowledge from another perspective. In order to use this magic, you need not only enough mana, but also something called a circle. But I don't have a circle. That's why I haven't been able to use magic until now, and have had to rely on traits and talents. Renee didn't seem to be able to use magic either, so I didn't have a chance to learn. I didn't want to ask Crete. I had been feeling discouraged because of that, but since Siden had offered to teach me magic, I was more than willing. I listened to the teacher's words. First, in order to learn magic, you need to know one thing. Attribute. Robold emphasized this. Some of you may be familiar with the concept of attributes, while others may find it unfamiliar. What is an attribute? The nature of mana that builds magic. To summarize, that's what it is. Fire, water, wind, darkness, etc. Mana has its own attribute, and depending on that attribute, the magic that can be learned changes and is strengthened. Most demons have one attribute, and in some cases, they have two attributes. I think I have two attributes. The bloodline of the Arsene family. The mana I got from the Bear's family. Maybe it's not two attributes. The mana of the Bear's family is definitely a dark attribute, but I don't know what the attribute of the Arsene family is. That question will be answered soon. In this class, we will find out the attribute of the mana you possess. Robold, who took out a small bead from his arms, added that if you put your hand on the bead, you will know the attribute of your mana. What attribute do I have? A beautiful expectation was in my arms. Let's start from the first order. Everyone, stand in a line. Robold called the students together. The students put their hands on the bead in order, and the color of each bead began to change accordingly. If it is red, it is a fire attribute. The student who is green is a wind attribute. In that way, various colors popped out. And finally, it was my turn. Put your hand up. Yes. Chuck dash. As I put my hand on the bead as Robold instructed, a color was added to the translucent bead. The color that appeared like that. It was a color that had never come out from the students before. Since it was an unfamiliar color, I looked at Robold and asked, "What attribute is this color? N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM." Robold looked at the color of the bead. Half of the bead was black, and the other half was gray. Robold, who had been looking at the bead for a long time, opened his mouth. Black means a dark attribute. It's not common, but it's a color that is often seen in high-ranking demons. But the gray color is unfamiliar. You don't know either, instructor. No, I know. I've only seen a handful of gray attributes, so I was a little surprised. Then, gray means chaos. Chaos. What kind of attribute is this? The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin bonus chapter for reaching 75 rating on novel updates. Another bonus chapter on reaching 5 reviews or 100 ratings. Chaos attribute. It was the first time I had ever heard of such an attribute. I don't think I've ever mentioned it in my work before. Why is it? I couldn't understand why a setting I had never created was suddenly popping up, so I frowned and asked, "What is the chaos attribute?" I know that it's the basis for magic that goes against the order of things, but other than that, I don't know much about it. I see. I nodded at Robold's words, as even he didn't know either, and returned to my seat. Still, it wasn't like there were no gains. The basis for magic that goes against the order of things. There must be an answer in this sentence that Robold had said. I didn't think I needed to rush to find out about it. For now, it was certain that I could handle the darkness attribute. Attributes are based on the 4 elements: earth, water, wind, fire. If you add darkness and light to that, you have the 6 basic attributes. Among them, I possess the darkness attribute and another attribute, the chaos attribute. I should dig into the darkness attribute first. I'll probably be able to learn about the darkness attribute from Siden right away. I'm quite looking forward to the future. And so, the magic class ended, leaving me with a sense of anticipation. ******. Groan. I stretched because my shoulders were stiff. My body was sore from sitting for so long. I had finally finished 3 classes. There was only 1 class left. Swordsmanship class. It would be a class that required a lot of physical activity, so I was a little worried. My body was not yet trained to be suitable for swordsmanship. What would I learn in swordsmanship class, anyway? Would I learn the principles of swordsmanship like in the Imperial Academy's classes? Swordsmanship was the second thing I wanted to learn after magic. As I waited for the next class with a mixture of worry and anticipation. Poke. Poke. Someone was hovering around me. I couldn't hide my bewilderment at their sudden appearance and asked, "What are you doing in front of me?" Gasp, "You noticed my stealth skills N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. It was Fran. Fran looked up at me with a pale face, her expression grim. I was speechless. Was this kind of thing worthy of the grand title of stealth skills? I asked Fran, unable to hide my bewilderment. Was that stealth skills? Ugh, that's not important. Then what is? When I asked, Fran leaned her face closer. I pulled my head back slightly at the sudden close distance. Although her speech and actions were a bit absurd, tarnishing the atmosphere of our first meeting, Fran's appearance was considerable, which is why I felt burdened. Fran continued to speak, heedless of my attitude. "What the hell are you thinking? What do you mean?" "I mean provoking that kid." Fran pointed to Samuel with her sidelong glance. Samuel had fallen asleep with his face buried in his arms as soon as class ended. But provocation. She must be talking about the encounter I had with Samuel before class started. I shrugged and answered. I just couldn't keep my mouth shut when he picked a fight with me. You couldn't keep your mouth shut? Fran looked as if she was amazed. Is there a problem with that? Of course there is. That's why I'm talking to you. Before I could finish speaking, Fran gritted her teeth and began to press me hard. I frowned thinly at the loud noise that made my eardrums hurt. There were many things I wanted to ask, but I decided to listen to her first. What's the problem? Are you really asking because you don't know? You're not making fun of me, are you? Yes, but... She kept acting like this, so I started to wonder if I had done something else wrong. Unable to find an answer, Fran sighed once and said, "Didn't you bring up his family?" When I confronted Samuel, I mentioned his family. It must have been a family that seemed to have no power. That's how I said it. Was that the problem? After all, it was the family of one of the 7 deadly sins, so I guess Fran reacted sensitively. But there was a reason why I brought up his family. The forces outside of Siden can't harm me anyway. You must know that. Siden is isolated from the outside. It's impossible to even enter without the train that I rode to come to Siden before, and it even takes the form of a labyrinth connected to several dimensions. That's why I judged that the 7 deadly sins family couldn't threaten me. Not only that, no matter how much the 7 deadly sins are, harming a student goes against Siden. Fran nodded her head excitedly at my confident attitude. No, I'm talking about demon to demon. That child's family. Ding dong. Fran couldn't finish her sentence. It was because the bell for the 4th period had suddenly rung. Let's go back for now. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. In the end, Fran returned to her seat before the instructor came in. I wish I could have heard the rest of the story, but it was a shame. What was she trying to say? Is Samuel's family quite cruel? No, I don't think so. I couldn't figure it out no matter how much I thought about it, so I turned off my mind. The next class was more important. Creak dash. The door opened and Aries entered. Aries opened his mouth. I saw you all during the entrance exam, so there's no student who's seeing me for the first time, so I won't introduce myself. Every second counts. Aries added and tapped the blackboard while glaring at us. You guys are weak. Some students frowned. It must be because he touched their sore spot. There must be some who show displeasure because they didn't understand what he said. Unlike those guys, I knew better than anyone that we were weak enough to be miserable. Aries distorted his face like a demon towards the students expressing their dissatisfaction. Against an illusion that was only 10%, no, not even 5% of the Sword Saint, you formed groups of 4 and still, except for 8 groups, you were all annihilated. Even those who passed relied on exceptional individuals. Without them, you would have been wiped out. Am I wrong? The students didn't answer. No, they couldn't. The students also know that Aries is not wrong. That's why they couldn't refute it. Still, it seems like some of them were quite hurt in their pride. If you become a student of Siden, you should be able to handle insulting remarks. He must have said that on purpose to make you angry. I should be able to figure out this much. Think about it logically. Did it seem easy to achieve a skill level of 5% of the Sword Saint? It's difficult. Perhaps some may not reach that level even after graduating from Siden. The gap between the Sword Saint and ordinary students was like an insurmountable wall. 9 times out of 10, they will never be able to climb that wall, no matter how much time passes. Rather, shouldn't they be reacting happily? However, the students were too young to think that far ahead. Their knowledge and abilities were shallow and limited. That's why they needed to learn how to become stronger, and how to kill a human. In the midst of the gloomy atmosphere, knock, knock. Aries knocked on the platform. As the students' gazes focused on him dash. Therefore, I will teach you swordsmanship. Even if you die, I will make sure that you can take one of your opponent's arms with you. That is what I, your instructor, will do for you. Aries' declaration echoed through the air. The overwhelming atmosphere was different from when I had faced him in the entrance exam. It seemed to affect not only me, but the other students as well. Wow, how cool. Their gazes were filled with admiration and longing. It was a gaze that should have been somewhat unfamiliar, but Aries continued to speak without moving an eyebrow. Let's begin the first lesson. What I will teach you today is asterisk asterisk asterisk. To tell the truth, Aries looked a bit cool. It's true that he had looked at me with some kind of intention during the entrance exam, but he hadn't done anything else to harm me directly, so I hadn't paid much attention to it. In that situation, when he said something so cool, my negative feelings towards him had shifted slightly towards the positive side. But that was a mistake. Because Aries was the devil himself. Ugh. I think I'm going to die. On the training ground, the students were walking with their shoulders slumped, struggling to move. It was because of Aries' first lesson. The basics of swordsmanship are physical strength. How can you use a sword if you don't even have the strength to hold it? So, for the time being, we will only train your basic physical strength. The students were relieved to hear that they would be training their basic physical strength. I also thought that it wouldn't be difficult to increase my basic physical strength. But when I actually tried it, it was the hardest lesson I had ever taken. 50 laps around the training ground n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. That was the assignment that Aries had given us for today's lesson. You shouldn't think of it as a normal athletic field. It was incredibly large, easily dwarfing a soccer field. We had to run around it 50 times without resting. Before I knew it, I had completed 30 laps. Hey, you, stop. Suddenly, Aries glared at a student with a sinister voice. The student, who was struck by lightning, was startled and fell back into his seat. I told you to train your basic physical strength, but you're using mana. You punk, start over from the beginning. What the hell? The student hung his head with a look of shock. Aries ignored him and began to pick out the students who had used mana to enhance their physical abilities. In an instant, more than 10 students were forced to start over from the beginning. How cruel. My tongue rolled out on its own as I watched him. He had deliberately delayed their punishment. The horror of making the students run again from the beginning when they had already run more than half the distance. I quietly suppressed the mana I had been trying to use. A little more time passed like that. It's hard. My muscles and bones were screaming. I could clearly feel the lukewarm sweat running down my spine. I lifted my head and stared ahead. There were only a handful of people who could run around the training ground without losing their breath. About 3, I guess. Even they seemed to be people who had trained their bodies intensively. On the other hand, those who had only relied on magic and talent were dropping out one after another. The prime examples were Fran and Samuel. Huff, huff. I'm going to die like this. Fran was gasping for breath, and Samuel had long since collapsed on the ground, unconscious. I guess I'm better off. I glanced at Aries with a strange sense of triumph. Aries was prodding the fallen students to get up. Those who fail to finish in time will have extra lessons until they do. I flinched. Samuel's shoulder, which had been lying on the ground, twitched once. I quietly closed my eyes. Although he was the guy I almost fought with, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin New KO Phi Tier released? Now read 10 chapters ahead with Eye of Arrogance tier. The hellish last class had finally ended. I swallowed the saliva that was welling up in my mouth and regulated my ragged breathing. The other students also looked exhausted. On the other hand, unlike those who looked like they were about to die, I was the only one who could maintain my composure thanks to Adell's smiling face. I basked in a subtle sense of superiority. As time passed, the students who had been lying down raised their bodies one by one. One of them caught my eye. Fran was barely able to get up with the help of the other students, and she approached me while staggering and talking. "You don't get tired, do you?" As expected of the slave, I acknowledged. "I hope you fall down again." I poked her on the forehead. Fran, who was pushed away by me, rubbed her forehead with a small groan. "Why doesn't it work on you?" Fran muttered to herself as if she was wronged. It was a story that didn't seem worth listening to. "Everyone's up?" Aries spoke as all the students got up. The students looked up at Aries with their shoulders drooping. "I'm disappointed in you." Aries's words and actions were heartbreaking. However, none of the students showed any signs of dissatisfaction towards Aries like before. The students had come to realize it. Just as Aries had said, if they couldn't use mana or their unique abilities, they would have to rely solely on their own bodies. However, the students were so weak that they couldn't even complete the basic long-distance running that Aries had given them. It meant that they were in no position to talk back. Before you learn swordsmanship, you need to build up your bodies. At the very least, you shouldn't collapse from exhaustion while swinging a sword. The students who could only use magic seemed particularly offended. There may have been those like me who had first encountered magic in the demon realm, but there would also be those who had grown up in a family of mages who valued magic. In such cases, most of the students had weak bodies. Since this is the first class, there will be no extra lessons. But don't slack off on your training outside of class. The students nodded their heads. Everyone had understood the true meaning of Aries's words through today's lesson. Of course, there were still some who were filled with shame. Samuel hung his head low and clenched his fists tightly. I had no intention of comforting him. It was his own fault. It was Samuel's fault for not training his body. It's obvious that he can't do well from the start. I realized it now. Even if they are the 7 deadly sins, they are not perfect in every field. They are just exceptionally talented. In Siden, those guys will awaken their talents and grow. Am I the only one looking forward to that moment for some reason? No, by then, the war will have truly begun. It might be better to pray that it doesn't come. This concludes the lesson. Everyone, return to your classes. ******. After finishing all my classes, I left the classroom after the closing ceremony. Students formed groups of 3 or 5, but I was the only one who didn't belong to a group. If I had to guess, I thought that being half-demon had a big influence on it. However, it doesn't seem like that. I glanced at the other half-demons. It was true that the half-demons were not included in the groups of the regular demon students, but they had formed their own groups. What the heck? As expected, it's difficult to understand the psychology of children in puberty. I shook my head and moved my feet, shaking off the distracting thoughts. Like that, I left the building of Siden and stared at the students who had started to go home. Should I go there now? Dormitory. It was the place where I would live from now on in Siden, but since Siden was so big and wide, it wasn't easy to find my way. As I was looking around Siden here and there, trying to find my way, I hardened my face at the appearance of an unexpected woman. She doesn't seem to see me yet, so I should hide. How many minutes passed like that? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Fortunately, she passed me by without any problems, and only then was I able to let out a sigh of relief. Phew. I wiped away the sweat running down my forehead because of the tension. From the entrance exam until now, my heart, which would pound violently whenever I saw her, did not seem to want to stop. The woman who passed me by was the Demon King's daughter, Diana. I'm going crazy. With a complicated feeling, I roughly swept my hand across my face. It was not easy for me to treat Diana comfortably. Rather, it would have been easier if I had become close with Samuel. It couldn't be helped. After I fell into this absurd world, the most important thing to me was to hide the Arsene mark engraved on the nape of my neck. The reason for this was that the Arsene family had made a great contribution to the defeat of the demon world, and one of their greatest achievements was killing the Demon King. To be precise, they had killed all of the Demon King's wives as well. That's why I don't stand before Diana. I didn't feel guilty because it wasn't something I or Adell had done directly, but I was keenly aware that I was in no position to be proud. That's why I've been working hard to hide the fact that I'm an Arsene bloodline since I came to the demon world. Of course, it's a creepy thing to do, but that doesn't mean I regret coming to the demon world from the human world. At least my face isn't known in the demon world, so it's enough to just hide my tattoo, but in the human world, there was nowhere for Adell to hide. Just thinking about it made me tired, so I let out a sigh. I've had too much to do today. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. I want to rest now, but I couldn't. I had to learn about the attribute of chaos that I had learned about in magic class, and I had to get to know the students I would be sharing a dorm with. What would they think of me if I went into the dorm and just went to bed? It's absolutely necessary to get close to the students of Siden, especially my roommate, who I'll be living with the closest. First impressions are important. I have to make this work this time. Just because I got off on the wrong foot with Samuel from the beginning doesn't mean I can give up on my relationship with the other students. I resolutely made up my mind and started walking towards the dorm, but then two paths appeared. A fork in the road. I looked around to assess the situation. It seemed that the female students were going to the right, but the male students were going to the left. That means the men's dorm is on the left. I was about to take a step, but, thud, someone put a hand on my shoulder. I turned my head and saw a girl with a cold expression staring blankly at me. Why is Renee here? I was a bit flustered, but I responded calmly. Were you going to the dorms? Yeah, I was just going to the dorms too. You must be tired from taking classes today, so please rest comfortably in the dorms. Just as I said that and was about to turn around, what was this sudden feeling of anxiety that washed over me? I couldn't easily tear my gaze away and had to silently endure Renee's stare. Not long after, Renee opened her mouth. Insufficient. Yes, your training is insufficient. I was lost for words. Come to think of it, unlike me who was completely exhausted, Renee didn't look tired at all. Rather, she just kept yawning as if the lessons she had attended today were boring. Renee was inviting me to train with her. I was on the verge of collapsing because all my mental and physical strength had been depleted. I wanted to refuse, but I couldn't. That was only natural since the chance for Renee to oversee one's training was not an opportunity that came often to others. Should I say that this is a good thing? Training personally guided by a child of the 7 deadly sins. There were countless students who wished to receive Renee's training. It would be foolish to let this great opportunity pass me by because my body and mind were tired. I understand. I'll do it. Good. As I made my decision, Renee nodded her head in satisfaction and gestured for me to follow her. As I followed Renee obediently, I couldn't help but ask a question that came to mind. I know that there's still quite some time before we have to return to the dorms, but is there a suitable place where we can train? There is. Where is it? The students' personal training ground. Is that so? I quickly nodded my head in agreement. After all, if this was an educational institution the size of Siden, it would be stranger if there wasn't a personal training ground for the students. Fortunately, the personal training ground was not far from the dorms. It seemed to have been built near the dorms so that the students could train and practice easily and freely. Renee and I stopped in front of a large building next to the dorms. It's quite large. Yes. The two of us shared a brief exclamation. It wasn't as large as Siden's main building, so it didn't elicit much admiration, but the training ground wasn't small either. Perhaps it was about the size of a high school. But what mattered was not the exterior but the interior, right? We passed through the entrance of the training ground and stepped inside. There were dozens of exercise machines installed inside the training ground, and in the center was a space where students could spar. It looked like a pretty good facility at first glance. It'll definitely improve my physical strength. There were machines you'd expect to see in a gym, and dumbbells that weighed anywhere from a few dozen to a few hundred pounds. Just looking at them, I could tell that this was about as good as it gets when it comes to facilities for improving physical strength. As I looked at them, memories of the past came flooding back to me. The memory of how I fell for that sweet talk about getting a huge discount if I paid for a whole year of gym membership up front, only to quit 3 days later. But the past is the past. The me back then and the me now are different. So there's no need to be timid. I confidently walked towards the machines and pointed to one that the students weren't using, then asked Renee, how about I try that one first? Okay, I'll go first n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I ignored Renee's glare and headed towards the machines. I'll show her my true strength. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to @FrozenDiagon for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on Ko-Fi. Sweat trickled down my jawline. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed since I started training. Renee earnestly guided me, who was still unfamiliar with how to use the training equipment. It definitely seems better than the training equipment of the Bears family. The training equipment of the Bears family, which only increased the intensity without any finesse. When I used them, I couldn't even operate the equipment properly, so I would either assist Renee with her training or just watch her quietly. Sometimes, Renee would force me to train as well. But it's a bit better here. However, the training equipment in Siden showed a significant difference. Equipment specialized in training each part of the body, just like in modern times. The weight could also be set to an easy level for beginners like me. n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. Too weak. Renee looked at me training with a low weight on my defense equipment with a pitiful expression, but I couldn't help it. Because Adell's body still needed training. The current Adell had never done any exercise because he had been locked up in his room his entire life. But I'll be able to get stronger if I just get through this period. Thud. I squeezed out the rest of my strength and completed the last stage, then spoke to Renee. I'm finally done. Good work. Whew, I'm worried about the pain that's going to hit me tomorrow. A tremendous amount of pain would hit me. The pain of muscle soreness. I wondered if I would even be able to walk properly tomorrow. Renee spat out the words as she looked at me with a troubled expression. Don't joke around. I'm not joking. I clicked my tongue inwardly. Did she think of others as training bugs who were crazy about training like herself? Compared to the other students, I was actually a bit above average. I glared at Renee as I grumbled softly. Do you not have a towel? No, that's too bad. Sigh. I sighed and brushed back my hair, which was drenched in sweat. Well, I had come here right after class, so there was no way I would have brought a towel. I'll just have to bring my own from next time. It seems like I've finished using all the training equipment, so what should I do now? Renee narrowed her brow as if in thought. Renee had also used all the equipment in the training room. There were no more devices I could use. It would be rude to continue using them, as many other students were using them as well. Renee finally seemed to have organized her thoughts as she fiddled with her scabbard and said, "Let's duel." That word can be interpreted in different ways, but you don't mean a duel to the death, do you? Renee glared at me as if I was crazy. I quickly continued speaking. Unfortunately, I don't think I can today. As you can see, my body is completely worn out. I shook my limp arm. It was true that my body was tired, but I was also wary of revealing my true abilities while sparring with Renee. Renee must have assumed that I was a priest. I used this as an excuse to receive better treatment from Renee than before. There was a high probability that she had already discovered that I was weaker than her. However, she couldn't have been certain. I need to hide it thoroughly and use it to my advantage. I have to wear numerous masks. Furthermore, I had to prevent her from even guessing my true identity. No one in the demon world would know who I truly am, neither the bear's family nor the people of Siden. My existence as me. I can only survive by becoming someone else. I engraved that fact into my mind from the moment I hid the mark of Arsene. Not only my identity but also all my abilities must be concealed as much as possible. I smiled faintly and gently suggested, "Since things have come to this, I think it would be best for you to rest as well, miss." Very well. Was it because of my persistent persuasion? She eventually agreed. I chuckled inwardly and left the training ground with Renee, making polite gestures. Good choice. I will escort you to the dormitory. Yes. Renee followed me obediently. I left her behind and opened my status window to check my progress so far. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance. Mana, 1297 1321. Ugh. I let out a small groan. Mana total, 1321. It was hard to hide my disappointment that it had only increased by 24. Compared to before, it was an extremely insufficient increase. I knew it couldn't be helped, but it still left a bitter taste in my mouth. Once a certain level was surpassed, the total amount of mana didn't increase much. It wasn't a very good feeling to experience this. I had been practicing mana manipulation every night to increase my mana. Perhaps now was the time when I had hit a wall. In that case, should I find and eat an elixir? It didn't seem like a bad choice. The more elixirs you ate, the better, so there was nothing bad about it. However, the problem was where to find the elixir. There are places to get elixirs in my head, though. For some reason, I was a bit hesitant. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. In order to obtain those elixirs, I had to either conquer a secret realm again or collect them myself. However, the first method was too dangerous, and if I chose to collect them myself, I would only be able to obtain low-quality elixirs. For now, it's best to set aside the mana issue. There was nothing I could do. Still, it's not like my mana has completely stopped increasing. With those regrets, I was about to close the status window. This is. A single word written in the status window caught my eye. Tendency, chaos. Something I had been thinking about and wondering about all day. The word chaos, which was the attribute of my mana, was written in the status window. A sudden feeling of bewilderment arose. Could it be that tendency meant the attribute of mana? I don't know. I had just thought of tendency as one of the modifiers that described Adell. This is worth looking into. Perhaps it could be a clue to the chaos attribute. First, let's define what chaos is. Chaos. It refers to a state of being mixed and undefined. Furthermore, it can also mean the beginning. This is because there is no distinction between nothingness and existence yet. To put it simply, it can be classified as a non-attribute and an attribute. However, a non-attribute means that there is no attribute at all. An attribute literally means that there is an attribute, but in fact, the definition of an attribute is nothing more than a play on words. If there's an attribute, there's an attribute. There's no such thing as simply the existence attribute. Scratch, scratch. I scratched my itchy head. If I approach it this way, the questions will just keep piling up. Then, should I write an information paper, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om? Then I realized it was a useless worry and shook my head from side to side. If the information paper could have helped, it would have given me knowledge about attributes when it told me how to use my abilities through imprinting. But the information paper didn't do that. In other words, it's beyond the information paper's ability. Figuring out about the chaos was a task I had to solve myself. So, for now, let's just guide Renee. I was about to organize my thoughts and quicken my pace when I heard Renee's voice. Not that way. The atmosphere turned awkward. I slowed down and walked beside Renee. ******. I escorted Renee to the girls' dormitory. Male students were strictly prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory, so I could only go as far as the front gate with her. After that, I turned around and headed for the fork in the road leading to the boys' dormitory. What is it? Walking with Renee and seeing only dark-skinned men made me feel strange. Oh, man. I let out a deep sigh and started walking. Unlike the girls' dormitory, which had a relatively flat path, the path leading to the boys' dormitory was quite steep. I wondered if it was part of the training. But I walked on without saying anything, because I desperately wanted to rest in my dorm room. Then suddenly, I had this thought. Who's my roommate? This was an important part. Since we would be spending the next semester together, I needed information about my roommate. It would be great if he was a guy with both strength and character. If possible, I could even get him on my side. I could have a pretty fun semester this time. Let's see. I stood in front of the main gate of the boys' dormitory. As expected of the largest school in the demon realm, the dormitory was also huge. It wasn't just a place for students to sleep, but it also had various amenities, starting with breakfast, so it must be this big. I couldn't help but have high expectations. My dorm room is. I took out the letter that the Siden side had given me with my uniform before. It had the room number of the dormitory I was assigned to. Room 407. Room 7 on the 4th floor. There were several staircases inside the dormitory, but fortunately, a sign that said accommodation was hanging from the ceiling of the staircase on the far right side of the building. I walked up the stairs. When I reached the 4th floor, I could see rooms 1 to 10 lined up on both sides. I stood in front of room 7 and looked around the door. I guess there's no nameplate. I could only see a plain wooden door. Well, since another student would be using this room next semester, there was no reason to make a nameplate. Realizing that there was no need to hesitate, I grabbed the doorknob. Finally. For some reason, my heart swelled with excitement. Usually, roommates who share a dormitory can't help but get along well. I was an introvert, so I hadn't made any friends when I entered college. But I quickly became close with my roommate. At first, it was awkward and we were shy, but as we shared a room, we naturally became close. That's why I couldn't help but be excited. My first same-sex friend. Excluding Renee, this would be my first friend in this world. With a smile filled with excitement, I turned the doorknob and opened the door. Haha, nice to M. My greeting was cut short. That moment. Thud. I heard the sound of something falling to the floor inside the dormitory. It wasn't the kind of dust that fell because the facilities were outdated. It was the sound of my roommate dropping the candy bar he was eating. Without waiting for the other to speak first. Why are you here? We both uttered the same words. That's because a truly shocking person was standing in the room. To that person, I must have also been a shocking person. What the hell is this? I cursed inwardly. The person who I presumed to be my roommate. His identity was, you half-breed. It was Samuel, his face contorted into a demonic scowl. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. An uncomfortable silence lingered between us. Neither of us had expected the other to be our roommate. I was the first to break the silence. Thud. Thud. I couldn't just stand there in front of the door, so I stepped into the room. Samuel's shoulders shook slightly at my movement. But Samuel only glared at me, he didn't attack me. Fighting between students was strictly prohibited at Siden unless it was a sanctioned duel. Also, I didn't want to ruin the space where I could rest by fighting. So I ignored Samuel and looked around the dorm. The facilities aren't bad. That was my simple assessment. There was a bathroom next to the entrance. It was equipped with a shower that used running water, combining modern technology with magic, and it was clean. But more importantly, there were 2 beds, one on each side of the room. Behind them were a desk and chair, and a closet with clothes. I don't think I'll be studying in the dorms anyway. I didn't need the desk and chair. Studying in the library, where all the knowledge of the demon realm was recorded, was a better choice than being cooped up in the dorms. The bed looked soft, and a satisfied smile spread across my lips. In my current physical condition, I could probably fall asleep even if I collapsed on the floor. But hey, comfort is comfort. Next, I looked at the closet. Creak. I opened the closet door and saw several neatly arranged white shirts, socks, underwear, and other items. They were provided by Siden. I guess I don't need to buy clothes separately. The quality and condition of the clothes seemed fine. Buying clothes would be a small expense, but it was good to save money when I could. Swish. I took off my uniform jacket and hung it on a hanger. I took off my dress shirt and changed into a white undershirt. But I didn't take off the information paper or the necklace. I had to keep those 2 items on my body at all times. If they were stolen, just thinking about it is horrible. A chill ran down my spine. I felt more at ease keeping those 2 items on me. It would be better to carry a dagger as well. Because Samuel's piercing gaze would not leave me alone. Ha. I let out a short sigh. I have no idea why he's acting like this towards me. Is there any other reason besides the argument we had? Eventually, my patience reached its limit. If you have something to say, then say it. Did he not think I would speak first? Samuel's eyes widened like lanterns. Furious. And not long after, Samuel's ears turned red and he quickly turned his head to the side and laid down. An elusive guy. I should do what I need to do. I felt a lot more comfortable once Samuel's piercing gaze disappeared. I wanted to sleep like that guy, but I still had things to do. O demon god, grant your servant the understanding of the flow of chaos. Bestow upon us righteous trials, and let not the demons starve. but lead us not into temptation. Woo dash. I recited the bear's family's mana method and forcefully circulated mana, the thick mana that began to flow roughly through my heart. At the same time, the 3 lines engraved on my wrist shook slightly. I activated my senses and absorbed the residual mana in the air. 30 minutes passed like that. It's over. I let out a stifled breath and took a deep breath into my lungs. It didn't seem like the total amount of mana had increased much. I didn't need to check the status window. At best, it would have only increased by a very small amount. But I should still do it consistently whenever I have time. A drop of water makes an ocean. There are cases where those without talent or with low-level mana methods, mana don't increase at all. So I'm doing pretty well for myself. But I do feel the need to take an elixir. I need an elixir that will make it easier to use mana rather than one that will increase my total amount of mana. I feel it more and more as I use the bear's family's mana method. The bear's method was not suitable for my body from the beginning. It's not that the method is low level or anything like that. It's literally not suitable for my body, because it's not my family's method. Because it's not the Arsene family's method. I couldn't handle it properly. If the demon god hadn't helped me directly, I wouldn't have been able to recite the verses.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Even so, it was better than learning other mana cultivation methods. Since it was the unique mana cultivation method of the 7 deadly sins family, even if it didn't suit my body, it was better than the mana cultivation methods of other families. So, it was better to find an elixir that would help me control my mana rather than learning other mana cultivation methods. I should raid a secret realm soon. At the present time, there were many secret realms in the demon realm that the protagonist's party would raid in the future. I just had to set one of them as my target and raid it. Of course, it would be impossible to go and raid it right now. I couldn't go outside of Siden except during the vacation, so let's wait until then. Ugh. I stretched both of my shoulders up. I closed my eyes due to the deepening fatigue and laid down on the bed. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. The next day came. Ding dong. The sound of the wake-up bell rang in my ears. I rubbed my eyes, which wouldn't open easily, and got up. Chirp, chirp. I could hear the sound of birds chirping from the window. I turned my head and saw a small bird that resembled a sparrow sitting on a branch of a tree by the window. I looked at the cute and adorable bird with a subtle emotion in my eyes. How can there be a living being other than students in Siden? That's not a bird. Siden was afraid of the humans' tricks, so they didn't even allow a single ant to enter. But there was a bird. Any student with a keen eye would have noticed the discrepancy. I smirked. Someone used a trick. Who could that person be? The most likely suspect was Ares. Samuel, who was the most wary of me, was sleeping next to me right now. Huh? But Samuel was nowhere to be seen. Swish. I put my hand on Samuel's blanket and felt the lukewarm warmth.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It seemed that he had gone down to the dormitory cafeteria to eat breakfast. As expected of the family of gluttony, their appetite had to be great. Anyway, if Samuel was the culprit, he wouldn't need to use such a trick. He could just watch me from the side, so there was no need for him to go through such trouble. No matter how much I thought about it, the only person who would use such a dirty trick was Ares. Click. I clicked my tongue. Did he think I wouldn't notice? How ridiculous. He underestimated me too much. I looked at the bird once more and had a good idea. What if I tamed that bird? It would be useful in various ways. I didn't know if it would work or not, but it seemed worth a try. I immediately opened the window and took out a small candy from my pocket. It was a snack I had bought while sightseeing with Renee. There was something I had to check before giving it to the bird. Poor dash. I used my mana to quickly scan the bird's body. It was definitely connected to something magical, but it wasn't an illusion created by mana. In other words, it was a living creature. Thud dash. After confirming that it wasn't an inanimate object, I crushed the candy into a fine powder. It was the perfect size for the bird to eat. I piled a handful of it in the center of my palm and held it out to the bird. The bird tilted its head and then began to peck at the candy crumbs with its beak. It must have liked the sweet taste, because it quickly ate it all. But is it okay to feed sugar to a bird? I guess it doesn't matter. It's not a bird from the human world, but a bird from the demon world, so it should be fine. Let's think that way. Flapdash. After eating all the candy, the bird spread its wings and flew back to the branch. Then it just sat there, staring at me. It was a form of vigilance. It's impossible to tame it right away. I clicked my tongue. As expected, I couldn't lure it with just one meal. If I do this, I'll just be wasting precious candy. Tisk. It was a shame, but I turned around. If Ares drops his guard against me, the bird won't come to me anymore. I should stop worrying about it and just eat. I was about to change into my uniform and leave the dormitory when I felt a sense of doubt and stopped in my tracks. Where was the dining hall? I suddenly felt depressed. It seemed like I was going to have a hard time finding my way around this time too. ******. 1 hour ago. Samuel was already awake. Samuel looked down at Adell, who was sleeping soundly without a care in the world. For a moment, a killing intent flickered in Samuel's eyes. However, he soon suppressed it and got up. Adell had been messing with his emotions, but Samuel wasn't stupid enough to risk his life and kill a student in Siden. And he didn't feel any particular reason to kill him, and the most important reason was, I'm hungry. Because of the hunger that had come with the morning, Adell had become unimportant to Samuel. Gulp. His stomach rumbled loudly. Samuel bit his lower lip in irritation. It was the tyranny of gluttony, a bitter pain that struck at any moment if he didn't consume anything for a certain amount of time. The depth of that pain was not something a mere student could endure. Because Samuel had to devote a lot of effort to suppressing the pain, he often reacted sensitively. That was the reason why he fought with Adell, a guy who provoked him with an unpleasant gaze and tone while he was fighting against the extreme pain of starvation. It was not a situation where Samuel could respond calmly. But I won't apologize anyway. Samuel glanced at Adell. If Adell hadn't made that remark, he might have apologized. However, now that Adell had said such a thing, it was safe to say that his relationship with Samuel was irreversible. To insult our family. Should I say he was fearless? Or should I say he was rude? In the meantime, Adell's disheveled appearance entered Samuel's sight. The guy was sound asleep, drunk on fatigue. When I look at him like this, he just looks like an idiot. A half-breed who was nothing special. That was the evaluation he had made when he first saw Adell. However, the aura Adell had shown was not something a worthless person could possess. Just like that, Samuel was staring intently at Adell. Suddenly what the hell is this? Samuel's expression hardened. Why was it? As he looked at Adell, a pain came over him as if his heart was being squeezed. A pain different from the pain of hunger, a pain he had experienced before. Unable to recall the reason for a long time, Samuel turned around and headed towards the dormitory cafeteria. Samuel had to hurry because he planned to eat at least 6 plates of meat for breakfast. He couldn't risk having his daily food stolen by other competitors. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to @Frozen Diagon and @Talos Fanboy for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on Ko-Fi. A terrible hunger gnawed at me. How did things turn out like this? I had been trying hard to find the dormitory cafeteria, but in the end, I was too late and had to skip breakfast. The homeroom period began in such a state. Good morning, everyone. Idea greeted the students with a bright smile. The students also greeted Idea one by one, and I thought the class was about to begin. Today, we will elect a class president during homeroom period. Idea's bombshell announcement exploded. So suddenly, the other students must have felt the same way I did because murmurs could be heard here and there. Idea continued her explanation, not paying any attention to it. She really is a self-centered woman. That was when I clicked my tongue inwardly. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, an unpleasant laugh came from behind me. I turned my head and saw Fran with her ears perked up. For some reason, she looked very excited. Perhaps she was picturing herself as the class president, leading the students. I agree that she is the most likely candidate to become the class president. The two most important factors for becoming a leader of a group are charisma and ability, right? As the daughter of a family representing lust, Fran had the best appearance and a bright personality to match. Her weakness was that she was vulnerable in one-on-one situations, but if she became the leader of the group, even that weakness would be filled. In this respect, Fran was the perfect candidate. She does have the weakness of being a little less intelligent. In the original story, Fran was the one who led this class, so the class president will be Fran after all. The next candidate after her would be Samuel, but I didn't think he would be able to lead the class well. What kind of class president would a guy who shows his killing intent when he is displeased? It would be fortunate if he didn't cause any unnecessary accidents. As expected, Lady Fran will become the class president. Don't you think so? The students' opinions were also flowing in the direction that Fran was suitable for the role of class president. Samuel's name was mentioned occasionally, but his opinion was soon ignored. There was another name that came up next. What about Adell? He seems to have something going on. My shoulders twitched. I chuckled to myself. Looks like my performance in the first class wasn't bad. I had passed the first class in one go, surpassing Idea's soldiers. Along with the other students, both Samuel and Fran had failed. So, naturally, my image had solidified as someone capable. However, there was also an opposing opinion. How can a half-breed be the class president? Fran is the right choice. Several students brought up the fact that I was a half-breed. It was a reaction I had somewhat expected, so I scratched my head. The animosity the demon had for half-breeds was beyond imagination. If I were to become the class president, there would surely be a strong backlash. I should yield the class president position. I wasn't particularly disappointed. I hadn't expected it in the first place. Rather, I should be grateful that the students' evaluation of me had changed from a simply sinister guy to a guy with some skills. As I was making an ambiguous smile, a student asked Fran a question. By the way, do you know what the class president does? Ha, as if I wouldn't know that. Fran burst into hollow laughter as if she were amused and answered confidently. The king of this class. The student who had asked Fran made a complicated expression and turned her head away. I, who understood that student's feelings all too well, also looked at her with a complicated gaze. Can we really entrust the future of the class to that woman? As I hung my head and imagined a bleak future. How do we choose the class president? A student asked Idea. Idea seemed to be lost in thought for a moment before crossing her arms and speaking. I was going to have the students who applied for the position vote, but is there really a need to do that? It meant that she already had a student in mind for the class president position. Naturally, the students' gazes turned to Fran. I also glanced at Fran, the situation where she had already been decided on. Samuel, who could be considered my only rival, seemed to have no chance of winning. Haha, you've thought well, instructor. Yes? No. Why is a student using n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om? There's no need to be shy. Let's lead the class well together from now on. Idea made a dumbfounded expression. Watching Fran, who was getting excited, I felt like my soul was leaving my body. Idea sighed once and opened her mouth. The class president isn't you? Wah. Fran's eyes widened. Idea ignored her and turned her head with a mischievous smile. For some reason, her gaze gradually moved closer to me. Eventually, Idea met my gaze and opened her mouth. The class president is Adell, the worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Yesterday, all the instructors who had finished their classes were gathered in one place. It was to take care of some overtime work. An hour passed like that. Most of the instructors had returned to their dorms, leaving only Aries and Idea in the staff office. Actually, Idea had finished all her work, but since Aries' work was taking forever, she was killing time by drumming her fingers. But there's a limit to waiting in silence. Are you not done yet? Idea asked as she approached, and Aries frowned as if he was annoyed. I have a long way to go. What on earth are you doing? Idea glanced at Aries' paperwork. The documents contained a general assessment of the students' physical abilities. Aries was in the middle of organizing the students' physical abilities. Some students excelled in physical ability, while others were ridiculously lacking. Aries was constantly striving to narrow the gap between the two. Honestly, it's not like much would change even if he did this, but that's why his sincerity towards the students was even more evident. You're so old-fashioned, senior. Idea puffed out her cheeks and sat down next to Aries. You're a bother. Go away. No, I won't. I have to look at your mean face, senior. TCH. They often bickered like this, but she didn't actually hate Aries. She found his old-fashioned ways stuffy, but she liked him. Because Aries' charm came from his silent sincerity. However, there was one point of contention between them. It was about Adell. Idea and Aries respected each other's opinions. Usually they knew that their thoughts and values were different, so in a way, it was only natural as educators. But this time, it was difficult to narrow their differences. Thud. Aries put down the paperwork and turned his gaze to Idea. What do you want to say? I like that child. What? His skills are top-notch, and, unlike some noble son, he uses honorifics when speaking to all students. From what I've seen, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. Of course, his appearance was rather gloomy, but that wasn't a big problem. Aries, who was currently frowning, didn't look any less threatening. Moreover, his abilities were outstanding enough to offset all of his shortcomings. At the very least, he had proven that it was no fluke that he had passed the entrance exam with the same grades as the children of the 7 deadly sins. His personality didn't seem particularly strange either. This was all according to Idea's standards, of course. As for the murderous aura and cruelty that Aries was wary of, there were probably more cruel demons among the demon keen. Even Idea herself didn't exactly kill humans gently. The fact that he's a half-demon keen is a bit of a concern, but it seems like the Bear's family is sponsoring him. His identity was also certain. According to Idea's investigation, Adell was an escort for the daughter of the Bear's family. The Lord of Bears wouldn't have put a suspicious person next to his daughter. However, Aries' thoughts were different. Even if his identity is certain, that doesn't mean he's someone we can trust. You know that, don't you? Aries didn't trust Adell. He had a gut feeling about him. He just didn't have any evidence. Swish. Aries touched his chest. Under his clothes, a long, unhealed scar was etched into his skin. A half-demon who had inflicted an unforgettable wound on him. For some reason, Adell and that guy had similar auras. It was enough to make his skin crawl. Although their speech and abilities, as well as all of their external characteristics, were different, it didn't seem like he was the guy's blood relative or descendant, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But it was true that he felt uneasy around him. And most importantly, we haven't figured out what he wants. There's nothing more dangerous than a blind sword. Aries had grasped Adell's true nature. Like water and oil. It was a perfect and piercing description of the Adell he had been observing all this time. The students of Siden had a strong hatred for humans. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had entered Siden solely because of that driving force. If the students were ordered to give up their lives to kill a human, they would do so without hesitation. However, Adell didn't seem to feel any hatred towards humans. If Aries' guess was correct, then he probably wouldn't feel much of a difference between killing a human and killing a fellow demon. It was only natural for someone born with the nature of a killing. Aries deliberately frowned. Do you think I don't know you? What do you mean? You're trying to give the position of class president to him, aren't you? Oops, you caught me. You're out of your mind. Aries sent a cold glare at Idea, who clicked her tongue and tapped her forehead. You're giving that guy the position of class president. Don't you know what that means? Of course I do. It means handing over the command of a unit called Class A, even if it's temporary, right? Even though you know that. Anger filled Aries' voice. Basically, the homeroom teacher was in charge of leading the class, but it was impossible for the homeroom teacher to follow them every moment during practice or actual combat situations. Therefore, the class president serves as the representative of the class. It's a crucial role that involves leading the class and guiding the students in real combat situations. But to give that heavy position, which held everyone's lives, to that guy, give the position of class president to one of the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. They'd be better than him. No, this is crazy. Ares and Idea confronted each other for a long time over this. However, Ares couldn't change Idea's mind. Ares was an outsider after all, so it was only right that the will of Idea, the homeroom teacher of Class A, should be respected. Idea, who seemed to think she had won the argument, proudly taunted Ares. I'll take care of my class, so butt out, senior. I may be a new teacher, but my eye for talent is accurate. In the end, Ares had to back down. Like that, Idea left the staff office with a relieved expression. The staff office became empty after Idea left. Whew-dash. Ares whistled. Then, a bird flew in through the window. A bird that was raised for information gathering and reconnaissance purposes, boasting a market price of several thousand gold per bird. In fact, it had shown outstanding performance on the battlefield. Keep an eye on that guy. Ares sent the bird to the room where Adell was, in order to grasp Adell's movements and keep an eye on him. Without realizing that Adell would discover the bird's identity within a day. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange I tier, $10, or 10 advanced chapters with Eye of Arrogance tier, $18. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to Talos Fanboy for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on KO-Fi. Countless gazes fell upon me. I knew that I needed to stand out in Siden, but I never dreamed that I would suddenly receive so much attention. How did things turn out this way? I just thought that Fran would become the class president. But out of nowhere, I became the class president. It would be impossible to give up the position of class president, because Idea was looking at me with a bright smile, as if she would refuse any kind of objection. Pixie Adell. Yes. I answered Idea, who called my fake last name, in a trembling voice, and she clenched her fist. Please lead the class well for once, and I have another class to teach, so I'll just pass on the announcements and go. Announcements out of nowhere? I had some questions about being suddenly appointed as the class president, but I listened to Idea's words for a moment. As you all know, to prepare for the midterm exams at the end of the semester, we will be conducting classes mainly through practical training. The practical training will be done in groups of 3, so please form your teams by today. Midterm exam and practice. Idea stated that both of them would be conducted in teams. Speaking of practice, my eyes narrowed. It was because I had a rough idea of what the practice would be. Killing humans. The content of the next practice would be that. However, I realized that there was a problem with Idea's words, and I felt a strange feeling. It wasn't difficult to guess that we would be killing humans in the practice. The problem was the location. Where can we find humans to kill? It would take quite a while before the students of Siden would start to terrorize the human world in earnest. Did the schedule get moved up? But I shook my head. I had never done anything that could affect the development of Siden. It was too much to blame it on the butterfly effect. The content of the practice might not be killing humans. Perhaps, like the first class, we would be fighting Idea's skeleton soldiers. If it was that level of difficulty, it didn't seem necessary to put in the effort to form a team. Still, Idea said that the teams we formed this time would be maintained for the midterm exam, so I couldn't completely ignore it. It was revealed that the midterm exam would also be conducted in the form of a practical exercise. Perhaps the teams formed this time could last for the entire semester, or even the entire year. In the end, I changed my mind. I need to choose my team carefully. From now on, the class president will greet the instructors whenever they enter the classroom and submit a list of team members by the end of today. Idea stared at me with silent pressure, demanding an answer. Only then did I realize that I had become the class president of Class A. I understand. Yes, then I'll see you at the end of class. I sighed as I watched Idea leave the classroom with a sinister smile on her face. For now, the fact that I had become the class president would not have much impact on my daily life. The thing I should be concerned about right now is forming a team. When I turned around, I saw the students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting among themselves. Let's team up. Yeah, we need one more person. Is there anyone who's strong and has a good personality? It seemed that they were already forming teams. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Well, since Idea had told us to form teams by the end of today, the more proactive students would not hesitate to do so. Since they did not know each other's abilities well yet, it seemed that the students were sticking with those they were familiar with. But I don't have any students that I'm familiar with. As I was feeling depressed, the students in front of me began to gather. Fran, let's be in the same group. Team up with me, Fran. Lady Fran, please team up with me. Fran seemed to be quite popular. However, not a single student approached me or Samuel. To be precise, the students did not approach us easily. But Fran possessed a beautiful and cute appearance. Her personality was not bad either. She was easygoing and did not arouse any resentment from the students. Also, her somewhat arrogant attitude during the first class seemed to have narrowed the distance between her and the ordinary students. However, in my case, It seems like the students are even more hesitant to approach me than before. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the cruel and formidable appearance I had shown had intimidated the students. With the position of class president that idea had given me added to that, they would not easily find the courage to approach me. Second, it was because I was a half-demon. Among them, there were even students who glared at me with contempt. Perhaps it's because their family had suffered greatly at the hands of the Arsene family, so they had strong negative feelings toward half-demon. Or maybe they simply detest half-demons. One thing's for sure, it'll be difficult to get them completely on my side. It won't be easy to even become friends with them. I was scratching the back of my head in frustration when, excuse me, would you like to team up with me? My heart skipped a beat as I looked up. But soon, I couldn't help but narrow my eyes in annoyance. The student wasn't talking to me, but to Samuel. I don't mind. As long as you don't hold me back. Thank you, Samuel. This is my friend who I agreed to form a team with. The student introduced his friend after Samuel accepted his offer. I felt genuinely bewildered as I watched Samuel nod curtly as if he were annoyed. I never dreamed that I'd be the one to form a team later than that arrogant jerk. I rubbed my face self-consciously, lost in self-pity. Is it because of my appearance? My face could be mistaken for handsome at first glance, but my narrow, slitted eyes gave off a sinister vibe. In retrospect, I hadn't accurately grasped the image the students had of me, so I didn't even know what the problem was. Let's put that aside for now and form a team first. I looked around, wondering if there were any students I could recruit for my team. Most of the students who hadn't formed a team yet were half-demons. The half-demons were outcasts in the class. More accurately, perhaps the term bullied would be more appropriate. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. It's not like they can't form groups at all. It would be fair to say that there were absolutely no half-demons who formed groups with pure-blooded beasts. There were cases where half-demons formed groups among themselves, but they had to endure the harsh glares and insults of the demons. So they were timid. Even though they were clearly being treated unfairly, the half-demons didn't confront them head-on. I suppose they didn't want to act out and become targets for the ill-tempered demons. Still, the intensity of the bullying doesn't seem to be as bad as I thought. In the past few days, I hadn't seen any half-demons getting beaten up or bullied noticeably. Maybe it's because it's the beginning of the semester. Or maybe it's because the animosity of the demons is focused solely on me. I hope they have at least a little bit of goodwill towards me. With a glimmer of anticipation, I approached a halfdemon.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. A female student who couldn't even form a group with the half-demons. She was a student I remembered. She had healing abilities. She was an outstanding talent that I had wanted to recruit to my team. I stood in front of the girl and blinked blankly. Her appearance is quite decent. Her impressive, light pink hair was lively and refreshing. She had a bright and cute appearance, but her face looked a little gloomy. She seemed to be intimidated by the sharp gazes of the other demon students. When I swept my gaze across the girl's face, she flinched. Heek. She hiccuped as our eyes met. Her skin seemed wider up close than it did from afar. Of course, her appearance wasn't important to me. The reason I was looking at her was simply to assess her level. The amount of mana she has in her body is not something to scoff at. She wasn't as good as me or Samuel, but she seemed to be in the upper middle ranks of the class. However, one cannot measure strength based on the total amount of mana alone. More outstanding than her mana was her unique healing ability. Still, it wasn't bad that she had a lot of mana. I thought for a moment and finally made a decision. I would put her on my team. What is your name? Me. Yes. When I nodded, she answered in a trembling voice. My name is Luna. That's a nice name. Do you know my name? Yes, I do. Luna nodded. After all, if there was a student in Class A who didn't know my name, they must have been a spy sent from the human world. After such a brief self-introduction, I got straight to the point. How about joining my team? I think we half-demons would get along well. That's a little. Luna tried to refuse my offer with a look of obvious embarrassment. I stared at her with a pressuring gaze. Eek. Luna cowered under my gaze and hesitated. When the pressure didn't let up, Luna reluctantly nodded. Then do it. Same team. An excellent choice. I smirked at Luna, who was trembling. With that, I had secured one member for my team. The problem now was how to find the other member. While I was lost in thought. Stab, dash. Someone was poking my shoulder from behind. I turned around and saw Fran standing there, clearing her throat. Why did she suddenly come to me? As I wondered inwardly, Fran suddenly pointed at me and shouted. I haven't acknowledged it yet. What do you mean? Your position as the leader? I will definitely take it away from you. I am the one who is most suited to be the leader of the class. Yes. I replied insincerely. It seemed like she came to me because she was dissatisfied with idea giving me the position of leader instead of her. I was a little busy to listen to her complaints. But even after a long time, Fran didn't leave and just stood in front of me. Why don't you go away? As I stared blankly for a long time, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. In the end, Fran couldn't hold it in and sighed as she spoke. I heard that you haven't found all the members yet. Yes, that's right. I was a little surprised. She was surrounded by so many students, but I thought she had heard everything we were talking about. I looked at Fran with slightly widened eyes, and she cleared her throat and spoke. Let's be in the same group as me. It was a refreshing suggestion. Fran came to me to be on the same team as me, but there are so many students who want to be on a team with me. Why does she want to be on a team with me? As I wondered inwardly, Fran spread her arms wide and shouted at me, "Come under me." Fran seemed to be speaking as if she thought I would accept it. However, the words that came out of my mouth were quite different from Fran's expectations. That's impossible. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin bonus chapter for reaching 100 rating on novel updates. Another bonus chapter on reaching 5 reviews or 105-star ratings on novel updates. My reasons for rejecting Fran's offer to join my team were quite valid. My concern was whether I could control her. Fran's behavior up to this point had been based on strong self-assertion and high self-esteem. Decisively, she possessed arrogance that considered everyone beneath her. It's no different from having the worst personality as a teammate. Of course, it wouldn't be bad to build a close friendship with a student with potential. Even more so if it was a student as outstanding as Fran in terms of family or ability. But the type of teammate I needed right now was a controllable figure who would follow orders thoroughly. Because I needed to get good grades in the practical exam or midterm. They gave us artifacts as rewards for the entrance exam. That was just a simple reward for the entrance exam. Then how great a reward would I get if I got good grades on a test like the midterm? This was also a reward for the entrance exam. I fumbled with the necklace. A precious item suspected to be connected to the Demon King. I was able to receive such an extraordinary item simply as a reward for excellent grades. In addition, the artifacts taken by the other children of the 7 deadly sins were also excellent enough to appear in the original. So I had no choice but to expect it. But Fran didn't understand my calculations at all. Fran shouted, her face flushed red with shame when her offer was rejected. What is the reason? I don't think Miss Fran will listen to my opinion. I only want controllable personnel. I explained the reason, leaving out the story about the artifact. There was no reason to provoke the rivalry of others, and it seemed like my image would be seen as vulgar. However, it seemed to be insufficient to persuade Fran. Of course, it's normal for you to listen to this lady's orders. Of course it's not normal. I cut off Fran's words. If she had really been able to fulfill her role as a truly capable commander, she wouldn't have lost her life to the protagonist's party in the original. As the mastermind who had drawn the scene of Fran's death, it was natural for me to find Fran unattractive. Even if she were a capable commander, it was a set future that she would be defeated by the protagonist's party and annihilated. However, it would be a waste to let go of this opportunity to recruit Fran. That's why, if you are willing to listen to my opinion, I will gladly accept that offer, but it seems that you have no intention of doing so, Miss Fran. I tried to provoke Fran. Did it work? Her blue hair rustled slightly as her body trembled. Fran, who had been grumbling about my words for a long time, continued speaking. I don't mind listening to your opinion, but I will never listen to your orders. Isn't that obvious? What are you talking about? Fran frowned and asked me back as I shook my head as if I was being sincere. Now that I've given her the whip, it's time to give her the carrot. I carefully chose the words that would make Fran's mouth water. The leader of our party will be Miss Fran, so shouldn't you be the one giving orders? Of course, I will only assist you from the side. Fran's eyes grew even wider. She seemed to be completely unaware that I was sweet-talking her to deceive her. But I didn't stop talking. In fact, wasn't it the instructor's arbitrary decision that made me the class president? I whispered softly in Fran's ear. From the beginning, I didn't think the instructor in charge had a very good eye for talent. Don't you agree? Of course, it should have been Miss Fran who became the class president. Fran tried to control her expression as if she was trying to maintain her composure. But the smirk that was forming on her lips was impossible to erase. Your words are reasonable, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Oh, please. I smiled as I stared at her, who was becoming arrogant because of my flattery. With this, it's all over. I shall graciously join your team. Consider it an honor, half-breed. Oh my, what an honor for my family. And so, Fran and I burst into laughter and shook hands. Perhaps Fran thought she was above me, but the winner of this fight was me. A fool, that's what she is. I showed her an evil smile. And Luna was watching that sight with trembling eyes. Why are you acting so creepily in front of me? I thought I heard something strange, but I simply ignored it. *****. Several days passed. My daily routine hadn't changed much since Fran, Luna, and I formed our party. After class, I would practice briefly with Renee, and in the dorms, I would review what I had learned in class. I was a little nervous that I might clash with Samuel again during this process. But unexpectedly, Samuel didn't try to pick a fight with me like before. Did he have a change of heart? I was curious, but I didn't ask. Because just reviewing the mana method kept me plenty busy. Arsene Adel. Race, half-demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance. Mana, 1321 1332. Wio. My total mana had increased by an absurdly small amount compared to before. Of course, mana was something I could address by consuming an elixir at some point, so I didn't need to worry too much about it. But it was a little disappointing. The problem is the stuff I learned in class. Especially magic class. I had attended 2 more magic classes since the first one. but I still couldn't get a feel for the chaos attribute. I hope I can figure out the true nature of the chaos attribute today. Magic classes were only held twice a week. If I couldn't get a feel for the chaos attribute today, I would have to wait another week. I arrived at the classroom with a heavy heart. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Good morning. Fran greeted me. Fran had been talking to me quite a bit since we formed our party. I guess she thought we had gotten a little closer. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Yes, I hope you had a good day too, Lady Fran. Instructor Aries' class was pretty tough yesterday. Nothing is too much for this lady. When I poked her in the bicep, Fran clamped her mouth shut as if trying to hold back a scream. It seems she was suffering from muscle pain because of Aries' training. Just you wait. Yes, I'll be sure to check it out next time. I turned my back on Fran, who was tearfully backing away, and looked around for Luna. Found her. Luna was slumped over her desk by the window, her head buried in her arms. I approached Luna. And poked her shoulder. However, Luna only flinched. She didn't turn around or acknowledge me. Why was she acting like this all of a sudden? I felt a sudden sense of awkwardness. Until now, she would tremble but still respond when I spoke to her, but now she seemed unwilling to even answer. Feeling a bit annoyed, I whispered softly in her ear. Get up. Eek. Luna jolted awake as if my voice had tickled her ear. Oh, it was just Adell. You startled me. I tried to surprise you since you weren't responding at all. Luna's expression relaxed as she recognized me, but then it turned gloomy again. It seemed like her emotions were quite volatile. Luna, who had used honorifics with me when we first met, had finally started speaking informally. She had suggested that I speak comfortably with her, but I had firmly refused. It was obvious that it wouldn't look good if I used honorifics with some classmates while speaking informally with others. However, you don't look well. Did something happen? I asked, noticing that Luna didn't seem to be in good shape. Luna panicked and shook her head. No, nothing happened. I asked with my eyes half open. Really? Yes, really. All right. Adell's beast-like senses were telling me that there was no way nothing had happened, but since Luna was adamantly denying it, I couldn't offer any solutions. However, I had some suspicions. 1 week. It was more than enough time for the students to differentiate between the weak and the strong within the class. They wouldn't dare touch me, but it would be easy enough to target a weak and vulnerable half-breed. Luna, who lacked confidence despite her decent mana capacity. Is there a more suitable prey for the students who burn with hatred for half-demons and humans? I looked down at Luna with suspicious eyes. It's okay. Nothing happened? Luna simply shook her head with a faint smile. Only then did I shrug my shoulders. She was insisting that nothing had happened. What could I do in this situation? Besides, Luna and I weren't close enough to help each other, and excessive kindness would only burden both of us. Clang, clang dash. As I was gazing at Luna, the bell signaling the start of homeroom rang. That meant Idea would be entering the classroom soon. I returned to my seat because I knew I would be scolded if I stood up while the ceremony was in progress. Good morning. Soon after, Idea, who had entered the classroom, shouted. Class president, lead the greeting. Idea pointed at me. I let out a small sigh that no one could hear and stood up. Idea had me stand up to greet the instructor as the student representative. It had become routine to greet the instructor at the beginning of the ceremony and class. All students, salute the instructor. I saluted politely as Idea had instructed. Behind me, I could hear the voices of some students grumbling about a half-beast representing them, but I ignored them. Soon, Idea, who had a satisfied smile on her face, tapped the blackboard. It was to focus the attention of all the students. Today's class will be a little special. We're going to have an outdoor class. I suddenly felt a sense of doubt. So far, all of Idea's classes had been held outdoors. To be exact, they had been held in the training ground of the Siden. It seemed like she meant that this time, we would have class outside the Siden's territory. That's probably why she told us to form teams for the next exercise. The reason Idea had told us to form teams was for today. I had thought that the exercise would start, but I didn't know it would start this quickly. Is it really outside the school, not the training ground if it's outdoors? That's fun. I didn't think I'd be able to go outside even though it's not a vacation. The students were excited. However, I couldn't get excited easily because I had a rough idea of what the exercise would be. Today, we will kill humans for the first time. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin bonus chapter for reaching 500 reading list on novel updates. Another bonus chapter on reaching 5 reviews or 105-star ratings on novel updates. Now, follow me. Idea led the students outside of Siden. The enormous train we had seen during the entrance exam appeared before our eyes. We really were leaving Siden to kill humans. I never dreamed I'd leave Siden like this. I had thought I would only be able to see outside of Siden during the vacation. I was briefly taken aback by the unexpected early outing. I quietly closed my eyes and organized my thoughts. It'll be difficult to leave Siden by myself. To obtain the elixir, I needed permission to act individually. However, Siden and the professors must have worked tirelessly to prepare for this exercise. Not only would I not be able to leave for personal reasons, but revealing that I wanted to obtain the elixir would also be a bad move. In that case, what about breaking through by force? I shook my head. It was certainly a tempting method, but it wasn't an appealing enough option to deal with the aftermath. It's better to follow them for now. I neatly folded away the thought. It seemed better to wait until vacation or another opportunity to leave Siden to obtain the elixir. As I followed Idea, the train began to enter the station. Creak dash. Whoosh. The train stopped in front of the students and opened its doors. Students, get on. Idea, who had already gotten on the train, stuck her head out and beckoned. The students followed Idea with excitement in their steps. I simply watched them with a hardened expression. Why aren't you getting on? Fran frowned, asking as my lack of movement seemed strange. Only then did I start walking. It's nothing. Let's get on. You're a strange one. As Fran and I, the last ones, entered the train, the doors closed and an announcement played. The train to Argonne will depart shortly. Passengers, please prepare for the upcoming shock. Argonne. My expression noticeably hardened. If it's Argonne. Before I could sense the ominous feeling, the train began to cross dimensions. A floating sensation enveloped my body, vibrating the interior of the train. Some of the students who hadn't adapted yet were clutching their stomachs and retching. I also felt dizzy, so I broke out in a cold sweat trying to stay conscious. After a long time, finally adapted. I could feel my nauseous stomach gradually becoming comfortable. My body's excellent adaptability had finally overcome the dizziness. I exhaled deeply, relaxing my body in the seat. My head felt a little clearer, so now I could finally organize the situation. Argonne. I knew that name. To explain about Argonne, I needed to go back to the time of the Human-Demon War. There were countless soldiers and knights who came from the human realm to conquer the demon realm. Among them, there must have been those who died in battle. There were those who returned to the human world. But there must also be humans who survived and remained in the demon realm. Those who failed to return. Strictly speaking, it was true that the humans were the ones who won the war. However, that didn't mean that there were no casualties. The remnants were those who were unable to escape from the demon realm and were captured. The prison that housed those human prisoners was Argonne. In other words, are they taking us to a prison camp? It seemed that none of the students knew about Argonne. The only people here who knew about Argonne were me and Idea. Just the two of us. Idea was an instructor, so of course she would know about Argonne's existence. I also know about Argonne, because the protagonist's party went there to liberate the prisoners. But to think that we would be doing our training there, surely not. My shoulders trembled at the thought that suddenly crossed my mind. The training was definitely related to killing humans. The connection to Argonne. What it meant was clear. In the training, we had to kill the prisoners of Argonne. Why are you so stiff? Thud, thud. Fran patted me on the back and asked, does she really never get tired? Her lively expression was the complete opposite of Luna, who looked like she was dying as she leaned against her seat. For some reason, looking at Fran made me feel a lot better. I gave her a faint smile and answered her question. I'm a little nervous because it's my first outdoor practical training. Huh, so even you can get nervous. You look so gloomy, I thought you'd never get nervous. My eyes widened in surprise as I retorted. Why do you have to say things that you don't have to? Huh, your face is just asking for it. I felt incredibly wrong. N/O/vel/B//jn.C//om. Who would want to be born looking like this? I felt unnecessarily offended and shut my mouth tightly. Just you wait and see. It remained to be seen whether Fran's carefree attitude would be maintained in Argonne. Leaving Fran aside, how many of the students would be able to keep their sanity? Just as a slight anxiety began to bloom, the world outside the train gradually turned gray. The train ran through a barren land where not a single blade of grass grew and entered a huge tunnel. Creak dash. Not long after, the train came to a stop. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. As the train door opened, Idea quickly called out to the students. Now, get off the train. Under Idea's command, the students walked out of the train. I also walked towards Argonne with heavy steps. Woo dash. As all the students got off the train, it disappeared from the station. I turned my head and looked around the interior of Argonne.nov.l.b//jnn. It didn't seem to be the floor where the prisoners were being held, as only dark gray stone walls filled my vision. The students curiously looked around the interior of Argonne. Idea opened her mouth with a cold smile on her face. This is today's training ground, Argonne. There won't be any battles, so you don't have to be too scared. Idea's bright laughter. A foul stench could be felt within it. Idea was looking forward to it. To how the students would react during the training. It was a disgusting stench that made me want to vomit. Unlike me, who noticed Idea's intentions, the students followed Idea with much more relaxed steps. After walking for about 10 minutes, did you come from Siden? A man who had been waiting asked Idea, taking off his hat. Yes, here's the pass. Please wait a moment. The man who received the card from Idea came back after some time. The man handed the card back to Idea and opened his mouth. Acknowledged. Please follow me with the students. Let's go, everyone. Idea and students followed the man deeper inside. I naturally realized that the man was a warden, one of the positions that managed the Argonne. The students didn't seem to know yet. Something's creepy here. Isn't it like something's going to pop out? The deeper they moved into the argon, some of the students with good senses realized that it was an eerie place. The moment all the students realized that the argon was not an ordinary place was when they heard a strange voice. Please let me out. I don't want to die. Sob. A mix of cries and screams echoed and filled the surroundings. The students' faces began to harden like stone. What is this place? Even Fran, who had been showing off her confidence, was consumed by fear and her face turned pale. If that was the case for Fran, the expressions of the other students were not worth mentioning. Most of the students were consumed by the gloomy atmosphere that had attacked them. In an instant. Samuel seems fine. There are always exceptions. On the contrary, Samuel seemed to be enjoying the current situation as his usual gloomy atmosphere disappeared and madness filled his eyes. The strangeness that had appeared in Samuel's eyes grew thicker as the interior of the argon was revealed. As if he had been waiting for this moment. Crash dash. The fire inside lit up. Thanks to that, the students were able to see at a glance the scene that had been invisible and only audible. Hell. Excluding that word, how many other modifiers could describe the interior of the argon? Two humans were hugging each other inside a prison that seemed cramped for even one person to enter. Unidentified bugs and centipedes crawled on the floor and ceiling. The occasional chirping of the bugs amplified the chaos. Clang, clang dash. As if a child who didn't know any better was knocking on the glass to get the attention of the fish in the aquarium. Idea knocked on the iron bars of the prison with a bright smile. Do you see any humans in here? No one answered, so only silence lingered. Of course, she hadn't asked because she expected the students to answer. Idea continued, unable to hide her excited smile. This is a prison where humans who attacked the demon realm are locked up. Everyone here is a heinous criminal who has killed at least one of my people. The students' fear was compounded by anger. Now, I'm sure you're curious about the topic of the exercise. Please watch carefully. Idea turned her gaze to the human male in the iron cage. The human was covered in large and small wounds, as if to prove that he had been subjected to severe torture. Click dash. Soon, Idea opened the iron cage. What? The human reacted by opening his eyes to the suddenly opened iron cage. Clank clank dash. He seemed to be trying to get up, but the iron chains tied to the human's arms and legs prevented him from moving. Idea walked towards the struggling human and concentrated her mana on her hand. The mana, thick with killing intent, soon transformed into a black sphere. Did he guess what was going to happen to him? Ugh, ugh. The human resisted by clenching his mouth shut and twisting his body. However, Idea's strength was not something a mere human soldier could resist. Idea forced open the human's mouth and pushed the sphere inside. Ah! The human sighed as he swallowed the black sphere in an instant. Soon after, the human began to shed crimson tears and his movements slowed down. Not long after that. Pop dash. Thud dash. His head exploded, scattering blood and fragments of brain everywhere. Idea looked away from the sight and spoke to the students. The exercise is to kill a human each in your own way. She smiled gracefully, enough to send shivers down their spines. Isn't it easy? The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter Thanks to Talos Fanboy for KO-Fi donation on KO-Fi. Humans and demons have very similar appearances. If I had to point out a difference, it would be the tattoo-like mark carved into their bodies. If I had to be more specific. In the case of pure-blooded demons, it takes the form of a unique shape that symbolizes each family. Aside from that, there's no major difference between humans and demons. Demons and humans resembled each other. So much so that if it weren't for that tiny difference, they wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. However, humans and demons hated each other relentlessly, and as a result, their relationship had crossed a river that could not be turned back. That obvious fact was only now being felt to the bone. The two of them don't respect each other. They saw each other as insects. They killed each other mercilessly, as they would step on a pest. That said, not all students could accept this situation. Ugh. Luna was gagging. She was gripped by fear, her shoulders trembling as she covered her ears. But she couldn't seem to calm down, and her eyes were filled with moisture. Luna had a gentle nature, so it seemed she had a hard time accepting the gruesome sight before her. Swish dash. I looked away from Luna and scanned my surroundings. The students were expressing a variety of emotions. There were students who were thrilled at the fact that they could now kill humans. On the other hand, there were also many students who felt disgust or fear. The majority belonged to the latter. Students who were not yet mature. Even if the students hated humans endlessly, there was a clear difference between hating them and killing them directly. That's why they prepared this. So that they wouldn't feel any resistance when killing humans dash. It was obvious that the intention was to get the students used to killing. Normally, I would have felt disgusted by such cruelty and blatant intent. Strangely enough, I don't feel anything. I didn't even feel any emotion. I just sneered. In a situation where even the weak would have a hard time keeping their sanity, I found it strange that I was so calm and collected. I didn't feel any anger towards the demons. Nor did I feel any sympathy for the humans. Maybe it's because I almost got killed by humans. Before I came to the demon realm, the humans had not only sent knights to kill me, but they had also bribed my servants to be their watchdogs. My physical identity must have played a part as well. I was a half-demon, a being destined to never find a place to belong, neither among humans nor demons. It was only natural for a half-demon to feel no affection for either humans or demons. That was why I was afraid of myself. Now I understood why Ares had been wary of me. Just as he said, I possessed a power without purpose. A power comparable to that of the 7 deadly sins, but I had no idea where to direct it. I was merely repeating the words Adell had spoken before possessing this body. My purpose was to fulfill Adell's wish. Only then would I be able to correct the unfinished ending of the world. Thud thud dash. I took a step forward. Class president, do you have anything to say? Idea tilted her head in puzzlement as I stepped forward. I didn't answer. I simply drew the dagger from my pocket. 2 humans stood guard at each iron cage. Excluding the human that Idea had killed, there was 1 human left. That human stared at me with eyes filled with fear. He was covering his mouth with his hand, mumbling as if he was afraid of provoking me. I felt no resentment. How could I hold a grudge against a human I had just met? That was why I would kill him without emotion. Swish dash. I slit the human's throat. Pshhh dash. Blood spurted out. I had not simply cut his throat, but had severed his artery. Ayek. The human tried to cover his throat, but he could not stop the blood that seeped through his fingers. The students watched this scene in stunned silence. I observed the human slowly dying in the silence. How much time passed like that? Thud. The human, who had been spraying blood everywhere, collapsed to the ground. Then he fell into a dreamless sleep, showing no further reaction. Death. The nameless human had fallen into eternal rest. I turned away from the human, whose body was still warm. Is it done? Perfect. Idea clapped her hands as if she was pleased with my performance. Of course, other than Idea, there were no students who cheered for the murder I had committed. For some reason, I felt a sense of relief. I had found my purpose. My purpose was not revenge or survival. Adell, what you asked of me, I will fulfill your last request. That was when I made my pledge. When I killed a human captive, Idea continued her explanation. You guys just have to kill 1 human each, just like the class president. Half-demon students, please raise your hands. At Idea's words, several students, including Luna, raised their hands. 6 in total. Of course, that number excluded me. I hesitated over whether I should raise my hand, but since Idea didn't say anything, I decided to just watch the situation unfold. Idea clapped her hands and said, you all have to kill the designated captives. Idea led the half-blood students away, smiling brightly. What appeared before us then was the sight of humans locked in a prison that was far worse than before. N/O/vel/B/C/n.C//OM. But upon closer inspection, I realized that they weren't humans, but a different race. They were not human. Half-demons. I roughly understood Idea's intentions. Idea intended for the half-demon students to kill half-demons, not humans. The half-demon students did not feel pity for their kind, who were dying pitifully in their prison. Rather, they burned with hatred. You all need to prove yourselves. Prove that you are completely unrelated to these traitors and that you are different. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Click dash. The iron bars opened. Unlike the humans, the half-demon captives were crammed together in one space. It meant that they were not even valuable as hostages. But I had no intention of simply condemning them. After all, they were the ones who had betrayed the demon tribe and chosen to be human. Now, go ahead and prove yourselves. Idea turned around, a smirk on her face. I could see that this was a plan that, while seemingly cruel at first glance, was actually quite considerate. So that's why. It was because she was worried about internal conflict. One of the most important things to keep in mind when commanding soldiers. As you know, the atmosphere in the Siden was one of ostracizing half-demons. It seemed like she was trying to resolve this conflict by having the half-demons kill their own kind, thereby demonstrating their identity as members of the demon tribe to the regular students. Furthermore, there was probably also a warning in there, telling the half-demons that they should not hesitate to kill their own kind. Do you know how much you guys have made us suffer? One of the half-demon students jumped up and kicked off the ground. He kicked one of the half-demon captives hard and without mercy. The resentment contained in the kick.N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. The captive who began to be beaten could only shed tears. Was it because of guilt toward his kin? Or was it because he didn't have the strength to make excuses? Perhaps it was both. Die, die, die already. Like a pebble thrown into a lake, as one person began to beat him, the other students also began to hit the captives. Soon after, the screams of humans began to echo inside Argon. The cheers and noise mixed with madness made my insides feel nauseous. Argon, which had fallen into chaos in an instant. The most noticeable person in that chaos was none other than Samuel. Devour them? Samuel's shadow transformed grotesquely, taking on a bizarre form. Thorns as sharp as nails and large fangs like the pillars of a temple. Gluttony. Samuel's shadow gnashed its teeth as it devoured the humans. It ground every bit of flesh and bone into dust. The shadow licked up every last drop of blood. I felt a strange creepiness, but this is strange. It was a scene that felt out of place. If it were Samuel's magic, he would have been able to kill the humans cleanly, even without doing something so cruel. Did Samuel want to tear the humans apart that badly? Since there was nothing more to see, I looked for Luna and Fran. Instructor. Yes, what is it? Fran approached Idea and spoke to her. Fran's stiff face showed how nervous she was. If I use my ability to kill them, will I pass the exam? Yes. I understand. After finishing her conversation with Idea, Fran reached out to a student. It was the student who had been madly beating the human prisoner. Become bound. The student stopped moving at the mana that Fran emitted, and he started moving according to Fran's instructions. He had fallen under Fran's unique talent, charm. Kill one human. Yes. Following Fran's order, the male student started moving. Fran found a human who was bound and unable to move. Kill that human. She didn't use any special methods. Fran simply ordered the charmed student to kill the human. A brief but complex mix of emotions flickered across Fran's eyes, and the charmed student began to strangle the human. Fran didn't kill the human as cruelly as I thought. It wasn't a humane method either, but at least it was more bearable than the way the other students were killing the humans. She just strangled him. Snap. The human captive soon suffocated to death. Watching him, I was able to get a rough idea of Fran's character. Fran was younger than I thought. It's not like she has no hatred for humans, though. It must be a clash of values. Fran was reluctant to kill, but she had to kill humans, so she did it out of necessity. Idea seemed to have noticed this as well, and she looked like she was contemplating whether or not to give her a passing grade. Soon, Idea seemed to have come to a conclusion as she shrugged her shoulders. Well, you pass. You can fix the soft parts later. Fran turned her head away irritably, as if something was bothering her. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Luna was gripped by fear. I want to leave. The atmosphere of fanaticism displayed by the students in Argonne was unbearable for a frail child like Luna. The subject of the exercise. Killing a human captive. Luna, who had absolutely no experience in killing, fell into a panic. Thud dash. Thump thump dash dot nov, L, B backslash backslash JNN. The sound of tearing flesh echoed in her ears. She turned her gaze and saw the students beginning to mercilessly slaughter the human. The same student's savagery that she had never seen in Siden. I definitely can't do it. She knew that there would be consequences if she failed to pass the exercise, but, in the end, she couldn't move. Why aren't you doing it? Idea asked, her brow furrowed as she watched Luna. That. Luna stammered. Idea's questioning tone only made the situation worse. In the end, Luna's legs began to tremble. From the very beginning, Luna's talent was not specialized in combat. Healing ability. Healing allies from behind was all that Luna could do. However, Idea was forcing Luna to kill a human, not heal. Luna was not unaware of Idea's intentions either. Even if it was just a support role, she would have to participate in battle if necessary, because anything could happen on the battlefield. She thought she was prepared enough. But, when it came down to actually killing a human, her hands and feet began to tremble. In her head, she knew that she had to kill the human in front of her, but her frozen body refused to obey Luna's will. Thud dash. Luna collapsed to the ground, unable to kill the human. Idea's gaze, cold as ice, mercilessly pierced Luna's heart. Pathetic. Tears began to stream down Luna's face. She was ashamed of herself for being unable to kill even a captive human. At the same time, she felt sorry. Luna's mother, who had been a single mother, a human who came through some gate before the human-demon war, not even worthy of being called a father. When the human-demon war began, he abandoned Luna, who had been born between him and her demon mother, and fled. And so, her mother had fallen ill and died before Luna had even turned 10. Her mother, who had been ostracized even in the demon realm for giving birth to a human child. And the young girl who lost her mother and was left alone in a harsh environment. Luna awakened her talent and vowed to take revenge on the humans who had pushed her and her mother into the abyss. But what the hell is this? I can't do anything. Soon, Luna burst into tears. The cold sensation she had felt from her mother's body, who had died a dozen years ago, seemed to be enveloping her whole body. It was then, while Luna was sobbing. Are you all right? Someone spoke to her. The owner of the voice was polite, but it lacked sincerity. A man with short stature and crimson hair looked at her, brushing his hair aside. Adell. Luna was bewildered. He was the student who had suddenly asked her to join his group not long ago. Adell had passed the entrance exam with grades comparable to the 7 deadly sins, and had even secured the position of class president. He was a student who was admired by the half-demon students. However, there were also those who feared him because of the strange behavior and sinister smile he had shown during the entrance exam. Luna belonged to the latter group. It was hard for her to accept the way he had casually stabbed a corpse, saying he wanted to make sure it was really dead. And from the first day of school, he had created a hostile atmosphere by picking fights with the 7 deadly sins. The killing intent that Adell had exuded at that time was still vivid in her memory. But he was kind. He had reached out to her first, even though she didn't belong to any group. He had asked her to join his group. He had told her that she had talent. Even after that, she had felt him worrying about her, even though she didn't realize it. When she had been depressed because of the rumors spread by the other children, he had asked her what was wrong. That's why Luna thought Adell was a kinder student than he seemed. However, but the way Adell looks now, it's creepy. Adell whispered to Luna, exuding his characteristic sinister aura. You must be scared. So, Adell continued, a faint smile on his lips, leading Luna with an eerily gentle touch. Let me help you. Soon, he looked around as if searching for something. Thud dash. His gaze stopped at a certain point. Luna's gaze was fixed on the human she had failed to kill and left alone. The human's eyes met hers, and fear washed over them. As if about to resist, Adell moved in a flash and knocked the human unconscious with a blow to the nape of the neck. It was a swift and decisive action. Now, let's begin. Adell leaned the unconscious human's limp body against the wall. Then, feeling the human's exposed abdomen, he spoke to Luna. Could you release your grip for a moment? He spoke gently, so as not to startle her. With a soft movement, so as not to make her feel uncomfortable, he placed Luna's palm on the human's abdomen. Thump thump dash. She could feel the heartbeat. Only when this throbbing stops can we be sure that they are dead. The physical weaknesses of the demon and humans are not so different. That's right. Luna nodded at Adell's explanation. So let's make it stop. Access 5 advanced chapters with the position exchange I tier, $10, or 10 advanced chapters with Eye of Arrogance tier, $18. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Adell handed Luna her dagger and gently wrapped her hand around it. The dagger Adell had used for his first kill. Fresh blood still stained the hilt of the blade. However, strangely, she didn't feel as scared as before. Influenced by Adell's strangely gentle atmosphere, she even felt a sense of ease. That was when it happened. A gasp escaped Luna's lips. Adell had tightened his grip on her hand. Plunge dash. The dagger in Luna's hand pierced the human's abdomen in an instant. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The sensation of flesh being torn and parted traveled up her fingertips. Swish dash. Adell stroked Luna's head once, as if in praise, and whispered softly, "Well done." A gentle murmur. Luna accepted Adell's touch, her face flushed. ******. I helped Luna kill the human captive. I barely managed to pull it off. I watched Luna as she gasped for breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. I almost made a huge mess of things. Idea's gaze as she watched the troubled Luna. It was a potentially dangerous situation. After all, Siden did not tolerate weak-willed students. Especially a student who couldn't even kill a single human. If I had not intervened, Luna would likely have been expelled. Of course, since she specialized in healing abilities, she could have provided support from the rear, so there was no need for her to kill humans directly. However, my position and Siden's position were different, so it couldn't be helped. I approached Luna, who still hadn't calmed her breathing. "Are you okay? Pat?" I asked, patting Luna on the back. "Ugh, I'm okay." She forced an awkward smile and nodded her head with difficulty. It seemed like her mental energy had been greatly depleted, but somehow she had managed to overcome it. I was lost in thought as I looked at Luna, who was very grateful to me. Did I just create a debt? Luna's healing ability is useful in any situation, so it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with Luna. I'd better finish the job. Idea was looking at us with displeasure. It seemed that she was dissatisfied because Luna had not killed the human prisoner. In fact, it's the same as if I had killed him, so it's natural. Idea was the first to speak. "I can't understand why you did that." Idea looked me up and down with cold eyes. "If you have even a shred of conscience, you wouldn't think that would be a passing grade." Idea's resolute words. I shook my head at this. "No, student Luna also passed." "What?" A frown appeared on Idea's forehead. A deliberately angry tone. I continued to speak resolutely. "Surely the instructor said that if you kill a human using your ability, you pass." When I finished speaking, Idea crossed her arms as if to listen. I realized that Idea's actions were a silent acceptance. Idea also knew the value of Luna, just like me. The rarity of a demon with healing abilities. Isn't Luna almost the only one in the demon world? There may be more demons who can use healing abilities if you look for them, but the only healer I've ever met is Luna. There's no way the instructors of Siden wouldn't know about Luna's value. Perhaps they are watching her as the next in line after me and the children of the 7 deadly sins. That's because having a healer means saving a lot of precious medicine and time. So I guess they want me to convince her if I can. The current situation was also a test to find out about me. The position of class president that Idea had given me. That wasn't a position that could be obtained with mere force. It was a position that could only be obtained by possessing the leadership to lead a unit. Idea must have finished grasping the talent I possessed. But I haven't shown any significant tolerance or leadership. I had to show her to what extent I possessed the qualities of a leader. I steeled my resolve and spoke to Idea. "As you know, Luna is very talented. Her healing ability isn't a talent commonly seen in the demon realm, is it?" "That's right." Idea nodded her head. It was her way of acknowledging that she also knew Luna's worth. "I've come to realize the value of Luna's talent. That's why Luna is qualified to pass this training." "Why on earth would you say that?" I shrugged at Idea, who was blinking her eyes in disbelief. "Luna used her worth to her advantage. I helped her because she's talented. Isn't that also a kind of ability?" "Heh, how amusing." My words were nothing more than sophistry. I should be grateful that I didn't get cursed at right away. Idea frowned and asked, "By that logic, are you saying that you wouldn't bother with students who lack talent or are inferior?" As if evaluating me, Idea narrowed her eyes and asked. I twisted the corners of my mouth slightly and smiled wryly. "That's a given." "What?" Idea's eyebrows twitched. It must be because an answer that a leader should never give had popped out. I sensed that this was the right time to make my move. I could tell instinctively. Idea wasn't angry even though an absurd answer came out of my mouth. Rather, the emotion she was subtly expressing was interest. That's why I carefully chose the answer Idea wanted and opened my mouth. If they're untalented, I'll abandon them. There's no point in embracing them. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Steve Tiam for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on Ko-Fi. Despite being my own words, they were spoken with a chilling indifference. It's not like that's my true intention, though. It was merely something I came up with after pondering the answer Idea would want. If I had said that I would have to look after even the weak students there, I would never have seen the corners of Idea's lips twitching. You really are quite willful. I'll be sure to remember what you said. With those words, Idea turned her steps towards the other students. It meant that she would tolerate me helping Luna. I let out a sigh and looked back. Luna, who hadn't grasped the context of the conversation between Idea and me, wore a look of confusion. The instructor said she'd let it slide this time. I don't know if she'll be so lenient next time, though. Really? Luna's eyes widened. She must have been imagining that she would be mistreated at school or even lose her scholarship. Or that the instructor in charge could expel Luna at their discretion. The fact that Luna, a character who didn't appear in the original work, was almost punished with expulsion. Fortunately, I seem to have prevented it. A crisis narrowly averted. If the instructor in charge had been Ares instead of Idea, there was a high probability that he wouldn't have tolerated it as Idea did. He would have frowned at my statement and tried to teach me a lesson. After all, my statement was something that shouldn't come out of the mouth of someone who recognizes students as comrades. If they're students without value or talent, I'll gladly abandon them. The implication of those words was simple. In a war situation, I would move according to calculations, and if things didn't go my way, I would boldly abandon the injured or endangered students. It wasn't something that should come out of the mouth of someone in the position of class president. Rather, the fact that Idea retreated, satisfied with my answer, meant she knows, too. It meant that Siden's students couldn't easily defeat the Imperial Academy's students. We would suffer great losses while carrying out Siden's plan. There would also be students who would be injured and rendered unable to fight during the mission. It was a story of weighing the value and accepting the loss. A kind of discrimination, is it? If an injured ally had a value comparable to the 7 deadly sins, they would have to be saved, even if it meant sacrificing other students. However, the story changes if it's an ordinary student with no talent. We have to abandon them, because we could suffer greater losses because of that student. As a rule, if one person becomes unable to fight without dying, it's a loss of 3 people, because at least 2 people have to take care of the injured comrade. But I knew this wasn't ethically right. Of course, it's the best judgment from a practical perspective. But can I really not feel guilty about it? Let's try for now. I don't know what the right answer is, but I have to make the best and greatest choice. I finished my thoughts and looked back at Luna. Luna was barely holding on, her exhaustion evident. Are you okay? I'm just a little sleepy, that's all. Luna spoke as if it was nothing, but I could tell that her mental strength was at its limit. You should get some rest. It seems Instructor Idea has gone to see the demon students. Is that so? Luna nodded once, then finally fell asleep. It seems she didn't even have the strength to lift her head. Swish dash. I wrapped my arms around Luna and moved her. Ms. Luna, if you fall asleep here, you might catch a cold. Luna didn't answer. She was already fast asleep. It didn't matter since I hadn't asked her to answer anyway. Sleep well. I laid Luna down with her back against the wall. Swish, swish.nov, l/b//jnn. I tidied Luna's tangled pink hair and thought, it's still a long way until the end of the exercise. I looked around. Argonne, which had become a slaughterhouse. But compared to the chaos, the number of dead humans wasn't that high. The students still hadn't killed even half of the prisoners. It wasn't because they couldn't kill them. They're completely trampling on them. The students weren't focused on killing the prisoners, but on toying with them. Students taunted the prisoners with insulting words. They showed a nasty disposition, enjoying the sight of the prisoners' despairing faces. As I expected, it was different for me, who was like a third party. The deep emotional rift between the demons and humans. Because of this, I was sure that this exercise would be long, even though it was simple. I have to take advantage of this gap. That was why I killed the prisoner first. I needed to create some free time. Although I did spend some time helping Luna, it was still within the time frame I had set. So let's move now. I know the inside of Argonne like the back of my hand. I quietly turned my steps towards the student's blind spot. Argonne was a place that was also used as an important episode in the original story. There was a secret treasure hidden here. Argonne's basement. I have to go down. This is the first floor of Argonne. Basically, the higher the floor, the more heinous or extreme the crimes committed by the humans held captive there. Since they had to be used for negotiations or hostage situations with the human world, it was no different from treating them as VIPs. Most of the prisoners on the first floor here are just ordinary soldiers. Then what's in the basement? Something unimaginable. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. During the process of raiding Argonne and rescuing the human prisoners, the protagonist and his party discovered a place leading to an underground passage. I even remember the detailed description. Hamel and his party fought a fierce battle with the Argonne guards. And finally, while rescuing the prisoners, a strange iron cage caught Hamel's eye. It was clearly an iron cage made to hold a human, but no one was inside. Considering that the other iron cages were packed with humans, it was a strange thing. But, unlike the protagonist and his party in the original story, I had to avoid the guards' eyes and head to the underground passage. But the guards were keeping a close eye on the area around the iron cage, so it was a bit of a headache. I needed to subdue the guards to get to the secret passage. But I can't kill them. If I killed the guards, Siden would directly intervene to find the culprit. The only ones who visited here today would be Siden's students. Even without that, I was bound to be identified as a strong suspect since I was under Ares' surveillance. I had to subdue the guards without revealing my identity. It would be better if I could avoid their gaze as much as possible. It's not difficult to cover my face. It wasn't just my face anymore. I could now cover my whole body in darkness. My mana had increased dramatically. Thanks to that, the total amount of darkness I can cast has also increased. Like right now. Swish dash. I scattered mana into the air and painted it black. Darkness attribute that could only be used to obscure vision. Now, I could cover my entire body without difficulty. Remarkable growth. Was it when I was facing the fake sword saint? It felt like just yesterday when I was panting after using up all my mana on the darkness attribute. Now, I wasn't struggling at all, even after consuming this much mana. How much stronger could I get if I obtained the elixir here? Of course, what I can get from Argonne isn't an elixir. To me right now, it was something more useful than an elixir. A formidable ability comparable to the Eye of Arrogance. The one who discovers it receives that ability without any penalty. I couldn't miss this opportunity. More than anything, if the secret treasure in the underground prison fell into the hands of the protagonist's group as in the original story, the damage would become irreparably large. Stealthily, like that, I turned my steps to find an uninhabited iron cage, leaving the students behind. It's probably located near the path leading to the upper floor. Among the guards, only a few knew about the existence of the underground prison. That's why only a small number of people guarded the underground prison. I think I'm almost there. It was when the students were far enough away to look like dots. I saw a guard patrolling the area. The aura emanating from his body was different from the guards near the students. A dark and heavy atmosphere. Unlike the guards who abused the prisoners, he didn't spare them a glance. He simply patrolled a set area from a set location. And not long after, thud, thud dash, thud dash. As if he had noticed my presence, the guard stopped walking and looked back. Before his gaze could reach me, I hurriedly spread out an arrow. The target was one of the humans locked in the iron cage. Designation. Move dash. The moment I initiated the position exchange, the prisoner's clothes shot out of the iron cage. I took the place of the prisoner's clothes and became trapped in the iron cage. What the? The human who had suddenly become naked opened his eyes wide. The guard's sharp gaze fell on the human's clothes. Be quiet. Who the hell? The prisoner tried to tell me something in a hurry. When I put my index finger to my lips, he nodded as if he understood. In fact, it was probably because I had a dagger pointed at the back of his neck. Why did his clothes suddenly fall off? The guard blinked his eyes and turned his head to find the owner of the clothes. I had to find a passage before the guard noticed me. Fortunately, I was able to quickly find an empty cell. Over there, the empty cage came into view in the most secluded corner. There was no human in the cell, but there were a few stone statues, so it seemed possible to use my ability. And that was when I initiated the position exchange. Is he there? The guard turned his gaze to the cell where I had been. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. However, I had already escaped from the cell. Soon, the guard opened the cell and began to beat the naked human. How dare you try to trick me? That's not it. It was a truly unfortunate situation. My conscience pricked me as I watched the innocent human being beaten. Well, whatever. It must be somewhere around here. Groping around, I felt the floor as I searched for a device that would lead me underground. And finally, I found it. Click dash. The moment I pressed the corner of the floor. Creak dash. The floor rotated. Realizing that it wasn't a strange phenomenon but the device being activated, I let myself go. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. In the darkness that was like an abyss, I was falling endlessly. Swoosh dash. The faster I fell, the more my body felt like it was being crushed. If I hit the ground like this, my body would turn into a lump of meat. But there was a way to survive. I'm sorry, but I took goo poison out of my arms, where he was sleeping. Goo poison opened his eyes wide at the sudden feeling of floating. I had to act before he could figure out what was going on. Swish dash. I tied goo poison tightly to the hilt of the dagger. Goo poison clicked his tongue as if his body was uncomfortable, but I had no intention of letting him go. If I die, he'll be trapped here and die too. He'll have to put up with this level of discomfort. Even though he's a creature made of mana, he'll dry up and die if he doesn't get mana from me. So hang in there. Goo poison trembled once as I stared at him intently. Then he looked into my eyes as if he was gauging something. Goo poison didn't resist, as if he had confirmed something from me. He simply left his body in my hands. Swoosh dash. Like that, the two of us fell further and further down. And soon after, the ground began to come into view. Unlike in the air, the closer I got to the ground, the more light came into view. Some kind of device in the basement was painting the surroundings with color, so the chances of landing safely increased a little. And when the ground was finally close to me, thud dash, I slammed the dagger that goo poison was tied to into the wall. Fortunately, the dagger dug perfectly into the wall. Now, let's just wait a little longer. Like that, just before I hit the ground, I spread out the arrow and initiated the position exchange. Designation. Move dash. That was the moment. The positions of goo poison, who was tied to the handle of my dagger, and me were reversed. The pressure that had been crushing my body also disappeared. Thud. I quickly grabbed the handle of the dagger. Unable to bear my weight, the dagger began to slide down the wall. Clang, clang, clang dash. The dagger and the wall made a deafening screeching sound as they came into contact. On the one hand, I frowned, but on the other hand, I worked tirelessly to reduce my body's speed. Thanks to that effort, I was able to land on the ground. Fortunately, you fell a bit later. It was the moment I reached out and grabbed Goo Position, who was about to fall to the ground. Clench dash. Goo Poison bit my hand hard. It didn't show its fangs, and it seemed to be some kind of sign of dissatisfaction. For a moment, the thought crossed my mind that if I didn't appease it, it might tell Crete everything that had happened so far. I'm sorry. I gave it a drop of mana coated with the darkness attribute. The guy who had been glaring at me started licking the mana drop. Goo Poison, who seemed to like the mana that was thicker than before, soon closed its eyes. It looked like it was in a much better mood after filling its hungry stomach. The guy yawned once and went into my pocket. I barely managed to appease it. Only then did I let out a sigh of relief. And I looked around. Argon's underground passage. A damp and humid feeling pressed down lightly on my shoulders. Splash dash. As I took a step, the water rippled. Argon's underground passage looked like a sewer. The water level was up to my ankles, and things like moss were growing here and there on the walls. Are the ripples going forward? I muttered as I watched the water flowing slowly. The secret treasure I was looking for would be at the end of the water stream. Let's follow the water stream. A little time passed like that. Thump dash. A shapeless black object that was neither liquid nor solid thumped. A monster. I narrowed my eyes. I wasn't scared because I was familiar with its appearance. Black slime. It was the identity of the monster blocking the path of the underground passage. Now I get to see a proper monster. I felt a small sense of excitement. Since coming to the demon realm, all I had seen were artificially created monsters. Whether it was in the bear's secret realm or the territory of the undead. But the black slime in front of me was different. A real monster created naturally. Normally, it should be normal to see natural monsters more often than artificial ones, but the situation wasn't favorable. Let's be satisfied with seeing a black slime for now. Puck, puck, puck. The black slime seemed bewildered as if they hadn't seen a demon in a long time. Although they didn't have sparkling eyes like in some games, I could feel it. It would be better to attack first. It would have been right to kill them while they were still not moving. Black slimes were monsters that became more difficult to deal with the longer you waited. That's because they're guys who emit poison when they sense a threat from their enemy. And it's an extreme poison that can kill dozens of humans with just a small amount. I quickly organized my thoughts while gauging the distance between me and them. It's not a good choice to close the distance any further. I need to use a long-range attack. If the poison touches my skin, I'll melt away without a trace. N/O/vel/B/n.C//om. Black Blade. I raised a black dagger above my hand. An attack skill created by fusing the darkness attribute with mana. It was a powerful skill that had killed the sword saint during the entrance exam. I threw the black dagger towards one of the black slimes. Screech. Boom dash. The black slime's body exploded upon being hit by the black dagger. A failure. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. I couldn't kill it. Soon after, the scattered slime fragments squirmed and began to recover. I had to kill it before it could fully recover its original form. There is a core in the center of a slime's body. If you destroy that core, the slime won't be able to recover its body. Black Blade. Black Blade. Black Blade. Black Blade. This time, I created 4 of them. The 4 black daggers floated above my hand, bobbing up and down. I threw 2 of the daggers first. Puck, puck, bang, bang dash. The slimes exploded simultaneously as I threw the black daggers to the sides. A perfect hit. That must be the core. A black sphere that had fallen to the ground. Black mana was spiraling up like a whirlwind. I sent the remaining 2 daggers toward the sphere. Then, the sphere shattered with a sound like glass breaking. Soon, the slime's mucus, which had been wriggling, stopped moving. That was easy. I took care of it surprisingly easily. If it were someone who didn't know the dangers of black slimes, they might have rushed in without thinking and gotten hurt. But for me, the creator who knows everything about the demons that appear in the original story, they were very easy opponents. I took a light step. Let's keep going. I didn't feel the need to rest since I wasn't even tired. This place was originally prepared for the protagonist to acquire a secret treasure. There are probably no enemies stronger than black slimes. Therefore, the only thing I need to be careful of is the traps. It wasn't easy to fall for the traps. I'll have to use position exchange ahead. A brick that's a different color from the others. Anyone can tell it's a trap. This is a trap that the protagonist's party triggered. Traps kept popping up every time I took a step. However, my intuition warned me that they were traps, and since only the traps described in the original work existed, I was able to move forward without difficulty. This should be around it. After walking for a while, I sensed that I had reached the end of the passage. The water current was gradually stopping. On the other hand, the water level was gradually rising, and soon it reached my knees. This meant that I was approaching the point where the water was accumulating. That's for sure. A puddle soon appeared. A large puddle spread out before me, comparable to a small pond. However, there was no land to step on from the front. I took a quick step forward, but my foot didn't land and sank right in the end of the underground passage. I had to go into the pond. Who dash? I filled my lungs with air and threw myself into the pond. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The interior of the pond was vast. The phosphorescent stones that were sparsely installed on the walls allowed me to see ahead even in the water. I wanted to look around with curiosity, but I exercised self-control. If I dawdle, I'll run out of breath. Unfortunately, I didn't have the ability to breathe underwater. That's why I had to go down quickly. Splash. I swam relentlessly, cutting through the water. That's when I was going down. Don't go any further. The great evil is dead. The warning message written on the wall. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. This message wasn't something I had written in the original story. Unlike other places that weren't the main focus of the story, argon played a fairly large role. Therefore, I put quite a bit of effort into describing it. It would be strange if there was anything I didn't know about the argon episode in my memory. But I've never written such a message. I examined the message written on the wall in detail. Don't go any further. This message could be there to warn intruders. But what about the great evil? This is where a demon who tried to rebel hundreds of years ago is sleeping. Even the demon king at the time judged that this demon couldn't be killed. So, the setting was that he was imprisoned in an underground prison that no one except certain people knew about. If that traitor was referred to as the great evil, it wouldn't be incomprehensible. JNN. But it still feels a bit unsettling. Was it because I was confident that I had a perfect grasp of this place since it was the center of a fairly important episode? Even though it was just one line of text that I didn't know about, it was hard to shake off the unsettling feeling. Let's just keep going down for now. It's not like I can go back up. At least if I had come this far, I had to take at least one secret treasure with me, to prepare for the midterm exams, where I didn't know what would happen. Considering the timing, the period when Siden's first-year students invaded the Imperial Academy overlapped with the midterm exams. This meant that the content of the midterm exams was definitely an invasion to the human world. There's no need to hesitate. If I were to miss a record that will clearly be a great asset because of just one line of writing, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, if it's according to the original story, it becomes something that increases the power of the protagonist's party. I tried hard to shake off the discomfort and started to go down. Now I'm starting to suffocate. I gradually felt my chest becoming stuffy. At the same time, along with the feeling of my head becoming dizzy, it became a situation where it was even difficult to support my body. I gritted my teeth. Just a little more. Just a little bit more. A large magic circle was visible nearby. It was a kind of device that separated the space where the secret treasure from the pond. It also meant that if I just destroyed that magic circle, I would be able to breathe. I stretched out my hand towards the giant magic circle. Thud dash. However, the magic circle just pushed my hand away and didn't break. In the original story, it was written that the protagonist's party simply broke it with force. I don't need to do that though. When I brought my eyes close to the magic circle, I could see the objects that were situated beyond it. I couldn't see them exactly because of the water current, but I could at least confirm that they were inanimate objects. Designate. As a result, I was able to spread out the arrow. Move. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Steve Tiam for subscription to Eye of Arrogance tier on Ko-Fi. Cough. I coughed and sat up. Inside the magic circle, I had finally arrived at my destination. I shook off the moisture from my clothes and looked around. This was a narrow cavity, a place designed to imprison only a single criminal. 4 enormous iron chains were placed in the cavity. That must be it. Something bound by the iron chains. A skeleton was floating in the air with its limbs tied up. It wasn't hard to figure out the identity of the skeleton. A demon who had committed treason. It must have been imprisoned here and eventually met its end. The cavity had a rather eerie atmosphere, but I quickened my pace without hesitation. Creak dash. My steps finally stopped in front of the skeleton. Not a speck of flesh was visible, indicating how much time had passed. Only a grayish, rotten heart remained inside the skeleton. The secret treasure is inside that heart. I had deliberately left the heart behind to give the secret treasure to the protagonist's group. I was reluctant to place a treasure chest in a place that was supposed to be a prison. The way to obtain the secret treasure left in the skeleton's heart was simple. Step dash. I just had to grab it. N/O/vel/B//n.C//OM. It was the moment I placed my hand on the skeleton's heart. Swoosh. Something dormant in the skeleton's heart was absorbed into my body. I immediately opened my status window. Arsene Adel. Race, half demon. Tendency, chaos. Talent, position exchange. Trait, interest absorption killing intent darkness mana manipulation eye of arrogance telekinesis. Mana, 1332. A new trait had been added. Telekinesis. It must have been one of the traits the skeleton had used when it was alive. Unlike when I had obtained the eye of arrogance in the secret realm of bears, I didn't feel any pain. Rather, it felt like something in my chest had been filled. At the same time, a will burned. A will to crave, to destroy, to crave something endlessly. I realized that this emotion was a kind of wish that the skeleton had possessed. The remnants of its ability must have remained in the skeleton's heart because its will had been so strong. But that didn't matter. All I needed was the ability the skeleton had left behind. This is how you use it. I slowly recalled the new trait I had acquired. It seemed that I could use telekinesis if I consumed mana. Fortunately, I was able to figure out how to use it as soon as I acquired the telekinesis trait. I decided to use telekinesis to lift the dagger. Whoosh dash. The dagger immediately began to rise, but thud dash. Not long after, it fell powerlessly to the ground. It wasn't because I lacked mana, or because the telekinesis trait itself was weak. It was simply because my proficiency was terrible. I need to train. It was still too much for me to lift the dagger. I had enough telekinetic power, but I couldn't control the ability. For now, I should start by training with small objects. With that, I turned off my telekinesis, leaving behind a sense of regret. Thump. A heartbeat echoed in my ears. The source of the sound wasn't me. Then, I slowly raised my head. What entered my field of vision wasn't a grayish, rotten heart. It was a heart that had regained its vitality, turning red and spurting blood. I blinked at the bizarre sight. What the hell? This was an unexpected turn of events. It was true that argon held great significance in the original story, but this chamber was just a device for obtaining a fortuitous encounter. That was why the protagonist's party left the cavity after obtaining only the telekinesis ability. Nothing happened. But what's going on? A scene unfolded that even I, the author, hadn't anticipated. The heart of the skeleton, which had clearly stopped, began to beat again. Soon, a dark shadow appeared in the skeleton's eye sockets. Just a moment ago, the skeleton's eyes had been empty. An unexpected change was taking place, and I could see it. A symbol appeared behind the skeleton's back. A large cross was engraved within a circular border, like a brand. It was all too familiar. This was the tattoo that proved one's lineage as a descendant of Arsene. I felt goosebumps rising on my back. This skeleton was definitely connected to the Arsene family. The demon world's traitor was connected to the Arsene family. While I was gaping in surprise, unable to contain my astonishment. Child of Arsene. An eerie voice filled my ears. The ghastly voice filled my ears from afar. The skeleton spoke, its bony mouth rattling. Listen to the voice of the left. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Was it speaking to me? No matter how much I looked around, there were no other living beings in this cavity besides me. Furthermore, there could be no other blood relative of Arsene besides me, so it must have been speaking to me. Although I was still overcome with confusion, I quickly calmed myself and replied to the skeleton's words. I shall listen. Then the skeleton continued to speak. If you can hear the thoughts of the left, then you must have the same karma as me. I focused on the word thoughts. The skeleton had not come back to life, but rather had left behind remnants of its memories. That was why it could not hear me speak. I decided to simply listen to the skeleton's words in silence. Descendant of the left who harbors chaos, do not be consumed by chaos. And my expression hardened at the skeleton's next words. The skeleton seemed to know what chaos was. Chaos is a power that distorts the rules of the world. Remember not to be consumed by it. If you focus only on meaning, you will meet the same end as the left. I wanted to hear a more detailed explanation about chaos, but the Arsene symbol that had appeared behind the skeleton's back disappeared, and the rapidly beating heart also turned gray. Flutter dash. Soon, its heart shattered and fell. I realized that I would not be able to obtain any more information. So, let me summarize. The demon world's traitor was Arsene's ancestor, and it also possessed the chaos attribute. This is crazy. My head throbbed from the sudden influx of information. Still, there was one thing I had gained. The chaos attribute. I had found a clue about it, and that I had to hide the Arsene family's symbol even more securely. I quickly used my darkness attribute to darken the nape of my neck even more. This should be enough to put me at ease. Is there nothing else I can gain? Greedily, I searched every nook and cranny of the cavity, but I realized that there was nothing left. Well, it would be excessive to try to gain any more benefits here. So it was time for me to leave. It was hard enough coming here. It would be even harder to leave. Geez. I sighed so deeply that the ground shook, and turned to leave. Since the unexpected development had delayed me, I needed to hurry. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I managed to escape the underground passage safely. My whole body is aching. I patted my back. It wasn't difficult to get out of the pond, but it was hard to climb back up the cliff. The ceiling rotated again when I raised my hand. After I came up to the ground like that, I switched clothes and places with a prisoner who was grumbling at the warden. The moment I joined the group. You bastard, are you trying to trick me again? An angry voice rang out. The warden was yelling at the prisoner who had become naked again. But it wasn't my business. Fortunately, I'm not late. I naturally blended in with the students and looked around. Before I knew it, Argonne, where the training had ended, was cleaner than I thought. It was possible because the wardens were disposing of the bodies immediately. Thanks to this, the surveillance of the underground passage seemed to be less than I thought. But there was a student who noticed my absence. What were you doing? Let's just say I went for a walk. Fran narrowed her eyes and questioned me. Fran snorted when I tried to dismiss it as nothing. Are you saying you went for a walk in this place? I rather liked the sight of humans filling up the iron bars. Ha, stop talking nonsense. Fran shook her head. I just shrugged my shoulders. By the way, where is Luna? I had put Luna, who had fallen asleep trying to enter the underground passage, down on the wall. Ah, there she is. Luna was approaching with noticeably relaxed steps. It seemed like she had woken up after sleeping soundly while I was in the community. Did you sleep well? Yeah, I slept well. You were sleeping so deeply that you wouldn't have known if someone had carried you away. Hehe. Luna scratched her head as if she was embarrassed. Sideways glance. Then she started to glance at my face from the side. Is there something she wants to say? When I tilted my head, Luna turned her head away in surprise. For some reason, Luna's ears were flushed red. I don't see any other reactions besides that, so it can't be anything important. I was having such a pointless conversation with Luna when Fran asked, poking her head in. What are you doing now? Her gaze was fixed on the 2 stones floating above my hand. I paused for a moment before answering. There was no reason to hide it. Telekinesis. Are you referring to a type of ability? Yes. It's a power that I'm still not proficient in using, so I'm training. I see. Fran didn't seem to doubt me. There was no particular reason to doubt me. Of course, telekinesis wasn't a common ability. But it wasn't an ability that was completely unheard of either. It meant that it wasn't as rare as the Eye of Arrogance or my other traits. However, if I have sufficient proficiency and a vast amount of mana, I can unleash tremendous power. What I wanted was to evolve telekinesis. The next stage of telekinesis. Gravity. A natural and transcendental power that could crush or lift anything. It was an incredible ability that was considered to be a planet in its own right. I was still a long way from developing telekinesis to that extent. I was only able to lift 2 stones.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It's not something I should reveal now. Still, if I didn't slack off on my training, the possibilities were endless. I was having such optimistic thoughts while training my telekinesis. Before I knew it, Idea appeared and began to organize the students. Is everyone here? Idea said, scanning the number of students with her eyes. Fortunately, there are no dropouts for this training session. Luna flinched as if she had been pricked. What a mischievous personality. She must have said that on purpose to embarrass Luna. Regardless, Idea continued speaking. Your eyes have finally gained a good light. It seems like they still need some refinement, though. Idea was right. The students' eyes were filled with confidence. Furthermore, their fear of humans had somewhat diminished. The qualifications of a predator. One by one, the students were beginning to acquire that aspect. Then, let's head back to Siden. Idea cheered and left Argonne with the students. It was the moment of escape from a place that had been short but had felt long. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. A week has passed. There hadn't been any major changes in the students' lives since the practical exam. Rather, the atmosphere had relaxed a bit. The students didn't seem to be too concerned about the midterm exam, no matter how much the instructors tried to scare them. The experience of killing prisoners during the practical training had somewhat washed away the students' fear of humans. Whether this change would have a positive or negative effect, no one knew. There's nothing uglier than being arrogant when you lack the skills. Mutter dash. I muttered as I levitated pebbles above my hand. My telekinesis proficiency, which had been at a pathetic level, had improved considerably. At first, I could only lift 2, but now, I could lift as many as 5. I still can't lift heavy objects, though. Even so, it seemed that I would soon be able to lift a dagger. I was in a good mood because my growth rate wasn't bad. And there was another piece of news that made me happy. I heard that there won't be any theory in the magic class today. Does that mean we'll be learning real magic? The students' conversation. I was interested in the story that they would start magic classes in earnest from today. The moment I had been hoping and praying for. Of course. Even if I learn magic, I won't be able to use powerful magic like Samuel. Perhaps I will never be able to use it. My talent in this body was originally in assassination, after all. I won't be able to master the magic that Samuel uses. Even so, it was certain that I would become stronger than I am now, with the midterm exam approaching. If I can become stronger, I shouldn't be picky about the means. It's also true that I'm attracted to the fantasy element of magic. But then again, class will start soon. Huh? There's still some time left. I narrowed my eyes as I looked at Luna, who wouldn't leave my side. Luna has been strange lately. Originally, she would tremble in fear whenever our eyes met. Now, she just gives me a sullen look if I don't look at her. I scratched my head in frustration. Is she at the age where she's starting to get interested in the opposite sex? I know the feelings that Luna has. After all, I also went through puberty. I must have done something nice for her to like me. For Luna, a half-breed, contempt and ridicule must have been commonplace. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Even a small favor would have made her feel very grateful. I hope she doesn't get confused. It's just a fleeting emotion, so there's no need to worry about it. Emotions subside after a while. That's just how it is in school. With a thought that reeked of an old man, I gently pushed Luna's shoulder. Please go. I understand. Luna obeyed me, even though she looked displeased. Then what's left? Just a noble lady who looks at me with annoyance. Why are you acting like that again, Ms. Fran? I can't help but stare at you every time I see you because you look so sinister. A vein popped out on my forehead. Is she just itching for a fight since she hasn't caused any trouble since morning? Not long after that, Fran returned to her seat. How bland. After the troublemakers left, I was once again engrossed in practicing telekinesis. Ding dong. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. How come it's going so smoothly? It seemed that Fran had guessed that class was about to start. Creak dash. The front door of the classroom opened, and the magic teacher, Robold, entered. I stood up to greet him. All students, bow to the teacher. I checked that Professor Robold nodded and sat down. Then I looked up at Robold with an expectant expression. He looked different today. It felt like he was emanating an aura that I hadn't felt before. Thud, thud. Robold pounded on the blackboard. It was a sight I had never seen from him, who usually spoke in a friendly manner. Today, I will teach you magic that you can use in real situations. It was just as I had expected. Robold used chalk to write 2 words on the blackboard. Stealth and silence. The moment I read those words, my eyes flashed. He's teaching Adell's specialty. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. They were the 2 most basic magics for assassination. Stealth literally meant hiding one's body, and silence meant not making a sound. Breathing, footsteps, etc. What's the principle behind it? The magics that I had created and put into the novel myself. I had never thought about how to use them. That's why I found it interesting. It's in my nature to be interested in the unknown and to immerse myself in it. Students, from now on, you will be dealing with humans directly in the human world. However, there will be enemies that you cannot defeat. The students nodded. Just as there were weak humans like the ones at the prison camp, there were also powerful humans like the Sword Saint from the entrance exam. So here's the problem. What will you do if you encounter an enemy stronger than you? I'm talking about an opponent you have little chance of winning against in a head-on confrontation. The students did not answer. It seemed that each of them was racking their brains to find an answer. Some students shouted nonsense like, "We should fight to the end, even if we die," but Robold ignored them and continued speaking. "The answer is assassination." That's right. I nodded in agreement. To think that you would face an opponent stronger than yourself head-on. It was a foolish thought that was beyond idiotic. Of course, the word assassination didn't have a good connotation, so there were students who frowned. Robold spoke to those dissatisfied students. Of course, it would be great if you could win by fighting head-on. But can you guarantee that you, who can't even defeat 1/10 of a real sword saint right now, will always be victorious in a head-on battle? None of the dissatisfied students could answer. It seemed that they had not considered what would happen if they lost. Robold opened his mouth as if to mock their thoughts. Do you want to give your life to the humans who killed your family, friends, and neighbors? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Silence fell over the class. For you, assassination is not an option but a necessity. Because none of you can kill a human hero head-on. Do you understand a little bit now? No more objections were raised against Robold. They had been reminded of how powerless they were before the Sword Saint. Robold looked at the students with a satisfied expression and opened his mouth. First, I will teach you about the art of stealth. ******. Slowly circulate mana. You need to fully feel the circulating mana, and then release the mana. Robold demonstrated it himself. A faint mana began to emanate from Robold's body. You must be able to cover your entire body. Even if your mana purity is low, spread it as thinly as possible to cover yourself. If you can't cover your entire body, the stealth technique will fail. Mana covered Robold's entire body. In an instant, Robold's figure blurred. It was the effect of the stealth technique. Click. Robold then gestured to release the stealth technique. The students revealed various emotions as they looked at Robold. Curiosity, admiration, etc. Today's assignment is to cover your body with mana. It will be impossible to do within a day, but don't be discouraged and try your best. Robold finished the demonstration and began to walk among the students. The students fumbled around, trying to cover their bodies with mana. 30 minutes passed like that, but no student had yet succeeded in covering their entire body with mana. There's no need to be impatient. It's difficult to manipulate mana in detail, so it's important to take your time, even if it's slow. At Robold's calm advice, 2 students showed progress. Robold narrowed his eyes and scanned the 2. Fran and Samuel, the 2 descendants of the 7 deadly sins, succeeded in covering their entire bodies with mana. It would normally take a week of practice to get the hang of it. In Robold's view, Fran had a large amount of mana. She also seemed to have a great sense of manipulating mana. However, the one with the truly outstanding sense of manipulation was Samuel. What a great talent! Samuel had perfectly controlled his mana and succeeded in covering his entire body with it. He was now staring at himself as if wondering what to do next. Student Samuel has succeeded perfectly, beyond reproach. Samuel did not show any expression of Robold's praise. He simply looked at him indifferently, as if it were something he had expected. In Robolt's eyes, Samuel and Fran were geniuses. The top students in the entrance exam are different, after all. As Robolt was thinking that, the name of a child suddenly crossed his mind. There should have been one more student who did well on the entrance exam. He was also a person of interest. The student with the chaos attribute, whom Instructor Aries was extremely wary of. It was said that he had used Idea's authority to push aside those two and take the position of class president. Was it Pixie Adell? He was a student with small eyes and ominous crimson hair. However, there was something strange. Adell, who should have been listening to Robolt's lecture, was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, goosebumps rose on Robolt's back. What the? Adell's seat, which had been empty just a moment ago. Adell had appeared while Robolt had briefly looked away. Was I seeing things? Robolt knew it wasn't an illusion, but it was hard to accept the reality without denying it. Stealth of a level that could deceive an instructor like him. This was a realm that was difficult to reach, no matter how much one trained in stealth. Easy. And then came Adell's words. Robolt couldn't help but feel a sense of dread at this. It was the moment when Adell's low, sunken gaze felt eerie. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter. Do rate and review on novel updates. The magic class was over. In conclusion, learning stealth magic wasn't difficult. Since my assassination talent was beyond anyone's expectations, it was only natural in a way. After all, I was the strongest exclusive assassin in the novel. The problem was how to integrate the chaos attribute with stealth magic. This isn't easy. I racked my brain in frustration. In my future plans, I needed to push my assassination skills to the limit. Assassination only worked on guys who were somewhat lacking. It wouldn't work on the real powerhouses of the human world. But the reality is that there's no better option than assassination. So I had no choice but to grit my teeth and train my assassination skills. For now, since all my classes were over, I should head back to the dorms. I was gathering my writing utensils and getting ready to leave my seat when Student Adell. Someone called out to me. N/O/bell/B/jn.C//OM. I stopped moving and turned around to see Robolt with a serious expression on his face. Judging by his expression and tone of voice, he seemed to have something serious to say. What is it? Student Adell, is this your first time learning magic from Siden? My first time learning magic? I felt a bit strange. Well, excluding Adell's traits, it was my first time learning magic. The difference between traits and magic. In a way, magic was a subset of traits. Magic that you could use if you had enough mana and the right attributes. Traits were unique abilities, so it was impossible to do things depending on them. There were probably quite a few cases where magic and abilities were similar, but they were still different. Yes, this is my first time learning magic. I've been able to use my unique talents since the beginning. Haha. Robolt let out a hollow laugh at my answer. Then he gave me a hungry look, as if he was looking at prey. Please visit my lab when you have time. I have a lot of stories I'd like to share. I understand, but could you explain why? I didn't understand why Robolt was making such an offer to me. Could it be that he had found out something about the chaos attribute? Robolt shook his head excitedly and opened his mouth. Student Adell's talent for magic is incredible. You might even surpass me in the near future. Yes, you even have the rare chaos attribute. Your research value is more than enough, it's overflowing. I see. My gaze turned cold. Robolt's words meant, you have talent, so let's talk. But there was a problem. I wasn't as talented as Robolt thought I was. My talent for magic is limited to assassination techniques. I had no other talents to speak of. Just look at how I learned stealth magic. The moment Robolt told me how to use stealth magic, my body instinctively understood how to move on to the next step, as if it was knowledge I already knew. That's why I was able to use stealth magic without Robolt telling me what to do after covering my body with mana. But me, a magic prodigy? That's laughable. Having a serious discussion about magic with Robolt would be a waste of time, but it was a bit of a shame. It was rare for an instructor to show favor. It wouldn't be wise to dismiss it just because I wasn't interested. It just wasn't the right time. I have something to do today, so I'm afraid I can't visit your lab. Ugh, I can't force you. I smiled at Robolt, who wore a look of disappointment, and continued. But I'll be sure to visit next time. Promise. Yes, I will. Only after I gave my word did Robolt retreat, satisfied. At this rate, I'll have to act the part of a magic prodigy. I'll figure out something. With that thought, I picked up my things and left the training ground. It looks like Luna and Fran went in first. My conversation with Robolt had taken a while, so it seemed they had left first. Thanks to that, I was able to return to the dorms without any problems. And so, I walked along the path to the dorms, lost in thought. I should train in the dorms today. I had a good reason. Stealth magic that I had learned today. While Robolt was explaining its principles, something had crossed my mind. However, in order to train that technique, I needed to be alone. There was no way anything good would come of someone discovering the existence of that technique. I should use it as a trump card. The more hidden a card was, the more powerful it became. Thinking about the spies of the human realm who might be here, I guess I'll have to clean them up soon. The human world and the demon world, which sent spies to each other. Naturally, there were also human spies hiding in Siden. A spy appeared as an informant, telling the 6 families about the information they had gathered about Siden. There was a chance that the fact that a descendant of Arsene was in the demon world would reach their ears. Killing that spy would mean killing one of the humans who appeared in the original story. That was another reason for my hesitation. Of course, it wasn't because I was attached to the character I created. It was just, it'll be a bit tricky. Very tricky. To act boldly in enemy territory, one needed to be both intelligent and powerful. He would have prepared for the possibility of his identity being exposed. In order to deal with that guy, I needed to be fully prepared. I'll have to train somewhere secluded until then. The skill that applied stealth magic. This ability was more than enough to deal with the powerhouses of the human realm. If I could pull it off, that is. After all, what I had established today was just a theory. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. As I was walking towards the dormitory. Hello. The woman I wanted to avoid the most today was waving at me. It was Renee. This time, she wasn't alone. There was someone next to her. A woman with long, flowing white hair, staring at me. She was beautiful, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of eeriness. Diana, the daughter of the Demon King. She, who would become the next Demon King, was staring at me with Renee. She's even scarier than before. Before, I only had to be careful about being from the Arsene family. But now I knew that one of the traitors of the demon world was an ancestor of Arsene. What if they found out that I was a descendant of the Arsene family in the midst of all this? I would die. I was sure of it. So, I had to run. I used the stealth magic I had learned today and quickly ran away. The ability that had allowed me to hide my presence from the instructor for a moment. The moment I activated the stealth magic, I used position exchange towards the bushes. Move. Our positions were switched. Only a leaf was falling in the place where I had been. Did I see wrong? I saw it too, so I don't think so. Maybe he had something urgent to do. Maybe. Fortunately, the 2 of them left without looking for me. Only then did I let out a sigh of relief and walk out of the grass. Why did they come out of there? Meeting people I never expected to see made me feel nervous. Still, I should be glad that I didn't run into them. I hurriedly left the spot in case the 2 of them came back. I arrived at the dormitory. For some reason, I couldn't see Samuel anywhere. Maybe he's practicing the stealth magic he learned today. Thanks to that, I was able to practice magic comfortably. First, let's close the curtains. Ares's bird that was watching me. The magic I'm going to practice this time is a secret card, so I have to close the curtains even if it makes him a little suspicious. Creak dash. After closing the curtains, I sat down on the floor and reviewed the magic. Now I think I'm getting the hang of it. The magic I learned today is stealth magic. I was able to find a clue about the chaos attribute here. Stealth and chaos. The 2 concepts were similar. Stealth focuses on appearing not to exist, even though you clearly do. Chaos is like this. It doesn't exist, but it does. An unstable state that can exist or not exist. I decided to apply this to stealth. Beyond hiding your presence, to existing but not existing. I closed my eyes and concentrated. I circulated my mana and spread it throughout my body, just like I did in class. An incredibly detailed use of mana. At the same time, I used stealth to hide my presence, following my body's instincts. I can see my body because I'm the caster. I looked down at my arms. I could see that they were still there, albeit faintly. I can't stop here. The concept of stealth. I twisted that proposition.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I forced it upon the world. That from the very beginning, the existence called me didn't exist. And then, I became complete nothingness. Even I couldn't see myself. In the dormitory room dash. No, in the world, my existence as me was not observed. That's because an indescribable haziness enveloped all my senses. Even the concept of time disappeared. Was it a brief moment that passed, or several minutes? Perhaps several years had passed. Was it because my existence had disappeared? I was not bound by the laws of the world. This magic literally contained chaos. At one moment, as my stealth was released, I was spat back out into the world. I gasped for breath and hurriedly felt my whole body. Only after confirming that all my limbs were intact could I feel relieved. That was a terrible feeling. A sensation I never wanted to experience again. It reminded me of the warning Argon's ancestor had left in Ashen. Now I understood why he had told me not to be consumed by the power of chaos. Because I had felt omnipotence for a moment. It's an ability that's even difficult to control. I couldn't deactivate the stealth. Mana exhaustion. It was simply that all my mana had been used up, and the magic had been released. If I hadn't fallen into a state of mana exhaustion, I might have lost myself. Still, if it's just once, I can use it as a trump card. It was difficult to use repeatedly. I could tell just by the fact that I had used up all my mana after using it only once. It meant that the cost effectiveness was poor. However, I won't seal it. It was valuable enough to use. Aside from its drawbacks, such as its enormous mana consumption or its dangerous ability, it had its advantages. So when I organized the newly acquired chaos attribute stealth, I named it Absolute Stealth. Something struck the back of my head hard. My body was unable to keep its balance from the intense shock, and I fell forward. A powerful blow that could have knocked me unconscious. I looked back and couldn't help but open my eyes wide. Samuel had somehow entered the dormitory. But I hadn't heard the sound of Samuel entering the dormitory. Something's strange. I opened my mouth and tried to make a sound. But no sound came out. I looked up at Samuel with trembling pupils filled with fear. Thump, thump dash. Get out of my way, I'm going to sleep. Samuel seemed to be saying something with an angry face. But I still couldn't understand what Samuel was saying. Because I couldn't hear any sound. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. For a moment, I lost my hearing. That fact shocked me greatly. The recoil of the chaos magic. It was too great of a penalty. For a whole week, I repeatedly studied the penalty of chaos. At first, it was my hearing. Then, my sense of taste and touch. And then, I even lost my sight. Of course, it wasn't a complete loss. Exactly 2 hours later, the lost sense would recover on its own. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Fortunately, it's only a short-term loss, but there's the problem of not knowing which sense I'll lose. It's certain that I lose a sense as a penalty when using absolute stealth. However, I couldn't choose which sense I would lose. And the duration is only about 3 seconds. That was the result I found out through the watch. Exactly 3 seconds had passed after I used absolute stealth. It's a real last resort. Losing a sense in a combat situation is like committing suicide. It was a skill that could only be used on the assumption that I would definitely kill my opponent. That was the conclusion I came to. For the time being, I'll seal absolute stealth. It's all for nothing. I had finally gained a powerful ability, but I couldn't use it. I tried to graft the chaos attribute onto my other traits as well, but things weren't going smoothly. I even failed to manifest the chaos attribute. Then, what I need to do from now on is, the chaos attribute, which left me with only regret, was put on the back burner. Then, I needed to focus on my original strengths. Swordsmanship and the amount of mana. The tasks I need to solve in the future are these two. Let's say I drink an elixir for mana. But what should I do about swordsmanship? It was a difficult problem. Ares, the swordsmanship instructor, had not allowed the students to even hold a sword until now. He only made them increase their stamina. Just like now. As usual, the students were running around the training ground. In Ares' first class, only a few students were able to finish the course. But now, everyone was able to finish it. Ares nodded his head for the first time. That's enough physical training. At those words, I raised my hand and stopped the students. Halt, it's the instructor's orders. Creak dash. The students stopped in their tracks at my hand signal. At this, a vein popped out on Ares' forehead. It had been like this ever since I became the class president. What's he so dissatisfied about? Ares has been expressing his displeasure with me being the class president with his whole body. At first, I was taken aback, but now I've adapted. I glanced at Ares indifferently. Ares narrowed his eyes in displeasure at my reaction, but soon realized that many of the students were looking at him and continued speaking. From now on, we will reduce the amount of time spent on physical training and incorporate swordsmanship lessons. Oh, the students cheered. The anticipation of finally being able to learn proper swordsmanship. I also looked at Ares with eyes full of anticipation. First, let me show you a demonstration. Clang. Ares drew his sword from its scabbard. Then he pointed the sword at me. Class president, come forward. Understood. Is he trying to humiliate me? I felt uneasy, but I had no choice but to follow the instructor's orders. Can you infuse mana into your sword? Yes, I can. I nodded. I wasn't at the level where I could draw out sword energy, but I could use mana to strengthen my body and sword. There's no such concept as a sword master or expert in the demon realm. To put it simply, you can think of it as a line like a circle. It's different from human mages. For the demon race, the size and type of tattoo, not the circle, signifies strength. Swordsmanship is the same. While humans classify the strength of swordsmen as sword masters or experts, the demon race is judged by their swordsmanship skills and how much mana they can infuse into their swords. In the first place, being able to infuse mana into a weapon is not an easy task. Probably most of the students won't be able to infuse mana into their weapons. Thanks to my genius talent for assassination, I was able to infuse mana naturally. To make it easier to understand, let's compare it to the human world. A little less than expert level. It wasn't a bad growth rate. Since Peltz, who attacked me in the human world to kill me, was about expert upper level. Peltz is at the level of an instructor at the Imperial Academy. That's why I was curious. How strong is Ares, who is similar in level to Peltz? Clang. I also took out my usual weapon, the dagger, Fang of Darkness. Ares spoke to me, pointing his sword at me. Attack me using mana. I won't use mana. Then are you saying that you will only use swordsmanship? That's right. Huh, I understand. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin. Was he looking down on me? Ares declared purely that he would only use swordsmanship. On the contrary, he told me to use mana. There was no reason to refuse that suggestion. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He must have meant not to use my trait, but using mana alone was enough. Whoosh dash. I circulated my mana. I infused my sword and body with mana and threw myself at Ares. My target was the nape of Ares' neck. Clang dash. However, Ares twisted his body and evaded my attack. As soon as I confirmed that my attack had been missed, I instinctively moved my arm for the next attack. This time, my target was Ares' shoulder. I forcibly twisted the trajectory of my arm that was cutting through the air. An attack close to a miracle that would be impossible with the body of an ordinary person. But Ares didn't move. He just muttered a word quietly. It's not complete yet. Stab. It was the moment the dagger pierced Ares' shoulder. Ares swung his sword as if he had been waiting. It wasn't an attack I could avoid. It was because I had forcibly twisted the trajectory of my arm, making it difficult to make any other movements. Is he trying to kill me? Ares' sword was fast and fierce. If this kept up, I might really get hurt. I focused my eyes and manifested telekinesis. Bang. In a split second, I succeeded in repelling Ares' sword with telekinesis. However, I couldn't completely avoid it. The sword grazed my chest and tore my uniform. I looked at the fluttering and falling pieces of clothing and asked Ares, "Were you trying to kill me? How could that be?" I glared at Ares, who shrugged. If my proficiency in telekinesis had been even slightly lower, I would have been hit. If I had been hit in the neck, it would have been difficult to guarantee my life or death. You can go back now. I understand. I felt displeased, but to others, it must have looked like Ares had stopped just before he cut me down. I obediently returned to my seat, because I knew that there was nothing good that would come from rebelling against Ares. In fact, the one who wasn't in good condition was Ares. "Instructor, are you okay?" A female student asked Ares, whose blood was dripping from his shoulder. Ares nodded. "It would be a problem if you died." Ares pressed on his bleeding shoulder to stop the bleeding and spoke. "What did you feel during the fight just now?" A student was singled out. The student hesitated before opening his mouth. "It seems like the class president was stronger than I thought." "Is that all?" And also, when the student failed to answer, Ares singled out another student. The student confidently opened his mouth. "It seems like the instructor was looking out for Adell. It seems like he showed us how strong he is without using mana." However, Ares only spat out a cold question. "Is that all you felt?" Yes. It meant that it wasn't the correct answer. After that, several more answers came out. Ares, who had been listening to the answers, finally turned his gaze to me and asked, "Class president, what did you feel?" I thought about it for a moment. Ares could have definitely dodged the attack. However, he didn't dodge it and instead took the attack head-on. An intentional move. And in turn, he counterattacked me, creating a dangerous situation. So the answer is, it's a fighting style for the weak. "What do you mean?" Ares asked, narrowing his eyes. An unpleasant expression. However, since he didn't deny it, I decided to continue my explanation. "You told me that I could use mana, but you put a restriction on yourself and imagined a scenario." Ares remained silent. "A confrontation between the strong and the weak. You showed us the only way for the weak to win in that situation." "Continue." "Just like how the instructor offered me your shoulder and tried to cut my neck, you wanted the students to realize the fighting style of offering flesh and taking bone." "That is correct." Ares nodded at my answer and looked around at the students. "There are many formidable warriors in the human realm. Get rid of the idea that you can defeat them without getting hurt." Ares was explaining something that the students didn't know. "Induce carelessness, boldly reveal your weakness, and train to use it in reverse to launch a surprise attack." The weapon that the children needed to hone in the future was not swordsmanship or magic. A counterattack that pierces the strong. This was the only way for the demon students to defeat humans. Noble swordsmanship? I won't teach that in my class. I'll only teach swordsmanship that can win. Ares stopped talking and suddenly looked at my dagger, adding, "It's not even worthy of being called swordsmanship. From now on, let's call it weapon technique class." Ares finished explaining everything. I felt like an idiot. He doesn't seem to have any intention of hiding it at all. The midterm exam is coming soon. Before that, Idea taught me what it means to kill a human. And Ares taught me how to deal with strong humans. There was a reason why the instructors of the Imperial Academy responded so quickly. A human spy who had been collecting all this information must have informed the Imperial Academy of the contents of the midterm exam in advance. The plausibility of the description that only the students of Siden who I had written about were harmed, while the students of the Imperial Academy were unharmed, was fulfilled. I need to find more spies. Fortunately, I know who the spy is. I could also figure out where his radius of activity would be. In order to find information, one must be where those who possess that information gather. This is a good opportunity. Ares must be suspecting me as that spy. He must have sensed that there was something unusual about me. However, if I catch the spy, the false accusation that I am a spy for the human world will be cleared. I don't know if that's the only reason he's wary of me. I can reduce the damage I'll take in the midterm exam and get rid of the suspicion. While I was thinking about this and that, ding dong dash. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. "Return to your classes." Ares instructed the students, and I was the only one left in the training ground. When I didn't return to my class, Ares frowned and asked, "Are you rebelling against your instructor by not returning?" "How could I?" I smiled kindly and turned my back on Ares, walking away from him. Ares, who was watching me, clicked his tongue and turned around. Swish. I looked back at Ares and smiled faintly. My eyes were filled with a cold, killing intent. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character. Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevda Fantasy Possession Assassin Bonus Chapter for reaching 105-star rating on novel updates. Another bonus chapter on reaching 5 reviews. Ares won't help me. It can't be helped. Ares was wary of me, and not just because he suspected I was a spy. He was definitely wary of my power. For some reason, I don't know why. It must have been related to the killing intent and cruel demeanor I had shown. So if you ask me if I'm going to stop showing my cruelty, I shook my head. I can't do that. Compared to the children of the 7 deadly sins, I don't have much power. At least, not for now. If I push my telekinetic abilities to the limit, I'll gain a wide area skill that's not inferior to the children of the 7 deadly sins. But that's a story for the distant future. The children of the 7 deadly sins must have the power to wipe out hundreds of people at once, even now. On the other hand, my talent is specialized in assassination. That means I'm not suited for the role of wiping out enemies in a flashy way. If that happens, my abilities will be underestimated. So, in order to maintain my authority and position, I had to attack somewhere else. That's it. A cruel side that could overwhelm the power of the children of the 7 deadly sins. Thanks to that, I was able to receive high praise from Idea and the other students. There was the side effect of Ares' wariness, but n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But it's not that bad. At most, he just glares at me or is conscious of me. Of course, there are also tricks like spreading a surveillance network, but it didn't affect my daily life or radius of activity. If he crosses the line, a chilling killing intent leaked out. At that time, I would have to bear the consequences of whatever I did. The price of touching me will never be light. Eek. Luna's face turned white as I distorted my expression. It seemed that killing intent had leaked out. Oh, no. I roughly wiped my face. I didn't mean to, but I seemed to have startled Luna without thinking. I smiled again and coaxed Luna. I think I've been a little tired lately, so I seem to have startled Ms. Luna unintentionally. And no, it's okay. Luna smiled awkwardly and accepted my apology. She seemed to be in a good mood, as if she didn't dislike me that much. Is she still afraid of me? It's not good. I've only just managed to raise Luna's favorability, so I can't let it go to waste. Ms. Luna. Would you like to have a meal with me? It was just a school meal, but it held great significance. Luna's eyes widened. This was the first time I had ever invited her to have a school meal together. Up until now, I had been so focused on training my mana and miscellaneous traits that I hadn't even eaten school meals with my party members. That's why Fran and Luna had been secretly expressing their dissatisfaction. They tried to hide it, but I could tell from the regretful expressions they wore. I tilted my head and asked, "Do you have other plans?" No. Let's eat together." Luna nodded her head. She's quick to warm up to me. Luna and I headed to the cafeteria, chatting about this and that. Did you know this is the first time we're having a school meal together? Yes, I suppose it is. Now that I think about it, this is my first time having a school meal at all. I had been skipping lunch because it was a hassle. I would get hungry, but I didn't want to waste time eating. Really? You haven't eaten in all this time? Yes, I've only been eating breakfast and dinner in the dormitory cafeteria. That's ridiculous. If you skip even one meal, you'll get hungry and weak. Luna's expression as she said this was full of genuine concern. Let's eat together from now on. As I said this with a grin, Luna's ears turned red. She's such an easy woman to read. I was tempted to tease her more, but I suddenly stopped in my tracks and looked back. Someone's watching us. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. I thought it might be Ares, but the presence was weaker than his. If I had to guess, it would be about the same level as Chris during the entrance exam, which meant that it wasn't Ares. And the gaze isn't directed at me. For a moment, I thought it was someone who had noticed my true identity and was keeping an eye on me, but the gaze was clearly directed at Luna, not me. My expression hardened as I asked Luna, "Ms. Luna, what is it?" "We're being followed." Luna gasped in surprise and looked back. At the same time, I turned my head to follow Luna's gaze. Just as I had sensed, 3 demons were following Luna and me. They were Siden's students. Fortunately, they didn't seem to be assassins or overseers, so I could rest assured. "Do you know them?" "Yes." Luna nodded with a dark face. However, judging by Luna's expression, they didn't seem like people she would call friends. I could roughly understand the situation. They were probably the nasty students who had been harassing Luna. These days, they don't seem to bother her because Fran and I are with her, so I've left them alone. What the hell is going on? For some reason, those students' steps seemed unusually confident today. I've shown them more than Fran has lately, so it can't be because Fran isn't here. Did they get some kind of backing in the meantime? While I was pondering the reason why those demon students had regained their confidence, they spoke to us first. "You half-breeds are quite the gathering." It was clear provocation. A pungent and acrid scent of emotion wafted from them. It was an unpleasant smell. Clench dash. As they approached, Luna grabbed my shoulder. There must be a reason why she was afraid of them, but perhaps it was also because of the persecution and contempt she had suffered as a half-demon. Anyway, she's a handful. I was about to step forward. "Get lost." Luna took a step forward and shouted at the demon students. The worst and strongest villain. I became a narrow-eyed character Arsene Adel. DBT Korean Novel Translation Academy Nevta Fantasy Possession Assassin. Although she couldn't hide the trembling in her voice, it was definitely an unfamiliar sight. No way, she's going to do it herself. I had thought that I would have to take care of her all this time, but I was surprised to see a different side of her. As Luna growled like a cat, the students burst out laughing. You half-breeds sure fight well among yourselves. If Instructor Ares hadn't stopped his sword at the end, you would have died, huh? I get it. The duel with Ares that had just happened. At that time, Ares' sword was pushed back by my telekinesis, but they didn't realize that and thought that the instructor had spared me. Moreover, Ares wasn't using mana, so they must have thought that I was being pushed back by someone who couldn't use mana either. Are these guys idiots? They're unbelievable. Ares possessed a power comparable to that of the Imperial Academy's instructors. In human terms, he was just below the level of a sword master. Moreover, I had even sealed all my attributes. I felt like I needed to make them understand the difference in strength between me and those guys, but it seems like she's still scared. I glanced down at Luna. Luna was trying to look dignified with her shoulders squared, but it only made her trembling body more noticeable. It was time for me to step in. Hey, half-breed. Why are you acting like a mute who's eaten honey? Now that your true self has been revealed, are you scared? Thud, thud. One of them asked, hitting my shoulder, but I didn't answer. Instead, Gua. I just glared at them with the killing intent trait. The demon student who received the killing intent right in front of him fell down and landed on his butt. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The expressions of the students behind him hardened. It was only a small amount of mana lightly infused into the killing intent, but it was enough to scare the students who were still immature. What? The demonic student sprawled on the floor looked up at me with fearful eyes. He had already lost his will to fight. If you were going to attack me, shouldn't you have been prepared for this? I turned my gaze and glared at the other two students. But, what the? There was a student with a strange vibe. He was clearly surprised by the current situation, but he didn't seem scared. A black-haired student with a black spider tattoo on his left cheek. Rather, he was looking at me with cold eyes. A calmness unbefitting of a student. Was there another hidden gem in our class besides Luna? In the end, I became interested. I have no intention of fighting, so please leave. I said to them with a smile. What kind of trick are you trying to pull? The student who had helped the guy on the ground up flared up. But he wasn't the student I was interested in, so I didn't feel the need to answer him nicely. So I spoke a little more forcefully. You'd better take him with you. I don't want to see his guts for lunch. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Let's go. They backed down, overwhelmed by my presence. Even then, the student I had my eye on kept glancing at me until the end, as if he was trying to gather information about me. Well, for now, let's go eat first. Why, yes. I took Luna's hand, who was nodding her head in a daze, and headed to the cafeteria.